Lin Hung travels through the book Beauty Record and becomes a cannon fodder villain. As long as you follow the positive/negative script process and survive to the end, you can become an unparalleled strong man. Unexpectedly, the heroines can actually hear his inner voice. No matter how the positive and negative plots transition later, he faces the risk of being killed by the protagonist. The brainless master's secret of falling cultivation level was discovered, and he still became the protagonist's harem. It's a pity that such a pure and innocent fairy like Senior Sister was tricked by the protagonist into performing in a brothel. The father who defies fate wants the protagonist to be his successor, and he deserves to end up with his family destroyed. Lin Hung originally wanted to follow the plot at ease, but he found that the heroine was becoming more and more abnormal. Master, why hasn't your cultivation level dropped? Senior Sister, you misunderstood. It was really my senior brother when it got dark that night. Oh, Master and Sister, please help me, Yi Tian is right next door. Chapter 1, Returning to one's origin and obtaining the villain life system brain container. It is stated in advance that the protagonist is a body rather than a soul, which eliminates the suspicion of self-redemption and is safe to consume. The memory recovery here may look like soul travel, but it is deliberately arranged by the author. There will be clues later, so you don't have to worry about the details in the front. Lin Hong? He is the son the clan leader has been missing for 22 years? There's not even a trace of cultivation on him. Maybe he doesn't even have the talent to cultivate, but why is he in a daze? He's a country bumpkin born and raised in a remote country. He's never seen the world and is just scared. Shoo! Second Senior Sister, don't say anything nonsense, Master will be here soon. What's going on? Have I traveled through time? Lin Heng's vision cleared up again and he looked at the two women not far away in confusion. Very smooth and big. Why does this environment feel so familiar? Lin Hong looked at the layout of the hall and the disciples who came in one after another, and finally came to his senses. Then, memories began to flood back into my mind. That's right, he really traveled through time, and he traveled to a cultivation novel with the theme of multiple wives. More blessings. Book title, Record of Beauty. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that this is a brainless and pretentious article. Don't be fooled by the name. The story was one of the most popular harem novels at the time. After all, the audience loved it. Beautiful Master, Demon Fox Fairy, Cold Senior Sister, Dynasty Empress, Demon Lord, Widow. As long as the beauty is well known, it goes without saying that she is the protagonist, Yi Tian's girlfriend. The fucked up thing is that this bastard author was afraid of being sanctioned on Tomato, so in the early stage he relied on the Chongshire to attract traffic, and he just relied on the waterwords to attract girls without touching them. In the early stage, after he took in two heroines, he just had ambiguous relationships with them and kept his harem clean. In the later stage, he even had a plot of sending his clone to a girl. Otherwise, it will only be a temporary anger if it offends the public. Lin Hung carefully recalled the memory information about this novel in his mind, and suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. That's right, his current identity is the lost son of the leader of Qingxian sect. And today is the day to return to one's roots. At that time, the masters of the Seven Peaks will arrive. He can take this opportunity to choose one of them as his master. According to the normal plot, he will become the disciple of the protagonist's master and become the first person to be suppressed by the protagonist. Not only will the relationship between master and apprentice be alienated, but he will also be bullied by a group of senior sisters. In the end, he ends up being ignored by his father and mother. Not long after, he is killed by the protagonist who stomps on his head. What's even worse, Ishi's father even wanted the original protagonist to be the successor of the sect, but he was framed and his family was destroyed. As for those senior sisters who were given away for free in the High and Mighty Master, they either became disabled or were sold to brothels. The specific plot is very vague. It is probably that the author is mentally ill and deliberately disgusts the readers. The story was reported and removed from the shelves by righteous readers before it continued to the point where the heroine was sold into a brothel. That he was destined to be a cannon fodder villain, a loser template. His father was the leader, but he didn't care about him at all, and his mother never showed up until his death. Who wouldn't feel their scalp tingling when reading this script? It doesn't matter if this ancestor never returns, staying here is thankless. My father doesn't care about me, and my mother doesn't ask about me. I am also despised by my master and senior sisters. In other words, if he wants to survive, he must stay away from the protagonist and the woman around him. I can just find someone else to be my disciple, hide away and wait for the right time to make some money and leave the sect. Anyway, my cheap dad has been in seclusion all the time. What can they do to me? No matter how useless I am, I am still the sect leader's biological son. Congratulations to the host for successfully traveling through time. You will obtain the villain life system, follow the positive and negative plot to the end and survive. At key plot points, you will have multiple options. Support reward, heaven-defying comprehension. What the hell, golden finger? Yes, that's great. I admit that the screaming sound just now was a bit loud. Lin Hong, who had read countless novels, naturally knew what this golden finger represented. Since I can choose the plot route, I must hide. What does the demise of the Qingxian sect have to do with me? Is this guy really crazy? Look at his expression just now. He was both serious and worried, yet also full of excitement. He's already a useless person with no foundation for cultivating immortals, which is already quite a problem. If he doesn't clear his mind, Lin Hong? Are you okay? Hearing the sound, Lin Hong subconsciously glanced sideways. I thought of it. It turns out to be this silly woman. No wonder she looks so familiar. They were both stunned. He looked around blankly. What's going on? Who was speaking? Although there were disciples whispering nearby, the voice just now sounded like someone was speaking right into their ears. Silly woman, TSK. You know what? She's really pretty. The two of them looked around suspiciously again. There were only so many people in the entire hall, and they had heard almost all the same voices before, but none of them were as magnetic as this one. Yun Yao caught a fleeting glance and her eyes suddenly fell on Lin Hong. Could it be him? Senior sister Xiaoyao is quite nice, with a beautiful face and a playful personality. She is an extremely proud fairy. It's a pity that she was so stupid that not only did she give it away for free, but she was also sold to a brothel to atone for the protagonist's sins. When I get back on my feet, I'll take care of her business when I have the chance. Yun Yao? This Mu Liushi, it's hard to describe. She's also incredibly stupid. She has a sullen face all day long. I'd think someone in her family had died. Can't she dress cooler if she has a cold personality? Mu Liushi? At this time, both of them reacted. I can really hear Lin Heng's inner thoughts in my mind. This is the clan leader's son who has just been found out. It's like seeing a ghost. Yun Yao bit her lower lip lightly, trying her best to hide the anger and confusion in her heart. What is this bastard talking about? Is he giving me to him for free, and was she sold to a brothel to atone for her sins? This guy could come up with so much dirty stuff in his head as soon as he arrived at the sect. He is really a useless waste. Mu Liushi was also a little angry. This was her personality all along. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to treat her so frivolously. You have a dead face, everyone in your family is dead. Oh my god, why are they both looking at me? It's a bit strange. It's okay to have a bad look, but why does it feel like he wants to slap me to death? Forget it, let's ignore these two idiots for now. Lin Hong was like a chatterbox, constantly criticizing, not knowing that Yun Yao and Mu Liushi were gritting their teeth and wishing they could twist his head off. Tatata accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the disciples in the hall stepped back and made room. Greetings, Master. Meet the Peak Master. The 6 long rainbows disappeared in a flash, and in just 2 breaths, the 6 masters of Qingxian Peak arrived at the same time. The Peak Master is an elder-level figure in the Qingxian sect and the undisputed second-in-command. Lin Heng's return today will most likely affect the future development of the sect. If he is not here, the future successor to the sect leader will most likely be the talented disciples trained by the various peaks. Since its founding, the Qingxian sect has used virtue and qualification as selection criteria to select the sect's inheritors and successors of each peak. This is also the reason why the Qingxian sect has been able to survive and become increasingly powerful. If one appoints people based on personal connections and hands over the sect to incompetent cronies, even the most prosperous sect of immortal cultivation will decline like a secular dynasty. The surprise was that Lin Hong did not have a very high aptitude for cultivating immortals. His bones were different and his mind was weak. Even if he tried his best to cultivate the golden core stage, he would have already reached the peak. The problem they are facing now is who will recruit Lin Heng. After all, the sect leader had instructed before he went into seclusion that if Lin Heng was found, he would be placed on a peak for training first. The chief elder of the main peak glanced at Lin Heng and said calmly, "Indeed. This boy has an extraordinary temperament and embodies the style of the sect master in his early years. If you take him into the peak and train him carefully, he will definitely be a talented person in the future." Third elder, your Guiyuan Peak is the sacred place of the Dan sect. How about letting him learn some techniques of fire making from you? The third elder frowned slightly.
Our Guoyuan Peak is already fully staffed. Besides, letting a newcomer play with fire, aren't you afraid of potential dangers? Alchemy can't be done carelessly. In my opinion, let the second elder teach him some swordsmanship.
Several elders were talking at the same time, treating Lin Hong as a burden and shifting the blame to each other. After all, the qualifications are there, and each peak has a limited supply of resources. The resources are fought for by the peak master and disciples, and each peak has its own inherited disciples. These inherited disciples will be the successors of the sect sooner or later. No matter where Lin Hong is, he will definitely be excluded. This is like a listed company. If the company's CEO has no successor, he can only choose someone from the shareholders to take the lead. Now, no one will be happy if a successor suddenly appears. Of course, if he is gifted, the six peak masters will naturally scramble to get him. The fifth elder, Meng Yutong, crossed one arm across her chest and watched the other elders pass the buck with great interest. Naturally, she didn't want an ordinary person like Lin Hong who had no qualifications. This plot design is really a brain thrombosis. Not only did the father who recognized his ancestors not show up, but he also dared to despise the prince who was painstakingly found. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and I don't know who is the big king or the small king. But is that Yi Tian's master? It's really hot. It deserves to be in the top 10 of the beauty record list. Realm Division Ichi Training, Foundation Building, Golden Elixir, Strong, Nascent Soul, Venerable, Spirit Transformation, Great Monk, Returning to the Void, True Lord, Unity with the Tao, Mighty, Mahayana, Supreme, Chapter 2. What's the use of just pleasing the eyes? It still becomes the protagonist's furnace. The woman on the far left with flying hair is noble and elegant, exuding charm all over her body. The occasional smile on the corner of his mouth gives people an unpredictable feeling. Meng Yutong, the leader of Yunxian Peak and Qingxian sect, is the sect's unwavering beauty role model. Today she wore a purple robe and lightly made up. Even her 5 senior sisters, who were equally stunning beauties, were slightly inferior to her in appearance and figure. After all, this is one of the top 10 beauties in the beauty record, probably ranking 5th or 6th. Of course, the ranking of the beauty list is comprehensive and is also related to cultivation level, influence, etc. Meng Yutong completely lost because of her conservative and strict personality. It's okay that she usually has a cold face, but her outfits are always the same all year round. No matter how beautiful a person is, you will get tired of looking at her after a long time. Honestly, if I were to dress her up, she'd definitely be in the top 3. From a distance, this purple robe looks like a gas tank, with only her face and hands showing. If she were to wear a short black skirt with black stockings, high heels, and some delicate makeup, she'd be in the top 3, not to mention the top 3, TSK. That's not very realistic. After all, she's the protagonist's girlfriend. Don't I understand what the protagonist is like? You can only light the lamp yourself. How can you let others borrow your light? Never mind. The land is vast, and beauties are as numerous as flowing water. Meng Yutong is nothing. There are so many beauties in the beauty list. Once I become invincible, I will definitely be able to pick up a few. Meng Yutong was stunned, and a huge question popped up in her mind. ? What the hell is going on? His spiritual sense quickly swept across the entire hall, and his gaze moved majestically to Lin Hong. He, Mulioshi and Yunyao looked at Lin Hong in disbelief. This guy actually dared to slander their master in his heart. They didn't know what a gas tank was, but it was definitely not a good word. The two of them couldn't help but feel that Lin Heng's identity was a little strange, and he seemed to know something unusual. Besides, human hearts are the most unpredictable things, and it is outrageous enough that they can hear what is really said. Black stockings and high heels. Meng Yutong silently used her spiritual sense to look him up and down, but unexpectedly Lin Hong started talking again. Ha! You old fellas. Soon this third elder will use the excuse of Xianyun Peak lacking men as an excuse to pass the buck to Meng Yutong. I have to make a choice quickly. I can't stay with Meng Yutong even if I die. It's okay if she's stingy, but the key is that Yi Tian will catch her and hold her tightly. Xianyun Peak is the harem. If I go there, Yi Tian will definitely see me as a thorn in his side. I won't survive more than 2 years if I stay here. Why not just stay at the Taoist Peak and farm the land, and grow your skill slowly? With your incredible comprehension, you won't be doing too badly, right? Asshole. He said Xianyun Peak is a harem?
I am being completely controlled by my disciple Tian?
Meng Yutong has always chosen the best of the best when recruiting disciples. At every disciple recruitment conference, there are always a huge number of disciples who want to enter Xianyun Peak. Others are scrambling for a spot, but he actually said that he would rather die than go. How could the dignified master Fanshu be threatened by someone holding something against him?
Elder Meng, how about letting this boy join your Xianyun Peak?
Your Xianyun Peak hasn't had any male disciples for decades.
You must need some hard labor in menial tasks, right?
Meng Yutong and the other two girls were slightly shocked. Lin Heng's thoughts turned out to be true. As expected, the third elder threw the ball to Meng Yutong on the pretext of lack of male heirs. Meng Yutong was stunned for a moment and was about to speak when Lin Heng suddenly interrupted. My elders, I come from a remote and desolate place, and I have to rely on plows for my company.
Why don't you let me farm?
The Qingxian sect's spiritual fields cover a vast area, so they will definitely need manpower. When these words were spoken, all the elders except Meng Yutong were surprised. Planting spiritual fields is the task of menial disciples.
Doesn't Lin Hong want to become a core disciple directly and obtain the best resources? Seniors, I am well aware of my own talents and abilities. Everyone has their own aspirations and destiny.
As long as I have food, clothing, shelter, and a safe place to sleep, I am content. His sincere eyes and words immediately made the elders who were passing the buck feel relieved. You want me, Lin Hong, to go to Xianyun Peak and work as a laborer for those stupid women?
Stop dreaming. Stay away from Meng Yutong in the harem, and become bigger and stronger on your own to create greater glory.
Okay. Let him come to my Xianyun Peak.
He likes farming, and I have plenty of land for him to farm. Meng Yutong glanced in Lin Heng's direction with a faint smile.
Ha ha. Thank you. Lin Hong looked up in confusion and met Meng Yutong's slightly playful gaze.
No, I. What the hell? This isn't right. Why did you agree to this? Shouldn't you just pass the ball to Zhuo Daofeng? Also,
there's a hammer spiritual field in the large wasteland behind Xianyun Peak. You see, he's already so happy that he's incoherent.
Just let him stay with Elder Meng.
The great elder spoke. You're so fucking happy you're talking nonsense.
I don't want to die next to Meng Yutong. So from now on, you are our 7th junior brother?
Hello, my name is Yunyao. Please take care of me in the future. Yunyao took 2 steps forward to face him and stretched out her fair jade hand. Shake hands?
Hello, Lin Heng.
Lin Hong pinched the soft and tender hand, and just as he felt the cold touch, before he could react, he felt a huge force that seemed to crush his fingers.
His senior sister Xiaoyao, you're so enthusiastic. Oh my god. Why is this stupid woman using so much force? It's going to break.
Yunyao tilted her head and smiled slightly, and only pulled her hand back when she saw that he couldn't help but grin. Mulyoshi also walked to Lin Heng's side, still with a cold look. Second brother, Mulyoshi.
Hello, second senior sister.
Please take care of me in the future. Lin Heng rubbed his right hand and quickly responded, fearing that Mulyoshi would also stretch out her hand and show inexplicable enthusiasm. Although neither of them knew that they could hear Lin Heng's thoughts, it was certain that they would take good care of each other. Yunyao and Mulyoshi had already reached a consensus on this point. Originally, they were thinking about how to find an opportunity to get close to Lin Heng and find out what secrets he had. Unexpectedly, the master accepted him.
Why? From the look of you, you don't want to? I think so. Lin Heng, I'm here to meet you, master.
Lin Heng showed a stiff standard smile. He kicked the ball so hard that it was almost shot into the goal. At the moment, he had no choice but to refuse. The plot did not develop in the direction he expected. Perhaps it was really beyond his control. No matter if it's possible or not, he is determined to change the script of his life. Lin Heng always believes that, if God closes a window for you, he will definitely close another window. Next came the part of cleansing the body and measuring the bones. The great elder waved his hand and a big bell was directly placed on Lin Heng's body. The Chaos Bell, with its inherent turbid power, can absorb the turbid and polluted air around the cultivator. Since Lin Heng has become a member of the Qingxian sect, he naturally has to go through this stage. Don't mention it, you really shouldn't mention it. This profound energy in my body is quite warm, and it's really refreshing after clearing out all the impurities in my body. But, time and fate, joy and sorrow, this Meng Yutong is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. But what's the point of just being pleasing to the eyes? She was ultimately killed by Yi Tian's scheme, becoming a cauldron for cultivation. The storyline ends here. While we don't know what kind of cauldron it is, popular options include feeding it natural treasures to cultivate it, directly plundering its lifespan, or having its cultivation absorbed. Logically, this term shouldn't be applied to the heroine. As the peak master, Meng Yutong is ranked as the true Lord Fanshu and is a well-known figure. She possesses both strength and beauty. If she continues along this path, it won't be long before she is framed, severely injured, and her cultivation is damaged. To be honest, Lin Hang always felt that the plot of this part was very similar to the plot of bullying the female emperor and master. Similarly, the master lost his cultivation due to some reasons, and then the disciple got hold of the secret, and then that was it. But this setting itself has a big loophole. Although the targets of calculation are multifaceted, it only allows the protagonist to get the advantage, but as a true lord in the Return to Void stage, no matter how he is plotted against, he cannot fall to the point of being threatened by the protagonist who has not yet grown up, right? Is there no trump card to counterattack? Lin Hong shook his head, closed his eyes and enjoyed the mysterious power in his body. No matter what, the plot development is definitely towards the original protagonist, but I guess, at this point in time, those old guys from Zishu sect and Qingyue Chang'e have already set up a trap, waiting for Meng Yutong to go there and enter the secret realm together. Meng Yutong. Chapter 3. Try going hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, and your supreme bones will become skin and bones. How did he know about Zishu sect and Qingyue Chang'e? A planned trap? A secret place. Although Meng Yutong knew that this was Lin Hang's true feelings, she still felt surprised. Some time ago, she represented Qingxin Pavilion to attend the invitation meeting of Tianji sect, and learned that the long-lost secret realm of destroying the country had appeared, including sects such as Zishu sect and Qingyue Chang'e. After discussion, each sect will send a strong person to lead a team into the secret realm to explore the remains of the destroyed country. Does he mean that he will be framed in this matter? Meng Yutong tilted her head, tapped her lips with her jade fingers, and fell into thought. Soon, the cleansing and bone measurement were completed, and Lin Hong followed the 3 women out of the hall. Only after the 3 men left did the other disciples in the hall dare to speak. Ha, as expected. This kid doesn't have any cultivation roots at all. I even doubt if he is the sect master's son. There's no doubt about it, but it's a bit enviable that this kid can enter Xianyun Peak. Are you envious of cultivating spiritual fields there? As far as I know, there are no spiritual fields at Xianyun Peak. Guess what he would do there? You mean, after a while, 3 women and 1 man crossed the Feiyan Bridge and reached the top of Xianyun Peak. Looking down at the layout of the mountain from above, the magnificent palace and the spacious training ground form a pavilion, including Lin Hong and some menial disciples. There are only more than 10 people on Xianyun Peak. Among these more than 10 people, only 5 senior sisters and Yi Tiankai can be considered direct disciples. To put it bluntly, menial disciples are just working for free, and whether they can be converted to regular employees is another matter. The eldest sister, the 3rd sister and the 5th sister are out gaining experience. Currently, only the 4th sister Yin Yao, the 2nd sister Mu Liuxi and the 6th sister Yi Tian are still in the sect. As soon as the group of 4 arrived in front of Xianyun Palace, they saw Yi Tian already standing outside the platform waiting. Just now, he had learned from the grapevine that Lin Hong had been accepted as a disciple by Meng Yutong. Greetings, master. Meng Yutong glanced at him, and perhaps influenced by Lin Hang's inner thoughts, her tone was not as gentle as before, and she just responded faintly. Master, senior sister, this is junior brother Lin Hong, right? Greetings, senior brother Yi. You are indeed extraordinary. Please take good care of me in the future. Lin Hong replied with pretended to be extremely respectful. I thought to myself, I have already bowed my head to you, so please don't kill me from now on. Of course. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Stop. Forget about looking for you. No need for false politeness. You'll tease me about my background and talent later, hoping to make master and senior sister laugh at me. There's nothing we can do about this master and senior sister being partial to me. My extraordinary enlightenment hasn't even been revealed yet. Yi Tian has been with them for so many years. How could he be biased towards a newcomer like me? It's like when he was in school, teachers and classmates only like students with good grades, and they didn't care about poor students like him.
What is this guy thinking? Junior brother Yi has no grudge against you, so why is he mocking you?
The three girls just thought so in their hearts when they saw Yi Tian say, I've heard about junior brother Lin's situation.
It's not your fault that you grew up in a remote and desolate place.
I believe you've become strong enough through hard work.
So what if you don't have the talent for cultivation?
As long as you're willing to work hard and have your master to guide you, your future won't be too bad.
At least it'll be much better than drifting around outside. Ha ha.
Lin Hong curled his lips. Senior brother is right.
My unreliable father, the sect leader, lost me.
It's really not my fault that I don't have any talent. Try this if you go hungry 9 times out of 3 days since childhood. Even your supreme bones will turn into skin and bones. Meng Yutong and the other 2 girls were also slightly shocked when they heard his inner complaints. Yes, can he really be blamed for this? It was true that the sect leader was unreliable and was busy fighting with his enemies, and then he left his son there. When he turned around to look for him, the son was gone. Either they were deliberately taken away by human traffickers, or they were picked up by passers-by who mistook them for abandoned babies. Lin Hong even once doubted whether he was his biological son. This is a desolate place where people often starve to death or freeze to death. It is really not easy for Lin Hong to survive until now. Meng Yutong paused and said in a cold voice, That's enough, Tianer.
Let's not talk about this anymore.
Since I've accepted him as my disciple, I will naturally teach him carefully.
She didn't expect Yi Tian to really bring up his growing environment. This was not the right thing to say to comfort someone, yes.
Lin Hong was quite surprised.
How could this be different from what he expected? Shouldn't the 2 senior sisters who looked down on him also follow Yi Tian's lead and start mocking him? Shouldn't Master be like a wooden stake and pretend not to hear anything? He looked back again. Jinyao tilted her head slightly, while Mu Liushi glanced to the side, neither of them wanting to speak. Just when Meng Yutong thought Lin Hong would be grateful, she heard a different voice. Forget it, I'll just guide her.
Since Master said he would teach her with all his heart, let's see if she can be a good spiritual mentor.
Hiss.
Yun Yao clenched her fists and really wanted to kick him. Could his mind be a little more normal? Meng Yutong's long eyelashes moved, and she was confused about the meaning of the sentence. Then, listening to Lin Heng's somewhat strange smile, she always felt that there was something wrong with the spiritual mentor.
Lin Hong, since you have become my disciple, I will give you something. This is the Tong Tian Atlas. Put your consciousness into it and you will establish a connection with it. Tong Tian Atlas?
Lin Hong was stunned.
What was going on?
Why were they sending things? He doesn't remember such a step. Ding.
System plot prompt.
Tong Tian Illustrated Guide, the most widely circulated encyclopedia in the universe. It records the appreciation of various rare treasures and the essence of creation. In layman's terms, it helps cultivators quickly identify unfamiliar objects and estimate their actual value and effectiveness. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the protagonist's treasure and obtaining 5 Guyuan Dan. Yi Tian, Yun Yao, and others were shocked. The master actually gave this treasure to Lin Heng. You should know that this Tong Tian Atlas was once sold at an auction for a high price of 5,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian's eyes were filled with resentment. He had asked his master for this item many times but never succeeded. Now his master would actually give it to this Lin Heng. Yes, it just because he is the son of the clan leader. The group entered the hall, which was brightly lit and where 2 errand disciples were collecting books. Lin Heng was playing with the Tong Tian Atlas in his hand and standing silently behind them. I was a bit surprised. This doesn't fit with the sarcastic, cold, and icy character I was describing. It's strange that I'm not used to it after suddenly doing this.
Give me a meeting gift, then give me a meeting gift. But at least be considerate.
In a few days, you'll be taking Yi Tian and several of his disciples on an adventure into the secret realm.
Don't you think about why the Tianji sect would tell the Qingxian sect about such a good thing? Because the Qingxian clan is so powerful? Because you, Meng Yutong, are the true Lord Fanshu?
The secret realm of exterminating nations has been missing for 100 years, and the Zishu clan and Qingyue Changda are somehow connected to the Tianji sect. Just thinking about it, you know there's something wrong here. Meng Yutong sat on the chair, leaning slightly, with a rare look of solemnity on her face.
Disciples, what do you think about the secret realm of exterminating nations? Master, is this true? Mulyoshi asked. Of course. I discussed this matter with Zishu sect and other major sects during the Tianji sect meeting the day before yesterday. The 100-year star shift caused the secret realm of exterminating nations to disappear for 100 years. This is an opportunity that has not been seen for 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, there's no telling when the secret realm will reappear.
Yun Yao and Mulyoshi fell into deep thought, obviously influenced by Lin Heng's recent words. Perhaps there really was a trap waiting for the Qingxian sect in the secret realm of destroying the country. Seeing that the two were silent, Yi Tian replied, Master, I think this matter can be done.
The Tianji sect's astrological calculation technique is well known far and wide.
The place where one breaks through the barrier is the place where one can gain enlightenment. Although the secret realm of destroying a country is dangerous, those who can obtain it throughout history have all become immortals.
How could we be wrong? Even if Xianyun Peak doesn't go, the other peaks will naturally send people.
The superficial meaning is that Xian Yunfeng had finally swallowed this piece of meat into his stomach, so how could he spit it out easily? Hey.
Master, you're talking, but what's the point of leaning forward? Suddenly, there are 2 more points of stress, and the table is even deformed. There are 4 people watching you. How can you embarrass 2nd and 4th senior sisters?
At the table, Meng Yutong and Yun Yao, who were listening to Yi Tian's answer, were both stunned when they heard the sudden voice. What's the matter with the deformed table?
What's the matter with the embarrassing situation? The 3 of them looked down at the same time. Then, asshole. Shameless, lecher.
Chapter 4 Yi Tian, can my good disciple really ride Master Miyazu? At this time, Lin Heng's mental activities gave people the feeling that he was a chatterbox, which was a bit too rich. He stood aside silently, not noticing any strange looks.
Well, the 3 of you come with me. As for you.
Meng Yutong glanced at the 4 people, with a bit more cunning in her eyes.
Master, I can look after the house.
Xianyun Peak will have to be taken care of while you're gone.
No. I want you to come with me so we can see the world together. This is not right. Let him go with you? Master, I'm just an ordinary person. What if I become a hindrance to you?
It's okay, junior brother. Yun Yao stepped forward and patted his shoulder vigorously, smiling and saying, Senior sister will protect you. The word protection is emphasized. Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat. According to the normal development of the plot, he should not be qualified to go to the secret realm.
It's getting late. Yaoer, please arrange accommodation for him first.
You can spend the next 2 days getting familiar with the affairs of the peak.
Okay, Master.
Master, most of the disciples' rooms have not been cleaned up yet, so why not let junior brother Lin stay at my place first?
Yi Tian stood up and said, Fuck, come on. Senior brother Yi, I can't handle your enthusiasm. If I lived with you, you'd definitely blame me if you lost something. Let Master punish me and let senior sister mistakenly think that I am dishonest.
I remember this one looked a lot like the real fake daughter. Lin Hong cursed in his heart. To be honest, he had never seen such despicable and brainless behavior in novels, but the author of this novel is so amazing that he can come up with any plot for you. Meng Yutong and the other 2 girls were suddenly surprised. From what Lin Hong meant, did he mean that Yi Tian would deliberately frame him for stealing? How is this possible? Although they didn't know why Lin Hong was so hostile to Yi Tian, they knew Yi Tian's character very well. They had no grudges against each other, so how could Yi Tian frame him? Meng Yutong waved her hand. It's okay, it won't be too late to tell a few more disciples to clean up.
All right.
Seeing this, Yi Tian didn't say anything more. After the 4 people left, Meng Yutong sat at the round table and pondered for a long time. What happened today was truly unbelievable. Even for her, the true Lord Fanshu, the idea of listening to people's voices had never been heard before. People's hearts are treacherous and difficult to predict. In the world of cultivating immortals, apart from soul searching, there is no other unique skill that can directly see into the secrets of a person's mind, let alone hear their inner voices and discussions. After a long moment, she quietly stood up and said to the secret compartment on the right side of the main hall, Go to the Xingxuan Pavilion and check if the people from Zishu sect and Qingyue Changde are secretly doing anything. Also, go to the small desolate area on the border and carefully investigate Lin Heng's past. The secret compartment trembled slightly, as if a door had opened, leaving behind a faint shadow.
Lin Hong, who are you? Why do you know so much about me?
The heavenly masters of Tianji sect and Xingxuan Pavilion cannot fully predict the future, but you seem to know the trajectory of my life.
To be able to peek into the way of heaven? Even the most powerful beings throughout history couldn't do it, so how could an ordinary person like you, Yi Tian, can this good disciple of mine really ride Master Mizu?
Disciples' Palace. Lin Hong was brought into a secluded courtyard with only a two-story pavilion and 4 ancient trees whose names could not be told. The yard looked like it had never been cleaned and was full of weeds.
Here. You can live here.
I, your senior sister, live next door to yours. Yun Yao stretched out her arms, completely unaware of the graceful arcs formed by the two guys protruding in front of her.
Junior brother Yi, shall we go? Senior sister, you go first.
I'll stay and help junior brother Lin clean up the yard.
Oh well.
Yun Yao nodded and gave him a meaningful look. Although she didn't believe that Yi Tian would really frame his fellow disciples, his current behavior made it hard not to leave seeds of suspicion. TSK. There's no escaping the disaster.
Looks like this disgusting routine is unavoidable?
Then please don't blame me, your junior brother.
Thank you, senior brother Yi.
In the following time, Lin Hong, Yi Tian and the two errant disciples who came to do chores cleaned up the courtyard together. After all, they were cultivators, and they could handle the miscellaneous items through telekinesis at an extremely fast speed. After a while, most of them were settled in and only the beds needed to be made.
Thank you, senior brother, and thank you everyone.
Brother, go to bed early.
See you tomorrow.
Lin Hong looked at Yi Tian's departing back with a villain-like smile. As for what a villain smile looks like, it's simply not a protagonist's smile. After returning to the house, I searched for a while and finally found a dark green jade pendant on the corner of the side table. Yi Tian did it very secretly. It was difficult to find it at this location without lowering his head. Even if he was discovered, it might have been accidentally hung on the corner of the table and pulled off. But Meng Yutong is stupid and believes whatever her beloved disciple Yi Tian says. Whether it is true or not, Yi Tian can always find an excuse to get out of it. Either they falsely accuse themselves of stealing it, or they claim that they dropped it accidentally.
But, do you really think I can be manipulated by you? We'll see. At night, Lin Hong climbed up the tree and picked some fruits for dinner. It was really cool to stay under the tree, even in the house. It feels so comfortable when the breeze blows. System space, Guyuan pill *5". That's great. Having a built-in storage backpack saves me from having to get a storage ring. He took out a pill, thought for a moment, and then took out the Tongtian Atlas given by Meng Yutong. Even though I have a supernatural understanding, I'm not in a hurry to practice. The most urgent thing is to build a solid foundation first. Purifying the body is only the first step. The current physical body is too weak. Maybe Yi Tian could kill him with just a slap. If I can enter the secret realm of exterminating nations, I can find some opportunities by using the Tongshan to identify them. The secret realm of destruction is a country that is about to be forgotten. In this country, from the king to the ministers, all were great cultivators above the golden elixir level. However, such a powerful and boundless country was wiped out in history overnight. Some say that the king angered the heavens, while others say that an extremely powerful being wiped them out single-handedly. Since then, the ruins of the kingdom have gradually evolved into a secret place where a country was destroyed. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Hong lay on the bed like a handsome reader and closed his eyes. To be honest, this plot line does follow the way in the book, first returning to one's roots, and then becoming an apprentice to learn skills. However, the heroine's attitude towards him is completely different, and all the mindless ridicule and suppression in the original novel are gone. This is not a good thing. How could Yi Tian tolerate his harem getting close to him? No, for the sake of my life I must stay away from these jinxes, otherwise Yi Tian will smell the trouble and find trouble with me. Ding, the main storyline begins. Main quest, 3 days from now, you will journey to the secret realm of extinction. Advance the storyline, causing Meng Yutong's cultivation to decline, allowing Yi Tian to succeed in his act of deceiving his master and ancestors. Reward, top tier, main quest, use all means to prevent the protagonist from betraying their teacher and ancestors. Reward index, unknown. Note, reward indexes are divided into top tier, advanced, mid-tier, ordinary, and unknown. Unknown is a random and uncertain index, and there may not even be any reward.
Lin Hong was so startled by the system's voice that he sat up immediately.
Has it finally come to the crucial plot choice?
Unknown is equivalent to random, which means that all 4 grades are possible. According to the ridiculous random probability distribution, there is no need to think too much about it, and the probability of drawing ordinary and intermediate grades is the highest. As long as you follow the main quest, you will 100% get the best rewards anyway. The ultimate main mission is to survive to the end. He is now a villain who can't even protect himself, so life and women are secondary to him.
My great master, I just want to say, your sacrifice will be part of my great plan.
It's not that the heroine can't be saved, but it's more cost-effective to survive.
Chapter 5 Junior brother, why don't you smile and be happy?
Don't you like it? As the sky gradually brightened, the disciples went to the palace.
Lin Hong, why don't you come out quickly?
Lin Hong, who was still lying dead on the bed, heard the noise. He put on his clothes and opened the door.
He was suddenly surprised. Yun Yao?
And Master, Senior Brother Yi.
Here it comes, it's finally here.
Degree, I knew our senior brother Yi had lost something and was coming to me to look for it. Sarcastically, since Meng Yutong and Yun Yao had been given a heads up last night, they were not surprised at his current mental activity.
Junior brother, last night I helped you clean up the courtyard. Did you see my pendant jade? Yi Tian spoke straight to the point. You lost something, why are you asking me?
I only came to Junior Brother's place last night, and when I returned, I discovered that the pendant jade on my body was missing.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Lin Hong shook his head. I threw the stuff in the trash outside anyway.
If you want to find it, go look through the trash.
I'm just wondering if this little trick is childish or not.
Next, I'm going to tell you what the most important gift your master gave you is. Blah blah blah, if you think about it, you'll know. How could an ordinary person like me steal something from a cultivator like you? How could you possibly detect it?
If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you will always find a pretext. Poof. Yun Yao couldn't control her expression when she heard his inner monologue. The 3 of them looked at her suspiciously before straightening themselves up and saying, "Huh?
I just thought of something funny." You guys continue. What the hell is this funny?
You'll cry when you're sold to a brothel.
Forehead, TSK. Hearing this, Yun Yao immediately stopped smiling.
Junior brother, I can understand that you picked up bad habits growing up in a remote place. But as long as you take the initiative to hand over the pendant jade, I will pursue the matter. It is the most precious treasure that Master gave me. This tone and expression just barely had the word theft written all over his face.
Will you still pursue the matter if I take it out? No. If you say something wrong, I won't hold you accountable. Tianer, are you sure that Lin Hong took your things?
Meng Yutong frowned slightly, her face looking slightly cold.
That is not certain. Since we can't be sure, let's look for it first.
Meng Yutong sighed softly, seeming a little disappointed with Yi Tian's performance. Just as Lin Hong thought, could an ordinary person with no cultivation steal things from a Jindan stage cultivator? As early as the moment she stepped into the courtyard, she had already used her spiritual sense to investigate and found that the pendant jade was buried in the pile of miscellaneous items at the door. However, she still pretended to stretch out a jade finger. With a light tap in the air, light yellow
ripples quickly spread around, and the pendant jade flew out. Tianer, but this?
Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. How is this possible? How did this jade pendant appear in the garbage dump? He deliberately left it in the house last night, so it was impossible for Lin Hong not to find it when he was cleaning. If you see a sparkling jade while cleaning your room, would you ignore it and sweep it away as garbage? According to the normal plot, this pendant jade should be found on Lin Hong, and then Yi Tian and his master will come and catch the man red-handed. At that time, no matter how he explained, his brainless master would definitely believe Yi Tian's words and scold him. But now that Lin Hong had thrown the pendant into the trash, he had a complete excuse to pretend he had no knowledge of the matter.
Ouch!
Lin Hong touched the back of his head with his right hand, pretending to be surprised.
This is a misunderstanding.
Senior brother Yi must have accidentally dropped it in the yard last night, and I happened to miss it and it was swept away as trash. I'm sorry, I treated Master's love like garbage.
TSK. If you can still put the blame on me, then I can only say that Meng Yutong is a pure dinner, the kind that cannot be saved. What is it, dinner? It sounds like this little thing is dragging me down again.
Meng Yutong glanced at him and then at Yi Tian. Now that we've found the thing, let's go. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared from the spot. As expected of a returned Void Stage Master, even his shadow couldn't be caught when he teleported. Yi Tian took the jade pendant, said thank you with a forced smile and left. However, Lin Hong detected a hint of coldness in his eyes. There's nothing I can do, since I'm the villain. The protagonist and the villain have a natural bond, and even if he takes a breath, he may be envied by the protagonist. Lin Hong took a breath, and just as he turned around he was almost hit by Yun Yao driving the ball.
Senior sister? Why didn't you leave? What's wrong?
Yun Yao smiled and took a step closer.
Because Master asked me to bring you your favorite things. You can do your favorite work for the next 2 days. Favorite thing?
Lin Hong looked around and found that it was indeed quite good. Hey, this is it. In just a moment, a pitch-black stick appeared out of thin air in Yun Yao's hand. You sincerely said yesterday that you enjoy farming and often spend time with the plow. Master specially found you a pickaxe from the barracks. I'll leave it to junior brother to work hard on the spiritual fields in the back mountain. Lin Hong was dumbfounded.
Senior sister, you are kidding, right? Is there a spiritual field in our back mountain? I heard it's a wasteland. That's right. So you need to open up the land. Don't worry, I have my sister to help you. It will be quick. Fast, it will take me forever to open up new land with just this broken stick. Let's go. Master asked me to supervise you.
If you slack off on the first day, you'll be punished.
He.
Talking big is fun for a while, but it will also increase your spiritual power. Yun Yao waved her hand to signal him to follow. Lin Hong had a dark look on his face, but he had to follow. Back mountain, the desolation stretches as far as the eye can see. Since Meng Yutong became the master of Xianyun Peak, he has always adhered to the principle of reclaiming as much land as there are people, so the whole mountain looks extremely natural and appropriate to eye. In other words, it is a manifestation of lazy governance. As long as she lives comfortably, she can let her disciples do whatever they want. When you are hungry, you don't have to starve, just lie down and eat grass. Lin Hong stood in the wasteland holding a black pickaxe, letting the wind mess up his hair. In the following time, Lin Hong waved the pickaxe and cursed his vicious master in his heart, which made Yun Yao unable to repair herself carefully. It has to be said that although Lin Hong looks serious, he curses as much as the common people in his heart. Meng Yutong, you're such a bitch. I was just being polite and said I like farming, but you actually asked me to open up some land for you. My father is the clan leader after all, you should at least give him some face. Let me till the fields now. When Yi Tian captures you in a while, I'll be treated like a slave by you. Lin Hong was complaining when Yun Yao started to eat a green fruit. She blinked at him. Hey! You conspicuous person, why don't you just be honest? You insist on saying you like farming. Now look. Master has granted your wish, and you still refuse. Yun Yao waved her hand and threw the spiritual melon to him. Take a break first. But junior brother, why do you look so grim? Why don't you smile and be a little more cheerful? Don't you like it? Lin Hong smiled and nodded. Well said, very well said. That's right, senior sister. I'm almost dying of joy. Looking at the green melon that was about the same size as Meng Yutong, Lin Hong immediately took a bite. While eating melons, he took the opportunity to take a break to keep his eyes on Yun Yao. I have to say that each heroine has her own unique characteristics. Yun Yao was wearing a bright red skirt today, with a palm-sized wine gourd on her waist. She was the one who loved drinking the most among the many female protagonists. It is not difficult to tell from his attire that he has a rather stubborn character and will take revenge for any slight. Once you provoke her, she will kill you even if you run to the ends of the earth. Take Meng Yutong and Mu Liushi as examples. Although both of them belong to the category of ice beauty, but Meng Yutong is the kind of person who is charming but solemn. But Mu Liushi, on the other hand, tends to be dignified yet cold. If you ask Lin Hong which one he likes, he would definitely choose Meng Yutong. Although I'm not the protagonist, I still look pretty good right now. I really can't understand why Yi Tian's smile is like a spring breeze, but my smile is like a filthy shrimp head. How could the two completely opposite personalities, the aloof goddess and the fiery heroine, like someone like Yi Tian who loves to stir up trouble. Lin Hong couldn't accept this. Yun Yao, who was eavesdropping while eating melons, suddenly heard the words Fire Lady and almost blurted out, "Who was the Fire Lady?" Fortunately, I came to my senses and didn't ask this question. If I asked this question, wouldn't my secret that I can hear what's really going on be exposed? Naturally, she wouldn't say anything about this matter until she had figured it out. Chapter 6, Self-disciplined men are scary. Female lickers are even scarier. The plot later on is also quite exciting. If I remember correctly, after returning to the secret realm of exterminating nations, the sect will assign tasks to each sect. This fool Yun Yao had no idea that she would fall into Yi Tian's trap. Not only would my leg be broken, but her body would also be given away for nothing, and she would be the first one to be taken into the harem. As a result, Yi Tian got into big trouble and had to go to the brothel to atone for his sins. Although I don't know what happened next, it's pretty miserable just thinking about it. I'm not a saint, so I can't say for sure if I can save this leg. If she's willing to give it away for free, there's nothing I can do. The protagonist's memory is biased here. The original novel is a clean waterline, and the heroine is not raped. The pit will be filled in later. A brothel is a brothel, but don't think that there are only ordinary women in it, from cultivators at the Qi training stage to great masters at the Hadao stage. As long as the power behind the Hualu is strong enough, there is no realm of cultivators that cannot be obtained. About 100 years ago, there was a sect called Baihua Valley, which offended a super powerful force for some reason. As a result, all 103 members of the sect, including the sect leader, were sold to brothels. You have to know that the leader of Baihua Valley at that time was already in the middle stage of Hadao, and was also on the list of beauties. The sect was surrounded, and it was said that some of the items were refined into furnaces for use. It goes without saying how miserable the consequences would be if you went to a place like a brothel. Lin Hong recalled vaguely in his mind and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Everyone has compassion. Under the suppression of the dynasty, although such tragedies will not happen again, people with conscience will more or less feel uncomfortable and regretful. A self-disciplined man is scary. Female lickers are even more terrifying. Snap. When Yun Yao heard Lin Hang's thoughts, she was so shocked that she even dropped the melon on the ground without holding it firmly. Before, I could always hear Lin Hong complaining about her giving it for free, and now even the details of it have come out. Thinking about what Lin Hong had said in the past 2 days, she was indeed a little panicked. She couldn't believe that this was the trajectory of her life. She has feelings for junior brother Yi Tian, but it's just the affection between siblings, and it's not even close to the level of a Taoist couple. Could it be that there will be big changes in the next sect mission? No, absolutely not. I will never accept a life like this. Yun Yao swore secretly in her heart. At this moment, Lin Hong was looking at her with a confused expression. Senior sister? What are you doing? The melon has fallen. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, which brought her back to her senses. Poof. Yun Yao hid the look of disgrace on her face and snorted coldly, "Stop talking too much. Rest after you finish eating. Don't act like a fool." Ah. Silly idiot. Lin Hong didn't understand what this sentence meant. He didn't know that Yun Yao had heard his inner thoughts clearly, and his attitude towards Yi Tian has subtly changed. The heroine is like this. After learning about her predetermined fate, she always develops a rebellious mentality, regardless of whether it was true or false. She had already begun to be wary of Yi Tian. 2 days passed quietly during this period. Mu Liuxi and Meng Yutong came here once each. After seeing Lin Hong diligently cultivating the spiritual field, he left with satisfaction. There is no way, because there are too many things to complain about, and these two cold-blooded people have been completely offended. Master, do you really want him to keep clearing the wasteland? This little fellow looks innocent, but I feel he's quite capable of hiding something. To punish him for his dishonesty, it's best to let him suffer a little. Early morning of the 3rd day. Meng Yutong gathered everyone to board the cloud boat and set off to the secret realm of the destroyed country. This long journey requires crossing the void. Yi Tian and others are only in the Jindan stage and cannot tear through the void to travel across the starry sea, so they can only rely on the cloud boat as a means of crossing. Lin Hong looked at the shimmering plank beneath his feet. His consciousness and the Tong Tian treasure mirror quickly communicated with each other, and he quickly learned the information about the cloud boat. It's indeed a 5th-grade magical weapon. I never thought Master had such a treasure. With the cloud boat protecting us, We don't have to worry even if we encounter bandits.
I just don't know how fast this thing is. Master, are you saying that the secret realm of exterminating nations has appeared on the Tianqing continent?
That's right. The Tianqing continent is only separated from our Tianxian continent by a celestial river.
Although this journey won't take too long, the three major immortal sects of the Tianqing continent will definitely be involved.
The 100-year-old sword sect, one of the three great immortal sects, has a close relationship with our Qingxian sect.
It may not be a friend, but it is definitely not an enemy.
Apart from the three major immortal sects, Zishu sect and Qingyue Changde will be our main competitors. As for the other small sects, there is no need to worry about them.
Meng Yutong looked at everyone and said calmly, Master, I have a question. What's the problem?
Yi Tian turned around and glanced at Lin Heng and said, since Master is taking us to experience this, he certainly cannot be with us the whole time.
If I let junior brother Lin follow us into the depths of the secret realm, I'm afraid it would be inappropriate.
The implication was that Lin Heng, this burden, would hinder their search. Before he could continue his suggestion, Meng Yutong said coldly, don't you three, as senior brothers and sisters, even think you can't take care of Hanger? Hanger, Yi Tian was stunned, Yun Yao and Mu Liushi were also stunned. Wait.
Call me Hanger? You call me so affectionately. Wouldn't Yi Tian, the jealous guy, be jealous of me?
Lin Heng, the person involved, was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Yi Tian. From his eyes, one could see 3 parts confusion, 3 parts disdain, 3 parts anger and a potential murderous intent. Yes, that's the look. As expected of the protagonist, he has a crooked smile that flows like water and a fan-shaped look in his eyes that remains unchanged.
Very good, junior brother Lin. Your presence has made me feel that Xianyun Peak is no longer so boring.
Don't think that just because you're the sect master's son you can compete with me for master's favor. Yi Tian suddenly felt that this was not so boring. Since the first day he entered Xianyun Peak, he has regarded Meng Yutong and her 5 disciples as his women. It was precisely because of his intervention that no male disciples had entered Xianyun Peak for many years, and even the menial disciples were all female. Master, senior sister, I will let you know that I am the most outstanding disciple of Qingxian sect and the future successor to the Holy Sun. Only by becoming my woman and staying by my side can you stand at the pinnacle of the world of immortal cultivation. The 3 women and 1 man had different thoughts and all fixed their eyes on Lin Heng. Strange, I haven't said a word since I got on board, but why do you keep looking at me? Master and senior sister, please give all your attention to Yi Tian. The scene was too embarrassing, so Lin Heng put his hands in his pockets and went straight to the cabin. The cloud boat flew at full speed, comparable to the speed of a cultivator in the God transformation stage. 2.5 days passed, finally arrived at the undying mountains of Tianqing continent. At this time, many monks had gathered around the Buluo mountain, which was the entrance to the secret realm of destroying the country, the 3 major immortal sects native to Tianqing continent. Plus the sects coming from Tianxian continent have a total of more than 200 people. Compared with other sects, Qingxian sect has the least number of people coming, and its number is even less than that of several other small sections. Fortunately, Yi Tian, Yun Yao, and Mu Liushi are talented disciples far beyond their peers, and with Meng Yutong, a returned to Void Stage Master, there is no problem.
Friend Meng, long time no see. Hu Rong, the centenarian elder of the Sword sect, has reached the middle stage of return to Void and is as powerful as Meng Yutong. Elder Hu, long time no see. Ha ha ha.
The Qingxian sect has arrived, so now we're all here.
Master Park, do you know when we can enter the secret realm?
Everyone looked at the middle-aged man on the far right wearing a gray robe and holding a tray. Although this person looks young, he is actually an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years. His cultivation has reached the peak of return to Void. The 3rd mathematician of Tianji sect is named Pu Fangyuan, also known as the Ghost Mathematician. His deduction skills are at the pinnacle among those in the same realm.
Don't worry, fellow Taoists. The secret realm of destroying nations has moved to the Tianqing continent and now overlaps with the unfalling mountains.
The 3 may seem to be spatially converging, but they have spawned multiple paths.
Right now, this is the best way.
When Xianyang stands in Dongyin, it will be the best time. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to wait where they were. After all, the location of the star shift in the secret realm of national destruction was discovered by the Tianji sect, so no matter how anxious they were, they could only wait patiently. Chapter 7. It turns out that the silly master was dragged here to be a tool taking advantage of this opportunity. Lin Heng observed the others intentionally or unintentionally. An elder in the early stage of return to void came to Zishu sect, and he had 20 disciples. Qingyue Chang'e was led by a woman in white. Her face was covered with a white scarf, and only a pair of phoenix eyes could be seen. There were about 30 disciples behind her, most of whom were female disciples. The Qingyue Chang'e sect is very mysterious. It has existed in the Tianxin continent for thousands of years, but no great secrets have ever been revealed. They appear to be reclusive, yet they can be seen on many important occasions. It is said that the leader of Qingyue Chang'e sect has broken through to the Hadao realm, and the 5 elders in his sect all have the power of half a step to Hadao. Also, since this sect has hardly ever shown its abilities, no one knows how strong its overall combat capability is. Even so, no major sect in Tianxian continent is willing to go against it. Just because others don't know Qingyue Chang'e's background doesn't mean Lin Heng knows nothing about it. This woman in white only knew the single word Xiu. No one knew her real name. Even other sects could only call her Daoyu Qiu. Lin Heng speculated that she must be listed in the list of beauties, and her ranking might even be higher than Meng Yutong. After all, when one reaches their level, their appearance is naturally beyond words. The higher your cultivation level, the harder it is to see ugly people. Just as Lin Heng was looking around, there was a sudden movement on the Bulyuo mountain. The ghost calculator Park Fanyuan immediately threw the luck plate into the air, formed a seal with one hand, and with a loud bang, the whole mountain seemed to be covered by a thin net. Under the halo, the formation seal was reflected in front of everyone. In just a moment, a strange blue door appeared above the formation seal. Pu Fanyuan shouted, "My fellow Taoists, the door to the secret realm has been opened. Follow me in." Soon, under his leadership, more than 200 people from various sects entered the secret realm. In the secret realm, spiritual energy is lingering and mist is swirling. The first thing that catches the eye is the 2 broken wall gardens, which are like the main beams of a palace, supporting the endless void. A corpse, reduced to dry bones, fell on the wall, making the whole country look as if it was stained with ominousness. Very depressing. This was Lin Heng's first feeling. Maybe it's because of the gray tone. Not long after entering this country, someone suddenly pointed to a huge pit not far away and shouted, "Look at that place." Everyone looked in the direction her finger pointed to. I saw that the deep pit was very vast, with a large number of bones piled up in it, and the air was extremely cold. Hiss, I feel the might of Hadao. Here are the remains of a great Hadao master. Indeed, this place looks like a secular execution ground. An elder from a major sect pointed to a gallows not far from the deep pit. So many people were killed at once, even some powerful Hadao masters. This shows how prosperous this kingdom was in the past. A Hadao cultivator can be considered a giant in today's world of immortal cultivation, but this sacrificial ground where the corpses of criminals are piled up has actually slaughtered a Hadao cultivator. Compared with other sect elders, Pu Fanyuan and others seemed much calmer. My fellow Taoists, this is only the outermost part of the nation-destroying secret realm. The real opportunity lies within. Let's continue on our way. Park Fanyuan continued to move forward with the wheel in his hand. Ding. System plot prompt. 7 stars in 6 positions formation, formed with 7 people, the combined strength of 6. The sudden prompt sound from the system made Lin Heng stunned, especially the plot that happened later, which almost made him exclaim, "Wow! This formation is quite impressive." It seems Meng Yutong's serious injury and decline in cultivation level are closely related to Yi Tian. Lingding's heartfelt words immediately startled Meng Yutong and the other 2 girls. Meng Yutong, formation? Is my cultivation level drop related to Yi Tian? Yun Yao, oh my god. Is Lin Heng saying that Master will be seriously injured and his cultivation level will drop? Mulyoshi, Master is extremely powerful. Could it be that this secret realm contains some deadly danger? The 3 girls' curiosity was immediately piqued, but after waiting for a long time, Lin Heng felt nothing. As the person involved, Lin Heng had not yet noticed that Meng Yutong and the other 2 girls had taken a few steps closer to him. It's really annoying. Can you please explain it more clearly? What on earth did Master encounter? Yun Yao really wanted to roll up her sleeves and make him spit it out immediately. After carefully reading the plot hints, Lin Heng continued to complain inwardly, no wonder. It turns out that the Tianji sect had long known the location of the nation-destroying secret realm and had sent people there before. However, the secret realm was filled with barriers, and the Tianji sect alone was unable to break through all of them.
Zishu sect and Qingyue Chang'e were their first partners.
If Tianji sect wanted to use the 7 stars in 6 positions formation to break the barrier, they had to find someone to act as the core of the formation. If you think about it, you'll know that being the center of the formation is the most dangerous thing. Any backlash will affect the person in the center, while the other 6 people will be safe and sound. My silly master was actually used as a tool. Lin Heng shook his head slightly, seeming to feel a little regretful. Based on his understanding of Meng Yutong, she definitely didn't know the danger of the 7 stars 6 positions formation. It could even be said that she didn't even know that she had become the core of the formation, but this was only the first step in her decline. At this moment, it was a foregone conclusion that Meng Yutong had been seriously injured, so Lin Heng naturally would not intervene. His current main task is to follow the plot and make Tian a traitor to his master, then get the best reward. Lin Heng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he thought about it, but he didn't know that his little thoughts had already been heard clearly. Yun Yao and Mu Liushi frowned slightly, their expressions somewhat complicated. Since Lin Heng could predict what would happen, he was unwilling to give any warning and just watched his master jump into the fire pit. The two of them originally wanted to convey the message to their master, but then they thought, how would they explain this? Could it be that Lin Heng said that they could hear what he was thinking? Obviously, this statement is not the optimal solution. Even if I tell it, Meng Yutong will definitely not believe it. They believed that Lin Heng knew more, and if they made him alert, they couldn't tie him up and torture him. In the end, the two of them struggled for a long time but still couldn't find a suitable excuse to speak. With Lin Heng around, there will be no danger to life anyway. Meng Yutong couldn't help but clench the corner of her clothes with her delicate hands under her sleeves. If she hadn't been rational, she would have really wanted to hang Lin Heng up and whip him severely. Ye Tian's crime of threatening his master to do something wrong is naturally unforgivable. Then, since you knew about the crime but didn't report it and even assisted the evildoer, and your master is now imprisoned, shouldn't you be held equally guilty? Seeing that he was being plotted against, he actually smiled so happily. To be fair, up to now, as his master, she has not bullied him in any special way except punishing him for not going to open up the wasteland. Honestly, she decided that after she returned, she would find fault with him and teach him a lesson so that she could feel the love of her master. But just as this thought was about to come out, she suddenly froze again. Wait a minute. Just because I can hear his inner voice doesn't mean he knows I can hear it. If there's no inner voice, from his perspective, even if he says it, I might not believe it. After Meng Yutong calmed down her anger, she suddenly felt that her previous thoughts were a bit ridiculous. After all, their master-disciple relationship had not yet been truly stabilized. Chapter 8: The conspiracy between Tianji sect and Zishu sect. When they reached a canal, a barrier appeared above the dry river, blocking their way. My fellow Taoists, according to ancient records, there is a 100-mile-long ditch in the secret realm of the destroying nation, running the length and breadth of the entire nation. Beyond this barrier lies the very core of the nation. Friend Pooh, how do we break this barrier? I just used 50% of my strength to strike it, but there wasn't even a ripple. The Fengyue sect elder retracted his right hand and said, If true Lord Fanshu used 50% of his strength, even a mountain of 100 miles could be razed to the ground, but when facing the barrier, he couldn't even produce a ripple. Pu Fengyuan seemed to have anticipated this. The one who set up this barrier is more powerful than us. If we want to break it, we must not divide our forces. Only by combining our forces can we have a chance. My Tianji sect has a 7-star formation that can gather the strength of 7 people. When they use all their strength, it's no less fatal than a powerful Hadao master's attack. Really? The fact that 7 returned to void stage cultivators could join forces to launch a powerful attack was beyond imagination. That's natural. Park Fengyuan said proudly. The luck disc flew out again and landed at his feet. After a rustling and dark spell, the ground began to loosen and even a cloud of dust was splashed at the scene. The whole formation process was very fast. Before Lin Heng could even see the movements of his hands, he saw 7 points appear on the ground. Pu Fengyuan stood behind the luck plate and said, Fellow Taoists, please stand in the positions I have marked. Fellow Taoist Hu and fellow Taoist Feng, please stand at the east and west outer points respectively. Fellow Taoist Sun and fellow Taoist Chiu, you two should stand in the lower right corner. As for fellow Taoist Meng, you can stand behind me. Park Fangyuan directly arranged the positions without specifying where the center of the formation was. Of course, Meng Yutong and others are not good at formation techniques, so they have no idea of the advantages and disadvantages of this formation. Meng Yutong glanced at her feet and frowned slightly. Just now, she felt that Pu Fangyuan seemed to have a slight eye contact with Fangjin, the elder of Zishu sect, as if they understood each other, as if they had succeeded. When they reach this level of cultivation, even small actions will be magnified to a huge extent. Then she sent people to investigate the Tianshuan sect and the Zishu sect and discovered that they had had many exchanges before the secret realm of the destruction of the country. It is impossible that these two have not conspired together. Thinking of this, Meng Yutong had already stood at the center of the formation. Fortunately, she had made all the necessary preparations before leaving, and with Lin Heng's reminder, she was confident that she would be safe even if she acted as a tool. Everyone, don't hold back. Put your strength into the luck plate. As Pu Fangyuan finished speaking, powerful fluctuations of true energy suddenly emerged from the 7 points. The formation was activated, and the spiritual energy around began to surge in frantically, forming a vortex that gathered towards the luck disc, and then turned into a beam of light that was injected into the luck disc. The beam of light became brighter and brighter, and in the end it looked like a blinding golden light, making everyone dare not look directly at it. Bang, 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 bang. As the formation roared, cracks began to appear where the formation was formed. Everyone was surprised and kept backing away to avoid being affected. Click, with a loud bang, a layer of barrier collapsed. At the same time, the backlash force after the collision of the 7 forces also erupted. Meng Yutong, who was at the center of the formation, was the first to be hit. Even though she released her protective chi at the first moment, it was shattered in an instant. After all, this is the backlash force generated by the 7 true lords of returning to the void. I am afraid that a cultivator in the spirit transformation stage will be directly blown into ashes. Puff, Master. Friend Meng. Yi Tian and others and the centenarian elder of the sword sect exclaimed in surprise. Ahem, I'm fine. Meng Yutong shook her head and forced a smile, signaling everyone not to worry. Friend Pu, why does such a strong backlash occur? Meng Yutong's eyes were cold as she asked the question, knowing the answer. The centenarian elder of the sword sect and the white-clothed woman named Qingyue Changde also cast inquiring glances. Ha ha. Pu Fangyuan smiled. He had already prepared an explanation for this. My fellow Taoists should know that most formations have a center, and this 7-star formation is no different. But unlike ordinary formations, every point in this 7-star formation has the potential to become the center. What? They're all the center of the formation? You mean everyone could suffer such a severe backlash? Then why didn't you tell us in advance? We weren't even prepared at all. Hu Ron, the centenarian elder of the sword sect, questioned. Fellow Taoist Hu, if I tell you all the advantages and disadvantages of this formation, and if one of you is afraid of backlash and refuses to use your full strength, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? I have some healing elixirs here. Fellow Taoist Meng, you can rest assured and recover. I will go and explore the way for you first. After handing the pill to Mulyoshi, Pu Fangyuan took his disciples directly into the core of the secret realm. Sects such as Zishu sect then rushed in. Once the barrier is broken, there is opportunity. Whoever gets there first is more likely to gain more. Friend Hu, please go in first. We'll be there soon. Meng Yutong said. All right. I don't know what dangers there are in the city. Fellow Taoist Meng, please heal your wounds first. After Huron led the 100-year-old sword sect away, Meng Yutong sat cross-legged on the ground to prepare for healing. Yi Tian, Lin Heng, and others had no choice but to stand by quietly. The trend cannot be defied. Master is now severely injured, effectively sapping half of his strength. If I remember correctly, Yi Tian got into a dangerous fight later on, and if she acted too eager to save her disciple, her cultivation would most likely be completely ruined. The final result is that the beloved disciple he protected turned around and did the same thing as the jockey Mijo. If you want to blame someone, blame this woman for being so foolish. She couldn't even discern her apprentice's character after all these years. For a moment, everyone was silent, even though they were already in silence. Yun Yao and Mulyoshi felt a sense of guilt and panic in their hearts. They felt guilty that they hesitated and did not remind Meng Yutong to avoid danger. What's terrifying is that every word Lin Heng said came true. As if he could peek into the laws of nature and see through their life trajectories in advance. Could it be that Yi Tianjin would betray his master and destroy his ancestors, since Yi Tian entered the peak, from his master to his 5 senior sisters, who among them did not take care of him in every possible way, and his performance lived up to everyone's expectations. With his spiritual roots, he had a very high talent for cultivation. In just 3 years, he was able to surpass his peers. If he were given another 100 years to grow, the world of immortal cultivation would sooner or later have another giant. Although Meng Yutong closed her eyes, her consciousness was always on Yi Tian. She wanted to see how Yi Tian would react when he saw that she was injured. I found that he was not as calm as usual, and there was even a hint of worry in his eyes. This surprised her a little. According to Lin Heng's words, he should have shown a little expectation. However, this cannot dispel her distrust of Yi Tian. Meng Yutong glanced at the storage ring and saw a layer of black fragments floating inside. This is one of her trump cards, the Daozhu, which can withstand a fatal attack, and now she was just playing along, pretending to be seriously injured, in order to test her disciples. The last Dao Pearl has been used up, but fortunately it helped me offset 70% of the backlash. I want to see if what happens next is just as Lin Hong said. Tian'er, please don't let me down. After all, they had been together for so many years, and she still didn't want to believe that her beloved disciple would do such a thing. Chapter 9. If it's too small, how about 2 fingers? After a while, Meng Yutong slowly opened her eyes, and her flawless face showed some fatigue, looking a little haggard. Of course, 80% of this is fake. Master, how are you feeling now? You vomited blood just now and scared us. Yi Tian asked anxiously. It's nothing, just a little backlash. Just a little adjustment is enough. Let's go in quickly, otherwise they will take all the good stuff. Meng Yutong waved her hand. Yeah. Let's go. Yi Tian nodded when he heard this and took the lead to follow inside the secret realm. Park Fangyuan was slowly walking towards the depths of the secret realm. The rest of the disciples scattered, each looking for opportunities. Since Lin Hong and others came in relatively late, they could always see disciples from various sects either gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to chat, or sitting cross-legged by the rocks to meditate and rest. Not far away, there were many stray students staring at them. Warily, looking very nervous. In this situation, if the elders are not around, there will be a situation where the sects will fight over the treasures. Meng Yutong turned around and said calmly, the 4 of you should look for opportunities. I will go on a solo trip. Do not commit murder or robbery. But if anyone dares to cause trouble, fight them back. No matter what happens, I will take care of you, yes. Hey! Senior sister Liushi, I'll leave Lin Hong to you. I need to go over there and take a look. Yunyao said hello and walked in one direction. Damn it, are you throwing me to Mu Liushi? Alright, it doesn't matter. It's the same with everyone else. This secret realm has nothing to do with me anyway. Lin Hong shrugged indifferently and was about to talk to Mu Liushi, but unexpectedly the other party turned around and walked towards the back. Hey! Second senior sister, wait for me. Lin Hong quickly ran to her side and deliberately rubbed her arm. Senior sister, walk slower, you have to protect me. Mu Liushi showed a look of disgust, but still had a cold face and didn't say anything. It wasn't because she didn't want to talk, but she really couldn't chat with someone who called herself Dead Face. This nickname really hurt her. Don't get too close. Okay, senior sister, is it okay to leave a gap of 1 finger in the middle? If that's too small, how about 2 fingers? Mu Liushi glanced at him and after a long while, she finally said, 3. Understood. Lin Hong immediately moved 1 centimeter to the right. In the following time, the 2 of them visited many places. This country is very large, and there are restrictions in many places. The 2 couldn't break it. Senior sister, isn't this secret realm said to have been opened many times? Then why are there still so many restrictions that haven't been lifted? Lin Hong asked curiously. I'm not sure about that, but I have some guesses. Mu Liushi rarely spoke and continued to explain, there are many similar secret realms in the world of cultivation. The secret realm of destroying a country is just one of them. The reason why the secret realm is called a secret realm is because it is not completely fixed in time and space. Otherwise, there would be no star shift. Ha! I'm a little confused. Isn't spacetime the product of the interaction between time and space?
What does the changing location of the secret realm entrance have to do with time? No. It's indeed related to time. Some secret realms are more like products of history. For example, the secret realm of the annihilation of a nation that we see now may be full of restrictions. 100 years later, after another star shift, when we enter the secret realm again, we may find that the restrictions have been lifted. Just because something hasn't been accomplished yet doesn't mean it won't be accomplished in the future. Just because a problem is solved in the future doesn't mean it won't affect the present. Lin Hong was dumbfounded. It felt like Mulyoshi explained, but also like she didn't explain. There's something interesting here. I feel like this worldview isn't as mindless as I imagined. The specific events are different, the same event is also different at different times. Interesting. Hey! We discovered this thing first, why don't you stop it? Just as the two were chatting, an angry shout came from somewhere, interrupting their conversation. Hearing the sound, they both looked up and then were stunned. I saw a woman in white standing on the top of a dead tree with her arms outstretched. The rich wood attributed energy around her quickly condensed into several green lotus flowers floating on her left and right. Not far from her side was hovering an emerald green flying sword. Facing him from a distance was Yi Tian, that's Qingyue Changa's disciple? What is junior brother Yi fighting with her for? Mulyoshi was a little surprised. While wandering around, she actually ran into Yi Tian and others fighting over something. There is no need to think too much about the things that can make Yi Tian's heart excited. They must be extraordinary things. Several more disciples from outside the sect came one after another. Oh? Has it already arrived at the scene where the protagonist shows off and steals the treasure? As expected of the protagonist, treasures are found wherever he goes. A withered spiritual tree actually still holds the power of life. Through observation, Lin Hong quickly deduced from the Tongtian Atlas what the two were fighting for. The dead tree under the woman's feet is an innate precious tree with extremely strong vitality. Even in the face of extremely harsh environments, it can condense the vitality in a certain part of the branches. When the time is right, it can be reborn. The strong life elements contained in the power of life are undoubtedly a treasure of recovery for those monks who have suffered serious injuries. Yi Tian originally wanted to use the power of life to heal Meng Yutong's injuries, but Meng Yutong was injured and weakened by the power of Tao after saving him, so the power of life was just a drop in the bucket. If my guess is correct, it was because Meng Yutong refined the power of life that Yi Tian discovered the secret of her cultivation plummeting. One link after another, no step can be missed. Does this matter affect the outcome of the Chongshur? Mulyoshi couldn't help but become more serious when he heard this. The general process of punching Master was seriously injured for the first time. Harvesting the spiritual wood. Master was seriously injured for the second time. Let Master refine the spiritual wood. Discover Master's secret fall. Successfully attack Master. Spiritual wood is the key bridge. Chapter 10, Harvesting Treasures, Dream Mirror. Come to think of it, the protagonist is set to be both good and evil, and the plot needs to be driven by a series of conflicting points. In order to show the perfection of the protagonist and highlight his status, you need a villain like him, and he needs to show off in front of an unknown passerby. Just imagine, the cold and beautiful Master was seriously injured, and the perfect boy who was as good as a demon went to find a magic medicine to heal her. The routine of the hero saving the beauty is always changing, but the public still likes this routine. The only cool thing is that the protagonist has captured the Master. Lin Hong imitated the protagonist's pretentious movements. He put his hands behind his back and sighed slightly. Qingyue Changa's female disciple is very powerful. She can cast several mysterious hand seals with just a wave of her hand, and the flying sword she controls through the air is also dazzling, but unfortunately, she met Yi Tian. It was no joke that Yi Tian was able to surpass his peers in the same realm. Mulyoshi stood there and showed no intention of helping. When Yi Tian was in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, he could defeat a cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core realm by crossing the lower realm. Now that he has entered the late stage and is in the same realm as the other party will naturally not be his opponent. Girl, stop it. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being ruthless. The woman's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and her eyes were sharp and she seemed very unwilling. Don't be afraid, junior sister. Let me meet him. At this moment, a man dressed similarly stopped the woman. I know who you are, Yi Tian, a core disciple of the Qingxian sect. I am Li Chaochun, the Qingyue Changa, and I have come here to learn from you. Is it him? Li Chaochun, who's ranked 33rd on the Heavenly Ladder ranking. Mu Liushi said in surprise. The ladder leaderboard? It's a battle power ranking. Those who make it onto the list are undoubtedly top-tier geniuses. The final ranking is updated every 5 years.
During this period, anyone who wants to climb the list must kill someone on the list.
So, what's your ranking, senior sister? I didn't participate in the rankings. Although the Heavenly Ladder ranking represents the highest honor, it will also attract countless challengers.
Lin Heng suddenly realized that's true. A ranking list is mostly just a false reputation. Once you are on the list, in addition to exposing your own strength, you will also attract endless challengers. Either you kill him, or he kills you or kneels down and admits defeat. Mu Liushi likes to practice meditation and doesn't like trouble, so she doesn't get involved in these disputes. Wow, this is a direct achievement for Yi Tian. There is no need to think too much about the next plot. Yi Tian will definitely defeat the opponent and successfully make it to the list. Passerby A will be shocked again. Li Chaochun. Never heard of him. Yi Tian didn't smile. I bet within 5 rounds, Li Chaochun will be dead. In the first round, Yi Tian stood still and let his opponent attack him, but he easily dodged the long-range attack. In the second round, Yi Tian still stood still. His opponent thought he had luckily used 3 magical powers, but was cut off by a single sword. In the third round, Yi Tian sneered and began to mock his opponent. Li Chaochun flew into a rage and unleashed his strongest killing move, but it was still easily neutralized. In the fourth round, Yi Tian took the initiative to attack and defeated the opponent directly while the opponent was shocked. The following scene was exactly as Lin Heng had imagined, except that in the second round Li Chaochun only used 2 magical powers and a flying blade to launch a sneak attack. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the beginning of the fourth round, Li Chaochun was so shocked that his head was chopped off by a sword before he could finish his words. Yi Tian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down on everyone. The remaining disciples of Qingyue Chang'e did not dare to breathe and retreated one after another. Li Chaochun was Zhou's most proud disciple, but Yi Tian actually killed him directly. Mu Liushi opened her mouth, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. It was not because of Yi Tian's powerful fighting ability, but because of Lin Heng's prediction of the battle. Yi Tian and Li Chaochun were like the actors he found, following his script step by step. Was he just giving a live commentary? Exaggerate, it's unbelievable. Yi Tian walked towards them slowly, and couldn't help but smile smugly when he saw Mu Liushi's shocked expression. Senior sister is truly astonished by my current strength. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Li Chaochun is too weak. I don't even have the interest to fight him. He was secretly proud in his heart. Senior sister, junior brother Lin, what a coincidence. I just ran into some trouble and made you laugh. Yi Tian, you shouldn't have killed Li Chaochun. He was Qingyue Chang'e's key training target, and even the last disciple of the white-robed elder, Mu Liushi said after coming to her senses. Ha ha. Senior sister, are you worried about me? Yi Tian smiled. It was those disciples of Qingyue Chang'e who caused the trouble and tried to kill me. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame his poor skills. Besides, Master has instructed us to fight back if we get into trouble, and she will take responsibility. A troublemaker is a troublemaker. You killed the disciple Qingyue Chang'e carefully trained. Will he swallow this anger? To put it bluntly, you're just being selfish. You're using Li Chaochun to gain merit and get on the leaderboard, but you're passing the trouble on to others. Meng Yutong is already struggling to protect herself, yet you're still causing her trouble. I can only say this is what a beloved disciple does. Lin Heng shifted his disdainful gaze elsewhere. He knew very well how powerful Qingyue Chang'e's force was, and it was definitely not comparable to the current Qingxian sect. Originally, the two families had nothing to do with each other, but after this secret experience, Qingyue Chang'e began to actively cause trouble for the Qingxian sect. The culprit is Yi Tian now. The brainless Meng Yutong and other elders would even protect him. Yi Tian didn't stay for long and walked towards the west of the ancient ruins. Because Mu Liushi was with Lin Heng, she moved quickly, but she did gain some results. They found a small bottle of elixir and an ancient mirror in a secret room. Mu Liushi took out a pill to examine it. The pill was light yellow, round and plump, with only a faint medicinal fragrance emanating from it. It's actually a 4th-grade elixir. Lin Hong, you have the Tongtian Atlas to come and see what kind of elixir this is. Lin Hong put down the ancient mirror in his hand, glanced at the pill in her hand, moved closer to smell it, and quickly searched for information about it in his mind. It should be the Wrathful God pill. After taking it, there will be a certain increase in combat power, but the side effects will make the cultivator weak.
I see. Mulyoshi nodded and put the pill into her pocket. Senior sister, where is this mirror?
The restriction on the secret room was lifted by Mulyoshi, so Lin Hong naturally couldn't ask for the things inside.
Even if it was a mirror, he had to ask first. You take it. If you go back empty-handed, your senior sister Yao will definitely make fun of you. Okay.
Lin Hong was overjoyed and immediately put the mirror into the system space. In just a moment, the system interface popped up. Item, Dream Mirror, Missing, Description, a mirror crafted from billions of light crystal fragments, a bridge connecting dreams and reality. A world where the virtual and the real blend together, with no distinction between true and false. It can be used to evolve consciousness and accelerate cultivation. Those in the return to void stage can rip through the virtual and the real to enter the dream world. What the hell, just as Lin Hong thought, this mirror is also a treasure. Since there is a bottle of precious elixir in the secret room, why would a mirror be placed there casually? Dream world?
Dream?
Or the real world?
He doesn't quite understand this concept now, so he will study it after he returns. The two left the secret room, and as soon as they stepped out, they felt the ground shake suddenly. Chapter 11. Junior sister, how can I live if you leave? Immediately, a shout was heard from not far away. Oh no, everyone, retreat quickly.
I saw a group of disciples from Zishu's sect and some people from other sects rushing towards them. Some people even ran and cursed.
If you curse me again, I'll rip your mouth off. Bah!
Not only did you, the Qingxian sect, go too far in bullying us, but you also caused the deaths of 6 of our fellow disciples.
Are you blind? Didn't you see that it was that crazy woman Qingyue Chang'e who started it first?
I don't give a damn who did it, you guys killed my junior sister. The young man covered his purple-blue eyes, and only the right half of his dark silver robe was left, making him look extremely miserable. That's right, his eyes were hit when he was fighting with Yunyao for something. The robe he was wearing was a tier 2 magic weapon, but it was just torn to pieces by the shockwave. Yunyao didn't look well either. Her hair was disheveled and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth.
Yunyao,
second senior sister. When Yunyao saw Mulyoshi and Lin Hong, she immediately rushed over.
Xiaoyao, what happened in front? Don't mention it.
Just now, I and some outer sect disciples were searching a drum tower and found an alchemy cauldron.
I was about to grab it.
But then, a powerful pressure suddenly appeared above the drum tower.
If I hadn't escaped quickly, you would have carried me back to the sect. Pressure? What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I just saw a flash of white clothes.
When I was running, I ran into 3 disciples from the Zishu sect. They were yelling about our master fighting someone.
Upon hearing this, Lin Hang and Mulyoshi looked at each other at the same time. They had a tacit understanding with each other and knew what was going on immediately.
Ouch, no. I can't stand. Lin Hong, help me up.
Yunyao leaned close to him and placed her left hand directly on his shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Hong had no choice but to put his right arm around her right shoulder. That's good now, master is in trouble. No need to think too much, it must be because of Li Chao Chun.
You guys know the inside story?
Mulyoshi nodded, handed Yunyao a healing pill, and then explained, it must be because of junior brother Yi Tian. He killed Li Chao Chun of Qingyue Chang'e.
Really? How dare he be so reckless?
Yunyao was dumbfounded. Li Chao Chun is on the ladder list and has a great reputation. In Qingyue Chang'e's opinion, his status is like that of the true disciple of their Qingxian sect's main peak. If Yi Tian killed him, would his master not come and fight him to the death? While they were talking, the disciple of Zishu's sect who was wearing a tattered silver robe not far away suddenly started crying. He was shouting a woman's name. Junior sister, how am I going to live if you leave? Woo. The fellow disciple beside him also felt a little uncomfortable, so he stepped forward to comfort him. Brother son, don't be too sad. When I was in the sect, I often said that I would never marry you even if I died. Now you have helped her fulfill her wish. As soon as these words were spoken, the man in the silver robe froze.
Fuck you. I'm crying about money.
She borrowed 1,000 spirit stones from me.
1,000 spirit stones.
I saved up all year's worth of resources. Yun Yao and Mulioshi's mouths twitched after hearing this. Sure enough, that's how many are. It is always sad to see a beauty die. Even if you don't cry, the love and money will be hard to clear. Meng Yutong, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. Your evil disciple killed my disciple, and today I will make him die with my disciple. If you dare to stop me, you will be my enemy, Xingyue Chang'e. Even if I cannot kill you, you will face endless disasters in the future. Don't forget, you are seriously injured now. You can't be my opponent. The woman in white stood in the air, holding the star-picking sword in her hand, like a killing god who could destroy the world. Meng Yutong was equally unwilling to be outdone. The 3-foot sword tip emitted a dark blue light, and her aura was not inferior to that of the opponent. Although she knew roughly what had happened, she would not allow the other party to take Yi Tian's life. Fellow Taoist Xiao, your disciple took the initiative to stir up trouble and used deadly moves. He was inferior to the master and ended up dead. It's too much for you and me, as the master, to interfere in the affairs between disciples. Are you going to kill everyone who is stronger than your disciple? If your sect is cultivating greenhouse flowers, I have nothing to say. Meng Yutong's meaning is very clear. Matters between their peers should be resolved by their peers. Who can you blame when your own apprentice is incompetent and is killed? Humph. Stop trying to be so clever with your words. Seeing that she could not win the battle, the woman in white stopped talking and rushed forward with her sword. In terms of overall strength, it is obvious that the woman in white has the upper hand. True Lord Fanshu possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth with every move he makes. The aftermath of the collision between sword and ruler can even spread hundreds of miles away. This isn't the real battle yet. Transform the spirit to cultivate spiritual consciousness. Return to the void to cultivate visions. The vision is the true measure of the strength of a return to void cultivator. The vision resonates with the heaven and earth, and this is the true mobilization of the power of heaven and earth. Fellow Taoist Meng, fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you stop it now? After sensing the aftermath, Park Fongyuan immediately knew what had happened and rushed to the battlefield where the two were without saying a word. The secret realm of nation destruction is full of restrictions. If you two fight here, it is very likely to cause the restrictions to collapse, and then everyone will be in danger. The Qingxian sect killed my beloved disciple. I will not stop until I have my revenge. Asshole! Pu Fangyuan shouted loudly, then clasped his hands together and recited scriptures. In the blink of an eye, an octagonal golden hexagram condensed in the void, forcefully separating the two of them. Friend Pu, are you going to help Qingxian sect? The woman in white said coldly with angry eyes. The other party is already half a step away from achieving enlightenment, and anyone would be wary of him. If he stood on Meng Yutong's side, it would be a big trouble. Hoof. Pu Fangyuan snorted coldly and stood between the two men and said, I won't help any of you, no matter what conflicts you have. No large-scale fighting is allowed to happen in the secret realm of destroying nations. It will kill everyone. Even if you're not afraid of death, you should still consider the disciples you brought with you. Don't think I'm just exaggerating. After a long moment, the woman in white put away her sword. She continued to look at Meng Yutong coldly, saying word by word, Meng Yutong, this matter is not over. Now that we have a grudge, I will definitely take your disciple's life. At your service any time. Meng Yutong withdrew her gaze and looked at Yi Tian, who was sweating profusely not far away, and her brows became a little more solemn. But no matter what, Yi Tian is her apprentice, and at least he has not done anything out of line so far. She couldn't let the woman in white kill him, either morally or logically. Besides, Yi Tian is now the most outstanding disciple of Xian Yun Peak. She still relies on Yi Tian to choose the future successor. Master, I'm causing you trouble. Yi Tian stood in front of her and whispered, his face full of guilt. Seeing this, Meng Yutong paused in her words of reprimand and sighed, this is not your fault. You have performed well enough. I hope you can proceed steadily and not rush for fame and fortune. Remember Master's teachings. Yi Tian clasped his fists and bowed his waist, and was about to take out the life-giving spirit wood he had obtained to present to Meng Yutong to show his affection. Unexpectedly, the ground shook violently again. It was even louder than the noise caused by the fight between Meng Yutong and the woman in white just now. Chapter 12. Lin Hong has little time to argue. Meng Yutong suddenly looked up into the void. He was suddenly shocked. Could it be that the aftermath of the battle triggered the bell? In the center of the secret realm of extinction, there is a bell tower, on which hangs an ancient bronze bell. The entire bell tower was surrounded by the power of Tao, and its strangling force was so strong that even a cultivator who had returned to the void could not easily resist it. Boom, knock knock. The sound of the bell resounded throughout the entire secret realm, followed by an explosion of terrifying Taoist power, which swept over and instantly submerged all the cultivators within a 10-mile radius. Those cultivators were all outstanding disciples brought by various sects, and most of them were at the Jindan stage. Even so, they didn't even let out a scream. Meng Yutong reacted quickly, picked up Yi Tian like a chicken and ran away. They were too close to the center, and even if Meng Yutong used the great teleportation ability, he was unable to completely avoid the Taoist power. Could this power cause my cultivation to plummet? Meng Yutong was horrified. She would never allow this to happen. Not in a hurry. She immediately offered a life-saving talisman and a mysterious fan. These two items are her most precious treasures. The life-saving talisman can protect her soul, and the black fan is made of meteorite iron and can withstand the force of strangulation. According to the normal plot, Meng Yutong would give the life-saving talisman to Yi Tian because of her love for her disciple, but she didn't know that the most terrifying thing about this power is that it can strangle consciousness. But now, in order to avoid getting hurt, she directly used the life-saving talisman on herself, and even protected Yi Tian in front of her. Yi Tian was stunned immediately. Master, what are you doing? Don't be afraid, Tianer. Your master is here to protect you. With the Xianshan, we will be safe and sound. 70 miles away, Lin Hong and others naturally felt the huge earthquake and heard the bell, but the power of Tao had not yet arrived. What's going on? Did they start fighting again? Lin Hong looked at the smoke and dust gradually spreading behind him, and his heart suddenly tightened, and he had an ominous premonition. He subconsciously protected Yun Yao in front of him. No, that's not smoke, take cover. Mu Liushi shouted. Yun Yao also realized that something was wrong and wanted to hide behind a huge rock nearby, but unexpectedly, Lin Hong was pinching her slender waist from behind. Hey! Lin Hong, let go. Senior sister, open the shield quickly, it's too late. Can Lin Hong let go now? You can hide behind a huge rock 30 meters away, but I can't. Bang, the protective energy was activated, but it broke within 3 seconds. The two were blown several meters away and fell headfirst to the ground. Lin Hong was fine, as Yun Yao was blocking him, but his nose was hit by the back of her head and it hurt a little. As for Yun Yao, she was already injured in the fight between Meng Yutong and the others, and then she was shocked by the Taoist power and fainted on the spot. Xiao Yao. Lin Hong. Mu Liushi hurried over and said with a guilty conscience, "It's all my fault. I forgot Xiao Yao was injured." She dodged too quickly and forgot that Lin Hong had no ability to protect himself. Ahem. Lin Hong coughed twice, bared his teeth, and climbed up. He quickly ran to Mu Liushi and asked with concern, "Second senior sister, is senior sister Xiao Yao okay? It shouldn't be life-threatening. He just fainted. It's all my fault for holding senior sister Xiao Yao back. If she hadn't protected me." I'm afraid. Tears welled up in Lin Heng's eyes, but in his heart he was thinking frowny face. Luckily, I was smart enough to hide behind my senior sister. Honestly, this human shield is safe and reliable. Senior sister Xiao Yao, you can't blame me. If I hadn't done this, I would have most likely lost my life, while you would have only been slightly injured at best. Forehead. Mu Liushi was about to comfort him, but was suppressed by the 2 words he muttered in his heart. Although this behavior is understandable, isn't it too rude to compare your senior sister to a human shield in your heart? No matter how you listen to the tone, it seems like he's gloating. Not long after, Meng Yutong found Lin Hong and others. There was a paper puppet beside her, carrying Yi Tian on its shoulder. "Master, junior brother Yi, let's talk about it outside. We can't stay here any longer." Meng Yutong's face was pale, as if she had been seriously injured. After leaving the secret realm, the group boarded the cloud boat and returned inside the cabin of the cloud boat. Yun Yao was lying on the left side of the 2 beds, and Yi Tian was lying on the right side. Mulyoshi and Lin Hong were taking care of one each. It was obvious that Yunyao's injuries were much lighter. The power of Tao would gradually weaken as the distance increased. Their location was 70 miles away from the central bell. Meng Yutong sat on a cushion with her eyes closed and breathing, as if she was healing herself. Master must be very panicked right now. He must be feeling his cultivation level slowly declining. But, it's all your own fault. This is a bit strange. How did Yi Tian get injured? And he was injured so badly. Could something have gone wrong? Forget it, by the time Yi Tian wakes up, I should have received my reward. Lin Hong was secretly delighted, although the plot outcome is a bit biased. The completion of the dungeon, rebellion against master and disciple, is definitely a foregone conclusion. He was actually becoming more and more curious about what the top rewards could be: weapons, elixirs, or heaven-defying skills. Lin Hong shook his head and reminded himself not to be careless now. This is just the first key plot, and there are many pitfalls waiting for him next. After Master Yi Tianxiong, the entire Xianyun Peak will become a harem. No matter whether it is the mysterious senior sister or the cold and icy second senior sister, they will not be able to escape the predetermined fate of the harem. Therefore, he had to choose certain keynotes to carry out the reverse direction plot in order to avoid being killed by Yi Tian. It won't be long before the sect issues a mission. During this mission, Yi Tian will break one of his legs, and will also help him capture Yunyao directly. The best way to avoid breaking a leg is to not participate in the mission. As long as he doesn't participate in the mission, Yunyao might not give it to him for free. This will also slow down the protagonist's development speed. After all, the protagonist has the aura of having many wives and good fortune, and the more heroines he has, the stronger he will be. Thinking like this, suddenly Yun Yao opened her eyes abruptly. Before Lin Hong could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as if he was kicked by a donkey, and then he flew backwards 2 meters. Bang! Yunyao looked down at him, raised her jade feet and stepped directly on his chest that was about to break. Fuck! Senior sister, what are you doing? Lin Hong was stunned. He had been feeding her water and wiping her sweat for the past 2 hours. As a result, he was kicked as soon as he woke up. Is it because he is using her as a shield? The situation was so critical at the time, it shouldn't have been that serious. What he didn't know was, Junya's soul was just a little shaken, but that didn't mean she fainted and couldn't hear what Lin Hong was saying. Not only did he use her as a human shield, but he also gloated over her misfortune and said she was stupid and thick-skinned. If I don't teach this kind of junior fellow a lesson, how can I maintain my authority? Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Don't disturb Master's recovery. Mulyoshi pointed outside the cabin and signaled with her eyes. Junyao immediately understood what he meant and grabbed Lin Heng's collar and walked out. Senior sister. Senior sister. Are you crazy? I took good care of you all the way. Why did you hit me? Ha ha. Yunyao smiled, and a heartwarming smile appeared on her beautiful face. My dear junior brother, I don't mind using me as a human shield. After all, I have an obligation to protect you. Do you think that I can't feel the smile on your lips just because I fainted? Do you think I can't feel your restless little movements when you hug me? Click, Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat. Did he smile? He remembered that he had squeezed out 2 tears. How could an Oscar-winning actor make such a low-level mistake? If you want to laugh, you can only laugh in your heart. As for the little moves, Lin Hong doesn't have much time left to make excuses. In fact, Yunyao had no physical perception during her coma, but she heard these words, it's time to gain weight. P.S. Let me explain first, Yunyao may like to bully the male protagonist in the early stage, but she is definitely not masochistic, because the protagonist will stab him back fiercely later. The storyline of the two in the later stage is a little sweet. Chapter 13, Yi Tian can become a master. Why can't I? Yunyao snorted coldly, let go of him, threw him aside, and kicked him in the butt again. What a frivolous fellow, he's quite courageous. But, to be honest, I think this guy is more interesting than I thought. It was the first time she had such feelings towards the opposite sex. The secret realm of destroying the country lasted for 20 days. Both the 3 major immortal sects of Tianqing continent and the forces from Tianxian continent lost a lot of disciples at the final moment of evacuation. The origin of the bell is unknown, and even the Tianshuan sect had never expected that such a magical instrument would exist in the center of the secret realm. Dao power refers to the constraints on the magic. weapon itself caused by external factors. The white-clothed woman of Qinghua Changde originally wanted to ambush and kill Meng Yutong on her way back to Tianxian continent. However, they did not expect that such a disaster would be caused by their fight. In order to protect the remaining descendants of the sect, she had to withdraw her disciples from the secret realm in advance. The death of Li Chaochun was already a big blow. If the remaining disciples also died, she would be left alone when she returned. The only thing that comforted her was that Meng Yutong was most likely injured by the Taoist power because she did not retreat in time, adding to that the backlash she suffered when she broke through the barrier before. I don't believe she can still be as contemptuous as she was during the fight. Have you heard? The people from Xianyun Peak returned last night. From what I heard from Master, it seems like there's a problem with the secret realm. Back so soon? The round trip from Tianshan continent to Tianqing continent alone takes nearly 15 days, and they only stayed in the nation-destroying secret realm for 5 days? Several disciples from the main peak were whispering in the dojo, discussing this matter. Some people are even very dissatisfied with this. Ha ha. Originally, it should have been our turn to sit on Dao Peak in the nation-destroying secret realm. In my opinion, they couldn't compete with the other sects and had to evacuate the secret realm early. Zishu sect and Qinghua Changde have sent out almost all of their top talents this time. With just 5 women from Xianyun Peak, a young man named Ji, and even our newly found sect master's son, how can they possibly compete with other sects for this opportunity with just these few? That makes sense. Many disciples nodded in agreement. The disciples among the 6 peaks of Qingshan sect are not as united as imagined. This is not only true among disciples, but also among elders. Whether or not the disciples can earn benefits actually depends largely on whether the elders, or the peak masters, are capable. Although Meng Yutong is the only female cultivator, her methods are no less than those of the grand elder of the main peak. As for her disciples, she only adheres to one sentence: it's not the number of soldiers that matters, it's the people who make the success. The other side, inside the disciples' palace at Xianyun Peak, Lin Hong applied medicine to his eyes that were swollen by Yun Yao in the mirror, grimacing in pain. This silly girl. Is it necessary to be so cruel? It's bad enough that you got beaten, but you also insulted me by stepping on my face. Lin Hong decided to start saving money from today. Sooner or later, he would retaliate for this beating in another way. Brothels are places with high consumption, and it is difficult to get discounts even if you are an acquaintance. He has never asked how much a Jindan stage cultivator is worth, so the price should not be low. After finishing the work, Lin Hong lay on the bed and opened the system panel to find that the main storyline was not over yet. Come to think of it, Yi Tian was seriously injured and is still lying in a nursing home. The person should wake up soon, so there is no rush to reward him. The only thing that worries him is that he has not yet mastered the basic methods of cultivating immortals. According to the normal process, his cultivation level should at least reach the 2nd level of Qi training. Because Meng Yutong insisted on taking him to the secret realm of destroying a country, time wasted. Tomorrow I'll ask Meng Yutong for some basic immortal cultivation techniques, otherwise even my incredible talent will be useless. Strive to reach the 9th level of Qi training within a month. The next day, before Lin Hong woke up naturally, then I heard the door of my room being kicked open. Lin Hong, hurry up and get up. Don't forget that you still have a lot of work to do. Yun Yao leaned against the doorframe, her slender, straight legs slightly crossed. Today's outfit has changed. The skirt has changed to white and is even half a length shorter. If others saw her, they would definitely mistake her for a graceful lady. Lin Hong stood up quickly, knowing that he should not be fooled by her appearance. Panda, I say it all. Senior sister, you're not going to ask me to go to the back mountain again, are you? I'm injured. You should at least let me rest for a few days. There's no need to hold a grudge. It was just 2 scratches, I don't think it was small. Ha ha. Yun Yao laughed unhappily. At this distance, she couldn't hear what he was muttering in his heart. Do you think I want to stare at you? It was my master who sent me here. Master. She said she wants to use farming to sharpen your character. Since that's what you enjoy doing anyway, she asked me to keep a close eye on you. I guess you accidentally offended Master, otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately tormented you. This? I'd been respectful and careful since becoming her disciple. How could I possibly have offended her? Lin Hong originally suspected that Yun Yao was looking for trouble and deliberately targeting him. After all this time, it turned out that it was Meng Yutong who was causing trouble. In this way, Lin Hong was caught in the fields in a daze. After working for a whole morning, the pickaxe was almost smoking. If you endure for a while, everything will be calm. But if you take a step back, you will get angrier and angrier. He is a villain, but he is so cowardly. Even the cowardly way is not that way. Looking back, Yunyao was probably bored and had run away without knowing where to go. Could it be that her cultivation has waned, and she's taking it out on me? Based on the book's rather melodramatic setting for the heroine, that's probably the case. The protagonist is always favored, but the villain is not so optimistic. I can only say that he deserves to be attacked, etc. Chongsher, Lin Hong threw down the pickaxe, and the word Chongsher flashed through his mind, which immediately gave him a crazy idea. Some ideas may appear in an instant. There were no signs. Ye Tian is now unconscious, which means he hasn't reached the stage of becoming a master yet. Of course, this is not the point. Since Yi Tian can become a master, why can't he give it a try? There is a saying, if the enemy can go, I can go too. Facing a true lord in the Return to Void stage, there is actually not much difference between a Jindan cultivator and an ordinary person. Yi Tian was able to remain safe and sound, so logically he should be fine too. As for the results, there are only two options, success or failure. If it succeeds, Meng Yutong will not dare to disobey him just like she obeys the protagonist. Then what resources will she have for cultivation? Even if it fails, Meng Yutong will never kill him no matter how angry she is. At most, she will expel him from Xianyun Peak or even from Qingshan sect. Such a heinous act could not escape punishment even if he was the clan leader's son. He didn't think about returning to his ancestral home at the beginning, let alone entering Xianyun Peak. Even if he was expelled from the sect, it would be a happy thing for him. Staying away from Yi Tian can at least help him survive to the end. After figuring out the pros and cons, Lin Hong immediately dropped his pickaxe. Done. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Meng Yutong is unkind and unjust, so we can't blame him for doing such a heinous thing. But before that, it is necessary to figure out what condition Meng Yutong is in. If you still have some cultivation left, then you'd better stay here honestly. If you don't have any cultivation at all, you still have to be careful. To be honest, if Yi Tian hadn't succeeded, he wouldn't have dared to have any thoughts about Meng Yutong even if he had 100 courage. I hope this successful experience can be replicated. Even if it's beyond your capabilities, you should still give it a try. Chapter 14. You don't want others to know the secret of your cultivation decline, right? The other side, Xianyun Peak and Xianyun Hall. Meng Yutong claimed to be in seclusion, but in fact she was bathing leisurely in the spirit pool. The spiritual pool was filled with mist, and the rich spiritual energy gathered into a spiritual spring that flowed from top to bottom into the pool. The spiritual spring water can not only wash away foreign matter on the body, but also purify the restlessness caused by the soul. However, she had just closed her eyes and enjoyed herself for a while when she suddenly noticed someone entering the hall. Her spiritual sense instantly recognized the visitor, which surprised her a little. One of the purposes of her seclusion was to subtly convey signs of injury. The other party was trying to conduct a fishing expedition to see if their good disciple would take the bait. But the person who came was not Yi Tian. Why does this little guy act like a thief? Is there something he needs from me? Now Lin Hong tiptoed to the chair in the center of the hall, which was engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns. There were only 4 candles lit in the hall, and the dim light gave people a sense of solemnity and mystery. Master? He called out softly, and seeing no response for a long time, he felt relieved. As I expected, Master's cultivation has fallen to the point where he can no longer even use his spiritual sense. Otherwise, I would have been discovered the moment I stepped into the hall. Lin Hang felt like he had received a shot of adrenaline and became much more confident. In front of the Xianyun Hall is the meeting place, and behind it is Meng Yutong's boudoir. It has to be said that the boudoir is several times more magnificent than the palaces of their disciples. There are strange and magical plants along the garden, cattail, pavilion, and extremely rugged rockery. Meng Yutong walked out of the spirit pool, quickly changed her clothes, sat on the bed, and pulled down the curtains. Boom boom boom. Who is it? A weak and suspicious voice came from inside the house. Ha ha. That's it. Master, it's me. Lin Hong. Lin Hong pushed the door open and walked in. The whole room was extremely bright, and there was a screen between the bed and the door. Honger? What's wrong with you? The voice is so weak, it really can't be helped. No matter how much fun you have, you still need to be cautious about your vote today. Lin Hong knew Meng Yutong was watching him from behind the screen, so he bowed respectfully and said, disciple heard from senior sister that Master was slightly injured, so I came to visit Master.
There's a lot of discussion outside. Everyone says that Master is seriously injured, and the other elders want you to come out and see him. A smile appeared on Meng Yutong's lips.
Was he testing her? Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly heard, why not just go ahead and do it?
Although the movement is small, the pronunciation is extremely clear.
Go straight up. What to do? A swish. The screen was pulled open, and Meng Yutong behind the curtain was startled and couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Hong naturally noticed her reaction and was overjoyed.
Master, you're sweating profusely, right?
Master only suffered some minor injuries, nothing serious.
I will go to the main summit to meet with other elders in a few days. If you have nothing to do, please leave. Meng Yutong restrained her breath and pretended to be guilty. She wanted to see what Lin Hong was going to do. Oh? Lin Heng's tone became a little strange. Really, Master? If so, I'm relieved.
Of course. Master, I heard that you asked senior sister Yunyao to supervise me in reclaiming wasteland in the back mountain, but I don't like it very much.
I want to learn the immortal cultivation method from you.
Hunger, this is to hone your resilience and lay the foundation for your future cultivation.
You must understand, Master. Besides, this isn't what you like most. Are you lying to Master? No. Lin Hong took 2 steps forward. Master, I understand you so well.
You just want to torment me, but, from now on, some things are beyond your control.
How dare you? What did you say?
Meng Yutong was furious, and her voice returned to its usual coldness. However, in Lin Heng's opinion, the more this happened, the more it proved that she was panicking. From now on, apart from Yi Tian, you must also listen to me. I will definitely take care of this traitor. My unreliable father is the sect leader after all, so this connection should be enough to save my life. If I remember correctly, if word gets out about my declining cultivation, I'm afraid I'll have no place to stay inside, and there will be outsiders watching closely. Thinking like this, he walked quickly to the curtain and pulled it open. Lin Hong was immediately shocked, because she had just taken a shower in a hurry. Meng Yutong did not expect Lin Hong to do such a thing, so she just changed into a light nightgown. The light pink nightgown fit snugly against her curvy body, making her skin look even whiter and more translucent. Combined with her current expression of shock and shame, she is simply stunningly beautiful. Lin Hong swallowed his saliva. Consider this. The peerless beauty leaned lazily on the bed, with her legs crossed and one arm resting on her knees. The alluring curves and white shoulders were completely exposed to the air, emitting an alluring fragrance. Gurgle, Lin Hong swallowed again. No wonder Yi Tian was willing to risk his life to capture Meng Yutong. No one would miss the opportunity to become a master. Meng Yutong looked at him in surprise. He actually dared to blaspheme me. Also, what did he mean when he said just now that there was no place for her in the sect and the outside world was watching her covetously? Even if her cultivation was really damaged, the sect would not abandon her because of her hard work and contributions over the years in Qingxian sect.
Asshole, how dare you offend me?
Meng Yutong covered her chest with her left hand to avoid being seen, and swung her right hand in a look of shock and anger. Lin Hong easily grabbed his wrist. Meng Yutong's acting skills are superb, her emotions and expressions are very accurate, and there are no flaws to be seen.
Master, stop pretending. I know you're just like an ordinary person now. I never thought your cultivation would drop so quickly. Let go, you traitor. Do you know what you are doing?
Of course I know. I'm going to challenge my master today.
Master Chong.
Meng Yutong couldn't help herself when she heard these 2 words. It wasn't enough for him to charge the master alone, but he actually followed suit and did such despicable things. I was fishing to catch Yi Tian, but now Lin Hong came up. Look at this little expression, it's really funny. But don't worry, I'm not as cruel as Yi Tian. He became a master for pleasure, while I became a master for cultivation resources. Lin Hong originally had no thoughts about her, but after what happened in the secret realm, he realized that some things could not be achieved by just hiding. When it is time to strive, you must be decisive, seize the opportunity to take off, and try your best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. As for whether Master Chong wants to enjoy it or not, although Lin Hong admires the style of Wei Wu, he will not follow Yi Tian's ass and steal the meat. This guy is both good and bad, and it's hard to say whether Meng Yutong can handle it or not. If something goes wrong, who knows whose child it is?
It's disgusting to think about it. He he doesn't covet my body?
Meng Yutong gave up the idea of suppressing him and decided to continue acting to see what tricks he would come up with. Lin Hong is definitely not as simple as imagined. He must have known some secrets. Facts will prove that her choice is right.
Master, don't even think about resisting. After all, you don't want others to know the secret of your declining cultivation level, right?
Lin Hong imitated the quotes from the best actor he learned from movies and TV shows, and his expression couldn't help but become evil. As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed as if they were tainted with some kind of taboo cause and effect, causing Meng Yutong's body to tremble slightly. Hiss, why do I feel like I'm being suffocated by someone else's fate? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. Meng Yutong suppressed the confusion in her heart, and her tone remained cold. So what if this gets out?
Do you think you can control me with this?
TSK. Lin Hong shook his head helplessly. After I finish what I'm going to say, you'll understand your situation. He didn't know that Meng Yutong's move was to trick him into knowing the secret. For Lin Hong, it didn't matter what he told her about the plot, and it could also be used as a handle to control her, killing two birds with one stone.
Chapter 15, Main Story Completed. Different 5 elements. Spiritual roots. Take Qingxian sect for example. Aren't there any intrigues among your elders? If the elders who have a bad relationship with you, such as the second elder of Zuodao Peak, knew about your decline in cultivation, do you think you could still sit safely on Xianyun Peak?
Qingxian sect historically had 10 peaks, meaning 10 elders. Later, for some reason, 3 peaks were merged into the main peak. By then, not only will the position of peak master be lost, but even the outstanding disciples under his tutelage will be taken away. My 5 senior sisters and senior brother Yi Tian, with their talents, they can definitely make a living anywhere. Lin Hong explained the internal troubles she faced word by word.
Impossible. How dare they annex Xianyun Peak? Maybe.
Lin Hong put down her wrist, leaned down to look into her doubtful eyes and continued, Qingxian sect may not be so aggressive, but those people outside who are watching you are different.
Just like Qingyue Chang'e, whom you offended for Yi Tian in the secret realm of destroying a country, if that woman in white knew your situation, do you think she would let you go? Let's not talk about her.
Master, you are quite famous in the Tianxian continent and are among the top 10 beauties.
Haven't you offended others?
They may have to be humble and fawn over you because you are a true lord of Return to Void, but what if your cultivation is gone?
Once you leave the protection of Qingxian sect, I'm afraid your fate will be bleak.
Imagine someone who was once so high and mighty that you had to humble yourself and please him. Her point one day she was in dire straits. Can those enemies and jealous people let her go easily? If you are unlucky, you will die, but if you are lucky, you can become a slave. I've persuaded you, haven't I?
I don't believe these words can't win you over.
Meng Yutong's eyes were wandering as she digested the killing force it brought. To be honest, she hadn't thought about it that far. What the traitor meant was that in the future my Xianyun summit would be annexed, and I would be expelled from the Qingxian sect and subsequently murdered by my enemies. Meng Yutong felt a little scared. If all this is true and she is used as a threat, I'm afraid she will really be in trouble. If she had not taken Lin Hong to the secret realm of destroying a country, she would not have been able to know so many secrets and make preparations in advance. However, while she was still thinking, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of her. Under her astonished gaze, he raised his chin and pinched his face.
TSK, this face is really nice, it feels so soft and smooth when pinched.
Traitor! Bang! Meng Yutong reached out and knocked his hand away, and the 2 huge breasts on her chest trembled with anger at this frivolous action. Having lived for over 700 years, he was still the first person who dared to touch her face. This is outrageous. If he dares to touch his face now, who knows what he will touch in the future?
Master, can't I just get closer and admire you? I won't eat you.
Lin Hong boldly stretched out his hand and gestured. Meng Yutong frowned, but quickly suppressed her anger and silently comforted herself in her heart. If I expose myself now, it might backfire and make him suspect something. Since he likes acting, I might as well play along and find out who in the sect is hostile to me.
When the time is right, we will suppress it and teach it a severe lesson.
Perhaps it was because of Lin Heng's incompetence and love of playing, but she actually developed a sense of evil in her heart. That was to see Lin Heng's reaction when he found out that her cultivation was intact and everything was an illusion. I'm afraid he even wants to die. Well, I'll just play with you, this conspicuous bag, for a bit.
Don't cry and beg for mercy later.
That's right. Meng Yutong finally rested her head on his palm to show her submission. This unwilling little expression, this murderous look. It's so cool, really cool, and extremely beautiful and graceful. True Lord Fanshu was just being manipulated by others. Traitor, I will now give you the secret order for the main peak library. You can choose any cultivation method you want. Don't come to my bedroom again. As she spoke, she suddenly turned around and took out a diamond-shaped wooden sign from somewhere. Lin Heng's eyes lit up and he took it and said, "Thank you, Master." "But Master, this amount is definitely not enough. I will come again if you need anything else. You can't be stingy." He can live off this secret for the rest of his life. It is definitely not enough to reap the benefits once. After all, Meng Yutong is an elder, and he must have a lot of treasures on him. There will be plenty of time for her to get equipment later, and now he was going to the main peaks library to choose the martial arts he liked. After Lin Heng left, Meng Yutong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Acting is really not easy. If I hadn't tried my best to restrain myself, I would have slapped that bastard to death. After dealing with Lin Heng, she now has a headache about Yi Tian. It's tiring to think about these two people coming one after another to threaten me. Meng Yutong naturally could not have expected this at the moment. From then on, Yi Tian had no chance to become a traitor to his master. Master Yi Tianchong's prerequisite is to give her the life-giving spiritual wood for refining, and then discover the secret of her decline in cultivation. But now he was also seriously injured, and the life-giving spiritual wood was used directly by himself. Of course, even if Meng Yutong knew, she wouldn't care either. It's just right that Yi Tian didn't come to confront the teacher, so she can concentrate on dealing with Lin Heng's conspicuous bag. On the other side, Lin Heng had already climbed over 2 mountains according to the memory map and entered the main peak. The gatekeeper disciple at the outermost part of the main peak did not try to stop him after seeing him. The difference in their status was there. They were just menial disciples, so naturally they couldn't offend Lin Heng, the parachuted-in prince. Ding! The main storyline is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the ultimate reward, special 5 elements spiritual roots. Should I transplant now? The system prompt sounded. Lin Heng paused, a little surprised. The mission completed. Could it be that Yi Tian took over seamlessly after I left? Wait a minute, different 5 elements spiritual roots. Could this thing be a top-tier reward? As a person who has read countless online articles, he naturally knows how lame the 5 elements spiritual roots are. Whenever this thing appears, it is either a genius or a loser. Assume that the upper limit of the 5 attributes is 100 if you are 99, 95, 99, 98. 95, then there is nothing much to say. You are a noble hexagonal warrior. If your waist is 100, 50, 25, 15, 10, then you will have a pot belly. It looks like a civil engineer laying out pipes on site, but you can't guarantee that every pipe is in the right place. System, can you replace it with the empty spiritual roots from the mortal's journey to immortality? Or learn from old demon goo and give me a 5-element spiritual root. It will take me forever to develop it. If things go wrong, I might be killed by the protagonist before I even develop. Ding! Host, don't panic. This is not an ordinary 5-element spiritual root, but a mutated 5-element spiritual root. How does it change? Unusual 5-element spiritual roots are easier to break through than normal 5-element spiritual roots. Only one attribute needs to be cultivated to perfection to build the foundation. At the same time, the 5-element spiritual root contains the purest 5 elements, allowing the host to fuse multiple Dao principles during the Dao integration period, ignoring mutually exclusive attributes and truly integrating all Daos into one. Furthermore, with the support of the system and his extraordinary understanding, the host is more than capable of advancing on all 5 fronts simultaneously. After the system's explanation, Lin Heng suddenly felt that the situation was not so bad. At least in the early stages of training, he doesn't have to worry about being a polygonal warrior and delaying his realm advancement, but absolute profit is definitely unrealistic. Take a similar setting as an example. The ancient holy body in the ancient times was the most powerful physique, which required a large amount of spiritual energy to cultivate. However, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became thin, it gradually withdrew from the holy body stage. Even the different 5 elements spiritual roots require a lot of resources. Lin Heng found a deserted place and said, "Alright, let's start the transplant." Having spiritual roots is better than having no roots at all. Chapter 16, Reversal of the heavenly gang. Strands of spiritual energy flowed along the meridians to the Dantian. It condenses in the Dantian, turns into a ball of spiritual light, and slowly flows into the 5 internal organs. The transplant process was quick, with a very comfortable feeling of alternating hot and cold. Or it may be caused by the 5 elements of the spirit itself. Or finally, after half a while, the spiritual light disappeared completely, and all the internal organs returned to calm. As if everything that had just happened was an illusion, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely deep, lacking much of the clear stupidity. Only at this moment did he feel his body become light, and he seemed to have been reborn. Main Peak Dojo, training ground. Looking closely, he saw countless disciples gathered around him. Well done, well done. The competition between Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Wang is still the most entertaining. Our Main Peak will definitely take first place in this competition. It's hard to say. Dong Suning from Zuodao Peak and Yi Tianke from Xianyun Peak have both entered the late Jindan stage. These two are like monsters who have broken through 2 small realms in just 6 months. Some people still made an objective analysis. The sect competition is held every year, and disciples from all peaks can participate. On the one hand, it can test the strength of disciples from each peak, and on the other hand, it is accompanied by some division of interests. The better the peak, the more rewards you will get in the second half of the year. Last year, Xianyun Peak sent its boss Duan Shuyun and Mulioshi, who almost defeated the other 6 peaks. Therefore, Meng Yutong had the opportunity to grab the chance to go to the secret realm of destroying the country, but this year Duan Shuyun was out for training and couldn't come back, so the burden fell on Yi Tian, Mulioshi, and Yun Yao. Lin Hong was just passing by and had no intention of joining in the fun, but unexpectedly he was recognized. Hey! Look, isn't that Lin Hong? Lin Heng's name has spread throughout the sect since the day he returned to the clan. Some disciples have seen him. It's really him. Hey! What are you doing here at the Main Peak? The sect master is still in seclusion, so you can't see him. The speaker is a fat man with a bloated figure. This man's name is Du Yen. He is the nephew of the elder of the Main Peak and has obtained a job as the manager of the library in the Main Peak. It turned out to be the fat guy next to Yi Tian. Lin Hong was speechless when he saw this. He didn't understand why there was always a fat guy as a little brother beside the protagonist, because he is honest and reliable. Now that he has encountered it, he can't pretend not to see it. I will have to rely on this fat guy to get the martial arts techniques from the library later. Lin Hong turned around and smiled slightly. Hello, Senior Brother Du. I was just about to go to the library and didn't expect to run into him here. According to the original plot, Du Yen has already started to have contact with Yi Tian, but has not yet reached the point of becoming his younger brother. Seeing that he spoke politely, Du Yen was a little surprised and asked, "Do you recognize me? I've heard about Senior Brother Du's deeds from my senior sister. It's a rare opportunity to meet the real person today." Oh. Du Yen nodded. You just said you were going to the library to pick out some martial arts books? Exactly. Are there any secret orders? Lin Hong took out the wooden sign given by Meng Yutong and showed it to him. Suddenly, the disciples who were watching the excitement around gasped. The Elder's secret order. He actually got the Elder's secret order. There's a difference in secret orders? Lin Hong looked at the wooden sign in his hand and asked in confusion. Du Yen coughed lightly twice, suppressed the fear in his heart, and waved his hand, saying, "In that case, follow me." After walking for about 5 minutes, the two of them arrived at the library. Seeing that he still had questions, Du Yen explained the library has 9 floors in total, and each floor corresponds to a different level of cultivation technique. The higher the floor, the higher the quality and more complete the cultivation technique. The Elder's secret order in your hand allows you to ignore all restrictions and enter floors 1 to 9 at will. I have to say that your master loves his disciples the most. Even a newbie like you can directly use the Elder's secret orders. Even now I can only choose techniques from levels 1 to 4. Du Yen said enviously. Lin Hong suddenly realized that it turns out that secret orders are divided into levels. Ordinary secret orders can only select basic skills at the first level, and the next higher level is 1 to 4 levels. The highest level is the Elder's secret order, known as the clearance order. Of course, Master, this matter is handled decisively. Lin Hong looked around and went directly to the second floor. The library is oval in shape, with various books laid out on the table. Fortunately, each area is marked with special text, so you don't have to grope around in the dark. Pills, forging equipment, physical skills, attributes, miscellaneous. It is roughly divided into 5 categories, and each category has many branches. As the name suggests, physical training is related to self-cultivation, and boxing and leg techniques are everywhere. In the original story, because he had no spiritual roots, he could only practice the simplest qigong. In actual combat, not only is the damage low, but his luck has been almost broken for a long time. Now he possesses the mutated 5-element spiritual roots, which means he can practice techniques related to the 5 elemental attributes. When practicing qigong, the cultivator draws spiritual energy to fill the dantian, forming a vast channel in the body, and then stores the spiritual energy in the limbs and bones, achieving the purpose of cleansing the marrow and changing the meridians. A book placed in the wood attribute column caught Lin Heng's attention. The Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique. I flipped through the Tongtian Atlas in my mind but found no relevant information about this book. Qingdi may be the author, but he naturally knew the 3 words soul-devouring technique. These 3 words often represent a method of assisting in absorbing spiritual energy. In order to retrieve its relevant information as quickly as possible, Lin Heng threw it into the system space without saying a word. As expected, the system seemed to have turned on automatic scanning and popped up the relevant information directly. Kung Fu, Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique, grade, 4th order, attribute, wood, description. This is a vastly underestimated technique. If one can open up all 108 acupuncture points throughout the body, one will possess extraordinary cultivation speed. Why is there a 4th level technique on the 2nd floor? Lin Heng felt a little strange. He then took out several other books on techniques to assist in absorbing spiritual energy and threw them into the system space, but they were all of the 2nd grade. Even the descriptions directly rated them as garbage. Okay, first take this book, Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique, and then go upstairs to look at the attribute-related skills. Lin Heng put away his skills and walked straight to the 3rd floor. From the 3rd level onwards, there are no basic luck-based skills such as soul-devouring technique, and attribute-based skills account for the vast majority. Wow, the 3rd level clearly has twice as many techniques as the 2nd level. There are quite a few disciples. They must be here for free. The library has a rule that each person can only take away 3 martial arts techniques, but this does not prevent them from living in the library and reading everywhere. This library-like business model is quite humane. Kung Fu, 10-foot golden body, grade, level 3, attribute, gold, description, a method for creating a golden body that has been lost for 1,000 years. Originally a 10th order divine skill, the incomplete scrolls can only be used to cultivate a 3-meter golden body. This is quite good. The golden body is extremely strong in yang, which will be of great help to me in improving my gold attribute and polishing my spiritual root properties to the extreme. Although the golden will technique is relatively complete, the prerequisites are harsh and it takes too much time. Even if the 10-foot golden body is incomplete, it was once a 10th level divine skill. Cultivating immortals is also a process of self-realization. Perhaps he can complete the second half of the technique with his extraordinary understanding. Or maybe it's about bringing forth something new from the old. Just as he picked up the 10-foot golden body and was about to turn around and leave, a person appeared behind him. Wow, where did these little potatoes come from? Lin Heng looked at the woman in front of him who was only as tall as his shoulders and took a step back in fright. Potato, pfft. Little girl, why are you walking so quietly? Don't blame me if I knock you down. Little girl? The woman laughed unhappily. She had lived for hundreds of years, but was being called a little girl by a young boy whose bone age was only in his early 20s. It's really the opposite of Tiangang. Chapter 17, Opening the Spirit Wheel. Kid, I've been watching you for a long time. You picked out the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique on the 1st floor, and now you've picked out the 10-foot golden body. There are so many techniques in the library, why are you only focused on these 2? Is there a problem? Can't I choose? The woman shook her head and curled her lips. It's up to you. Once you've selected a technique from the library, you can't return it. I advise you to think about it again. These 2 techniques are difficult to practice. Hey! After saying this, the woman turned around and left. Lin Heng felt a little puzzled. The system said that these 2 exercises were good things, and it was natural that they were difficult to practice. He couldn't be convinced by just a few words. After collecting the 2 sets of skills, Lin Heng planned to leave. He had no intention of going to the 4th level. Each level had its own cultivation limit. Levels below the 4th level were suitable for beginners. He couldn't just go up and choose a technique that could only be practiced in the Jin Dan stage. Each person only has 3 chances to choose a technique, and he plans to keep one chance as a backup anyway. He can borrow books at will on weekdays and always find the best one.
Wow!
You picked pretty quickly. I thought you'd need a few more hours.
Take out what you've chosen and I'll register it for you.
Du Yen took out the registration book and placed it on the table. A copy of Green Emperor's Soul Devouring Technique, a copy of 10-Foot Golden Body. Du Yen was stunned when he saw the name.
A question mark immediately popped up in his head. No. Why did you choose 2 incomplete and difficult to practice techniques?
The Green Emperor's Soul Devouring Technique is a bit better, but the 10-Foot Golden Body is not only a pervert, but also a gold-devouring beast.
You don't all have to react like that, right?
A teenish kid just said the same thing.
Child?
She's not tall, about here. Lin Hong extended his hand to indicate her height and continued, she has short hair and is wearing a floral dress.
The person you're talking about should be the manager of the library. The 2 of us combined aren't even a fraction of her age. She's in charge? Then what are you? I'm the administrator. Being in charge is equivalent to being an elder. I'm just responsible for doing odd jobs.
Du Yen glanced around and whispered, it's best not to talk about her here. She has very sharp ears and might be watching your every move.
All right, senior brother Du, I'll go back first.
After leaving the main peak, Lin Hong returned directly to his residence, closed the gate, shake out everything in the system space. A bottle of 4th grade Guyuan Dan, 2 martial arts books, and an ancient mirror. Lin Hong picked up the mirror and fiddled with it for a long time, but there was no response. Then he threw it into the system space, intending to study it after he had the strength.
The next step is to prepare to guide the qi into the body.
He went to the Dongxin Lake Pavilion on the westernmost side of Xianyun Peak, where the spiritual energy spring was. There are brilliant ripples crisscrossing in the sky above the head, like a giant net covering the entire mountain from this base point. At this moment, Lin Hong was sitting quietly in the center of the pavilion, his hair flying as he felt the spiritual energy coming from all directions. But he did not rush into action, closing his eyes as if waiting for an opportunity. Every character on the Green Emperor's Soul Devouring Technique was beating in his heart, without the need for guidance or explanation, as if he was the creator of the technique. Boom, after a long time, accompanied by a sound of collapse, the white spiritual energy in the air began to change quietly. They began to condense, no longer in their original gaseous state, but gradually became strands of crystals, eventually dripping onto his body. These are the purest essence of spiritual energy. Lin Hong did not expect that the simplest spirit-gathering power of the soul-devouring technique would be so powerful. At this moment, there were more and more densely packed crystals around him, but even so, Lin Hong was still waiting. Boom, after a long time, until the crystals completely soaked his surroundings and seeped into his skin through his pores and were absorbed by his body, he suddenly opened his eyes. Now is the time. Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique, gather. As the spell was cast, a wisp of misty fog suddenly emerged from his body. Yes, it was the spiritual energy that had just seeped into his body through his pores. The moment he came out, Lin Hong was stunned. What the hell? He cast the spell to gather spiritual energy for absorption. So why did he expel the little spiritual energy that had just been stored in his body? Is it the wrong way around? What was strange was that the spiritual energy discharged from the body did not dissipate with the air, but instead gathered into a ball and hovered around Lin Hong's body. This is
bad. Is there something wrong with this technique?
Bang! Just when Lin Hong was in doubt, almost in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy floating around him suddenly formed a light blue vortex, pulling the crystals that had already condensed in the air into it. The huge vortex force almost directly crushed the crystals and turned them into part of itself, and then it desperately drilled into Lin Hong's body like a leech that smelled blood.
Ah!
Holy shit! Damn, having such a large air vortex drilled into your body is like giving you an 4 with an empty syringe. Even if Yi Tian came today, he would still exclaim fuck. As these vortexes of energy mixed with crystals forcefully entered his body, Lin Hong couldn't help but tremble all over. The meridians in his body throbbed, and he felt as if his blood vessels were about to burst and he would die. Obviously, as an ordinary person, he could not withstand such a powerful spiritual energy. The intense pain almost made him faint, but his eyes remained firm and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Break the hole!" Buzz, as the words fell, the spiritual energy that had been swallowed into the body began to riot, rushing through all the meridians. He opened his arms wide, placed his palms from bottom to top, and chanted the Dharma. If you look closely, you can see that the meridians along the center of the wrist gradually turn red, as if the blood is constantly burning. As the crimson mark spread to the heart, a faint light suddenly appeared. It is exactly an acupuncture point that is broken. At first, the light was relatively weak, but with the impact of endless spiritual energy, it became more solid and brighter until it could not be more beautiful. The dark blue spring sparkled like a bright starry river. Spirit wheel, open. Just when the dark blue color reached its peak, another cold shout came out from Lin Heng's mouth. There was a click, a dull and obscure sound came from within the body, and the originally bright light seemed to be about to go out at any time. But as he formed seals with his hands, the spring was like a turntable being moved, and suddenly a sucking sensation was produced. As it rotates, it begins to slowly absorb the vast spiritual power accumulated in the body's meridians. It wasn't even over yet. After the spiritual power in the meridians was completely absorbed, it actually began to actively ask for spiritual energy from the air. The absorption speed was very slow at the beginning, and it took an hour to absorb one spiritual energy crystal. It only takes 5 minutes to absorb a crystal at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it will not stop asking for it until the color returns to the extreme dark blue. The sun gradually rises, white specks of light sprinkled on the top of the mountain. Lin Heng's eyes were full of brilliance and there was no trace of fatigue. Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique, minor accomplishment. No wonder this set of skills was abandoned on the second floor of the library. Although Lin Heng was an ordinary person, he was far ahead in terms of comprehension and could barely understand its content. Add to that the extraordinary pain, and I'm sure no one would be able to persevere. The cost of mistakes for ordinary people is too high, and the slightest carelessness will damage the foundation. The blue spring in his body is called the spirit wheel. Each spiritual chakra is like a storage of energy, combining the functions of absorption, refining and storage. The general working process is converting spiritual energy into spiritual power in the body, and then gathering the spiritual power to the spring to finally form true essence. The concepts of spiritual power and true essence can be interchanged, and they are essentially the same thing. Lin Heng clenched his fists. His cultivation had already reached the first level of qi training, but this was just the starting point. Lin Heng discovered that the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique seemed to lack the function of continuously transforming spiritual energy. Since the 108 acupuncture points in the human body are opened up to absorb spiritual energy, it should be possible for the spirit will to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, instead of stopping working after the spirit will storage is saturated. Yes, that's what I thought. This technique is missing the most important part. So how can we keep the spirit wheel running continuously? Lin Heng stood up and looked thoughtful. If this problem is solved, it will be extremely disruptive. Chapter 18. Ouch, senior sister. Please spare me looking up at the sky. Lin Heng sat down cross-legged again. The Green Emperor's soul-devouring art is a technique and a single method. In just a few pages, it only covers 3 steps: gathering spiritual energy, breaking acupuncture points, and opening the spirit wheel. It is obvious that there are words in the second half of the Kaling wheel, but the most core and critical part is missing. When the spirit wheel spring has absorbed all the spiritual energy, it will stop functioning. If it could be kept in a certain unsaturated state, would it be able to continuously absorb external spiritual energy on its own? Thinking of this, Lin Heng suddenly thought of 2 words: balance. If there are 2 spirit wheels, the spiritual power will be exchanged between each other, and the bones and meridians throughout the body will act as bridges to form a large circulation throughout the body. Wouldn't it be possible to connect the whole body? Lin Heng's eyes focused, and he waved his arms to perform the spirit gathering technique and gathered the rich spiritual energy around him in the same way. After going through the 2 steps of condensation into crystal state and gas vortex state, it once again entered a state of excruciating pain. This time, opening the spirit wheel is more painful than the first time, and the amount of spiritual energy required is even twice as much. Time flies, but it seems extremely long to Lin Heng. Time flew by and it was almost evening. With a muffled sound in his body, the second acupuncture point began to emit a faint blue light. He exhaled only after a faint sucking sensation came. Hard work pays off. The second spiritual wheel opens. It took a full half a day longer than the first spiritual wheel. This also means that each time you open up a spiritual wheel, more time and energy will be required, and the process will become more and more difficult. The next step is for the spirit wheel to gradually absorb saturated spiritual energy. This process is not painful but will make the whole body feel comfortable. It's like a warm stream flowing slowly inside and outside the skin. Lin Hong sat upright until dawn, and finally the most critical moment arrived. He began to try to guide the first spiritual wheel to release spiritual power outward. Although the pulling sensation was very strong, he could still easily control it. After all, it has to serve Lin Hang. As a storage device, the boss needs to circulate spiritual power, and he has no choice even if he is reluctant. The same was true for the second spirit wheel. The spiritual power released by the two had the same origin and soon mixed together. Buzz, as the sound of spiritual power merging and colliding was heard, the two spirit wheels seemed to match each other and began to rotate slowly in the same rhythm. What's exciting is that after reaching saturation, the two did not stop rotating, but instead began to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. Lin Hong did not interfere in this process at all, nor did he provide any deliberate guidance. It was as if the floodgates were opened, and the torrent poured down on its own without any external force. Done, it worked. An indescribable joy appeared on Lin Hang's face. He looks like an ordinary person on the outside, but there are secrets inside his body. But only he himself knew that the two spirit wheels in his body began to rotate continuously, absorbing the spiritual energy of the outside world. Although it is not as fast as the unsaturated state, it means that his body can absorb and refine spiritual energy independently even when he is resting. He seriously suspected that he had picked up a rare treasure. Absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation independently is not a very awesome setting. After all, most special cultivation physiques have this ability. However, the Green Emperor's soul devouring technique can find a unique way to absorb spiritual energy by opening up the spirit wheel. Looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, few people try this method. The speed and amount of spiritual energy absorbed by the soul devouring technique depends on the strength of the cultivator himself. As the cultivator's cultivation level increases, the corresponding speed of absorbing spiritual energy will increase. However, this technique requires constant opening of acupuncture points and opening up of spirit wheels for continuous evolution and upgrading. The process is not only complicated but also extremely painful. It is indeed painful and happy. The benefit that can be seen at present is that the more spirit wheels are opened, the faster the body absorbs spiritual energy and the faster the cultivation level improves. Similarly, as your cultivation level increases, it will become easier to open up your spirit wheel. The two complement and promote each other, but the disadvantage is that pain is unavoidable, and the difficulty of opening up spirit wheels will increase as the number increases, and the speed blessing brought by the improvement of cultivation will be slowed down. Overall, the benefits far outweigh the harms. Lin Hang felt that his cultivation had reached the second level of qi training, and a satisfied smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of his mouth. In just 2.5 days, it's pretty good to go from a novice to the beginner in cultivation. In the original story, it took him nearly a month to break through to the second level of qi training, and he even had the help of elixirs. There's no rush to practice the 10-foot golden body. The qi training stage is just the introductory stage, and we must lay a solid foundation. I just don't know what happened to Master. Maybe he has been killed by Yitian. Lin Hong planned to go and see Meng Yutong and get some resources for cultivation. The bottle of Guyuan Dan he has on him is not enough. On the other side, Yitian has woken up from his coma. After refining the life-giving spiritual wood, his complexion looked much better. Mu Liushi breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Your spirit has recovered well. Take these 3 soul-nourishing pills over 3 days and it should be enough. Thank you, senior sister. I'm sorry for the trouble you've taken these past 2 days. Fine. Mu Liushi responded indifferently. By the way, senior sister, how is Master? Master is still in seclusion. We are not allowed to disturb him unless it is important. Oh, Yitian nodded. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Mu Liushi stared at him quietly, examining this junior fellow student who had been with him for 5 years. Since the day Lin Hong appeared, Yitian has undergone many changes in her mind. An indescribable feeling, a little unable to see through him. Similarly, he couldn't see through Lin Hang. By the way, the sect seems to have issued some missions this morning. Since your injuries haven't healed yet, and I have other things to do, I'll let Jinyao symbolically take on 2 missions. After Mu Liushi finished speaking, Yitian immediately looked up and said, Is it released today? No, senior sister, I must participate. After completing this mission, I can enter the star-picking tower. After saying that, Yitian jumped out of bed without hesitation and ran out in a hurry. Sect missions are issued at the beginning of each month, and disciples from the 7 peaks will compete for places. Points will be awarded for completing the missions. Points can not only be exchanged for generous rewards, but when accumulated to a certain level, you will have the opportunity to enter the star-picking tower for training. He didn't want to delay the progress for a month because of this minor injury. At the same time, Main Peak Treasure Pavilion. More than 100 disciples gathered around a column covered with mission orders. The task levels are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. The difficulty and point rewards increase in sequence. The simplest Class A mission only is 30 to 50 points, and is usually selected by disciples in the Chi training stage to capture some vicious people. Class B and Class C tasks are available for Foundation Establishment disciples to choose from, and the difficulty has increased. Some Class C tasks can even only be completed by Golden Core disciples. The points reward ranges from 100 to 200. As for the D-level missions, it goes without saying that only disciples at the Jindan stage and above can choose them. Going below this level is tantamount to asking for death. Every year there are a few people in the sect who are overambitious, stubborn, and who not only get themselves into trouble but also bring shame to the sect. Oh, senior sister. Please forgive me. I'm not interested in points and really don't want to participate in the mission. Lin Hong was originally going to Xian Yun Palace to find Meng Yutong to get gold coins, but he was caught by Yun Yao halfway. He was directly dragged to the main peak. Humph. Yun Yao looked him up and down, snorting softly. It's only been 2 days since I last saw you, and you've already reached the 2nd level of Chi training. You're quite well hidden. You have to go on this mission even if you don't want to. Senior sister Liuxi has something to do, and junior brother Yi needs to retreat for a while. The minimum requirement for each mission is 2 people. If you don't go with me, who will? Lin Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, looking confused. No way. There's a limit on the number of people? Based on the plot rhythm, Yi Tian will definitely participate in this sect mission. Yi Tian used me as a tool to take you down. If I had gone, my leg would have been broken. You're in a hurry to give it away, but I don't want to be a cripple. Just when Lin Hong was about to think of an excuse to shirk responsibility, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Chapter 19. The second choice. Looking closely, the person coming was Yi Tian. Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat at first, then he was overjoyed. Here he comes. He's coming on a 5-colored auspicious cloud. That's fine, you two are perfect for each other. Once you're done, just go find someplace to hang out. Why would I be a third wheel? Senior sister, look. Senior brother Yi is here. It seems that he has recovered well. Lin Hong smiled and clicked his tongue. With senior brother Yi and senior sister Xiaoyao taking action, the sect mission should be easily accomplished. I won't hold you back. Yun Yao looked at him with a sidelong look in amusement, and when she saw him turn around and try to slip away, she reached out and grabbed his neck. It looks like a gangster bullying a good-looking man. Why is this guy so cowardly? He keeps yelling that I'll give it to him for free. If you don't go, how will I know what tricks Yi Tian will play? Lin Hong leaned back with his head resting on her right shoulder. In front of him, besides the breathtakingly beautiful face with a smile on her face, there was also a shining fist. Yes, if he dared to say no again, Yun Yao would create a panda in front of all the disciples. Junior brother, don't be so anxious to leave. Senior sister is kind enough to help you kill monsters and level up, and earn points as a reward. Can you bear to disappoint senior sister's enthusiasm? Besides, with senior sister here, I will never let you lose any limbs. Senior sister swears to protect you, okay? Yun Yao didn't want to give it away for free, and she didn't want to be sold to a brothel. She had no ill will towards Lin Hang. If she wanted to blame someone, she should blame him for always saying that she gave it away for free, which made her live in fear all day long. Yun Yao also knew that he was afraid of Yi Tian and afraid of getting hurt, so she would definitely do her best to protect him. With her around, I don't think Yi Tian would dare to do anything to Lin Hang. What a sin! Why is the fiery queen flower so different from what I thought? You say you're protecting me, but who knows if you'll have a brain attack outside. The key is that I don't know how you gave it away for free, so I can't save you. Yun Yao found it quite amusing to hear him look miserable. She wanted to see what would happen in this sect mission. Only by keeping Lin Hang by her side could she know what methods Yi Tian would use to deal with her and make an early warning. Under the pressure of Yun Yao's tyranny, and her repeated assurances that she would protect herself, Lin Hang felt extremely confused. Senior sister's enthusiasm cannot be let down. The actions and conversation of the two were all seen by the surrounding disciples, and they were petrified on the spot. Everyone knows Yun Yao, the smartest and most eccentric one in Xian Yun Peak, and a typical fiery and passionate queen. Disciples from all peaks kept their distance from her, and no one dared to think of taming her. As for Lin Hong, he had recently been given the title of the good-for-nothing prince, so most people recognized him. No,
guys, I don't quite understand. Is this a scenario where the rookie doesn't want the boss to help him, but the boss insists on helping the rookie take off? No matter what Yun Yao is like, she is at least a Jindan stage cultivator. Isn't it just pure gaining of points when teaming up with her to complete missions? Lin Hong actually looked extremely reluctant. The most outrageous thing is that Yun Yao used both fist threats and verbal begging, not to mention these outer peak disciples. Even Yi Tian, who was standing not far away, was stunned when he saw this scene. Lin Hong has only been at Xian Yun Peak for a few days, but he's already so familiar with Yun Yao. His senior sister actually begged him to go. He has been at Xian Yun Peak for 5 years, and has never seen Yun Yao be so enthusiastic towards him. Why Yi Tian was so blinded by jealousy that he didn't notice that there was a gleaming fist hanging above his plea. Senior sister, what are you two doing? Yi Tian rushed forward and questioned. This time, Yun Yao's hand was still on Lin Heng's shoulder. It was a normal scene, but it made Yi Tian feel extremely crazy because he felt that this was somewhat intimate. He had long regarded the 5 senior sisters as his women. Yun Yao withdrew her hand in feigned surprise. Junior brother, why are you here? Didn't senior sister Liushi say you needed to retreat? Yi Tian noticed the strange looks from the people around him and immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He didn't know why he suddenly became emotional, so he could only blame it on the fact that his soul was damaged and a little sensitive. He took a deep breath and said quickly, Senior sister, I am no longer in any danger. I also want to participate in the sex mission. Of course, then it's the 3 of us. I've chosen a D-level mission and a B-level mission, both located in Jinma City. No problem. Yi Tian nodded. After hearing the name Golden Horse City, Lin Hong closed his eyes resignedly. What is meant to come will come. It is a blessing, not a disaster. Disaster cannot be avoided. Ding, the main storyline begins. Main quest. Tomorrow you will depart for Jinma City and participate in your first sec mission. Advance the storyline, secure Yun Yao's release, and help the original protagonist conquer the heroine. Reward, high, main quest. Prevent the original protagonist from conquering the heroine and avoid getting hurt. Reward index, unknown. Description: this is a difficult crisis to overcome. Whether the original protagonist will win the girl or avoid becoming a cripple depends on your second choice. The system recommends that the host choose the reverse mission. Only in this way can you resist fate. The more heroines the original protagonist conquers, the less room you will have to survive. Second choice? Lin Hong grasped a message from the brief description. Is there a hidden plot that has not been triggered? Regardless of whether the system gives him advice this time, he will definitely not let everything develop in a positive direction this time. I have a broken leg, so it is definitely not enough to just give high-level rewards. Furthermore, this is a script about multiple wives and multiple happiness. Even if he can't get the heroine, she shouldn't be given to the original protagonist so easily. In this case, his previous thinking was more or less problematic, and it also meant that this path of Go Dao would hardly work. Forget it, I'll just take it one step at a time. I also want to see what tricks Yi Tian will play. The next day, Lin Hong and his group of 3 set off together. On the way, Yun Yao gave him a brief account of the mission. Even though he already knew about it, he could only pretend to know nothing. The Tianxian continent is divided into 4 continents, east, west, south, and north. In this world of immortal cultivation, in addition to the immortal cultivation forces, there are also dynasties that protect ordinary people. A dynasty is not the human emperor who rules the world as we know it in ancient history. It is a culmination of many achievements. The supreme leader of the dynasty is also a cultivator, and the 3 inner courts are all composed of cultivator families. It can be seen as a comprehensive immortal cultivation force disguised as a dynasty, mainly managing secular land like the secret realm of extinction. Its predecessor was a small dynasty. The so-called sect mission is just a group of people represented by the dynasty. Unable to solve the problem, they have no choice but to cooperate with Zhou Lin's sect. The secular world is too vast, and it is inevitable that there will be some extremely vicious and evil cultivators who do evil things. All major immortal cultivation sects can cooperate with the dynasty. The dynasty will have helpers to solve problems, and the sect disciples can get opportunities to gain experience, which is naturally the best of both worlds. I can't quite understand.
Immortal cultivators aim to attain enlightenment and ascend to heaven, so why would anyone be willing to establish a dynasty to protect ordinary people? In Lin Heng's opinion, it doesn't make sense logically. Shouldn't the world of cultivating immortals be full of intrigue and deception, and occasionally a bit of worldly wisdom? It is too strange to combine the dynasty system and the immortal cultivation system. Yunya glanced at him and gulped down a mouthful from the gourd.
Don't think they are so noble.
They are using the guise of protecting ordinary people, but in reality, they are doing it for themselves.
The number of ordinary people in Tianxian continent is too large. How many of them can become immortal cultivators?
Don't forget that besides us, there are also bloodthirsty demons and people from the demonic path who love killing. Allowing them to slaughter ordinary people will not only sever our heritage, but will also make them even more powerful.
You understand what I mean, right? That makes sense.
Lin Heng nodded. When there are scum among ordinary people, they are called extremely vicious, but they can still be controlled. If there are bad people among the immortal cultivators, ordinary people will become lambs to be slaughtered. The art of raising corpses and refining poison requires the sacrifice of living people. Some evil techniques seek profit by taking yang to replenish yin or taking yin to replenish yang. If we allow these scum of immortal cultivation to run rampant, the Tianxian continent will be destroyed sooner or later. As for deeper things, Lin Heng said he was not interested yet. This time they went to Jinma City with two missions. First, the D-level task is to help Wang Chao investigate whether the city lord's mansion is cooperating with the evil sect. If the situation is true, the mansion lord can be captured on the spot. Second, the Class B mission is to investigate a case of a prostitute's death in the city and capture the murderer. The difficulty is relatively simple.
Chapter 20. My dear brother, your daughter is very pretty. 4 days later, the three of them arrived outside Jinma City in a carriage. Jinma City is one of the most prosperous ancient cities among the 13 cities in Shizhou of the Tianxian dynasty, located in the middle area of Shizhou. Its overall layout is wide from north to south and narrow from east to west. To the south, it leads directly to the three Kaiyang counties in Beizhou. To the north, it connects with the Polar Ink Valley. Asu. Step into it. Starting from the 6 towering pillars on both sides of the city gate, you will see rows of pavilions and wide streets. The 100-foot-high towers on both sides of the entrance give you the aura of picking stars with one hand. If Lin Heng were to describe it himself, it would be just one sentence. At first glance, it's a big batch. The next action assignment was that Yi Tian would be responsible for investigating the city lord's mansion, while Lin Heng would be responsible for
negotiating with the criminal department. As for Yun Yao, she planned to go fishing for a few days. Since she had finally gotten the chance to go out, she wanted to go shopping. Little did she know that she would pay the price for her carelessness. Lin Heng shrugged his shoulders and quickly arrived at the criminal court following the instructions of passers-by. Simply show an identity token to indicate your identity and purpose. Every disciple who participates in the sex mission will have a token as an identity indicator, which can also be used as a communication signal when encountering danger. Activate the token and the other disciples will be able to know the location of the area within a radius of 10 miles for timely support.
Oh.
Immortal, please take a seat quickly.
Why are you still standing there? Bring me some tea.
The middle-aged man in a black robe and a brown cloth bag around his waist gave the order. He is the head of the criminal department, the highest official here. The Xingsifu can be understood as a government office, responsible for maintaining public order in the city and apprehending criminals. Lin Heng didn't hesitate and said directly, since you know the purpose of your visit, why don't you just tell us the situation directly? It will be easier for you to catch the criminals as soon as possible.
Okay.
The chieftain dropped all politeness and said, then please follow me to the morgue. There are some things that cannot be described in words. The morgue is located inside the criminal department mansion and can be reached by walking through 2 long corridors. It is called a morgue, but in reality it is just a warehouse for storing miscellaneous items. The weather is getting warmer, and logically speaking, the corpse should have developed a strange smell after being stored for so long. Please look, Immortal, it's those 3 people. The chief stood at the door and pointed at the corpse covered with white cloth. With no intention of getting closer, Lin Heng had no choice but to go forward and check it out alone. I pulled back the white cloth and almost retched. It's not because of the pungent smell, but because of the horrific appearance of the corpse itself. His skin was dry and lifeless, his hair was like dead wood, his cheeks were sunken and his eyes were swollen. He looked like he had been rewarded to death. When the other 2 white cloths were pulled open, the deaths of the 3 people were exactly the same. Seeing that Lin Heng didn't even blink, the chief and his two subordinates couldn't help but feel respect. You are indeed worthy of being an immortal. When we first saw this corpse, we were scared to death.
But you can remain so calm.
Lin Hong knew the plot of the original novel and had prepared himself for it in advance, so he naturally knew what the corpse looked like.
Does Immortal know the cause of death for these three people? The coroner's examination results show that all three died of blood depletion, but they don't have any wounds on their bodies.
Lin Hong turned around and shook his head slightly. They were drained of their yang yuan.
Yang yuan can also be understood as vital energy.
Losing it will damage your lifespan.
Having your vital energy drained means you have no life force at all. I'm curious, why would someone like to look for prey in a brothel? There is no need to explain the concept of a prostitute.
How good can one's spirit be when spending all day buying prostitutes and having fun? Since you want to drain Yang Yuan for cultivation, why not find those strong and healthy men in their prime? The three people lying on the bed were all around 50 years old. According to the average life expectancy of ordinary people, most of their lives would have been buried in the ground. How much can be gained by squeezing them dry?
Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I have a rough idea.
I suggest that you, Mr. Chief, compile a list.
Lin Hong said. What list?
People who have been to the flower house for 2 months, especially those between the ages of 40 and 55. The chief looked a little nervous when he heard this, but he still nodded in agreement.
Please wait a moment, Immortal. I will send someone right away.
I waited for about half an hour. The waiter returned with the roster. The brothel itself had a roster, so it was sorted out quickly. Lin Hong took the roster and scanned it. There were 17 people between the ages of 40 and 55, including 3 dead people. The IT is not difficult to find that the deceased have something in common besides their age, that is, the 3 of them are wealthy businessmen in Jinma City and have considerable financial resources. Suddenly, he frowned and saw Sisho's name. The old man's face turned red, and he quickly explained when he saw this. I went there to investigate the culprit. Definitely not, okay.
Lin Hong waved his hand. I understand everything. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Sisho. We are all men, so why should we be embarrassed?
I do have a plan, and I hope the chief can help me.
Please tell me, Immortal. The entire criminal division will do its utmost to help.
It's not that troublesome.
You and I can.
Lin Hong took the initiative to move closer and whispered in a low voice. This.
Sisho's eyes widened. Isn't this too risky?
What are you afraid of?
Just do your best while I'm here.
After explaining the matters, Lin Hang left the criminal department mansion directly to IT. Was noon. Almost all the small stalls and shops on both sides of the streets in Jinma City have been removed, leaving the entrance to the pavilions in the back. This is the business model here. Small vendors can only sell their goods on the street in the morning and evening. Lin Hong walked slowly westward along the ancient street, and the aroma of wine in the air became stronger and stronger. Not long after, Yunya was found in a restaurant. Hey, are you done with your work? Lin Hong pulled out a bench and sat at the table, pouring himself a bowl of wine. After moistening his mouth, he replied, I've figured it out. The evil cultivator sucking people's young energy is a bit tricky. Tonight I plan to take the head of the criminal affairs office to a brothel to lure them out. Lin Hong briefly explained his plan. The evil cultivator's target was a wealthy middle-aged man. He planned to let Sisho act as bait to lure the man out, and then he would take action to suppress him. The only worry was that if he couldn't beat the other party, Sisho would die in vain. It's really not right for you to be so protective of others. You're only at the 2nd level of Qi training, which is really not good enough. But I don't think there's any need to rush. It's just a B-level mission, so we should stay a little longer. Anyway, there's no news from your senior brother Yi. Yunya broke off a duck leg and started to eat it. He didn't take the mission seriously at all. Good fellow. You treated the sect mission as a sponsored trip, and you refused to put in any effort at all. Once something happens to you, the D-level mission will be put on hold, and in the end, even this simple mission won't be completed. Calculating the time, the young master of the city lord's mansion should be coming to give himself up. The dog author arranged the plot like this: wherever they go,
There will always be a lewd young man coveting the beauty of the heroine. Either the original protagonist kills him, or the original heroine kills him. Then the young master's father came out with another wave of incompetent rage, and turned around to give away another wave of heads. If you add in a little bit of a hero saving a beauty plot, the original protagonist would be pretending. Although this transition is not novel, it helps Yi Tian to gain favor. The young master of the city lord's mansion?
Yunya was slightly stunned. Just as she was wondering, 3 men in unusual clothes suddenly rushed in from outside the door.
Master, we've come to the wrong place. This is a restaurant. Madame Yu's dyeing workshop is next door. Let's go next door now and let Madame Yu sober you up.
2 men dressed as servants supported the young man in the middle. On both sides, the young man reeked of alcohol, as if he was drunk.
Wait.
The young man pushed him away and walked towards the window with his right hand on the wall. Lin Hang's lips curled up into a smile. Speak of the devil, and he'll appear.
Brother, your little lady is pretty. Chapter 21. Selling senior sister for 3,000 spiritual coins. Young lady, Lin Hong reacted. The other party treated Yun Yao as his woman. The diners around naturally recognized the young man in light blue attire and moved their seats inward. The crown prince of the city lord's mansion, Sun Yu. He is an unpleasant guy and has a bad reputation in Jinma City. Sun Yu must have set his sights on his woman. These two are unlucky.
Looking at their clothes, they look like they're from out of town.
I hope this guy can keep his composure. If he gets mad at me, it might be hard to leave.
Not long ago, Sun Yu did something extremely bad in Jinma City. It was also a young couple passing by. Sun Yu saw them in the street and was tempted by their beauty, so he grabbed the woman. The woman's husband reported the case to the Ministry of Justice, but he was unexpectedly arrested and beaten in prison. If it hadn't caused public outrage in the end, the man would most likely have died in prison. The final solution was also very simple. The city lord's mansion compensated the man with 500 spirit coins to resolve the matter. There is no way. How can an ordinary person with no power and influence possibly defeat the city lord's mansion? Lin Hong shrugged and shook off the hand on his shoulder, saying calmly, "What's the matter?
Brother, are you from outside the city?"
"Yes, so what?" Sun Yu showed an evil smile on his face and looked at Yunya with sharp eyes. In his more than 20 years of life, this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Just looking at her from a distance, her skin is several times whiter than that of the lady next door. He just couldn't understand why other people's wives were prettier than the one he had. Of course, if he knew that the woman in front of him was such a terrifying Jindan stage cultivator, he would not dare to look at her, even if he had 100 courage.
"Master, let's go."
If the master knew, the servant beside him wanted to persuade him, but was kicked away again.
"Get out of here. I'm not going to force you to marry me." Sun Yu looked around and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll arrest you all." Faced with the threat, the diners just smiled contemptuously. They were just there to watch the fun. Sun Yu didn't have the ability to arrest people indiscriminately. If public outrage is aroused, it will be the city lord's mansion that will be in trouble. "Brother, name your price."
"I want to invite your wife upstairs for a drink." Sun Yu stopped pretending and asked directly.
3,000 spirit coins.
Lin Hong stretched out 3 fingers and responded immediately, without any hesitation.
Sun Yu was confused.
"Didn't I express my meaning clearly? I invited your wife upstairs for a drink, and you quoted 3,000 without even thinking?" Yunya was also confused.
"Do you really think you can sell me off just like that as your own girlfriend?
I'm only worth 3,000 spirit coins? Not to mention them." Even the diners who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. "This is the first time I've seen someone sell their wife to buy a hat, and the transaction was so quick." Lin Hong looked up at him and asked, "You can't even come up with 3,000 spirit coins?" The exchange rate between spirit coins and spirit stones is 10 to 1, which is 300 spirit stones. This morning he went to the criminal department's mansion to look at the brothel's register, which included not only the identities and names but also the expenses. Among them, one person ordered a luxurious meal for the Qi training period. The price is only 999 spirit coins, and the price for the golden core stage should be at least 3 times higher. I'm worried about not having enough money to go to the brothel tonight. Yun Yao will slap him to death anyway.
Why not give me the gold coins before you die? It will be worth it."
Yun Yao clenched her fists and looked at Lin Hong with kindness and tenderness in her eyes. "Very good. You want to take advantage of me to make money so that you can go to a brothel and have fun, right?"
3,000 is 3,000, brother, you really know how to live. Sun Yu gave Lin Heng a thumbs up and ordered his men to take out all the spiritual coins they brought. A gold ring is worth 1,000 spirit coins. A piece of bright moon pearl is worth 1,500 spirit coins, including a spirit bag. There are exactly 500 seeds in it. Lin Heng took the item with satisfaction. Okay, senior sister, you can go now. Senior sister, boom, there was a loud bang, and the diners only felt a shadow flash past in front of them. Sun Yu disappeared from the spot, his entire body embedded in the opposite wall, blood flowing out, causing countless people to scream in panic. The two servants reacted first and rushed to the wall, but unexpectedly their young master was stuck in the wall and couldn't get out. There is no need to think too much. Even if it is found, the person will definitely be gone. Murder! Murder! However, just as the crowd was in chaos, another figure flew out. It spun 3 times in the air with a bang. A large character appeared on the wall. Junyao retracted her fist and shouted to the shopkeeper hiding behind the counter, "Boss, check out." "Lady, forget about paying the bill, this meal is on me." The shopkeeper was sweating profusely and refused repeatedly. Who would dare to take her money? How could an ordinary person slap someone into the wall with just one slap? There is no need to think too much, the other person is definitely a cultivator. Yunya shook her head slightly, took out 50 spirit coins from her spirit bag, placed them on the table, and left. Then he went outside and pulled Lin Heng out from the wall, then ran away with him. The two of them walked all the way from the west of the city to the south, and stopped only when they found a deserted place. "Okay, stop playing dead." Yunyao squatted down and rubbed his face with her hands. It is true that after one hard blow, there is another sweet reward. Lin Heng sat up, speechless. He just wanted to get some gold coins. What's wrong with that? Is it necessary to be so cruel? Do you think you deserve this beating? Damn. Are you so careless? Alright, senior sister was a bit too rough. Come, let me rub you again. Will you dare to sell me out again in the future? Yunyao narrowed her eyes and felt that it was quite interesting to deal with Lin Heng in this way. Yunyao is just like that. She's not very smart and doesn't think before doing anything. Lin Hengming knew that she was stupid, but she still insisted on being clever. The result was that she was like a dung beetle that had to push the dung ball when it encountered it. This is really no joke. Asshole, you sold my senior sister to someone else in front of so many people, and you dare to complain about such a frivolous joke. Yunyao was very annoyed when she heard the endless complaints in her heart. She swore that she was always a gentle lady unless she couldn't help herself. As compensation, she gave him a magical weapon she always carried with her. This is a treasure I found on the fairy island when I went to sea a few years ago. It's called the Lingbao Gourd. This thing has the ability to calm the soul. It can withstand the attacks of cultivators in the foundation establishment stage and produce sonic resonance. Lin Heng took the gourd and quickly stood up. The gourd is purple gold in color and only the size of 2 fingers, short yet powerful. Are you really giving this thing to me? Take it. I have more treasures than this one. You will have plenty of good things if you stay with me in the future. Just don't make senior sister angry. Lin Heng took the treasure and the pain on his face suddenly disappeared. The other side, City Lord's mansion. In the main hall, a middle-aged man in a brown robe and a crown on his head paced back and forth, with a sad look on his face as he turned to look at the man in black robe sitting on the side. The tone was somewhat dissatisfied. What time is it now? The dynasty has already noticed what you and I have done. If the people from the immortal sect really find out, not only will I lose my head, but you will also forget about making any profit in Jinma City. Xingxian's sect has directly sent 3 disciples. One of them has already found the criminal division mansion, and the whereabouts of the other one are unknown. You must give me a solution. Sunny Nan, the head of the criminal department, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 22, Disunity. It is impossible that the people from the immortal sect suddenly came to Jinma City just to travel and gain experience. It is very likely that the dynasty discovered what they were doing, otherwise they would not have made such a big fuss. In fact, the death case in the brothel is also closely related to the City Lord's mansion, whether it is a Class D mission or a Class B mission. The root lies in the City Lord's mansion. Shortly after Lin Heng entered the city, he went directly to the Criminal Affairs Office. Although the Criminal Affairs Office had the same status as the City Lord's mansion, it did not mean that there were no minions of the City Lord's mansion inside. Therefore, Lin Heng's investigation into the cause of death in the brothel touched their nerves to a certain extent. The man in black robe sat upright in the main seat.
His eyes were deep and empty under the white mask, and the coldness on his body made it impossible to see any sign of life. After a while, he turned his stiff limbs and put down the teacup in his hand. The voice was hoarse. You don't understand one thing. The appearance of people from the immortal sect in Jinma City means that the dynasty has known about this for a long time.
Your only option is to get rid of them. Get rid of them? How do you want me to get rid of them?
Mansion Lord Sunnynan roared. This sentence is like in Journey to the West, where the nine-headed insect ordered Ben Boba to kill Tang Monk and his disciples, that he might as well get rid of the dynasty's supreme leader and become the supreme himself. The identities of those three people have been investigated clearly. They are disciples of the Qingxian sect. Even if we can eliminate them, won't the Qingxian sect come to kill us? What's more, there are Jin Dan stage experts among them. Even a Jin Dan stage expert can easily slaughter Jinma City. With your strength, can you defeat them? The black-robed man's own cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage. Even if there were 10 of him, they would not be able to defeat a finger of a golden core stage cultivator. The gap in realm is definitely not achieved by accumulating quantity. At present, they only know the specific locations of Yin Yao and Lin Hong, and have not found any trace of Yi Tian, let alone his cultivation level. There is a hidden knife hanging over your head, and no one will feel at ease.
Of course I can't defeat them.
The black robe placed one hand on the table, tapping it with a rhythmic sound.
But that doesn't mean no one from the Blood Moon cult will take action. You mean the Blood Moon cult is going to send a strong man? Sunnynan's eyes lit up. Yes, our young master will come in person.
Please prepare 3 strong young men. Once the young master's cultivation cycle is complete, they will immediately take action to kill the 3 monks.
Let's choose a brothel. There are many people there and it's not easy to be noticed. Sunnynan frowned slightly.
In the previous stage, they wanted middle-aged people, and now they want young people. Will they still need elderly people in the future? The Blood Moon cult is a notorious evil cult in the Tianxian continent. The cult has a secret technique that can improve one's own cultivation by extracting the life force of living beings. Generally, women practice by taking Yang Yuan, while men practice by taking Yin Yuan, so as to achieve the complementation of Yin and Yang. Because of this evil and poisonous secret technique, the Blood Moon cult was once suppressed and besieged by many immortal sect-level forces. Finally, they had to hide in the dark. If Jinma City's cooperation with them is exposed, the original staff of the city lord's mansion will definitely not survive. Seeing that he was still hesitant, the black-robed man stood up, twisted his neck, and continued, You don't need to worry about the Qingxian sect causing trouble.
I've already thought of a plan.
As long as we can lure those 3 people out of the city, their deaths outside the city will naturally not implicate you. You have to understand that now it's not me who is discussing with you, but you have to rely on me.
Okay. I promise you.
Sunnynan thought for a moment and then gritted his teeth and agreed. Now he can only rely on the Blood Moon cult. When he decides to cooperate with them, it means that he is firmly tied to the ship.
No. It's bad, sir. The housekeeper came running over, looking anxious. What's the big deal?
Sunnynan shouted that he was already in a state of panic today. Could something else have happened? The butler panted and said hurriedly, Master, he died in front of the nameless restaurant in the west of the city. Sunnynan's pupils shrank sharply when he heard this, and his heart beat violently.
What did you say? Master. He was slapped to death by a woman. He's outside. Sunnynan rushed out of the door and saw the almost inhuman corpse on the ground.
His head buzzed and he stumbled and fell down. Bang bang bang, he grabbed a handful of gravel with both hands and punched the ground several times. Goddamned beasts, they brutally tortured my son to death.
Damn it! I'm going to kill them. Black robe.
He stood up and stared at the other person. I want you to bring the person who killed my son to me alive.
I will avenge my son with my own hands. No matter the cost.
After he finished speaking, his cloudy eyes burst into rage, and murderous intent surged around him. At this moment, he wished he could grind that man into ashes immediately. The man in black robe neither agreed nor refused. Killing a Jindan stage cultivator is already extremely difficult, let alone capturing him alive.
Give me some time, I'll help you find a solution.
On the other hand, Yunyao did not know how to restrain herself after killing someone. and actually moved into an inn in a swaggering manner. Lin Hung had already advised her. He suggested that she keep a low profile, but it was of no practical use, and instead she comforted him and told him to be at ease. He had no choice but to go to the criminal affairs office to meet up with the chief. When we arrived at the criminal department's mansion, people were already waiting in the main hall.
"Sir, I'm ready." "Yeah." Lin Hong nodded. "This matter hasn't been leaked outside, right? If the news leaks out, our ambush plan will be in vain." "Don't worry, Immortal.
The 2 men under my command are very reliable."
I didn't even inform the City Lord's mansion about this matter.
To be honest, ever since the City Lord's mansion repeatedly tried to cover up the murder, I knew they were involved. The chief said sincerely. Oh, this surprised Lin Hung a little.
Shouldn't your criminal division and City Lord's mansion share a common destiny? Why are you still on guard against them?
Unexpectedly, the chief's secretary shook his head slightly. Both the Criminal Affairs Office and the City Lord's Office are administrative agencies authorized by the dynasty, but they have different divisions of labor. The Criminal Affairs Office is responsible for law and regulations, and also has supervisory responsibilities. While the City Lord and the Mansion Lord are responsible for internal and external affairs and major decision-making, this does not mean that the Criminal Affairs Office will be controlled by them, nor does it mean that there will be a situation of mutual protection. Seeing that no one was around, Sisho continued in a low voice, "Everyone has their own unique personality and everything they do is for their own benefit.
Sunny Nan wants to drag me into this, thinking that I haven't discovered what he's doing.
Only by bringing him down can I get a chance at promotion. The Supreme Lady of the dynasty has no time to care about every corner of the world.
I am too eager to make progress.
Without people like me who are willing to climb up, even the most magnificent creation will become decadent and corrupt." Lin Hung finally understood what he meant. It turns out that Wang Chao's investigation into the City Lord's mansion was tipped off by the criminal department, but his exaggerated statement did not gain Lin Heng's approval. From a side view, the situation in Jinma City is no different from that in Qingxian sect. The Qingxian sect has 6 peaks plus 1 main peak, totaling 7 peaks. The 7 peaks fight openly and covertly for their existing interests, but appear to be in harmony on the surface. In fact, from the elders to the disciples, everyone is disloyal and wants to eat each other alive. This is also true for a powerful sect like the Immortal sect, not to mention the products of dynasties that are a mixture of secular and immortal sections. Lin Hung doesn't care about these things. He only wants to strengthen his own strength and break the original fate, whether it is Yi Tian or the Son of Destiny, whether it's himself or the villain. An irreconcilable conflict is a life or death situation, with no room for negotiation. Chapter 23, The Difference Between Refined and Vulgar. Nancheng Street, Miaoyu Flower House. Be the evening, when we were about to leave, Nancheng Street was no longer as lively as before after the tragedy in the brothel, but there were still lights on everywhere. Occasionally, a horse-drawn carriage would pass by, leaving a crease on the bluestone road. This flower building is really tall, it has 9 floors. Lin Hong looked up, and perhaps because of the dark clouds, he felt that the roof of the building seemed to be piercing the sky. My lord, this Miaoyu Flower House is the most heavily invested property in Jinma City. Nowadays, not only immortals, but even ordinary people who have enough money will come here to have fun. The 2 of them walked into the first floor of the pavilion while talking. Since the arrangements had been made in advance, the madam did not make a big fuss and only told 2 girls to follow and entertain the guests well. Master Sisho, young master, please come this way. I wonder if you 2 are elegant or vulgar. Seeing that Lin Hung didn't understand what he meant, Sisho chuckled and explained, it's obvious that the immortal has just arrived here. The so-called elegance refers to listening to music in a brothel, where the meaning arises from one's heart and the illusion fades away. The so-called vulgarity is to be accompanied by a beautiful woman, and to spend the night in the quiet contemplation of vanity. What a night filled with vanity and quiet thoughts, even whispering in bed can be so meaningful. He can make the vulgar elegant and the elegant vulgar. Master Sisho still knows more, but this time we need to combine elegance and vulgarity. Please forgive me for the expense. Okay, I'll pay for the immortals portion. Something is coming, something is really coming. After the 2 of them arrived on the 2nd floor, they sent the waitress away. The 9-story pavilion occupies a very large area, with each floor about 500 square meters. Moreover, each floor is decorated with carved railings and painted buildings, and is extremely gorgeous, many times more upscale than ordinary brothels. There were singing and dancing in the brothel, and beautiful waitresses were running around. This is the industry with the largest investment in Jinma City, and it is a place for dignitaries to have fun and have fun. There are dozens of elegant rooms in the brothel, and there are also many private rooms for guests with special hobbies. At this time, many young men and women were holding the beautiful girls in their arms, drinking and having fun, chatting and laughing, or reciting poems and writing essays. Lin Hong glanced inside the brothel and found that the hall was full of people, most of whom were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Master Sisho, why are all those people gathered together? Haha, this. Sisho took a look and explained, this is a literary gathering. These people are either famous young men in Jinma City or talented scholars. On the second floor, there is a talented woman named Su Rong. She sells her art instead of her body and is quite popular. Only those who can compose poems based on pointed objects will be received. He's selling his art but not his body, and yet so many people are supporting him? Lin Hong asked in surprise. Hey! Our Lord, we are all men, don't you understand? The more talented and beautiful a woman is, the more popular she is. The harder she is to obtain, the more she will arouse the desire to conquer her. Cough cough. Lin Hong coughed twice. That seems to be the case. What you can't get always makes you restless, while what is easy to get is not cherished. Ha ha. Sisho saw this and immediately understood. He quickly changed the subject and said, Sir, let's go directly to the third floor. Good. The two men stepped onto the third floor, where the three deaths occurred. The appearance of the two immediately attracted the attention of many women. Although Sisho is nearly 50 years old, he is still handsome and strong. Lin Hong was dressed in white, with handsome features and extraordinary bearing, and he had a rather unrestrained and dashing air. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Only one woman's expression changed slightly when she saw the two of them, and she retreated back to the elegant room in a panic. Lin Hong's heart trembled, and he looked straight at the direction the woman retreated. She, a monk. 3 murders in a row, and still not satisfied. This evil cultivator is truly insatiable. He had already made a guess in his mind, and he could clearly feel the other person's aura even though he was 10 steps away. His cultivation level should be similar to his. Master Sisho, we can proceed as planned. After you choose your private room, I will be waiting next door. If there is any unusual movement, I will rush over as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll go in first. The chief invited the two women to walk straight into private room number 3. Lin Hong pushed open the room next door and was right between the room of Sisho and the room of the woman in purple skirt. In other words, if there is any unusual movement on either side, he can be alerted at the first moment. The house is simply and plainly decorated, with tables, chairs and beds all made of wood. As soon as Lin Hong walked into the room, he felt a faint fragrance coming towards him. He looked up and around the room, his gaze finally settling on the table. There was a rosewood box on the table, emitting a faint fragrance. The lid was tightly closed and no one knew what was inside. He extended his index finger and tapped the rosewood box. Boom! Boom! 3 times in a row, the crisp sound slowly spread, and after a moment the box slowly opened. There was only a jade pendant lying quietly inside. Jade pendant? Lin Hong frowned and looked around in confusion. Could it be something left behind by the previous guest? Lin Hong tentatively threw the jade pendant into the system space. As expected, name, Jade Key of Wealth and Grain. Description, the key to the City Lord's Mansion's granary is activated. Silver can be withdrawn with the token, and can also be exchanged for spirit coins and spirit stones at any bank in the city. The system gives an introduction to the item. Lin Hong was secretly shocked after hearing this, and took the jade pendant to examine it carefully. The jade pendant is round and about 2 inches long. The entire jade pendant is emerald green and translucent, crystal clear, just like a beautiful jade, and it is obvious at first glance that it is not an ordinary object. Why did the City Lord's Mansion's secret key to wealth and food appear here? Such an important thing could not be easily left outside. He didn't believe that the jade pendant was placed on the table without being seen by other guests. The subtle fragrance in the house is enough to prove that this elegant house has never been empty. What he didn't know was that his every move was being watched by the people in the City Lord's Mansion. Killing requires a reason. Killing a monk naturally requires a legitimate reason. If a disciple who is carrying out a mission takes advantage of his status and becomes greedy and steals other people's treasures, even if he dies as a result,
outsiders will not be able to find an excuse. Although the routine is not sophisticated, everything will be easy as long as it gets done. This is just a plan for Lin Hong. At the same time, the plan against Yun Yao was also unfolding in an orderly manner. Lin Hong didn't hesitate and directly put the jade pendant away. Once Yi Tian wipes out the city lord's mansion, he will be able to reap the benefits. This is the wealth of a whole city. Who wouldn't be tempted? While waiting for the prey to come, he was not idle. He sat on the floor and began to practice the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique, preparing to open the third spirit wheel. Although the two spirit wheels can continuously refine spiritual energy and improve cultivation, the speed is really slow. It is currently unrealistic to want to automatically upgrade by lying down and using cheats. Take out a Guyuan pill from the system space and swallow it. Buzz. In an instant, the medicinal power was digested at an extremely fast speed, and rich spiritual power burst out from the dantian. The practice continued until late at night. There was no movement coming from the room of the chief minister next door, but there were occasional pounding sounds coming from the private room next to it. Asshole. What the hell is this guy next door doing? Why has the spiritual energy become so thin? The woman in purple skirt was also practicing hard, preparing to recover some strength before attacking Lin Hong next door. However, unexpectedly, the spiritual energy around him seemed to be sucked away and continued to flow away. She was forced to stop practicing. A mere chi training second-level cultivator actually possesses such a skill. If I can plunder all of this person's yang yuan, this young master will only need 3 days to complete the cycle of cultivation and break through the realm. This thought flashed through the mind of the woman in the purple dress. Her original purpose tonight was to wait for an ordinary person to take the bait. It just so happened that Lin Hong took the initiative to go next door at this time, which made her feel a little moved. This person is a disciple of the Qingxian sect. He got it without any effort. It would be a shame to just kill him. Chapter 24 Capturing a Demon Girl. Tada! Inexplicable spells were chanted in the room. Lin Hang's ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly looked straight ahead. Your Excellency has already come, there's no need to hide it anymore. After she finished speaking, the purple skirt floated down from top to bottom, and turned an angle in the air. What came into view was a pair of white long legs, faintly visible under the gauze skirt. This is an extremely beautiful beauty with a very hot body. If Lin Hong had not seen beauties like Meng Yutong and Yun Yao before, he would have been moved. This enchanting woman is quite beautiful, comparable to Yun Yao and the others. Lin Hong was moved to cherish the beauty, which Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Is there someone else in the room? She quickly looked around and found that there was no trace of anyone except Lin Hong. It would be a shame to kill the monster if she came to my door, but it would be a good idea to subdue her and keep her alive. She's only slightly stronger than me at the 3rd level of Qi training. It shouldn't be difficult to defeat her. The voice came again. She looked at Lin Hong, her brows furrowed inwards. He clearly didn't open his mouth, but she could still hear the sound. Is it possible to hear what the other person is thinking? Just because of you, you want to take me down? Could it be that I was being too obvious and got noticed? Since that's the case, then I won't pretend anymore. Lin Hong stood up with a slight smile on his face. Don't be so excited. Now it's either you kill me or I subdue you. It feels a bit unfair to take you back to the sect in exchange for points, so, Zhang Kaiyan sneered, humph. You're just a 2nd-level Qi training ant. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. And you still dream of subduing me. Her actual cultivation level is at the early stage of Golden Core. Due to her special physique, her level will first decrease and then increase over time. This process is called the Wheel of Reincarnation, and her cultivation level will improve significantly with each Wheel of Reincarnation. If you want to speed up your cultivation, the best way is to absorb and refine the life force. Such a strange upgrade method is unique in the entire world of immortal cultivation. You witch, you're quite arrogant. Lin Hong stepped forward with his right foot, grasped the long sword at his waist with his left hand and drew it out, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the other person's throat. After breaking through the Qi training stage, his speed and strength increased many times over before. No matter how fancy it is, just pick up the sword and chop it down. Bang! In a split second, swords collided. A figure spiraled several times in the air and crashed directly into the wall. Holy crap! Magical powers. How can someone in the Qi training stage use magic?
Lin Hong covered his chest and looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. According to the realm classification, only those who have reached the foundation building stage can master magic and supernatural powers. Although the opponent used the blade, he directly attached a layer of magic to the blade during the fight, which made Lin Hong dumbfounded. Jiang Kaiyan moved forward step by step, while Lin Hong retreated quietly. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he wanted to take a few steps back. In order to create distance and wait for an opportunity to act. Ha ha. A mocking look appeared on Jiang Xian's beautiful face. She had already felt Lin Hang's strength with just one move. He only had brute force but didn't know any techniques, not to mention the second level of Qi training. Even if someone was at the 9th level of Qi training, they might not be enough to stand in front of her. Her cultivation level had only temporarily declined, but that didn't mean she couldn't use all the magic skills she mastered. Even if the power is weakened several times, it is still not something a newbie like Lin Hong can contend with. Who was so arrogant just now, demanding my surrender? Who wanted to cut off my head in exchange for points? She lifted her jade feet, stepped on the ground and moved lightly with lotus steps. An invisible wave spread out and hit Lin Hong. Lin Hang felt a huge pressure coming, and his body couldn't help but tremble, as if he might kneel down at any time. Another magical power. She's at the 3rd level of Qi training. How could, miss, is it too late for me to say it's a misunderstanding now? Lin Hong said stiffly. What do you think? Jiang Kaiyan sneered smugly, not noticing the magical gourd that inexplicably appeared in Lin Hang's hand. Give up resistance, you are no match for me. Become my slave, and I will spare your life. Jiang Kaiyan planned to capture Lin Hong and study him first to see why she could hear his inner thoughts. Encountering such a strange thing, she couldn't possibly just kill him. Has the offense and defense changed? Lin Hong regretted not taking the Lingbao gourd out of the system space in advance. If he had brought it with him just now, the witch might have been attacked by the magic he cast. Come on, witch, use your strongest magical power. Lin Hong stopped talking nonsense, picked up his sword and rushed forward to kill. This time, he did not hold back at all. He gathered all the true energy in his body into his hands and put in so much strength that the other party would think he was determined to fight to the death. The soul calming power of the Lingbao gourd is affected by the damage bonus, that is, the higher the opponent's attack power, the stronger the sound wave echo. So he only has one chance if the other party doesn't notice. Jiang Kaiyan snorted coldly. Sure enough, I fell into the trap. Seeing that Lin Hong still wanted to resist to the death, he wanted to punish him severely. She flipped her hand and a ball of pale yellow fire appeared in her palm. She flicked her finger and the fire shot out instantly. The ghost fire danced in the air and condensed into a 3-foot-long sword. The method of transformation that can only be performed by a Jindan stage cultivator was actually performed by a Qi training stage cultivator. Lin Hang's pupils contracted and he quickly swung the sword in his hand to block the attack. Bang! The long sword broke, however, just as the remaining light was about to cover Lin Hang's body. The Lingbao gourd burst into golden light. Jiang Xian's face flashed with surprise. This is buzz. The moment the phantom fire sword collided with the golden film released by the gourd, sound waves echoed out. Jiang Kaiyan quickly formed a seal in front of her to create a barrier, but the sound waves went straight into the depths of her soul, and the barrier did not work. Pfft, you, Jiang Kaiyan spat out a mouthful of blood, took several steps back, and finally fainted and fell down. If her cultivation was at its peak, she would never be hurt by such a trick, but she is now in the Qi training stage, and even if she possesses many magical powers, she cannot withstand the shock of her soul. I'm in trouble. Lin Hong took a deep breath, patted his chest and stood up, quickly walked to the woman in the purple dress. The little demon girl is quite powerful. Thanks to the gourd given by senior sister, otherwise I would have fallen into your hands tonight. Lin Hong sighed in his heart. The strength displayed by the other party is even more enchanting than Yi Tian. Looking at Leng Qingjiarong, who was so close to him, Lin Hong bent down and hugged her on the bed. She also considerately pulled her skirt down to cover her beautiful legs. Then he reached out and felt around, and finally found a storage ring after some searching. The ring has no restrictions and can be detected with mind recognition. A piece of black rope and a hairpin. 200 spirit stones and 3 bottles of unknown elixirs. What is this? Lin Hong looked closely at the iron lump in his hand. It turned out to be a seal with 2 rows of strange characters engraved under it and a floral pattern on the outer circle. He first threw the rope into the system space. Item, level 3 lock rope. Description: the most common rope in the world of immortal cultivation, often used to tie up and arrest immortal cultivators. However, it's not as strong as one might imagine. Item,
4th grade wood yuan pill. Description: a medicinal elixir made from bikawling and kiantanmu wood. It is rich in vital energy and can be used to heal injuries and absorb wood elements.
Item: 2nd grade essence blood pill. Description: specially designed for women to repair their qi and blood.
You won't like the taste, it's a bit shabby. I thought it was some treasure.
Lin Hong glanced at the woman on the bed and found that she seemed to be about to wake up. He quickly took out the rope and tied her up twice according to his experience. Finally, I didn't forget to make 2 circles on the front.
Chapter 25: The Burning Mark of the Beast. That should be no problem now. The 3rd level rope lock is enough for her to struggle for a while.
After tying the knot, Lin Hong continued to sort out the spoils. A hairpin is just an ordinary item, not a magical tool. Among the 3 bottles of pills, only the Muyuan pill is of the highest grade and is still useful to him.
Oh. You're awake. He looked at the beautiful woman who opened her eyes with a smile, his eyes rolling around as if he was thinking of some bad idea. Jiang Kaiyan regained her clarity and felt the ropes on her body. She panicked and asked, "What did you do to me? Asshole. How dare you tie me up? Let me go." Jiang Kaiyan was both embarrassed and angry.
This bondage posture was really indescribable. Lin Hong came closer to her and lifted her chin slightly.
Now I'm asking you a question, and if you don't answer well, don't blame me for being rude. I can tell you that I'm not a gentleman. You're just a piece of meat on the chopping board now. You have no right to challenge me.
You call yourself young master.
Tell me your name. Which sect are you from? Are you colluding with the city lord's mansion in Jinma City?
Jiang Kaiyan turned her head away in disgust, not letting Lin Hong touch her. Blood Moon Cult, Jiang Kaiyan.
Blood Moon Cult? The one ranked 8th on the list of evil cults? What are you bragging about? Are you telling me that the young master of the Blood Moon Cult went to a brothel to absorb the yang energy of a middle-aged man? What's going on? Has the Blood Moon Cult fallen so far that the young master needs to go out hunting? You're not telling the truth, are you?
Bang, a big pussy pocket. Jiang Kaiyan was stunned by the blow and looked incredulous.
You dare to hit me. Fuck you. You think I'm easy to fool, right?
You're relying on your strength to scare me with the Blood Moon Cult. If you were the young master, I would be the holy son of the Qingxian sect.
You bastard.
I am the young master of the Blood Moon Cult, you. Bang, another slap. Jiang Kaiyan's eyes were almost filled with tears and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. She thought that Lin Hong would be more polite to her after hearing her name. Unexpectedly, he didn't believe it at all and let her get slapped twice for nothing.
Don't be unconvinced. Beating you is considered a light punishment.
If my senior sister were to come, your head and neck would be torn apart.
Let me ask you a second question. Do you know how to use this mark of the beast? Teach me how to use it, and I'll spare your life.
Jiang Kaiyan saw the iron seal in his hand and gritted her teeth. That's mine, you can't take it for yourself. She didn't expect that Lin Hong actually knew that this was the mark of the beast. This is one of the few 6th level magic weapons of the Blood Moon Cult. If an outsider were to take it, the leader would definitely skin her alive when she returns.
Miss Kaiyan, it's already late.
I know this rope won't hold you captive for long.
But you have to understand that killing you right now is as easy as pie for me. My sect's mission is to apprehend the perpetrator of the evil in Golden Horse City.
Let's assume you're the young master of the Blood Moon Cult.
Do you think you can return alive?
Lin Hong smiled, shook the iron seal in his hand and continued, "How can I let you go if you don't let me get some benefits?" After his patient persuasion and his combined soft and hard tactics, Jiang Kaiyan finally realized her current situation. Just as Lin Hong said, it would take time for her to break free from the ropes, and she had no ability to resist during this process. The consequence of disobeying is death, and she doesn't think Lin Hong will be kind enough to let her go.
Will you really let me go? Aren't you afraid that if I let you go, I'll seek revenge on you? Ha! This stupid woman is still trying to threaten me. No.
Lin Hong said confidently.
I hope you can keep your word.
Jiang Kaiyan felt disgusted when she heard the laughter coming from his heart. You drop your blood essence into the seal to establish a connection with it, and then activate the magic formula to attach the beast seal to the monster's gate.
Lin Hong followed the operating procedures and was able to control the beast seal after dripping his essence and blood on it. With an incredible talent for comprehension, it is easy to master the techniques. Soon, he was able to control the beast seal in his hand. Jiang Kaiyan was shocked by the scene in front of her. He could actually erase her control over the beast mark so quickly. Monsters from level 1 to level 9 correspond to the 9th level of Qi training for human cultivators. This seal can control a level 5 monster, so it should be able to control this demon girl as well, right? Although the names of the beast mark and the slave mark are different, they are essentially a kind of summoning contract. Lin Hong looked at the beast mark and glanced at Jiang Kaiyan on the bed, thoughtfully. What? He actually has such beastly thoughts. What are you going to do? Seeing his malicious expression, Jiang Kaiyan was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly. You promised to let me go. Are you going to break your promise? Don't be nervous, I will definitely let you go. But before that, I have to at least test the effect of the beast mark. Lin Hong controlled the beast seal and moved forward step by step. His purpose was self-evident. Jiang Kaiyan was shocked. You bastard, you dare to use the mark of the beast on me. Before he could finish his words, a scream was heard. Instead, Lin Hong showed no mercy. Even if Jiang Kaiyan hadn't told him how to use the beast seal, he could have just thrown it into the system space to read the description, but that would be a waste of time. It would be faster for her to just say it directly. If there was no beast mark as a second layer of insurance, Lin Hong would never have promised to let her go. It is not difficult to tell from the other person's eyes that she is a vengeful person. You beast! I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Jiang Kaiyan yelled. This was definitely the most humiliating moment in her life. A Jindan stage cultivator was branded with the mark of a beast while still alive. The beast seal and the soul are in harmony with each other in the function of consciousness. With the help of the magic formula, no matter how she activates her consciousness, she cannot resist the invading external force. Yes, when her cultivation reached the Qi training stage, it was her weakest stage. Even if she is in the foundation building stage, she has countermeasures. Finally, with Lin Heng's operation, the beast mark was successfully imprinted on the center of Jiang Kaiyan's forehead. The pattern only flashed by, as if it had invaded the skin and disappeared. Jiang Kaiyan lay on the bed with empty eyes, like a puppet with its strings cut, numbness and resentment filling her whole body. Lin Hong sat down beside her, pinching her face with his hands and forcing her to look at him. What's going on? I didn't wipe your consciousness, so this should be considered a success. Don't look at me like that. I have no choice but to do this. How can I let you go without worrying about it if I don't control you well? Hey! You stay here quietly for now. Wait until my senior brothers and sisters send us a message and then leave when we return home. Otherwise, if they find you, they will definitely not be as kind as I am. Jiang Kaiyan didn't say anything, but stared at him with her lips tightly bitten. You damn beast, I will kill you with my own hands, she said hatefully in her heart. Seeing that she didn't understand his painstaking efforts, Lin Hong was too lazy to explain any further. The requirement of the Class B mission is to capture the culprit. His willingness to let Jiang Kaiyan go does not mean that Yi Tian and Yunyao will let her go. If we let her go now, who knows what kind of trouble it might cause in Jinma City. To be on the safe side, let's keep her locked up for a while longer. Calculating the time, we are about to reach the key plot point. It won't be long before Yunyao's distress signal is received. Chapter 26. Crushing the golden elixir to raise a child. Early the next morning, there was a noise coming from the next room. Sisho had been drinking with the two beauties until late at night and was completely drunk. He didn't hear the fighting in Lin Heng's room at all. My lord, I'm sorry. I slept so soundly last night. Did anything happen? Suddenly, he saw Jiang Kaiyan tied up on the bed. I was suddenly shocked. Wow, the immortal is having fun. Bundled games. It looks like the game isn't over yet. Lin Hong closed his eyes tightly, still absorbing spiritual energy in an orderly manner. After a long while, he spoke. The matter has been resolved. The bad guys have been driven away by me, huh? That's exactly what it says. Although she wasn't captured, she was severely injured and won't be back in Golden Horse City for a while. Don't worry for now. Since the Qingxian sect has accepted the task assigned by the dynasty, they will definitely not just do half of the work. Someone will be keeping an eye on it for a while. The chieftain suddenly understood and said, Immortal, do you mean that we don't need to hide here anymore during this period of time? Good. Good, good, good. The chief applauded repeatedly. he could finally live a peaceful life.
He had been very busy these days dealing with murder cases one after another. I will not disturb the immortal's leisurely time. The chief secretary left, and only Lin Hong and the other person were left in the private room. Jiang Kaiyan sat up and stared at Lin Hong, who was practicing peacefully in front of her, frowning slightly.
What kind of cultivation method is this?
He can absorb spiritual energy so quickly, and why, after absorbing so much spiritual energy, is there no sign of a breakthrough? She doesn't understand. That night she kept her attention on Lin Hang. Not only was his cultivation method strange, but even his mental activities were extremely strange. According to the normal cultivation speed of a cultivator, absorbing so much spiritual energy would have already led him from the second level of Qi training to the third level. This guy doesn't have the slightest momentum to break through. She didn't know that Lin Hong was in the process of opening up his spirit wheel and was suffering from great pain and pressure. The third spirit wheel was many times more difficult than the previous two. If he continues at this pace, it will take him a long time to break through the foundation building stage. Time passes slowly. The spiritual energy in the entire private room, and even the entire third floor of the brothel, was almost completely sucked away. It lasted for 3 whole days, accompanied by a muffled sound. The third spiritual wheel was successfully opened. Lin Hong restrained his breath, and his cultivation level surprisingly reached the third level of Qi training. At this moment, the sect identity token on his body suddenly flashed green light, followed by Yunyao's urgent cry for help. "Quick, come to the south of the city to help me. People from the city lord's mansion." The voice was intermittent, with only a few words coming out. Lin Hong stood up and glanced at Jiang Kaiyan, who was still struggling.
"Just wait for me to come back and don't do anything tricky."
Perhaps it was the restraint of the beast mark. Jiang Kaiyan really stopped struggling, but after Lin Hang left, the restraint he had given her immediately disappeared. If she had the chance, she would definitely not sit still and wait for death. "You beast. This feud has been established. I, Jiang Kaiyan, will never let you go. I will make you suffer the most cruel punishment of the Blood Moon cult." The other side, Jinma City, South City, several teams surrounded in inside and out, and the streets along the way were also blocked, preventing any pedestrians from getting close. Many ordinary people gathered at the outermost edge of South Street.
Why is the city lord's mansion making such a big fuss? Could it be to catch the culprit who committed the crime in the brothel?
Someone asked in confusion. A young man dressed as a waiter in the crowd, with a white cloth wrapped around his front, clapped his hands to signal everyone to look over.
"Those soldiers surrounded our inn, and they've even arrested the innkeeper. What kind of a situation is this? Inn, are you the waiter at the Qingyue Inn? What did shopkeeper Li do wrong?"
"Yes."
The waiter nodded and then said,
"The leader said it was the murderer in Wobi, and they want to capture a woman.
Could it be the female warrior who slapped Sun Yu to death in the west of the city a few days ago?"
It should be correct. For Jinma City, it is to eliminate harm for the people, but he is the only son of the lord of the city lord's mansion after all, so he has gotten into trouble. Everyone talked one after another and soon deduced the general course of events. This time, Yunyao and the inn had already fought off 5 waves of attacks, and her figure was already shaky and she could not hold on alone. The man in black robe stood not far from her and sneered. "I have to admit that you Qingxian sect disciples are very strong.
It's even rarer to see a female cultivator with such perseverance as you.
You've been able to hold on for so long after taking the fragrance softening powder.
I admire you."
Shishang Ruga-san, as the name suggests, is a poison that can make people lose their ability to move. The medicine is colorless and tasteless, easily soluble in water, and ordinary people cannot detect it at all.
"How dare you plot against me?"
Yunyao had a cold look on her face as she placed her sword on the table before she could stand still.
"You are too arrogant. Killing the young master of the city lord's mansion will cost you a price. If I hadn't been entrusted with capturing you alive, do you think you could have survived until now?
Don't expect your other 2 companions to rescue you.
They won't be able to come to your aid in time."
In the end, under the effect of the cartilage powder, Yunyao only withstood 2 waves of attacks before collapsing. The other party put poison in her wine, but she didn't notice it at all. This kind of potential conspiracy would be difficult to defend against even if she wanted to be on guard. She really didn't expect that the city lord's mansion would collude with the evil people to come to her so quickly. An unknown amount of time passed, but when Yunyao woke up, she saw darkness all around her. His mouth was gagged and even his hands were tied behind his back. They had already removed the cartilage powder from her body, but a strange fire inexplicably rose in her body, and this feeling made her feel uneasy. Boom. Boom, the door was slowly pushed open, and the light pouring in allowed her to see the surroundings clearly. It turned out that she was imprisoned in a big prison. Damn it. She cursed inwardly. She heard rustling footsteps and looked closely to see a man in a black robe and a thin middle-aged man slowly walking towards her. Sunny Nan stared at Yunyao fiercely and said, "You were the one who tortured and killed my son, you vicious woman. Now you've fallen into my hands." The black-robed man glanced at him and said in a hoarse voice, "I brought her to you. What do you want to do with her? If you let her get out alive, no one can protect you. The implication is that if you need to kill her, then kill her, don't give her a chance." How to deal with her? Sunny Nan looked Yunyao up and down carefully. Originally, he wanted to capture her alive and cut her into pieces, but now he had a new idea. "I've changed my mind. I've lived half my life and still haven't tasted what it's like to be a golden core cultivator. Since she killed my son, let her give birth to a child for me as atonement." Yunyao widened her eyes, her aura suddenly rising, as if she was going to rush forward and kill the old bastard in front of her. Using her as a tool for raising children. It wouldn't be bad to train a new one. Maybe you can even have a descendant with the talent to cultivate immortality. The man in black robe said thoughtfully. Hearing this, the hatred on Sunny Nan's face faded a lot, and was replaced by excitement. If his descendants have the talent to cultivate immortals, then his son family can also become an immortal family. Chapter 27 The Head Giving Plan. I have a medicine here that can help you tame her better. What is it? The Great Chu State's specialty, Hawan powder, just give it to her. Also, just to be on the safe side, I suggest crushing her golden core. Relying solely on the immortal binding rope to suppress her isn't a long-term solution. Even if she does give birth to your child, you can't even think of letting her go. The black robe warned. Okay, I'll do as you say. But don't forget there are still 2 people who haven't been dealt with yet. You have to find a way to deal with them. Don't worry, we've dealt with 2 of them now, and the missing one will show up sooner or later. He assumed that Lin Hong had been eliminated by Jiang Kaiyan. Jinyao heard the conversation between the two. "I never thought that these 2 people would have such dirty and vicious minds. Not only do they want to crush her golden elixir, but they also want to force her to have a child." She couldn't imagine how miserable it was to fall into such a situation. She regretted it. "If I had known this would happen, I would have stayed by Lin Hang's side even though I knew something bad was going to happen." I still insisted on wandering around alone. However, she wasn't too worried about it. Lin Hong mentioned many times that she would give it away for free, but the person who gave it to her was Yi Tian, which means that she would definitely be rescued in the end. The other side, after receiving Yunyao's distress signal, Yi Tian and Lin Hong went directly to the south of the city. As soon as the 2 met, Yi Tian was the first to ask, "Junior brother, aren't you with senior sister?" "No, don't you know what senior sister is like? She likes to wander around everywhere. How can I find her?" "I went to the south of the city and found out that my senior sister seemed to have been captured by the city lord's mansion." City lord's mansion? Yi Tian was a little surprised. How could the city lord's mansion have the ability to capture Yun Yao? "Why are you arresting her?" Lin Hong shrugged. "She killed the young master of the city lord's mansion, probably because of this incident." "Humph, they deserve to die." Yi Tian stared ahead and said slowly, "I've investigated the city lord's mansion thoroughly in the past few days. They've colluded with the Blood Moon cult and monopolized the business and travel trade around Jinma City. Ordinary people are disappearing not only in Jinma City, but also in the surrounding areas. The Blood Moon cult seems to be planning to make a comeback. If I'm not mistaken, the brothel you investigated is also likely related to them." "Brother, do you mean that the Blood Moon cult wants to expose itself to the public? Isn't it afraid of being hunted down again?" "I'm not sure. I searched the perimeter of Jinma City twice and found a mine. Inside, there were many corpses and buckets of blood. Among them, I found the ornaments of a disciple of Zishu sect. The Zishu sect should have sent disciples with the same purpose as us to investigate Jinma City. It's obvious that their disciples died at the hands of the Blood Moon sect, but they kept silent about it, and not even a word of it reached the outside world. The so-called sect mission is a cooperation mechanism generated by the mutual cooperation between the dynasty and the immortal sect. In other words, each sect received different tasks. The Zishu sect once received this so-called D-level task, but they failed. Instead of continuing, he threw the task to other sects to complete, who would believe that there is no problem here. I have to say that Yi Tian has a very delicate mind. After Yun Yao was captured, she did not act rashly and go directly to Shaman. Instead, she discussed a foolproof plan with Lin Hong. Hey, it has to be my senior brother Yi. This calculation has hit me in the face. You act as bait while I sneak into the city lord's mansion to rescue them. The credit for rescuing them is yours. If we mess things up, I'll definitely die in there. You clearly have the strength to take over the city lord's mansion directly, but you want to use it to kill me. Lin Hong sneered in his heart. This is Yi Tian's plan. Let Lin Hong go to the city lord's mansion first to deliver a wave of heads, and don't expect him to rescue Yun Yao directly. What? Junior brother, do you have any objections to my plan? Or, are you afraid of taking risks and unwilling to save senior sister Xiaoyao? Yi Tian said coldly. Ha ha. Lin Hong smiled wryly and shook his head. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How dare I disobey senior brother's advice? How can I sit idly by and watch senior sister in trouble? In the original story, he didn't think too much about it and just went there directly. Not only did he unexpectedly find Yun Yao's dungeon, but he also managed to escape. Now that I think about it, Yi Tian's move was a pure conspiracy. If he goes, he will most likely die in there. As long as he dies, the only disciple recommended by Xian Yun Peak for inheritance will be Yi Tian. If he doesn't go, he will be labeled as unkind and unjust, and Yun Yao will be greatly disappointed. After Yi Tian takes her down, he only needs to provoke her a little. With Yun Yao's personality, she will definitely not let him off easily. Meanwhile, on the other side, after breaking free from her restraints, Zhang Kaiyan immediately contacted the man in black robe. Young master, you don't look well. Has the disciple from Qinxian sect been eliminated? Asked the man in black robe. No. Stop the plan. Leave Jinma City from now on and avoid the limelight for a while. I can't deal with those three people from Qinxian sect. The black robe was stunned, and Zhang Kaiyan continued, my cultivation rotation time needs to be extended. I can't help you with the matter of Jinma City. But young master, we have already agreed to help the city lord's mansion solve this wave of troubles. Zhang Kaiyan glared at him, and the man in black robe stopped talking. We already dealt with the Purple Void sect last time. The Blood Moon sect isn't here to clean up their messes. And Golden Horse City isn't the only one of the 13 cities in Western Continent. The man in black robe was startled. Is the young master going to abandon Jinma City? But what about the leader? I will explain myself. Zhang Kaiyan said bluntly, and now is not the time to consider the trade-offs between Jinma City and Jinma City. And now that Lin Hong had happened, her cultivation cycle had not been completed and she was unable to recover to the Golden Core realm. How could she be a match for the other Qinxian sect disciples? Of course, it was even more impossible for her to tell others that she had been planted with the mark of the beast. After the repairs are completed, it won't be too late to seek revenge on Lin Hang. The man in black robe was silent for a long time, and finally nodded in agreement. This means that all the promises he made to Sunny Nan before have become empty promises. The plans to lure the Qinxian sect disciples outside the city and kill them, and to crush the captured Yunya Jindan, would all be empty talk. He wanted to just say a word to Sunny Nan, but then he thought that the Blood Moon cult was going to give up the interests of Jinma City, and no matter how much he said, it would be useless. This time, the city lord's mansion was bustling with activity. He had no idea that he had been treated as a discarded pawn and that danger was quietly approaching. Master, the medicine has been injected into the woman. It won't be long before the effect takes effect. The housekeeper came up to Sunny Nan and said, Yes. Sunny Nan nodded. Is the black robe ready? As long as he takes action to destroy this woman, I, the master, can avenge your. Master Black Robe went out a while ago, and I estimate he will be back soon. Okay, then let's set up the banquet and get some more wine. Yes. Chapter 28 Plot, second choice. On this side, Lin Hong had quietly arrived outside the northernmost wall of the city lord's mansion as planned. The mansion faces south, and the back garden is right inside. Yi Tian went directly to the main gate and stood outside the door, shouting for Sunny Nan to come out.
it's really not easy. It makes me feel like a thief. If I remember correctly, the dungeon should be around the back garden and hidden near the back of the main house. Lin Hong quickly climbed up the tree and used the branches of 5 willow trees in the back garden to climb directly to the roof. The movements were so quick and light that even the maid passing by below didn't notice. After arriving at the main room, Lin Hong jumped down. Seeing that there was no one around, he hid in the nearest house. The house was filled with the strong smell of spices, smoke, and the crackling sound of burning fire could be heard from time to time. Kitchen? He unexpectedly went to the kitchen in a daze, and when Lin Hong saw the smoked venison on the stove, his eyes lit up. It is true that the side quest is triggered. Dry rice. He immediately broke off a deer leg and started chewing it. Finding someone is a physical job, so you have to let him eat something first. After spending so many days in Qing Shan sect, he has been eating either elixirs or spiritual fruits all day long, and his sense of taste is almost gone. He hasn't started fasting yet, unlike Yun Yao and the others who can go without food. After finishing the meal, Lin Hong cautiously left the kitchen and lingered around for a long time. Finally, I found the triggerable mechanism under the stone table opposite the toilet. After pressing the mechanism, there was only a loud bang, the ground began to collapse, and soon a dark hole leading underground was revealed. Jun Yao, who was underground, naturally heard the sound as well. This time, the Hahuan powder in her body had spread throughout her body along the meridians. Her body turned slightly red, and the feeling of heat was about to overwhelm her mind. Senior sister, is that you? It's me, come and save me. Hearing the familiar voice, Yunyao could only make a grunting sound because her mouth was blocked. Lin Hong stepped forward and tried to cut the rope with his sword, but he found that he couldn't cut it after trying for a long time. Could it be a lock rope? Don't worry, senior sister. I'll carry you out right now. Let's make it clear that this was forced physical contact, and you can't hit anyone afterwards. Seeing Yunyao nod, Lin Hang felt relieved and picked her up, not to mention that my body is still quite hot. The last time I hugged you, my legs were ice cold. Now it feels completely different. Look at this, it's so tempting. What a pity, it would be a pity if it didn't become a plaything. Bang, Yunyao suddenly reached out and gave him a big slap. Although it was very light and without much force, this inexplicable action really made Lin Hong feel confused. Playthings, I'm not a plaything. She really didn't understand why Lin Heng's thoughts were always so improper. TSK. Senior sister, you don't keep your word, right? Then I'll abandon you. No. Go away, I can't stand it anymore. Yun Yao wrapped her arms around his neck tightly, her voice soft and moving, full of pleading. Oh no! Someone broke into the dungeon. Sunny Nan, who was standing outside the door negotiating with Yi Tian, was shocked when he received the news. Soon, the housekeeper led a dozen servants to surround Lin Hong and the other two near the south wall. Who are you to dare to rob people in the dungeon without permission? Xingxian sect, Yi Tian. I'm sending you bastards on your way now. If you have any grudges or grievances in your next life, just come find me, Yi Tian. Brother Yi, I'll give you a few more heads for your kill record, but this evildoing has nothing to do with me. Lin Hang immediately cast a spell, and saw the sword automatically fly out of the scabbard. Even though it was only a small piece that was cut off, dealing with these ordinary people was as easy as killing chickens or pigs. Swish, swish, the broken sword flew past, and several rays of light flashed by. 10 heads immediately scattered around. Lin Hong retracted his sword, picked up Yin Yao, stepped on ahead and climbed over the wall. Lin Hong was a little surprised. The life-threatening rescue operation was too simple. When he appeared in front of Yi Tian holding Yin Yao, Yi Tian was shocked. The total time taken was less than a quarter of an hour, and you carried the person out? Junior brother, didn't you encounter any obstacles? No. I didn't encounter anyone from the Blood Moon cult at all. I took out some of the bad guys in a few strokes. Yi Tian looked at Yun Yao, whose face was flushed, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. It was estimated that she had been poisoned by some kind of aphrodisiac. Junior brother, I have some antidote pills here. You take senior sister away first, and I'll take care of this. Yi Tian took out an inky black pill and handed it to Lin Hong. Seeing Lin Hong carrying Yin Yao away, Sunny Nan was shocked and yelled at the housekeeper, but there was no response. Black robe. Why don't you show yourself? Yi Tian turned his head and said coldly, didn't Master Qingfu say that he had never seen my senior sister? How come this person came out of your house?
He approached slowly with a sword in hand, and the oppressive feeling made the latter unable to help but retreat. At this point, no matter how confused Sunny Nan was, he understood everything. Ha! I'd become an abandoned child, the black-robed man, or the Blood Moon cult, did not keep his promise. The sword flashed, and the head rolled to the ground and rolled straight to the edge of the steps before stopping. The matter is not over yet, and the death of Sunny Nan is not enough to justify the task. The entire city lord's mansion will be buried with him. Here, Lin Hong carried Yun Yao to the nearest inn in the south of the city. The shopkeeper was very tactful and handed the doorplate to him without asking any questions. Call. Finally, it has come to this point. It won't take long for Yi Tian to deal with the city lord's mansion. What exactly is the second choice? Lin Hong looked at the erotic scenes on the bed and felt a little dry in the mouth. The system mentioned that the second choice was related to whether Yi Tian could defeat Yun Yao and whether he could keep his right leg. I've already reached this screen, but the system hasn't given any prompts yet. Forget it, let's give her the antidote first. Lin Hong couldn't figure it out, so he had to take out the pill that Yi Tian gave him before he left. Senior sister, come and open your mouth and take the antidote. However, not long after Yun Yao swallowed the pill, the system prompt sound suddenly came. Plot. Second choice, description. The elixir in your hand is called the five-colored fallen sun pill, and it's one of the most potent spring poisons. Once it interacts with other spring poisons, the toxicity cannot be eliminated through internal circulation. Lin Heng's eyes suddenly shrank and he stood there in a daze. The pill just now was the five-colored fallen sun pill. Didn't Yi Tian give it as an antidote pill? Wait. Could it be that? I understand now? This means that Yun Yao can adjust the spring poison through her own internal energy training and just endure it. Once she takes the pill given by Yi Tian, she can only use a man to detoxify. Damn, what a beast! After all this time, senior sister is just giving it away for free. Lin Hong cursed inwardly and clenched his fists. He didn't expect that Yi Tian, the original protagonist, was even more brutal than him, the villain. Also, isn't the system's plot hint too late? The medicine had already been given, and this happened. It's over, what should I do now? Just as he was secretly gritting his teeth, Yun Yao, who was tossing and turning on the bed, was also terrified. Feeling uncomfortable doesn't mean you are not aware. Chapter 29. Senior sister, please don't look back, I really am your senior brother. What? Fallen sun pill. That bastard Yi Tian was willing to give me this kind of pill just to frame Lin Hong? You beast. Yun Yao never thought that her junior brother, who had been with her day and night for several years, would treat her like this. Thinking of Yi Tian's previous gentlemanly appearance, she couldn't help but feel frightened. If this is true, Yi Tian not only deceived the 5 senior sisters, but also deceived his master. Yun Yao panicked. She didn't want to give it away for free, and she didn't want to let that beast Yi Tian succeed. She could feel the medicinal power of the pill beginning to dissolve, and it wouldn't be long before she would lose all her sanity. Wait. There seems to be a missing link in the middle. What stage? Lin Hong continued to talk to himself. Yi Tian asked me to properly place Yun Yao, and then send a signal to him through the identity token. In other words, he has no idea where I am now. Yun Yao has already taken the medicine. If I send a signal to Yi Tian to come over, he will definitely use this as an excuse to frame me for drugging Yun Yao. Lin Heng suddenly realized that there were more than 2 choices. The basis of the first 2 options is based on the location of sending signals to Yi Tian. What if he doesn't send his location? Yun Yao had to rely on a man to detoxify the elixir she had taken. He was the only man in the room, so didn't that mean Lin Heng was in a dilemma? If he left Yun Yao alone, her foundation would most likely be damaged by the spring poison, and in serious cases, her life would be in danger. If she gave the bargain to Yi Tian, her future fate might really be inseparable from the brothel. It's not that he's too sympathetic, it's mainly because he doesn't want Yi Tian to break his leg. Senior sister, I can't help it. This is for my own sake, and also to change your future destiny. You can't blame me. Yun Yao's consciousness was already hazy, and she could probably guess what he was going to do. But she didn't resist at all. Compared to the beast Yi Tian, she would rather give it to Lin Heng. Although Lin Heng was a little immature, he was still much more interesting to her, and she had a much higher liking for him than the average man. The medicinal power spread slightly and quickly reacted with the remaining medicinal power of the Halwan powder. She felt a blank in front of her eyes, and her body felt as if she had fallen into magma, full of burning sensation. Then a faint voice came to my ears. Senior sister, you should rest first. I have something else to go out for,
and senior brother you will be here soon. What else?
The footsteps gradually faded away, followed by the sound of a door closing. Lin Hong stood outside the door and took a deep breath, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead.
Success or failure depends on today, Yi Tian. Don't you want to use me to take down senior sister Yin Yao?
It's a pity that I am the only one who can pick this prematurely ripened fruit. Lin Heng's eyes were extremely determined. If he ate the meat well, he would be able to enjoy the meat with wine and wine. Even if he didn't eat it well, it would not implicate him. About 20 minutes passed. Lin Hengzai slowly pushed the door open and walked in. He wore a black mask and changed his look specially. I have to say, this is quite exciting. At this moment, the scene in the room was so erotic that it was beyond description. The large pieces of scattered white skirt were enough to prove what kind of torture the senior sister was suffering at this moment. Lin Hong reached out and touched her head and found that she had a severe fever.
Is he unconscious already? TSK tisk. Come on, senior sister, lie down. Wait.
What is this? In the following time, the sound of busy movements continued to be heard in the room. After a long while, Lin Hong felt that his body had become much healthier. This antidote comes quickly and goes away quickly. Yun Yao's consciousness gradually became clearer from the blankness, but her involuntary movements showed that she was still a little conflicted in her heart. Breathing sounds, the sound of dripping raindrops, the sound of wind blowing outside the window makes up the whole picture.
Yi Tian? Why?
Yun Yao's eyes, buried in the pillow, became somewhat empty. She could neither raise her head nor turn around. Her eyes were a little moist. She thought that Lin Hong finally didn't have the courage to call Yi Tian over. Another full hour passed. The orderly flow of air was disrupted, and the former seemed to recover a little, and actually slowly raised his neck. Lin Hong was so frightened that he dared not move, and prayed silently in his heart. Frowny face, senior sister, please don't look back. I really am your senior brother. Lingding's words shocked the former slightly. I turned around with difficulty, but saw a disguised face. The crude deception seemed so pale at this moment. When she learned that the person behind her was not Yi Tian but Lin Hong, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was due to the effect of the medicine. She even felt a little morbidly happy, but at the same time, it also made her feel a little disgusted.
Asshole. Why are you going through all this trouble? Just detoxify me and I won't kill you.
Even if you were afraid of being exposed, afraid that I would kill you, you shouldn't have worn a mask to pretend to be someone else.
Bastard, what a bastard, just wait and see how I deal with you after this is over.
If she had the strength, she would definitely turn around and slap him to death. Phew.
Time to get ready. By the time she wakes up, it'll be all over.
After finishing, I'll go back to the flower house to see the little witch, and then go to the bank to open the blind box. Meanwhile, on the other side, after taking over the city lord's mansion, Yi Tian kept sending contact signals to Yun Yao and Lin Hong, but never received a response.
What's going on? Are they in some trouble? Or has he already left Jinma City? Otherwise, why is there no news?
Could it be that he didn't give Yun Yao the elixir? The identity token can only transmit messages within a distance of 10 miles. If they leave Jinma City early, then he will most likely not receive the message. Of course, there are also cases where people deliberately do not reply to messages. Based on Yi Tian's understanding of Lin Hong, he had no reason and no courage to do anything to Yun Yao, but if he dared to do anything bad, Yun Yao would definitely activate her identity token and ask him for help. After thinking it over, Yi Tian carried the package containing Sunny Nan's head and planned to return to the sect to report.
Phew! I'm so exhausted.
Being the antidote is so hard, and I have to be so nervous and keep an eye on her condition all the time. She shouldn't be able to find me. Lin Hong pulled up his pants and ran away, but he gradually felt uneasy. How do you say this? A bag on the head, no one loves it. With a pull of both hands, it's hard to tell whether you live or die. He is timid in front of others, but strikes back fiercely behind their backs. Along the way, patrol officers in the official uniforms of the Ministry of Justice kept coming and going, and the news of the destruction of the city lord's mansion had spread throughout Jinma City. From the aristocratic families to the ordinary people, everyone was shocked. The only beneficiary of this major reshuffle was the criminal department. In comparison, the head of the department appeared to be much more orderly. In order to quell the chaos, many shops on the street related to the city lord's mansion were mostly closed, but even so, discussions were still heard everywhere. Some people applauded, while others were secretly worried. Since they represent different interest groups, their ideas are naturally different. Lin Hong returned to the brothel and found that the room where the little witch was imprisoned was already empty. All that was left on the bed was the broken rope and a piece of rice paper written in blood and ink. The general content was to let Lin Hong clean his neck and wait for the operation. Just as Lin Hong didn't care, he threw the rice paper aside. Suddenly the system sound came, a ding sound. Chapter 30. Jiang Kaiyan is also the heroine. And ding. Trigger the hidden plot. Unlock the hidden bond with Jiang Kaiyan. Description: Jiang Kaiyan, the young master of the Blood Moon cult, was supposed to be defeated by Yi Tian after the fall of the city lord's mansion and become a member of his reserve harem. However, the host preempted this and used the beast seal to disrupt the original plot, severing the storylines of the original protagonist and the heroine. Note: this is a breakthrough. Although you will be hunted by a demon girl in the future, who knows if hatred will lead to love? What? Jiang Kaiyan is the female lead? Lin Hong stood there in disbelief that he didn't remember the original plot very clearly, and indeed didn't know the plot line about Jiang Kaiyan. According to the system, if he had not intervened, Yi Tian would have been killed by Jiang Kaiyan after leaving Jinma City. Everyone knows the nature of the dog author. It's nothing more than the original protagonist easily defeating the heroine who was given to him for free, and then pretending to be great in front of the heroine, then make a wave of sympathy for the beautiful woman, or suppress her and take her as a maid, using the method of suppressing first and then praising, hitting her with a stick and then giving her a sweet date. The emotional hormones are rising rapidly, and now, Lin Hong accidentally hit the target or was attracted by Jiang Kaiyan's beauty and directly controlled her. No wonder he felt that the mission would be so easy to complete quickly, without any obstacles at all. It turned out that Jiang Kaiyan was the only one who supported the Blood Moon cult. Jiang Kaiyan wanted to suck him dry to speed up her cultivation cycle, but unexpectedly she got herself involved. It's not easy. It's only been a short time, and already I've offended so many heroines. Because of Master Chong, Meng Yutong wanted to crush him to death. Because he got his senior sister for free, Yunyao would definitely not forgive him. This was because he offended the witch, and Jiang Kaiyan specifically threatened to twist off his head. Lin Hong was a little skeptical about his life. He had indeed maximized the aura of hatred that the villain possessed. East of the city, treasury, and grain depot. 3 huge stone pillars stand in front of the circular arch like incense sticks. All of Golden Horse's revenue for the past 5 years has been accumulated here. The city lord's mansion fell, and the people from the criminal department were the first to occupy this place. Dozens of officers and servants with long swords on their waists were guarding the warehouse gate. Several gray-haired craftsmen stood in front of the door, fiddling with tools, trying to open the valve. It's been half a day, and you haven't even opened a single grain depot. I'll give you 3 sticks of incense. If you can't open the door, don't blame me for being rude. The leading official grabbed the craftsman by the collar and threatened him viciously. Jinma City is in chaos. From the noble families to the common people, everyone is trying to reclaim the properties connected to the city lord's mansion. On the surface, all achievements must be confiscated, waiting for the establishment of a new city lord's mansion, but in reality, after these people embezzled things, there was almost nothing left for the new city lord's mansion. Whenever a city is in turmoil, whether it is the criminal department or the city lord's mansion, what they do when faced with such a situation is similar. Sir, 3 incense sticks is too short. The old man with white beard trembled with fear. The granary doesn't use a simple mortise and tenon structure. Without the secret key to complete the interior, even 1,000 pounds of force wouldn't be enough to pry the door open even a little bit. He has been a craftsman in Jinma City for 30 years and has come into contact with all kinds of locks and doors. The treasury and granary are such an important storage point that it would be impossible to break it open. Humph. I don't care how difficult it is. If you can't open the door within 3 incense sticks, it's your responsibility. Sir, stop talking nonsense and hurry up, or I'll chop you off right now. When a scholar meets a soldier, he cannot explain his reason clearly. This is the situation I am talking about. Seeing that the other party was about to draw his sword, the old man didn't dare to say anything more. He just left it to fate. If he could live for 3 more incense sticks, then he would live for 3 more incense sticks. Lin Hong, who was staying in the dark, shook his head slightly when he saw this scene. It's just as I thought. What kind of city lord's mansion there is will determine what kind of criminal justice office there is. There's no real power grabbing or chaos, it's just a redistribution of established interests. The chief once vowed to rid Jinma City of the evil, but before the evil was completely eradicated, he himself became the new evil. A ridiculous dynasty. 3 Incense sticks of time passed quickly. The leading officer kicked the old man next to him and threw him over, cursing, "Useless. A bunch of useless people. If you can't even do such a small thing, don't blame me for taking you guys back to report." The task assigned by the criminal department is to confiscate all interest chains of the city lord's mansion. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. There is a corresponding reward for each person executed, so the industrial benefits of the granary cannot be confiscated, and they can just take a few heads back to claim credit. As for the reason for the execution, it couldn't be simpler. You can just fabricate a story and say that they disobeyed orders and would rather die than open the warehouse door. Those are not words spoken by humans. Just as the blade was about to fall, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. The officer was startled and glanced sideways at the handsome young man in white beside him, but he didn't have time to speak. Then I heard a click sound. The entire arm rotated 180 degrees in the opposite direction in a strange posture. The screams broke the silence, and the other officers reacted and came forward with swords drawn. Lin Hong looked indifferent as he suddenly pulled out the big knife from the officer's side. With a gorgeous turn, 6 heads flew off. Finally, he thrust the knife into the chest of the officer next to him. There was a sudden scream, followed by the sound of a round head falling to the ground with a thud. The whole action was done in one go, without any drag. Lin Hong stood there and looked at the bloodstains on his left sleeve, frowning slightly. He was very sure that this was definitely not Yunyao's blood. What a hassle! I've soiled some more clothes. At this moment, several craftsmen who almost died under the big knife were completely dumbfounded until Lin Hong looked at them. Plop. Supreme Immortal, please spare my life. Please spare my life, Immortal. Several people knelt on the ground, calling him Immortal one after another, fearing that Lin Hong would kill them as well. Shangxian is a respectful title given by ordinary people to those who practice Taoism. The man in white stood in front of me, and he could kill 7 people in an instant. If he wasn't a god, what else could he be? Get up. Lin Hong said calmly, I can spare your lives, but keep your mouths shut about what's going on here. I don't want anyone from the Criminal Affairs Office to bother us again. If you tip off the criminal court, I will personally take your lives back. Lin Heng's original intention was not to save them, or rather, their life or death had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to open the treasury and granary and open the blind box as soon as possible, he had to get rid of these officials. In order not to cause too much noise, he even deliberately waited until the patrolman at the other end of the street disappeared before taking action. The Xingxi mansion was barbaric and lawless. It was you, the Immortal, who saved us. We cannot thank you enough. Several people made assurances one after another. Ordinary people are like this. No matter who is doing the job, as long as it doesn't hurt them in the slightest, they will stand on the side of whoever does it. What's more, Lin Hong is a cultivator. Even if they report it to the criminal court, what can they do? Can they give them a lot of money? It has no practical significance at all. After the craftsmen scattered and left, Lin Hong came to the first granary on the left. The secret key was inserted into the hole in the center of the door. There were a few tang sounds, and the inside was like a rusty gear turning continuously. Immediately afterwards, the circular fan-shaped door began to open upwards. Oh my goodness, after all this time it's just a rolling door. Come on, let's see what good stuff we have. Chapter 31. What does it mean to leave 300 spirit stones? The warehouse was empty, and the walls were inlaid with luminous pearls that served as light sources, allowing the dark interior to be seen clearly. The floor was filled with boxes and boxes, and all kinds of items were piled up like mountains. The number is extremely large. Lin Hong was shocked. It's true. Hoarding in the secular world gives people the feeling that things have been piled up for a long time and they are reluctant to use them. Xianyun Peak also has a warehouse for storing goods, but Meng Yutong has been running it for 100 years but has not accumulated any good things. Basically, he would squander as many spirit stones, elixirs, and iron tools as he had. With a master who doesn't know how to live, it's natural that they, the disciples, will also suffer. There's still a lot of food. The wealth of Jinma City far exceeded expectations. Lin Heng's mind raced. He no longer needed food or anything like that. After a monk practiced fasting, he hardly needed to obtain energy through food. The material of this table is good. He reached out and touched the table, which felt like jade. Then, something inlaid in the middle of the table caught his attention. This is stone. Lin Heng's mind moved, and he opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and pressed them on the table.
His true energy circulated, and a suction force came, boom, a black stone the size of a millstone was sucked out. Lin Hong carefully observed the black stone in his hand. This thing seems to be ore, and its color is completely different from ordinary ore. Discoloration? Lin Hong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The black impurities on the surface of the stone began to peel off naturally, revealing the silver color inside, like a pool of spring water. Water Mother, the purest water attributed spiritual creature in the world of immortal cultivation, only exists in the abyss of water. Lin Hong had the Tongtian Atlas and the System Space Assistance, so he could naturally recognize this thing. The City Lord's mansion is such a waste of natural resources. Inlaying the water spirit mother into the table as a decoration is truly a talent. He murmured, the Water Mother is the essence of all waters, containing powerful vitality and energy. It can nourish the body, promote the speed of cultivation of related attributes, and even has a slight effect of improving qualifications. If this thing were put up at an auction, it would at least be a highlight. There are 4 forbidden areas in the world of immortal cultivation. I'm afraid only Changming can find this thing. Forget it, never mind the source, just take it first. Now he has to hurry, for Yunyao might find this place after waking up. If Yunyao saw these treasures, she would definitely snatch them all away. Furthermore, people from the criminal department were still patrolling nearby. If they found a corpse lying outside, they would inevitably kill more people. In addition to the best water spirit mother in the first treasury, he also found a meteorite weighing 10 kilograms. As the name suggests, meteorites are the product of rapid collapse during the collision of comets and are top-quality weapons. The second treasury and granary was almost full of grain, with only a few empty treasure chests of any use. Seeing that there was nothing valuable, Lin Hong simply took down the night pearl on the wall. This blind box made him feel like he had lost out. The third treasury and granary, after opening the door, is greeted by an incomparably majestic aura. Lin Hong was overjoyed. Holy crap! I'm rich! My treasury is full of spirit coins. The spirit coins in this warehouse are even more exaggerated than the second one. They are densely packed with spirit coins strung together with ropes. A conservative estimate is that the number of spirit coins here is over 1 million. According to the spirit stone exchange ratio of 10:1, that would be 100,000 spirit stones. What does 100,000 spirit stones mean? The amount of spirit stones distributed by Qingxian sect to its disciples every month is only around 500 to 1000. As an elder, Meng Yutong's salary only fluctuates around 3,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones were enough for him to save for hundreds of years without eating or drinking. Lin Heng's eyes lit up, his greed evident in his expression. Whether cultivating immortality or living in the secular world, money is the most important thing. Jinma City has accumulated so much wealth after several years of accumulation. No wonder the dynasty is so willing to maintain secular stability. Lin Hong carefully stored all the spirit coins into the system space, and then continued to explore the remaining items. At the innermost part of the warehouse, there is a weapon and armor. The armor was gray-brown in color, obviously having been covered in dust for a long time. Lin Hong picked up the armor casually and stroked it gently. The surface of the armor is carved with dragons and phoenixes, and it faintly exudes a sense of fierceness and dominance, as if wearing it can conquer the world. This armor is top-level magic weapon armor. There are so many treasures hidden in the City Lord's mansion. It's such a waste to just leave them here gathering dust. Lin Hong whispered, but his eyes were fixed on the other two things. A fist-sized black pearl and an emerald green spiritual herb. The black pearl is black in color, with a smooth surface and a thick black mist that seems to be able to devour people's hearts. The black pearl contained powerful spiritual fluctuations, but when it was placed into the system space, no description or prompts were displayed. This is a bit strange. The system can't recognize this thing. After thinking about it, he decided to leave it in the system space and study it later. As for the emerald green spiritual herb, it is a rare spiritual plant, blood Ganoderma. This magical herb grows in extremely rare underground places. It has a very long growth cycle and only produces thumb-sized blood Ganoderma fruits every year. The spiritual plant is also extremely rare in the market. It can be picked 9 times a year, and only 1 fruit is produced each time. The blood Ganoderma fruit contains powerful vitality. Even the weakest person can strengthen their body and be full of energy after eating it. What a good thing! Blood Ganoderma is a good choice whether it's for refining pills or for cultivation. Lin Hong was very excited. This trip to Jinma City is really worth it. Not only did I get senior sister Yin Yao for free,
but I also gained so many treasures. On the other side, the inn, Yunyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and it was a long time before she felt the pain coming from her body. Yet he propped himself up with his arms and looked around, seeing sparse and scattered clothes everywhere. Her shoulders were exposed, and her originally flawless body was inexplicably covered with a layer of dirt. This, ahem. There was a sudden pause, followed by a cough, and then a dry heave, besides a little sore throat. Why does it also have a strange taste? Suddenly, a terrible thought came to my mind. Could it be that we return it to him? Her head was buzzing and her cheeks were flushed. Take a few deep breaths and try your best to calm down. After a long while, Yunyao took out a new set of clothes from the storage ring. It was still that familiar fiery red dress, red, like fire, either strong or fierce. Yunyao stood in front of the mirror and combed her hair. The bite marks on her snow-white neck could not be covered up even with makeup. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of something glowing on the table. When she looked closer, she found that there was a pile of shining spirit stones on it. If you count carefully, there are a total of 300. Left behind by Lin Hong, etc. Something is wrong. Just put on a mask and feel guilty. Just run away afterwards. What does it mean to leave behind spirit stones? Yunyao frowned, and she suddenly remembered that when she was at the South City Hotel, Lin Hong wanted to sell her 3,000 spirit coins to the young master of the city lord's mansion. Asa. Result, he got so angry that he beat the man to death. 300 spirit stones, converted into exactly 3,000 spirit coins. Could it be that, Lin Hong? Yunyao reacted and angrily slapped the spirit stone in her hand to pieces. So this means that she is regarded as a prostitute performing in a brothel. She originally ran away without saying a word, which clearly showed her irresponsibility. But in the end she even treated herself as a prostitute in a brothel. Yunyao took a deep breath and relaxed her clenched fists. It's okay. As a senior sister, you should be more generous. Just give a little punishment to your junior brother for his mistakes. He's a guilty thief. He's not afraid of having his legs broken. If that's the case, just confiscate the tools. Using the softest voice, saying the most vicious words, she remembered that Lin Hong whispered before leaving that he would go to the money house. Lin Hong did it openly, but he shouldn't have put on a hood to pretend to be on, and he shouldn't have thought of treating her as a prostitute. Although she was angry, she finally put away the remaining spirit stones. In fact, these 300 spirit stones were all taken from Jiang Kaiyan. Lin Hong's original intention was to leave some spirit stones for her to use to replenish her qi and blood and restore her strength. As a result, Yunyao started to think wildly and pieced together what had happened before. If Lin Hong knew that he had made a mess of things, he would have simply not bothered. Chapter 32 Hun Yuan Immortal Body. Before I knew it, the sky was getting dark, the lights in the criminal department's mansion were on, and the hall was solemn. A group of guards stood in uniform on both sides with serious expressions. Sitting in the first seat was an old man with white hair and beard, frowning and pondering. Father, the treasury and granary have been emptied. Aren't we working for the criminal office for nothing? Asked a handsome young man. Let's wait until the people from the criminal affairs office come back. The old man said in a deep voice, if they hide the things, I will let them know the price of deceiving me. If the item is truly lost, I have a way to find it. As for you, Howard, don't be impatient. It's a bit irrational to snatch the meat from the Blood Moon cult. Yes, father. I will follow your teachings. Sun Hao agreed. The old man's name was Sun Daoya, and he was from Heishan in Shizhou. He was also known as the Heishan Old Man. His cultivation level is in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and he is quite famous in Shizhou. In order to obtain the set of armor in Jinma City, they secretly traded with the criminal court, collecting evidence of collusion between the city lord's mansion and the Blood Moon cult and reporting it to the dynasty. After the task is accomplished, the set of armor hidden in the criminal affairs office will belong to them. Not long after, Shou hurried back with his men. My lord, please forgive me. The situation is clear. The 3 granaries and 5 banks have been almost completely looted. You mean our things are gone too? Sun Daoyai frowned and looked very gloomy. Please calm down, immortal. This cannot be entirely blamed on us. The city lord's mansion used the secret key to the treasury as a bargaining chip, allowing the people of Qingxian sect to take advantage. Not to mention your things, even 5 years of tax revenue from Jinma City was looted. The chief was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I never thought that the disciples of Qingxian sect would do such a thing. Now that's better. The city lord's mansion was destroyed,
and he had almost no other benefits except the opportunity for promotion. If he continued to vent his anger on Taoist Black Mountain, he might not even survive tonight. Snort. Sun Daoya looked at his cowardly look and just snorted coldly. Well, I will get it back myself. Don't forget what you promised. I will only give you 3 days to get 5,000 spirit stones. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. I will definitely gather 5,000 spirit stones for you. The chief thanked him repeatedly and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he would not pursue the matter any further. After leaving Jinma City, Sun Daoyai took the scabbard he had found from the treasury and granary, and used the breath tracking technique. When he opened his eyes, he saw a thin black line entangled and twisted in front of him. This boy went southwest towards Xigu and did not return to Qingxian sect. God is helping me, he said lightly. Southwest Xigu? I remember it leads directly to the Shushui River. Could it be that he is going to Yenyun City?
Among the 13 cities in Shizhou, only Yenyun City is located in the southwestern water area.
The fastest way to travel from Jinma City to Yenyun City is to wear Xigu. Let's go.
I hope we can intercept and kill him in Xigu.
If he enters Yenyun City, it will be difficult for us to take action. Okay. But... Father, there's something I don't understand. Before he could finish, Sun Daoya asked directly, You want to ask about the armor? Sun Hao nodded. For this so-called armor, the father and son spent a year cooperating with the criminal court, facing the risk of being discovered by the Blood Moon cult. However, Sun Daoya didn't tell him any information about the armor. In other words, he didn't even know what he was doing in all the years he spent with his father. In the end, the things were stolen without even a glance at them. Anyone would feel bad. Well, it doesn't hurt to tell you. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to hold your temper. It was a long time ago, about 100 years ago. At that time, your father and I were just ordinary people living in the Black Mountains by digging wild vegetables. On my way down the mountain, I encountered 2 groups of monks fighting halfway up the mountain. The fight was so intense that it nearly razed the entire mountain to the ground. Later, a group of people sacrificed some unknown treasure, and the entire Black Mountain was shrouded in black fog. Then what? Sun Hao asked. And then they all died. Yes, if your father hadn't run down the mountain in advance. I'm afraid I would have died in there too. When the black fog dissipated and I went up the mountain again, the 2 groups of people looked like they had been drained of all their blood. They were all black, except for one man wearing armor. He miraculously survived, but unfortunately, I was only thinking about making money and ignored his pleas for help. After he died, I found a set of skills on him, which is the Wind and Thunder Sutra that you and I are practicing now. Now you can understand why I want his armor so much. That's right, now that I think about it, that suit of armor must have been quite something. Otherwise, how to explain that he was the only one who survived the black fog? However, he did not explain much to his son, and he lied about some of it. The man was indeed not dead at that time, and he did ask him for help, but he did not stand idly by. Instead, he took the initiative to help the man get on his way. Now he is a righteous man, and if his earlier murders and robberies were revealed, it would probably damage his great image in his son's heart. Sun Hao suddenly realized. No wonder my father cares so much about that armor. The Wind and Thunder Sutra is not a product of the Tianxian continent. That group of cultivators is most likely from outside. Just by reading the Wind and Thunder Sutra, the father and son were able to join the ranks of immortal cultivators, which shows how awesome those people were back then. Unfortunately, before Sun Daoya could pick up the treasure, people from the Jinma City Lord's mansion rushed to Heishan and cleaned up the battlefield. At the same time, Yunyao also used the tracking technique. There are no less than 100 tracking techniques in the world of immortal cultivation, but the basic logic is similar, all of which are to track through the traces of breath left behind. Yunyao's body and mind were filled with Lin Heng's aura, so it would be easy to catch him. Of course, the effectiveness of tracking is affected by the level of cultivation and the grade of the technique itself. It is very simple to break the tracking technique, just refine your own aura again. Unfortunately, Lin Heng was careless and ran away happily without thinking too much. In the original plot, not long after Yi Tian left Jinma City, he heard that his second senior sister Mulyoshi was in trouble, so he made a special trip to Yenyun City. Yenyun City, Mu family, that is Mulyoshi's maternal family, which is a big family in the whole Shizhou. It's not that there are many people with the surname Mu, but that the Mu family is almost entirely ruled by women,
and the men are almost all married into the family this time. Mu Liushi did not participate in the sect mission.
Because his mother's family encountered trouble and had to return to Yenyun City, Lin Hong went to Yenyun City not only because of Mu Liushi, but also to attend an auction. Those who understand this author will understand his character. The protagonist is always lucky and encounters strange things while walking. The female lead group changes frequently, but the auction remains forever. Ding. Main quest completed.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate reward, Hunyuan Immortal Body. Description: one of the 10 immortal bodies in the immortal world, it derives from the 5 elements, and through life and death, it creates an immortal and indestructible body. If the host cultivates the Hunyuan Immortal Body, their body can remain eternal, roaming the universe. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Hong also clearly felt an inexplicable force descending into his body. Is this the main quest reward, Hunyuan Immortal Body? Sounds pretty cool. Lin Hong tried to circulate the power in his body. In an instant, a powerful and extremely pure immortal energy surged in his body, and even evolved into a vast starry sky in his dantian.
Chapter 33, A Complete Darkness. Is this the Hunyuan Immortal Body? Why does it feel? He was secretly shocked and his mind raced as he tried to collect his thoughts, until the 4 big words Hunyuan Immortal appeared in my mind. A huge question mark then emerges, then he opened his eyes with a confused look on his face. Wait. This isn't right. Why is it the technique to cultivate the Hunyuan Immortal Body? Shouldn't they just install the physical condition for me?
Lin Hong was dumbfounded. Normal operation should not be to install directly. What does it mean to give a compressed package? The first step to the Hunyuan Immortal Body is to cultivate the 5 elements body to perfection, then cultivate the Samsara body to perfection, and finally condense the Hunyuan Immortal Body. The 5 elements spiritual roots is already a risky move. If used well, it is a genius, but if used poorly, it is a waste. Now they have come up with a 5 element body, which seems to indicate that they can't get along with the 5 elements. He is not a fool. These 2 waves of rewards clearly show that the system wants him to take this path of cultivation, combined with the initial bonus of supernatural understanding. Everything seems extremely deliberate. The system was silent and reluctant to speak. It was as if she agreed with his idea. There was no choice, but Lin Hong had to continue on his way. It was 5 minutes into the night. The moon was high and the wind was light. From time to time, the sounds of birds and insects could be heard above Xigu. And occasionally a breeze blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound. The distant mountains are faintly illuminated by starlight, and the hazy atmosphere is filled with wisps of mist. This is the time when everything is quiet and when people are most sleepy. A gurgle. Suddenly, Lin Hong heard a growling sound from his stomach. After a long journey that night, we had only covered 2/3 of the distance. The size of Xigu could no longer be fully described in kilometers. It was still dark, so Lin Hong decided to take a rest. What bad luck! I didn't even see any wild game along the way. Lin Hong shrugged, leaning on the branches of a tree, closing your eyes to calm your mind, waiting for the morning to come. But not long after, he suddenly noticed something strange. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard from a distance. The noise was so loud that Lin Hong almost fell off the tree along with the treetop. Just as he made a noise, a shot came from his left. Who are you? How dare you stop the Zhao family's carriage? There was a strong tension in the conversation. Lin Hong quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. I saw a group of people riding swords and surrounding a carriage in the middle. The leader was wearing yellow clothes and each of them held a sharp blade. Their clothes were simple and neat, with only 2 badges embroidered on their chests, one with king and the other with envoy. Royal envoy? Such an unfamiliar title. The Zhao family from Yenyun City? It can't be such a coincidence. Lin Hong frowned, his head spinning rapidly, searching for information about the Zhao family. After a while, he finally found a clue. Yenyun City has 4 major forces: the Wang family, the Li family, the Zhao family, and the Mu family. The Wang family presides over the city lord's mansion and is the head of the city. The Li family enters the market with wealth, and the Zhao family is a famous family of alchemy and medicine. Among the 13 golden treasures of Shizhou, Zhaojialu is the most prosperous in Yenyun. The phrase Zhaojialu refers to the Zhao family in Yenyun City. This shows how far-reaching its influence is in Shizhou. Even Lin Hong knew a thing or two. My lord has long ago warned you, the Zhao family, to put away your kindness so that you can gain a foothold. But you refused to listen to my advice and insisted on having your own way. I had no choice but to obey your orders and kill your Miss Xiao. What a shame for such a beautiful woman. The leader shouted loudly. How dare you? My young lady is a kind-hearted doctor.
Aren't you afraid of divine punishment for doing such a vicious thing? Divine punishment. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, everyone present laughed.
Each of them was involved in dozens of deaths. If there was a divine punishment, why would they be allowed to live until now? At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a young woman walked out. Her eyes are as clear as autumn water, her skin is as white as snow, her nose is straight and delicate, and her lips are pink and smooth. His fragile appearance is adorable. She was wearing simple clothes, a white gauze shawl, and a jade pendant hanging around her waist. She looks like a fairy banished to earth, yet she is still noble and graceful.
Miss, what are you doing here? I'll stop these people for you. Please leave now. Uncle, it's me they want to kill. You have nothing to do with it.
Please go back and tell my mother that Wanqing has lived up to my father's wishes.
Miss. Ahem.
Zhao Wanqing coughed twice and took 2 steps forward despite the servant's dissuasion.
Miss Xiao is famous far and wide, but unfortunately, I can't keep you here today.
The man in yellow drew his weapon, the blade clicking in its sheath. However, at this moment, the sound of branches breaking suddenly came from the bushes beside him. Who is it? Everyone looked at Mao Tsong, and Lin Hong had no choice but to stand up and show his head.
Excuse me, I was just passing by.
Please continue, he shrugged helplessly. I was planning to turn around and leave, but I made a noise.
Oof.
Since you've ruined our plans, you'll be buried with us.
You two go chop him up.
Young master, please hurry up. Zhao Wanqing shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. She didn't want a passerby who appeared out of nowhere to lose his life because of her. After saying that, the 2 men walked towards Lin Hong with blades in their hands.
No, I'm just a passerby. You're just going to chop me, right?
Stand still, kid. A single blow to the dark side will solve the problem.
One of them comforted. Okay, since you guys said so anyway.
Lin Hong shook his head helplessly. Wait quietly for the 2 to approach. Whoosh, ding dong, he raised his hand and swung it, twisting the blade in the other person's hand and stabbing it into the other person's abdomen. Under the man's incredulous gaze, he quickly pulled out the blade and spun it around to crush his bones. Like a lobster, plop, the 2 men fell to the ground, staggered around and fell asleep.
Very young and very peaceful, you.
The leader's pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes fixed on Lin Hong. His expression suddenly changed. 3rd level of Qi training, you are also a cultivator. Oh, now you can clearly see my level of cultivation. I told you I was just a passerby, but you insisted on sending 2 of your men to die.
How about this?
Leave the storage ring as compensation.
You can kill these 2 as you please. I won't stop you. How arrogant! I'm at the 5th level of Qi training, it would be easy for me to crush you to death. Come and die.
The man in yellow snorted coldly, tapped the ground with his toes, and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lin Hong. Swish. Swish, 2 fierce attacks came at the same time. Lin Hong raised a faint smile and dodged the attack in a flash. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed the opponent's wrist and twisted it hard. Crunch. Accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of bones dislocating, the man screamed and knelt on one knee, covering his arm with a look of pain on his face.
How is this possible? How can your physical strength be so high? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am a body cultivator.
Lin Hong tried his best to give the other party a reason to go on his way safely. After all, dying in an unclear state is a very painful thing. Qi training monks don't use all those fancy magic tricks when fighting.
Whoever has more strength and endurance will be the one to hold on to the end. It is true that he is at the 3rd level of Qi training, but with the 3 spirit wheels as a reserve blessing, theoretically he can even compete with a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi training. The spirit wheel is like a backup hidden energy source, and can also be regarded as a non-digital external auxiliary device. It is not the case that your cultivation level will only improve with each additional spirit. Well, there is no absolute positive relationship between cultivation and the number of spirit wheels. The man in yellow was unwilling to give in, so he forced himself to stand up and swung the blade with his only remaining left hand. The slightly stiff movements will certainly be resolved easily. Snap, there was another scream, and his left hand was twisted off. Lin Hong stopped making unnecessary movements and pressed his head up and down with both hands. Kneel down and don't move. This matter of your blindness will be resolved quickly.
Brother, don't. Lin Hong clasped his hands tightly and looked at the others with a smile. demonstrating a series of operations to follow the clues and twist the melon. However, he didn't grasp the position well and directly tore the aorta, causing blood to splatter all over him.
It's still too fragile. I get dizzy after twisting it.
After hearing these words, even Zhao Wanqing was stunned, twisted a circle, feeling dizzy. I have been practicing medicine for many years and have seen many living bodhisattvas, but this is the first time I have seen a living king of hell, not to mention one circle. Even after half a circle, the person wouldn't wake up.
Chapter 34 Yenyun City. What? Do you still want to twist your head like a rattan gourd? Quick, retreat!
Someone shouted, and the others came to their senses and thought of running away. The boss has been treated like a toy, so how dare these people go there and die? Just because they want to run away doesn't mean Lin Han will let them go. Meddling in other people's affairs is bound to make you enemies, so the best way is to silence them all. That he doesn't want to make too many enemies, but in a moment, except for the two people standing in a daze beside the carriage, the surroundings were empty and there was no living creature. Lin Han took away their storage rings, but only got some scrap metal. More than 10 people combined could not even collect 20 spirit stones.
No. How can we be so poor? Is it worth risking your life for such a small amount of money?
His gaze shifted to Zhao Wanqing, who quickly bowed and said, "Thank you so much for saving my life, sir."
I have no way of repaying you. Who said that? Don't you have a jade pendant on your waist? Ah. Zhao Wanqing glanced down and said suddenly, "Master, are you interested in this piece of white tiger jade? This is fine.
I'll take it as a way of thanking you for your kindness."
Miss, you can't do that. That's what the master left for you. Uncle, there is no need to say more. If you hadn't saved me tonight, I would have died. What's the point of keeping a piece of jade? Lin Hong borrowed the jade pendant and weighed it. Okay, then I'll take it. See you again if we're lucky. Young master. What else?
My name is Zhao Wanqing, but I don't know your name yet, Lin Hong. Lin Hong left leisurely after leaving his name briefly. Looking at the disappearing knight, Zhao Wanqing's eyes were clear and she murmured softly, "Lin Hong. Miss, you shouldn't have given him the white tiger jade. When the master was alive, he always told us to take good care of the jade pendant. Although this person looks good, his attacks are extremely ruthless.
He is definitely not an ordinary person."
He didn't have a very good impression of Lin Hong. Zhao Wanqing shook her head slightly.
I have a feeling I can't explain. Judging from the direction he left, he should be heading to Yenyun City. I have a feeling I'll see him again.
It was dawn. Lin Hong rode at full speed for 3 hours before reaching the edge of Yenyun City. The rules in Yenyun City are strict. Outsiders must pay a certain amount of money before entering the city, and are not allowed to bring any weapons or other items. Lin Hong just approached. A team of armored guards immediately rushed over.
Stop!
Carrying swords is prohibited in Yenyun City. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. Lin Hong raised his eyebrows, making it seem like a holy place. There are all kinds of weird regulations. After handing over the weapons and spirit stones, we entered the city smoothly. Yenyun City is worthy of being the top city-state in Shizhou, with majestic architecture, wide streets, and rows of shops. The overall layout is similar to that of Jinhua City, divided into 4 main streets in the east, south, west, and north, as well as some side roads. Lin Hong first found a restaurant to fill his stomach. Secondly, I wanted to find out about the auction. That if you want to get information, the restaurant is undoubtedly the best choice. This is the place with the largest flow of people and the most complex sources of information.
Sir, what would you like to eat?
We have all kinds of rare and exotic animals, whether they swim in the water or fly in the sky.
Bring up whatever specials you have. Oh, you'll have to make up your mind. Our restaurant has so many special features that we can't even fit 2 tables.
If 2 tables can't accommodate us, then let's get 3 tables.
We don't have to worry about not having enough food.
Lin Hong raised his hand and threw out 20 spirit stones to prove his financial strength. The 2 waiters were so excited that they immediately put on a welcoming look. "Sir, please go upstairs. We will arrange a top-notch guest room for you." His action immediately attracted the attention of other diners. The value of 20 spirit stones is definitely not small, and the exchange rate for secular spirit coins is 200 spirit coins.
200 spirit coins, this meal is truly extravagant.
Looking at his attire, he doesn't look like a city dweller. He must be from outside. While they were discussing, Lin Hong followed the waiter into the #1 room. This is a separate suite, quite large and elegantly decorated. Landscape paintings hang on the walls, a thick and soft plush blanket covers the floor, and the room is filled with the faint scent of tea. "My dear guest, please wait a moment. I will go to the kitchen to serve the dishes." Lin Hong nodded and glanced around casually, finding that the furnishings in the room had a rather ancient feel. After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Sir, the food you ordered is here. Enjoy." "I understand." Lin Hong waved his hand casually when the waiter pushed open the door. A tempting aroma wafted into the air. Dishes were served one after another, and the dazzling array of dishes made it look like a real delicious meal. "These dishes are quite beautiful." Lin Hong picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, tasted it, and exclaimed in praise. The waiter grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He, this is our specialty, drunken immortal meat. You're in for a treat. This pound costs 3 spirit stones." When he spoke, Lin Hong had already eaten half a bowl of rice, and curled his lips when he heard it. Just 3 spirit stones, a drop in the ocean. He now has more than 100,000 spirit stones and a bunch of valuable treasures, so he is not stingy with the money, but this meat is really fragrant. It tastes like a bull's head but is chewier than beef. "Hey man, don't leave yet, I want to ask you something." After Lin Hong finished speaking, he threw 2 more spirit stones to him. The waiter's eyes lit up. "Sir, feel free to ask." "There's nothing that happened in Yenyun City that I don't know." "Well, let's talk about the auction." The waiter said as he served tea. "You mean the auction? I heard that this auction is hosted by the royal family of Shizhou. Many forces are participating, even envoys from the dynasty are here." "Emissary of the dynasty, does the dynasty attach so much importance to Yenyun City?" "They host it themselves and send envoys to participate." Lin Hong asked with a frown. "This sounds very strange. How can you auction something and then let your own people participate in the bidding, openly acting as a shill? You just came from out of town, so it's normal that you don't know the ins and outs here." The waiter said with a smile, "This dynasty's envoy is quite unusual. He's a member of the royal family, and holds a very high status. Every 3 years, they send envoys to Shizhou to pay homage to their ancestors. This has been going on for 8 or 9 years now. It's just that they happened to arrive during the auction this year." "Oh, there's another reason. I see you have an extraordinary bearing, so I imagine you are also a great master." This is the situation in the 13 cities of Shizhou. There is almost nothing that can be hidden. Wherever there are good things, it will become a gathering place. Things like auctions are hard to explain in detail. It's possible those upper-class people have already distributed the items in secret. People like us can only watch the fun. Experts don't look for the details, but the relationships and connections. The waiter said a lot that makes sense. The dynasty is involved in this. As the leader of the secular world, how could the powerful families in the 13 cities not participate in the distribution of benefits at an auction of this scale? It is no longer as simple as the highest bidder wins. It is even a question whether you can get the auction items alive. He wanted to see what treasures Yi Tian could get after appearing in Yenyun City. Whatever Yi Tian can get, he can definitely get too. He didn't believe that Yi Tian's current net worth could be as high as his. "Master, do you have any other instructions?" "Not for now, please leave." The guy responded and turned away. Chapter 35: How to Use the Dream Mirror. After eating and drinking, Lin Hong sat in the chair and thought for a moment before slowly drinking his tea. He was not in a hurry to leave, but just looked out the window at the bustling city. There is still half a month left before the auction begins. Before that, he couldn't reveal his whereabouts, which meant he couldn't contact second senior sister's maternal family for the time being. If Mu Liushi discovered him, Yi Tian would naturally learn about his appearance in Yenyun City. In this case, it will be difficult to snatch the treasure from Yi Tian. This auction feast is a rare opportunity, whether it is for Yi Tian or himself. Today, we're going to sort out the confiscated items. Keep what's usable and sell what's unusable. Holding the money in your hand is the best way. After Lin Hong left the restaurant, he asked passers-by for directions and directly found an inn closest to the auction. This time, the inn was already overcrowded, and the 5 innkeepers and servants were busy for a long time before they had time to receive Lin Hang. "Sir, are you looking for a place to stay as well?"
What a coincidence! Our private rooms are almost sold out. Would you like to look for another in nearby?
Although the shop owner was polite in his words, from the small gestures he made as he looked up and down, it seemed as if he looked down on Lin Hang. The Yinyun City auction brought together many upper-class people from the 13 cities. They all had the same idea as Lin Hang, which was to stay there. This caused the rents of several inns near the auction to rise, with the rents increasing by more than 5 times compared to the previous level. Even so, there are still a lot of people rushing to rent it. Lin Hang was dressed in white with faint bloodstains on his body. He didn't look like a rich man at all. Lin Hang didn't want to waste time talking, and immediately took out a string of spirit coins from the system space. Take it and count it yourself, and get me a good room for 20 days. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and his expression immediately changed. He said respectfully, "Sir, please wait a moment.
I will help you arrange it right away."
Shao Si, take this young master to the private room on the 4th floor.
Okay.
The waiter named Shao Si led Lin Hang up the stairs. The waiter in this shop is named Li Si, a distant cousin of the shopkeeper, who is usually responsible for welcoming and seeing off guests. The inn has 5 floors in total, and the top floor is reserved for people coming from the center of the dynasty. The servant led Lin Hang into the innermost room on the 4th floor. "Sir, please rest here.
Call me if you need anything."
Lin Hang nodded slightly and watched him close the door before sitting down. The room is bright and transparent, and you can clearly see the road from the window. The bed is spacious and comfortable, and has carved patterns on it, which looks quite nice. The room, the 3 most important elements are bed, table, and chair. Lin Hang's mind moved slightly, and he counted all the items in the system space except the spirit coins.
Immortal binding rope, the rope used by the city lord's mansion to bind.
Yun Yao, which is more durable than the locking rope. A dream creation, although incomplete, it can serve as a bridge connecting the virtual and the real, and is said to increase the speed of cultivation. Armor, a 7th level magical weapon. Although the surface is covered with scratches, it is still extremely strong. Black pearl, let's call it this for now, we don't know what it is yet. Beast mark, the equipment dropped from Jiang Kaiyan. It has a pretty good effect when used. Water mother, the purest water attributed spiritual creature. Centennial blood Ganoderma, a top-quality substance for replenishing chi and blood. It contains powerful vitality after bearing fruit. Collector's edition square handkerchief, there are still traces of blood from opening the clams on it. The remaining items were of varying quality, including 2 Gu Yuan Dan pills and various styles of jade. Although this armor is a 7th-tier magical weapon, the original owner was obviously a strong man.
It's too big for me.
These night-shining pearls and jade can be sold to a jade shop.
They can probably get some money.
As for this pitch-black bead, it's so strange.
Neither the Tontian Atlas nor the system space can effectively identify the information. No one will be interested in it even if I sell it.
It's more cost-effective to keep the blood Ganoderma to cultivate fruits and new plants rather than to make pills and sell them directly.
Lin Hang took a deep breath.
He never thought that he could be so rich. This set of armor alone is enough to make him a fortune. As for this dream-making, Lin Hang looked at the extremely handsome face in the mirror, shook his head and was about to put it back into the system space. A strange scene appeared. The self in the mirror did not disappear as he moved, but stayed where he was. Lin Hang raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the person in the mirror carefully for a moment again.
This is?
Lin Hang's expression changed. The appearance of the person in the mirror is not fixed, but changes with his thoughts. Just like now, as soon as he thought about it, the face of the person in the mirror changed. 3,000 years. He tried to recall the people recorded in ancient historical books and tried to sketch their appearance based on the brief texts, when the figure from more than 3,000 years ago suddenly appeared in the mirror. Even Lin Hang, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but gasp. What shocked him even more was yet to come. As the mind manipulated him, the person in the mirror became older and older, and eventually turned completely into dry bones. Lin Hang's mind moved, and the dry bones instantly recovered into a gorgeous brocade robe and put it on him. After doing all this, he tried to change the face of the person in the mirror, and the result was presented without exception. Lin Hang frowned and pondered for a moment. Strange.
This is so strange. Could it be that the colors and images I recall in my mind can also appear?
Lin Hang stared at the mirror. As soon as he thought of Yun Yao, the image of Yun Yao lying on the bed appeared in the mirror.
Holy shit! Are you serious?
Lin Hang quickly looked away and got out of the mirror's direct range before the image disappeared.
It seems so. But why didn't I see any reaction when I looked in the mirror before? What good is it if light can only show the picture in your mind? Or can anyone who puts themselves in front of a mirror express their thoughts?
If this is true, dream creation can be used to uncover the secrets in other people's hearts. Lin Hong took the dream mirror in his hand and looked at it carefully. The mirror showed him frowning and thinking, no, it shouldn't be that simple. According to the system, the dream world is the world and the mirrored dreams are illusory, and so is consciousness. The consciousness that controls the real world can be presented in the mirror, which is in line with the nominal connection between reality and illusion, increasing the speed of spiritual practice through the evolution of consciousness. Lin Hang's mind moved. Could it be that this is how the speed of cultivation can be improved? He immediately placed the dream mirror in front of him, sat cross-legged and held the water spirit mother in his hands. Lin Hung in the mirror was also holding the water mother with his left hand. Afterwards, the contents related to Han Yuan immortal body began to run through his mind. The first step is to derive the 5 elements, gathering the power of the 5 elements to polish the 5 elements body to perfection. As the purest water attributed spiritual creature, Water Mother is naturally the best raw material for cultivating the water body. Lin Hong slowly adjusted his breathing, guiding the essence of the water spirit mother into his body. A trace of warm current surged in the body, and the meridians seemed to expand slightly. This feeling is very mysterious, however. The person in the mirror did not follow his pace in cultivation. He looked dazed, despite holding the same water spirit mother in his hands. Chapter 36, Minor Achievement of Water Body. Lin Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the person in the mirror was unable to refine the water spirit mother he had conceived? Come to think of it, the water spirit mother is in his own hand and is being used to refine it. How can a conscious person in the mirror refine virtual things out of thin air? Lin Hong changed his mind and tried to let him practice the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique while he continued to refine the water spirit mother. Surprisingly, this happened just as he expected. The person in the mirror closed his eyes, and spiritual crystals began to appear around him. At the same time, Lin Hong also felt that the 3 spiritual wheels in his body began to accelerate, and the meridians throughout his body began to converge to new acupuncture points. The slight sense of turbulence was enough to prove that the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique was being used. What the hell? He's really practicing, and has independently opened up his 4th spiritual chakra. Is this how the dream mirror is used? Combining the real and the imaginary can actually double the training effect. What a concept, that is to say, as long as he specifies the content of cultivation in front of the dream mirror in advance, the cultivation results of the person in the mirror can be fed back to reality itself. Time passed quietly, and it lasted 4.5 days. The water spirit mother had been completely absorbed by him, and his body gradually changed. The skin became fair, the muscles became well proportioned, and the whole person seemed to be reborn. He stood up and stretched his muscles, and there were crackling sounds all over his body. Call, the water body is a small success. At the same time, his cultivation level also directly reached the 4th level of Qi training during this process. However, the 4th spiritual will has not yet been fully developed. Lin Hong opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The effect of creating the dream world was beyond his expectations. Even if he stopped practicing now, the person in the mirror would still continue to open up the spiritual wheel for him. After the water body is completed, the permeability of the physical body is enhanced, which makes the process of absorbing and refining spiritual energy crystals required to open the spiritual wheel easier. The skin follicles seem to be completely soaked in water, in harmony with the spiritual energy in the air, so he did not feel too much pain during the whole process. Thank God. It is wise to cultivate the water body before refining the water spirit mother. This way, I don't have to worry about the severe pain caused by opening the spirit wheel. Lin Hong was overjoyed. This was a complete surprise, but he soon calmed down from his excitement. The water body is only a minor success, and it will have to go through the major success stage before it can finally reach the great perfection. Minor success is just the simplest step in the 3-level jump, and the water mother is something that can only be encountered by chance. If he relied solely on the water element mixed in the spiritual energy to practice, he might not be able to cultivate the water body to perfection even after another 100 years. Thinking about the 4 other categories of bodies, metal body, wood body, fire body, and earth body, I suddenly felt that there was an endless and broad road ahead. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. The dream mirror, the 5 elements' spiritual roots, and my incredible comprehension have already increased my speed to the limit. What I need next is resources, an enormous amount of resources. If you want resources, the most important thing is luck.as a villain. He doesn't think his luck can surpass that of the original protagonist, but that doesn't mean he has no way to plunder the original protagonist's luck.as. We all know, Yetion, as the original protagonist, got a script of multiple wives and multiple blessings, which means that in addition to his luck leaning towards opportunities, the other part was spent on the heroine, and now, not only did he intercept Jiang Kaiyan and activate the hidden bond, he also took down senior sister Yin Yao, who should have belonged to him. In less than a month, Yetion tragically lost 2 heroines. With this loss, I don't believe he can maintain his luck forever. TSK, Lin Hong walked to the window and stretched, listening to the endless stream of people on the street, muttering, I have to find a place to sell my things today. 500 miles away from Yenyun City, Zigu.2 figures flew past quickly and finally stopped in front of a cave. Sun Hao was sweating profusely and his whole body was weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He took a deep breath before asking, Dad, who is that woman? She's so scary. Sun Daoya leaned against the stone wall, not caring about his long beard that looked like an immortal, and directly took out a pill from the storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth. It took a long time for his expression to calm down. Just now they met a woman in a red dress in Zigu, but unexpectedly they were beaten up by her. He kept shouting the words, King's Envoy, which confused them. Who knows where this madman came from? Sun Daoya cursed, this woman is stronger than me. If she hadn't intended to kill us both, we would have been buried here today. The woman in the red dress they were talking about was Yun Yao. But, Dad, we've been searching in Zigu for 3 days. Could the thief have already left Zigu? We are now almost at the edge of Z Valley. 300 miles to the southwest is Yenyun City. Sun Daoya thought for a moment, then said, well, let's go straight to Yenyun City. This guy's aura is masked, and tracking methods can no longer locate his whereabouts, but I guess the thief should also go straight to Yenyun City. The head of the criminal department once said that the dynasty's special envoy would go to Yenyun City to participate in an auction banquet. Let's go and try our luck. Good. After a short rest, the two had to change their plans and head to Yenyun City. The same was true for Yun Yao on the other side. She entered Z Valley earlier than the Black Mountain Old Man and discovered some people killed by Lin Hang. The only information you can get from the badges on those people's chests is King's Envoy Lin Hang's body was accidentally stained with some blood, which directly caused the already weak breath to dissipate, and her tracking technique became ineffective. She thought Lin Hang was in trouble, so she searched along the 700-mile depth of Z Valley. I happened to run into Sun Daoya and his son. I wanted to go up to them and ask them a few friendly questions, but the two of them ran away like thieves. I had no choice but to chase them and ask them carefully. After learning that they had no idea about the King's Envoy, he released the two. It's good to be alive. Junior brother, you really know how to cause trouble. Have you been to Yenyun City? I remember second senior sister's home is there, Yunya murmured softly, and then rushed towards Yenyun City. Time passes slowly and night falls quietly. Lin Hang wandered around for a long time and finally found a treasure house of medium-sized. It is called Moon Viewing Tower. The 3-story building, with a circular structure, covers a vast area and is brightly lit at this moment. The building was crowded with people, and the noise filled my ears. This place is nice. Lin Hang nodded slightly and walked straight to the 3rd floor, but was stopped by the waiter on the spot. Sir, the 3rd floor is not a place for treasure hunting. If you are looking for treasure, you can look more on the 1st and 2nd floors. No. I'm not buying anything, I'm selling something. Selling things? If you want to sell things, you can go find those vendors. Lin Hang shook his head slightly. No, they can't eat it. What I want to sell, only you officials have the courage to accept it. Let me go to see your shopkeeper. As soon as these words came out, the waiter immediately became curious and asked seriously, you are not exaggerating, are you? I don't have the time to play with you. If you can do business, lead the way. If not, I'll go next door. Don't regret it later. Okay, just follow me. Once we get to the 3rd floor, you need to wait for me to inform the shopkeeper. The 3rd floor is Wanyue building, which stores many heavy items and will not easily let sellers in. Wanyue Tower specializes in treasure recycling and sales. Apart from the public stalls and counters on the 1st and 2nd floors, most of the rest are retail traders who rent the space. As long as you sell something in Wanyue building, you need to pay 10% of the transaction price as an agency fee. This commission can be understood as a guarantee fee to prevent the buyer and seller from regretting the transaction. Treasure hunting and selling items, with gains and losses, will definitely cause trouble if there are no rules. And not long after, the waiter came out of the room and made a gesture of invitation, saying respectfully, "Sir, please come in." The shopkeeper allows you to come in. Chapter 37. After all, she is someone else's wife, so you can't let her stay too late. Lin Hong followed the waiter into it. As soon as he took a step, his eyes scanned the surroundings. The room was spacious, with walls made entirely of blue bricks. There was a table in the middle, and a thin-faced middle-aged man sat next to it. Opposite him was a man wearing black tights, with a burly build and a rough face. He had a huge axe hanging behind him and a ferocious tiger head tattooed on his right arm. Next to him stood a hunchbacked old man. The three of them each had a few bamboo slips at hand, as if they were discussing something. Seeing Lin Hong approaching, the thin middle-aged man stood up and said with a smile, "Are you going to sell something to our Wangyue tower?"
Yeah.
Lin Hong nodded, then took out the bronze armor from the system space and placed it in front of the three people.
A set of 7th level armor, take a look. Level 7.
The thin middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he quickly picked up the armor to check. A burly man and a hunchbacked old man nearby also came over. After a moment, the three of them looked at each other.
7th grade armor, top grade. Your Excellency possesses this item, which shows that you are extraordinary. Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but why are you willing to give it away? The 7th level armor protects the body. Even a Jindan stage cultivator would find it difficult to break it.
It is perfect for self-defense. The shopkeeper asked doubtfully.
Ha ha.
Shopkeeper, you're also confused. The burly man beside him took over and continued, the overall outline of the armor is specially made. This armor is definitely not tailor-made for him.
Even if he wears it, it will be inconvenient. Indeed. This item should not belong to this young friend.
The old man also echoed.
It's definitely not mine.
You're right.
I can't use it myself, and it's just gathering dust. I might as well sell it for money.
How much would you like to sell it for? Asked the shopkeeper.
7,000 spirit stones. Lin Hong replied. You won't lose out on 7,000 spirit stones. This is a 7th tier magical weapon. For many cultivators, it's the icing on the cake.
You can take advantage of the Treasure Pavilion's auction to sell it.
Don't ask about its origins.
I know it's worth far more than 7,000.
I just want to sell it quickly. And if anyone finds it later, don't reveal my information. Okay, 7,000 spirit stones.
The shopkeeper looked at the old man beside him and continued, Deacon Wang, take this young man to get the spirit stones.
Okay, my friend, please follow me.
After the two left, the silent burly man finally spoke up, this kid is a bit too impatient. I thought he would offer a high price of 20,000 spirit stones. I still feel that he doesn't understand the value of a 7th level magic weapon.
No, I know how to read faces. Although this boy's cultivation is low, his temperament is extraordinary.
If he wanted to sell it for a high price, he could have gone directly to the Treasure Pavilion, but he chose the Moon Viewing Tower. Why is this? The strong man was puzzled.
I guess he's afraid of getting into trouble. Treasure Pavilion is the largest auction house in Yenyun City and is closely tied to the dynasty.
The origin of this armor is probably related to the dynasty. This is how business like this works.
If you want the buyer to keep the secret, you have to give up some of the profit.
This guy is much more experienced than the average person.
Dynasty?
Perhaps.
Let's get back to business.
You have to help me get those golden dragon twin axes at the auction.
I'll pay you later. Don't worry, sir.
You have been cooperating with Wangyue Tower for decades. I can still fulfill this request. Lin Hong followed the old man to the compartment on the 3rd floor, counted the number briefly, and left directly. It's not that he doesn't understand the value, he just doesn't want to attract too much attention. Everything in the treasury and granary is recorded in a book, and the dynasty must know everything. If you want to investigate the east-west flow, you can infer it through the difference in spirit stone transactions. He doesn't want to get into trouble with the dynasty, and now that I have 7,000 spirit stones in my account, I must have a good meal. Nothing to do today. Love rises with the bell. Listen to the ladies playing the piano and flute, watch the literati and poets reciting poems, and Composing couplets, enjoy the stunning dance of the talented girl on a spring night. You can lie on the chair and enjoy the massage service of someone else's wife. This is the secular world, and it can be called the human world.
Young master, wake up. The sun is about to set. The woman pushed Lin Hang's shoulder to wake him up.
Lin Hong leaned on the chair, his eyes lazy.
More time, more time. The girl's craftsmanship is really good. The strength is neither too light nor too heavy. It feels very comfortable. Sir, you're too kind. These are just superficial medical tips. The fact that you feel comfortable shows that your body is in excellent condition. Before, those young masters cried out in pain before even pressing their acupoints. Unlike you, sir, who didn't say a word. He even fell asleep.
Lin Hang's mouth twitched and he coughed dryly.
But I do have to go back.
There's a father and son at home who need help making a fire and cooking.
All right. Lin Hong nodded. After all, she was someone else's wife. He couldn't let her stay too late, as it would cause misunderstandings. TSK honestly, the service attitude of this massage clinic is really good. It's serious and formal, and the experience time is long. The boss is a mature and beautiful woman. Even though she has a son, she looks like a young girl. Tonight, Yenyun City is brightly lit. The city is still prosperous, with people flowing through the streets, making it very lively. In a tea house, two figures sat around a table. Howard, your father has to go to the city lord's mansion. Don't cause trouble in the city. This is not Jinma City, there are many rules. In addition, there are envoys from the dynasty, and there are too many people in the city whom we cannot afford to offend. Sun Daoyai warned. Well, don't worry, father. I know what to do. When will you be back? I'm not sure yet. I have to deal with the invitation from the city lord's mansion. When you reach the Golden Core realm, you will know how popular this identity is in the secular world. No matter how time changes, the number of cultivators at any period will be far less than that of ordinary people. A Jindan stage cultivator could become the king and dominate even on some barren planets. The dynasty governs more than 80% of the land in Tianxian continent and has formulated many laws to enforce them. The enforcement of the rules requires many people, including many capable cultivators like him. There are still 5 days until the auction begins. Lin Hong practiced quietly in the inn during the day and wandered around looking for fun at night. Now he has completely mastered how to use the dream mirror. With the person in the mirror constantly opening up his spiritual chakra for him, he can focus on other things. Beiwang Street is located in the north-central part of Yenyun City. The entire street is free of secular products and is open to the monks passing by. There are as many as 10 shops similar to the Treasure Pavilion, and there are also pill shops, spiritual medicine pavilions, martial arts chambers of commerce, and trading treasure pavilions. Lin Hong wandered around and looked at many scattered stalls for a long time, but didn't see anything particularly good. It's really interesting. You're not allowed to carry weapons into the city, but you can buy weapons inside the city. It turns out this rule outside the city is for business purposes. Lin Hong clicked his tongue and was speechless. I thought Yenyun City prohibited everyone from carrying weapons in order to maintain public order in the city, but it turned out to be to make it easier for me to buy weapons. Due to the auction, many people came and went from the 13 cities in Shizhou, and it was inevitable that some unscrupulous people would sneak in. If ordinary people want to ensure their safety, it is better to rely on themselves instead of pinning their hopes on the city lord's mansion. There is a reason why Lin Hong thinks so much. The lessons of his predecessors are still fresh in his mind. In Heron City of Nanzhou, an incident with a wide impact once occurred. The local city lord's mansion lured many wealthy chamber of commerce owners into the city under the guise of recruiting chambers of commerce to settle in. As a result, just after the two sides reached a mutually beneficial deal, the wealthy businessman of the Chamber of Commerce was ambushed by bandits on his way back with his family. This type of incident happened 3 times in total. Until the 4th time, an auction was held in the local area, which attracted many people. As a result, those who won the treasures either died inexplicably outside the city or disappeared without a trace. The commotion was huge at the time, and the dynasty sent special envoys to investigate, only to discover that the city lord's mansion was stealing from the government and colluding with bandits to steal the property of ordinary people. From then on, everyone had to be cautious about any trade activities related to the city lord's mansion. The description of the 13 cities in Shizhou in the original book is not a friendly place.
The Golden Horse City is enough to reflect the level of the other city-states.
Chapter 38 Lao Deng is so powerful. Although he thought so, Lin Hong was only worried about the changes that would occur after Yi Tian arrived in Yenyun City. He wanted to seize opportunities, and in addition to the necessary financial expenditure, it would be best if he had some support from noble people. The noble person is naturally anyone who has a say in Yenyun City. Except for the Mu family, it is safer to use them as a backup than to face Yi Tian directly. Lin Hong incorporated this into his plan. Come on, everyone, take a look.
The raw stones just arrived from the western wasteland mountains. They are of exceptional quality. The shouting from the front attracted many people one after another. Lin Hong stopped and saw a man in black squatting down to pick up a piece of raw stone and asked, "From the western wasteland mountains?
How much is it?"
The pile on the left is made of Huangyan concentrate, and each one starts at 1,000 spirit stones. The ones on the right are ordinary, but they can also produce top-grade spirit sources, and each one starts at 300 spirit stones.
Huangyan concentrate is too expensive, right? The trial and error cost of concentrate is so high nowadays, I can't afford the gamble. This brother is right.
A few years ago, the raw stones unearthed from the Huangyan concentrate mine were quite popular. Now, 9 out of 10 purchases are a loss. Someone in the crowd shook his head again. As the name suggests, the raw stone is a finished product mined from the mountain concentrate. It is covered with a layer of powder similar to quicklime, which is impermeable to the naked eye. Slightly larger raw stones cannot even let light shine directly through them. It is undeniable that special treasures and top-quality essence can often be mined from raw stones, for example, fire marrow, earth and wood source, flamestone, purple sun agate, etc. Everyone, please listen to me. The vendor cleared his throat and began to promote the stones in front of him.
Gambling on stones is 30% luck and 70% skill. Look at the jade shop owner across the street. Didn't he make a fortune by mining rough stones?
Of course, not everyone can understand how to play with raw stones.
Laymen can just watch the fun while experts can dig their own secrets. Bang!
Please move aside and let me take a look at this batch of goods.
A white-haired old man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a basket woven with rattan ropes on his back squeezed in front of the crowd and picked up a raw stone to examine it carefully. The aura he exuded was so powerful that it forced the people around him to take 2 steps back. Foundation building stage?
Lin Hong became interested and stood aside silently looking at the stones of various shapes on the ground. The powder on the outermost layer of the raw stone should have the function of shielding thoughts, and it is almost impossible to see through the inside by relying on thoughts. He wanted to see what old Deng could figure out. Soon after a round of selection, the old man tossed an ordinary rough stone in his hand to the vendor and said, "This is it, open it." "Okay, sir."
The vendor then found a cutting tool and slowly cut open the gray covering on the surface of the original stone, revealing the crystal clear green. Green crystal. I found a green crystal, worth at least 800 spirit stones. The old man had a smile on his face, as if everything was under control. The raw stones cost 300, which means he can earn 500 spirit stones. Then he used the green crystal he had mined as collateral and picked out a raw stone from the pile of yellow flame concentrate. Keep cutting, along the side from left to right. The old man calmly directed the cutting master and seemed confident. The cutting master was very skilled, cutting the raw stone one by one, and soon a palm-sized stone was cut. It's indeed a crimson blood pattern. The old man's eyes lit up and he reached out to grab it. This thing is worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. The crimson blood veins are an excellent material for refining weapons, one of the best materials for refining flying swords. Old Deng is quite capable. Lin Hong was secretly amazed. The crimson blood veins are formed in the bloodstained land, and it takes hundreds of years of continuous evolution for them to condense into crystals with the bloodstone. If it is integrated into weapons, it can further stimulate the power of weapons. However, it is extremely difficult to purify the crimson blood veins and still requires tempering by a weaponsmith. However, the old man still refused to stop. He bent down, picked up another piece of concentrated ore, turned around and looked at everyone, saying, "I've seen another good piece of raw stone. I don't plan to sell the red blood-marked piece just now. Is there anyone willing to share the spirit stones with me to buy this raw stone? If you find any treasure, we can split the profits 50-50. Of course, gambling on stones is risky, and I can't guarantee that there will be good stuff inside." His 1,500 spirit stones,
Many people gasped after seeing the price offered by the merchant. 1,500 spirit stones was not a small amount for many of them. If you want to split the profits 50 to 50, it means you have to take out 750 spirit stones and cooperate with the old man. But thinking about how the old man just picked out 2 colored raw stones with ease, it can be seen that he has some ability. Maybe this rough stone can also produce treasures. Okay, I'll share the spirit stone with you. A man in a green shirt with a pointed chin and monkey-like features spoke. Okay, as long as you trust me, I can guarantee that you will make a profit, said the old man with a smile. As the third piece of raw stone was cut, a purple-red light came into view first. Lin Heng's pupils shrank. Purple sun agate? Lao Dang is so powerful. It's actually purple sun agate. Everyone cheered in surprise. Purple yang agate is a treasure that contains rich yang power and has miraculous effects when used for cultivation by monks. Generally speaking, it only exists in boiling magma and the formation conditions are harsh. Fellow Daoist, I'm willing to pay 2,000 spirit stones for this item. Can you sell it to me? 2,000 is still too little. This piece of Ziyang agate is smooth, transparent, and has no impurities. It will cost at least 3,006. The old man refused. The man thought for a moment, and when he saw that the old man intended to withdraw his offer, he quickly agreed. In the end, the Ziyang agate was bought by the man for 3,600 spirit stones. After watching the excitement for a long time, Lin Hong was a little tempted. The scarcer the spiritual essence in nature, the more difficult it is to estimate its value. He only sold a 7th level armor for 7,000 spirit stones, but such a small piece of agate cost more than 3,000. Lin Heng's first reaction was that he had sold the armor too low. As expected, the old man seemed determined to buy out all the stones here, and he invited others to join forces to buy the stones, and in the end it was still a 50 to 50 split. After the previous preparation, even Lin Hong couldn't help but shout to buy. Something seems a little off. The price of this essence shouldn't be this high. Could this be a scam? Just as he was thinking secretly and had some doubts, suddenly, a cold snort was heard from the side. You'd better keep your eyes open. There are no such things as free lunches in the sky. The old man looked up at the source of the voice, staring at the young man in black with a frown on his face. What do you mean by that, young friend? I simply don't have enough spirit stones to find someone to cooperate with. Whether it's a profit or a loss is up to us. Of course, there's a certain amount of time to buy rough stones from you. Everything is planned, isn't it? How dare you question my strength? The old man was a little angry, and then said, I don't care who you are, kid. This is Yenyun City. You'd better understand the principle of speaking too much and making mistakes. He turned around and looked around. If you don't trust me, you can take your money back. I believe in your judgment. I'll take this spirit stone. Humph. Where did you come from, you little brat? This old man has made 3 outstanding achievements in a row. His strength is there, so he doesn't need you to remind him. I'll give him 2,000 spirit stones. I'm coming too. Many people criticized the young man for his rude remarks and took out their own pockets to jointly purchase the rough stones with the old man. Brother, which rough stone do you think will stand out? Lin Hong Lingding spoke. The young man was stunned for a moment, pointed his finger at himself, and asked, Are you asking me? Yes. Lin Hong nodded. Seeing that someone believed him, the young man laughed and pointed to the pile of yellow flame concentrate. The third one from the left in the third row, that's the only one with something in it. The others are just scraps. As soon as these words were spoken, the vendor's expression changed noticeably. Lin Hong caught this detail and immediately waved his hand to take the rough stone in his hand. Come on, I want this one. Seeing this, the merchant quickly said, Sir, these stones are large, so the price is naturally higher. The one you have is worth 2,000 spirit stones. 2,000 spirit stones? Right. Why don't you look for something else? If this goes wrong, the loss will be huge. The merchant felt relieved when he saw Lin Hong raise the question. Thinking of such a high price, he definitely didn't dare to take it. Little did he know that Lin Hong had been observing his reaction. It doesn't matter. It's just a gambling game. 2,000 spirit stones is nothing to me. Just open it. After saying that, he threw the storage bag full of spirit stones to the The vendor was dumbfounded, the old man was also dumbfounded. Duh, that's all that has been said. 2000 and you don't even consider it.
Can you guarantee a steady profit?
Chapter 39 Golden Scales. Lin Hung went to the bank at noon and exchanged all his spirit coins for spirit stones, which, together with some gems he was selling, totaled 150,000. After counting the goods, the vendors began to sweat profusely. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could really come up with so many spirit stones of this, boss, what's going on? These two young men obviously don't know how to gamble on stones.
Why are you hesitating about giving them money for free?
Seeing that people around him were beginning to get suspicious, the vendor had no choice but to hand the rough stone to the cutter. Go ahead and cut it. Sizzle. When the cutting saw blade penetrated only an inch into the outer layer, the raw stone, which was as big as a head, began to crack spontaneously along the cut. It seemed as if a full load of energy was sealed inside, and when a gap appeared, the internal balance began to tilt. Bang! After a crisp sound, the surface of the stone shattered into pieces, and then a rich elemental force burst out, flowing along the air like a torrent and rushing to the surroundings. The appearance of this aura immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The onlookers around were shocked. What the hell? Golden scales. Golden scales have appeared. A golden dragon really did fall in the western wasteland mountains.
The legend is true.
Someone shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Hong was quick-witted and quick-handed. He raised his hand and took the golden scale back from the air to prevent it from being snatched away by the merchant. It exploded. It's simply the best. The Tongtian Atlas records a total of 13 extremely rare and unique creatures, and the golden scale is the first one among them. Golden scales. The scales on the waist and spine of the ancient golden dragon have unparalleled golden properties, making them an excellent choice whether used to strengthen the body or to refine top-level armor. Lin Hong did not expect that golden scales would burst out from the raw stone. The same was true for the merchant and the young man in black. They knew that there were good things in this raw stone, but they never expected that there would be golden scales. My friend, I'm willing to spend 100,000 spirit stones to buy this golden scale.
Can you sell it to me?
Wait. If you want the golden scale for 100,000, I'm willing to pay 150,000. Sorry, this golden scale is useful to me. Lin Hong refused. Seeing that several people were blocking his way and refusing to give way, he said calmly, "What's the matter?
Are you guys trying to rob me openly?
Boy, don't be ungrateful.
This thing may not be safe for you to carry. Be careful that you will end up losing both your money and your life.
I am the steward of the Yenyun City Palace.
If you think it is too little, I can add another 30,000.
City Lord's mansion. Wang family. Lin Hong looked the old man up and down. He was just an ordinary person. Relying on the fact that the City Lord's mansion is behind him, he threatens him to make a purchase or a sale. Roll. Lin Hong uttered a word, then turned to look at the young man in black beside him. Brother, let's go. Let's go. The young man glanced at the vendor who was full of hatred and immediately understood what he meant. It was obvious that the young man's act of specifying the raw stone for him had aroused the jealousy of the merchant. The old man who suddenly appeared in front of them, under the banner of the City Lord's mansion, was trying to calm the situation. The merchant remained silent, just like a dog wagging its tail when it saw its master. After the two men disappeared from everyone's sight, they walked along Beiwang Street and turned east before stopping.
Are all the properties on Beiwang Street owned by the City Lord's mansion? There are so many spies along the way.
Lin Hong muttered something, then turned around and bowed to the young man, saying, "My name is Lin Hang.
Brother, you have a keen eye and you really helped me find a treasure. My last name is Sun, and my given name is Hao."
The young man also introduced himself.
Thank you for the compliment, brother. It just happened that we fell in love.
Sun Hao. Lin Hang's heart trembled slightly when he heard this name.
Sun Hao? The cannon fodder whose father was killed and wife was taken away by Yi Tian?
Wait.
This plot doesn't make sense.
I remember Sun Hao only became enemies with Yi Tian after my death.
How could he appear in Yenyun City?
The dog author arranged the plot like this. As the first cannon fodder villain, Lin Hang acts as the original protagonist's pretentious wingman in the early stage. After defeating his master and senior sister, he will be forced to go offline. After going offline, the second powerful cannon fodder appeared. That is, Sun Hao not only was his father killed by Yi Tian, but when he was dying, he could only watch his wife being taken into Yi Tian's harem, with the halo of the protagonist and the lucky buff of multiple wives and good fortune. What woman would not fall for him? But it is undeniable that Sun Hao is definitely someone who can compete with Yi Tian in the middle stage. Based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Lin Hung immediately wanted to take him out for a drink. On the one hand, it was to thank him for helping to get the golden scales, and on the other hand, it was to find out what the other party's strength was. Brother Lin, there's no need to drink. Sun Hao didn't expect the other party to suddenly become so enthusiastic. Come on, just listen to me when it comes to social etiquette. I can afford a drink. Under the pretext of expressing their gratitude, the two of them went to a nearby tavern. After 3 glasses of wine and some conversation, the two became familiar with each other. Your father is the famous Black Mountain old man? No wonder, Brother Lin, are you really a disciple of Qin Xian sect? Sun Hao became alert after hearing him introduce his origins. Yes, my father is still the clan leader. Ah? Your father is the sect leader? Sun Hao was even more shocked. He's just a cheap old man. I don't know him very well. Lin Hung simply said this. Seeing his puzzled expression, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Why are you still alert? Sun Hao put down the bowl and said in a much colder tone, I'm a little curious. I just don't know why Brother Lin came to Yenyun City. Me? Of course I'm here to attend this grand auction. Why are you asking? Lin Hung noticed that the other parties seemed to have something else to say. To be honest, my father and I lost some things in Jinma City. The head of the criminal affairs office said that someone from your Qin Xian sect was here. What I mean is that it was taken away by people from your Qin Xian sect. Lost something? What does that mean? Could it be that there's something they have in the treasury? Holy shit, they couldn't have chased us all the way to Yenyun City just for this. Lin Hong calmly picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The mellow peach fragrance brushing across his tongue made him calm down a lot. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. It seems that the Qingxian sect issued a sect mission regarding Jinma City. My senior brothers and sisters went there, and I came directly to Yenyun City. What did you lose? After a brief thought, Sun Hao replied, a set of armor was placed in the treasury and grain warehouse under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. When we arrived, it was gone. When he heard the word armor, Lin Hang almost spit out his wine. What the hell? The armor is theirs? Wait. Isn't this the chance? Throwing the blame onto Yi Tian is the best of both worlds. We're professionals at passing the buck. Lin Hung pretended to know nothing, shook his head, and said seriously, if you say so, I have to talk about my senior brother Yi. Chapter 40, Got Scammed? I have a senior brother named Yi Tian. He always plunders wherever he goes. It's likely that he took your things. Yi Tian? You don't know how hateful he is. In the next 10 minutes, Lin Hung exaggerated and described the beastly things that Yi Tian would do in the future. What a scheme to frame a fellow disciple, raise an orphan girl, drug my senior sister, threatening decent women. Brother Lin, do you still have such scum in your Qingxian sect? Even if he has a high talent for cultivation, you can't let him be the heir of the sect. Isn't the sect master your biological father? Why would you want to leave the inheritance to an outsider? Sun Hao expressed disbelief. Or you could say that mine is a cheap dad. Brother, I'm saying all this for your own good. Even if he took the armor, don't bother him, otherwise, what else can we do? Sun Hao slammed his fist on the table. My father and I have been guarding that armor for 3 years. We have long considered it ours. No one has ever dared to snatch it from us. TSK, calm down and be rational. I'm not exaggerating, but there was a guy who thought he was very powerful and tried to cause trouble for Yi Tian. Not only was his entire family wiped out, but he couldn't even protect his beloved wife at home. That's right, the person he was talking about was the future Sun Hao. Brother Lin, don't worry. Just because you are no match for him in Qingxian sect doesn't mean my father and I can't do anything to him. As expected, after Lin Heng's repeated attempts and exaggeration, he successfully aroused Sun Hao's anger. As someone who can compete with the protagonist in the middle stage of development, it is inevitable that he feels proud. If he was scared by a few words from him, how could he help Yi Tian gain experience? However, Sun Hao did not act rashly. After learning that Yi Tian's cultivation was in the late Jindan stage, one small realm higher than his father, he calmed down. What's the difference between causing trouble for Yi Tian now and asking for death? Speaking of which, Brother Lin, I think you should sell the golden scales to them. The city lord's mansion is almost everywhere on Beiwang Street. They will know immediately if there is any disturbance here. The appearance of the golden scales means that the wasteland of Shizhou will attract another wave of excavation. Shizhou is about to change. Sun Hao sighed again. Lin Hang smiled and said, "It's okay, I have helpers around me. I didn't plan to leave Yenyun City smoothly this time. But Brother Sun, I'm curious how you could tell there were golden scales in the rough stone. If you can see it, then that old man might not be incapable of seeing it." Ha ha. When mentioning this, Sun Hao smiled proudly and then pointed at his eyes. Brother Lin is an open-minded person. I didn't close my eyes to hide anything either. My eyes can see through many things. X-ray vision? No, it's much better than X-ray vision. His cultivation is still at a low level, and his eyesight has just developed. Although he cannot see what is inside the raw stone, he can still glimpse some of the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. This is why he is so sure that only that raw stone can produce good things. After this explanation, Lin Hung exclaimed, "What a great guy!" Could it be the script of double pupils or the path to invincibility? It is possible that he can compete with Yi Tian in the middle stage just by relying on these eyes. Sun Hao poured himself another bowl of peach wine and said, "I always feel like I missed a good pig-killing show. Remember that vendor and the old man? There is a common tactic in gambling on stones. The vendors use agents as anchors to attract customers through the scenes in the venue, and then lure the fish into taking the bait." Pig-killing scam? Really? I almost got confused. Sun Hao thought Lin Hong didn't understand, so he began to explain. It's easy to understand. What I mean is that the old man was deliberately hired by the vendors, including the few people who were shouting and yelling in the crowd. They worked together to make the old man look like an expert in gambling on stones. They used joint ventures to attract people to buy the raw stones together. When the first person who bought the raw stones together found something as rare as Xiang agate, I knew that person was also a hired hand. Through this method, 3 people immediately took out their extra money. I bet all their spirit stones were wasted. Sun Hao explained. After listening to this, Lin Hung secretly agreed in his heart that this was indeed the case. Even he was tempted by the old man's various operations. If Sun Hao hadn't stood up and made a few sarcastic remarks, he might have really paid money to jointly buy the raw stones. All I can say is that when benefits are right in front of us, it is easy for people to get confused. This is just an ordinary pig-killing scam. The most sophisticated pig-killing scams will be so complex that you will never be able to imagine. Tell me more, I love to hear it. Lin Hong likes to listen to this kind of strange gossip and tricks. For example, if I deliberately warned you to be careful of traps, and the raw stone I pointed out to you turned out to be waste, causing you to lose 6,000 spirit stones in vain, what would you think? I want to die, I want to kill people. Ah, that's right. At this moment, I am the outsider of the pig-killing plate, but I can guarantee that you won't blame me. Because the other 3 people who jointly purchased spirit stones with the old man were also part of the plan. If they hadn't opened anything good and had lost a lot of spirit stones, you wouldn't have caused trouble. On the contrary, you will think that you are unlucky. That makes sense. That means a whole group of people can be exploited by one person. That's a bit unethical. Sun Hao nodded and said, "This is how a clever pig-killing scam works. Maybe all the people in front of a stall are shills, or maybe thousands of people on the entire street are just fishmongers. It's not the abundance of fish that matters, it's the abundance of bait that matters." Imagine everyone is acting, and even the most astute person would find it difficult to spot the flaws. Lin Hong nodded. Wait. Even a shrewd person would have a hard time spotting the flaw. How did you figure it out? Me? Sun Hao's face immediately fell, and he said a little embarrassedly, "How else can I tell? I've been fooled so many times. These are all bloody lessons."
Ha! Lin Han laughed. The experience comes from life, and life is full of experience. The other side, Yenyun City Mu Mansion. After Yun Yao arrived in Yenyun City, she went directly to the Mu Mansion. While making tea, Mu Liushi asked, Xiaoyao, did you complete your sect mission so quickly? What made you come here? Have a cup of tea to wash away the alcohol on you. Did you get into trouble? You look so pale, as if you've lost all the color. Blood loss. There was indeed blood loss. Yun Yao held the cup in both hands and took a look at it. Her nose twitched slightly as if she smelled something strange, and she almost vomited. A bit like Lin Heng's. No, senior sister, why does this tea have a strange smell? Ah, this is your first time drinking it, right? The base is made with essence grass leaves, which gives you a strong and energizing feeling. It's also said to beautify the skin and replenish qi and yin. I think it tastes okay. Vomit, it's over. The lingering taste in my throat seemed to come back. Essence grass leaf, what kind of heaven-defying tea is this? Yun Yao pushed the tea aside, and Bo Lingling shook her head, indicating that she couldn't drink it anyway. Senior sister, have you seen Lin Han? Yun Yao asked, gritting her teeth. Mu Liushi shook her head. Is he here too? I'm not sure. I've been too busy lately to care about what's happening outside. Senior sister, haven't you finished your housework yet? Do you need my help? No, the elders in the family are arguing a lot. They want me to marry the third young master of the Li family. It's so annoying. No way, taking a son-in-law? Chapter 41, Nascent Soul Cultivator. The Mu family in Yenyun City is mainly based on the matrilineal line. By Mu Liushi's generation, there are 2 boys and 1 girl. In other words, her 2 older brothers do not have the right to take over the family, and when they grow up and get married, they will leave the Mu family and become independent. Mu Liushi is different. As the only maternal branch, and her mother's generation has no intention of having more children, she has to take on the responsibility of taking over the family. The problem now is that the Mu family is essentially a secular family, not a family of immortal cultivators. The definition of a family of immortal cultivators is based on whether the family has been passed down for 5 generations and whether it has a foundation for inheritance. It is obvious that there is no immortal magic inheritance in the Mu family. Otherwise, the Mu lineage, until the 4th generation of the great ancestor, would not have been limited to the early stage of the foundation building stage. By the 5th generation, the appearance of Mu Liushi finally gave the Mu family a talent for cultivating immortals. The family power was divided into 2 factions. One faction is called conservatives. The conservatives still insist on the matriarchal supremacy line and let Mu Liushi be the head of the family to protect the vital interests of the Mu family. The other faction is called the reformists. They want to push the Mu family to transform from an ordinary secular family to a family of immortal cultivation. Mu Liushi will still be the actual person in power, but the so-called system of marrying a daughter-in-law must be abolished. The abolition of the system of marrying into the family was intended to break the monopoly of matriarchal supremacy and to bring back all the male members of the Mu family. The inheritance method of a family of immortal cultivators cannot be influenced by outsiders. How can it be justified to drive out one's own family members to branch out and pass on the inheritance to the side branches? After Mu Liushi finished talking about the situation she was facing, Yun Yao felt overwhelmed. Senior sister, I feel like whether they're advocating for reform or defending the matriarchal system, they're just treating you as a tool. Look, you are now a core disciple of the Qingxian sect. Those people in your family value your aptitude for cultivation. You will definitely become famous in the Tianxian continent in the future. Ultimately, those people on the matrilineal side are protecting their own interests. They nominally recognize you as the head of the family, but for the next 50 years, your mother's generation will still be in power. As for those advocating reform, Yun Yao pondered for a moment, then continued, your uncles and aunts' support for you seems more like a struggle for power between the paternal and maternal lines. But it's undeniable that their intentions are good. With you here, transforming into a family of immortal cultivators isn't impossible. If the transformation is successful, you will become the Grandmaster. Grandmother, hearing Yun Yao's half-joking words, a smile appeared on Mu Liushi's cold and pretty face. Grandmother ancestors' words are not very pleasant, and I don't want to get involved in their fight. The mountains and rivers are vast, the universe is deep. I prefer to wander alone in peace and quiet. TSK. Yun Yao smacked her lips. What's with the idea of marrying into the Li family? Senior sister, you're not really going to marry a young man, are you? What are you talking about? Mu Yoshi glared at her. It's all my ancestors' fault for making such a fuss. The Li family of Yenyun City and the Mu family had a deep friendship. In order to maintain the friendship between the two families, they arranged a marriage for me. I came back to deal with this matter. It's just that my ancestors encountered some troubles. My uncles and aunts are very supportive of me. Yun Yao nodded. She had a general understanding of the layout of Yenyun City. The Li family was the wealthiest family in the area and the largest taxpayer. It was said that some of the family members worked in the capital of the dynasty. Even the city lord's mansion doesn't dare to offend easily. No matter how rich and powerful the Li family is, they cannot withstand the emergence of a genius in cultivating immortals from the Mu family. Only with Mu Lioshi can the Mu family stand on the same level as the Li family. Okay, senior sister, I will stay in Yenyun City for the next few days before the auction begins. You can ask me for help if you need anything. Yeah, okay. After saying goodbye to Mu Lioshi, Yunyao put her hands behind her back and twisted her still sore waist. It shouldn't be a big problem, she murmured. Forget it. I'll just buy a few doses of medicine to be on the safe side. Junior brother Lin Hong, please don't let me catch you, humph. She went to Shiqing Street and chose a nearby pharmacy. When no one was around, she dared to ask the owner for medicine. The boss just looked him up and down and immediately gave him a look that showed understanding. Soul soothing pill, sad baby, common name, Zizi Shengtian pills. Unlike ordinary people, it is not easy for monks to have children. It is affected by many factors such as realm, physique, race, and dual cultivation. One of them is a Jindan stage master and the other is a Qi training stage rookie. Although there is a huge gap in their realms, they cannot withstand the pressure of fighting. How do you say small amounts add up to a lot, and rivers become a stream? Get another European emperor possessed, one shot to the soul. I dare not think about the consequences. What's more, she was still a little confused at the time, and when she regained consciousness it was too late to refine it. She didn't want to be promoted to a nascent soul cultivator at such a young age next year. Hu, on the other side, Lin Hong returned to the inn and sneezed. It feels a bit confusing with his current physical condition. Apart from what happened just now, he shouldn't be sick. Maybe someone is talking about him behind his back. Ah. This is getting more and more interesting. If I can win over Sun Hao, the pillar of strength, I will have the confidence to face Yi Tian. Time is getting tighter and tighter. Maybe Yi Tian has already arrived in Yenyun City and will return to Qingxian sect after the auction. Master, you must have had a very difficult time these days. After all, the impact of a drop in your cultivation is significant. The elders from the other peaks will be ready to take action sooner or later. Lin Hong took out the golden scales from the system space. The hard to conceal golden aura blew on his body, fatally affecting the 4 spirit wheels in his body. After the man in the mirror's continuous efforts, he has begun to move towards the 5th spiritual chakra. This time, he was not idle. He lay cross-legged, placed the golden scales in his hands, and then circulated his true energy and recited the scriptures. The 5 elements volume of Hanyuan immortal body, gold as the surrounding spiritual energy surged, it was mixed with powerful golden elements. Among the 5 major branches of the 5 elements, gold is the hardest and most destructive, and is more important than weapons. If you want to cultivate the gold body to perfection, you need a large amount of essence containing gold. The golden scale is undoubtedly the best choice. Once his gold body is cultivated, his body will be extremely strong, and he can withstand the short blade of a knife even without mobilizing his true energy, especially in close combat. It will be invincible. While Lin Hong was absorbing the golden scales, he was thinking about another thing. The 10-foot golden body technique is perfectly compatible with the metal body. The two can complement and promote each other. Once the metal body is achieved, you will have a natural physical advantage. Combining the two is like adding gold to gold, and hardness to hardness. Men, who doesn't want to be harder? During the process of refining the golden scales, Lin Hong was not too anxious, but took steady steps to consolidate his cultivation. In less than a month, he reached the 4th level of Qi training, and his training speed was more than 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. When I return to the sect and let the elders know about this, I will definitely regret my own short-sightedness. The useless piece of wood they disdained was actually gold wrapped in Kerosene. After stabilizing his realm, Lin Hong devoted himself to refining the golden scales from morning to night and back to morning. This cycle repeated for 3 days before Lin Hong finally opened his eyes. Feeling the subtle changes in his body, he couldn't help but frown.
The 4 spirit wheels are working at full capacity, but I've only refined 1/10 of the golden scale.
At this rate, I wonder how much longer it will take. Well, let's focus on opening up the spirit wheels first.
The more spirit wheels there are, the faster the speed of swallowing and refining will be. It has to be said that the rare golden scale is much more difficult to refine than the water spirit mother. If you refine it completely, you should be able to achieve a small success in the metal body. After tidying up, Lin Hong changed into clean clothes and held a folding fan with a landscape depicted on it in his hand, looking like a learned scholar. Although he had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage and was unable to practice fasting, his body would not be able to adapt to not eating or drinking for 3 days in a row, even if he felt there was nothing wrong with him. I went out to eat and had just taken a few sips of mutton soup on the street when suddenly a carriage stopped in front of me. A Zhao family? Chapter 42. Although I look handsome, I am not a good person. Just as he was wondering, the curtain of the carriage opened and a woman in a plain dress stepped down, followed by a waitress with a bun hairstyle.
Miss Zhao?
Lin Hong asked subconsciously. The person who came was Zhao Wanqing. The last time Zigu met her, she was wearing a veil on her head, and as it was daytime, he didn't look at her carefully, and now that he saw the real person in broad daylight, Lin Hong almost popped his eyes out. Beautiful, very beautiful. For a moment he couldn't find any words to describe it. Gentle and fresh, still not relevant enough. The other person just raised his eyes and smiled, and Lin Hong felt numb all over. As expected of a medical student, her skin looks even more hydrated than Yun Yao's, and her looks are quite impressive.
Sir, we meet again. Hey! What are you looking at?
The waitress's scolding brought him back to his senses. Lin Hong coughed twice and regained his composure. Miss, what's the matter? Judging from her posture, it seemed like she came to find me on purpose.
Rower, don't be rude. After Zhao Wanqing scolded him, she looked at Lin Hong and said softly, Don't blame me, sir. I came here to ask you for something. Oh. Lin Hong nodded and pulled out the bench on the right. Sit down and talk.
Boss, come and serve these 2 a bowl of mutton soup.
Okay.
There's no need to spend so much money, sir.
Zhao Wanqing waved her hands hurriedly. Wow, you're quite enthusiastic.
The waitress beside her frowned when she heard about drinking mutton soup. What a waste of money for a bowl of broken soup. When has her young lady ever eaten this thing on the roadside? Lin Hong waved his hand and then said, Tell me about your business.
Why did you suddenly come to me?
Sir, Zhao Wanqing hesitated for a moment, her face full of embarrassment, and she seemed unable to speak. Finally, it was the waitress who spoke up. Our young lady's jade pendant is with you, please return it to us.
The jade pendant is very important to her. Roar.
Being said so bluntly, both Zhao Wanqing and Lin Hong were stunned.
This thing?
Lin Hong raised an eyebrow and shook the white tiger jade.
Is this what you came to me for?
Lin Hong was speechless. Before, he kept saying that it was a token of gratitude. This guy is just like someone who brings gifts to visit relatives and friends during the holidays. Can he actually take the gifts back after visiting them? Lin Hong didn't think much about it and threw the jade pendant in front of them.
Okay, it's a good thing I didn't sell it. He could see that this jade pendant was very important to the Zhao family that night. Zhao Wanqing gave him the jade pendant out of fear, probably because he killed people so cleanly and efficiently. My apologies, sir.
I don't want to break my promise, but my family, I understand.
I understand everything. It's just that something happened that I can't control. Since the jade pendant is so important to you, you shouldn't give it to anyone casually, understand?
And if I'm not mistaken, there should be a pair of these jade pendants, and you found me through the other one.
You, how do you know?
Zhao Wanqing was shocked. There are indeed 2 pieces of white tiger jade, and the other one is enshrined in the family ancestral hall.
Logically, Lin Hong should not know about it. Guess.
Guess? Seeing Lin Hong lowering his head to sip the mutton soup, Zhao Wanqing seemed to have thought of something and said to the waitress beside her, Rower, give me the food. Sir, there are 5,000 spirit stones in this storage bag.
Please accept them as a token of respect. Oh.
Lin Hong raised his head, took the storage bag and weighed it.
Miss Xiao is quite generous. 5,000 spirit stones is a considerable amount. Sir, you are a good person. It's just a small token of my appreciation. No, no, no. Don't get me wrong.
Although I look handsome, I'm not a good person. I'll accept the spirit stones, but if you really want to repay the favor, you might as well use another method. Lin Hong raised his eyebrows, hinting at something. However, his perfectly normal behavior took on a different meaning in the eyes of the waitress.
Lecher, isn't the 5,000 spirit stones my young lady gave you enough? What else do you want in compensation?
Bang! Lin Hong frowned, slammed the bowl on the table, and then stretched out his left hand to grab it. The next second, the waitress's eyes widened as if someone had grabbed her neck from the air, and her feet slowly left the ground. Ahem.
Shut up. I'm talking to your master, and you, a servant, like to butt in, don't you? Miss Xiao, do you need me to prove on the spot whether I am a good person or a bad person?
Lin Hong said lightly, as if killing someone was just a matter of raising his hand for him. He is very annoyed by such people. This kind of person either relies on the power of others or cannot distinguish between the primary and secondary.
Sir, wait a minute.
Zhao Wanqing immediately spoke up to stop him.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't discipline her properly. I apologize on her behalf. I hope you can forgive her rudeness. Okay, if I didn't have something to ask of Miss Xiao, I would have strangled her to death today.
Lin Hong withdrew his hand, and the maid named Ruer fell to the ground, coughed twice and gasped heavily. If she had been a few seconds later, she would have really gone to see the king of hell. Only at this moment did she realize that the young man in front of her who had saved her young lady was someone who should not be provoked.
Thank you, sir.
Zhao Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to look at the waitress and said, "Go back to the carriage and wait for me."
Yes, yes, miss. Don't be offended, Miss Xiao. I didn't mean to target you.
Keeping a servant like this around, who doesn't know etiquette and rules, will sooner or later harm you.
You are right, sir. I will discipline him strictly when I return. I don't know what you need me to do, but I will do my best.
I think your Zhao family will participate in tomorrow's auction at the Treasure Pavilion, right? Meeting. I want to put my name on yours and go to the auction with you. You can understand this as leveraging the power of your Zhao family. Of course, if there are auction items I need, I will pay for them myself.
Zhao Wanqing blinked and quickly reacted. I understand.
If you participate in the auction in your personal capacity, even if you win the treasure, you may not be able to take it out of Yin Yun City safely.
Smart, Miss Zhao really understands everything. Okay, I agree.
I can still make the decision on this little matter.
Tomorrow I will send someone to pick you up from the inn. Okay, thank you very much.
Lin Heng's lips curled up into a smile as Zhao Wanqing's appearance surprised him, but it was also within his expectations. I just didn't expect it to come at such a perfect time. With the Zhao family as a cover, competing with Yi Tian for opportunities is naturally guaranteed. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake.
No matter how powerful Yi Tian is, can he compete with the Zhao family?
Brother, I've made all the preparations for you, please don't let me down. Chapter 43, White and Tender. With a hint of red. After Zhao Wanqing left, Lin Hong did not sit idle and went straight to find Sun Help. The two of them drank and paraded around the streets, focusing on exchanging feelings. Of course, emotion refers to the mutual understanding between the villains, but there is another purpose besides this. They just wanted to use Sun Hao's eyes to conspire to make a fortune in Yin Yun City. Lin Hong invested, Sun Hao worked, and the profits were divided 70% to 30%. In less than half a day, all the major jade shops, especially those related to gambling and treasure hunting, were almost completely looted by them. However, this behavior was soon punished by many stores, and the two were kicked out before they even set foot in.
Brother Lin, I think we should just forget about it today. Don't you feel that a lot of people are watching us?
Sun Hao said cautiously.
The commotion has indeed become a big one. Let's sort out the results first.
Lin Hong nodded. Looking back at the surroundings, he found that many people kept looking at them from time to time. A man is innocent if he is in possession of a treasure, there was no way around it. They had gotten too many things from gambling, so it was inevitable that they would be targeted. I have 3 crystal stones, 1 lapis lazuli and 1 ruby stone here. Sun Hao responded after opening the storage bag and counting.
I also have a piece of lapis lazuli and a bunch of concentrate. How about this? You give me the ruby stone. Give me the ruby obsidian, purple iron, and ice crystal ore of the 5 elements, and leave the rest of the meteorite iron ore to you. How about it? Ah. Brother Lin, are you sure you want to give me all the meteorite iron concentrate?
All this meteorite iron is enough to forge a divine weapon.
Lin Hong waved his hand and said, I don't need it. We each take what we need. I can't take all the good things for myself.
We can still cooperate if there is a chance in the future. I'll pay and you'll do the hard work.
There are so many treasures in the 13 cities of Shizhou.
Sun Hao's eyes that could identify treasures came in handy today.
What he lacked now were the essences related to the 5 elements. These crystals are enough for him to refine for a period of time. Ha ha ha. Sun Hao didn't hesitate to be polite. He clasped his hands together and said, Then I'll be sorry to refuse. My father and I will leave Yinyun City after the auction tomorrow.
Brother Lin, please don't rush to pay for the wine when we meet next time.
Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Sun Hao, the helper he had picked up for free, Lin Hong did not return to the inn, but went to a regular medical clinic before nightfall. Come and have a set of massage meridian services. He has a romantic relationship with his pillow day and night, and his life is not just about practicing, but also about the clouds and candlelight by his pillow. Yinyun City Zhao Mansion. This time, 2 figures stood in the temple of Zhao Mansion. The brightly lit environment stretched their shadows and projected them to the door. Qinger, did you see that person? Can you get the white tiger jade back?
My dear mother, the jade pendant has been retrieved, and I have also met that young master.
But
Zhao Wanqing hesitated. The woman gazed quietly at the tablet in the center of the temple, on which were enshrined the ancestors of the Zhao family. At the end of the last column, Zhao Zigang is Zhao Wanqing's father.
Just what? That Mr. Lin seemed to have seen through my intentions.
He even knew there was another white tiger jade.
The woman's pupils gradually dilated.
She turned to look at Zhao Wanqing and murmured, There's no doubt about it.
The chosen one your grandfather mentioned is him.
The white tiger jade is the trigger for finding Medicine King Valley and the key to inheriting the legacy of the ancestor of alchemy. The Zhao family has the right people, but not the right timing. Only those who truly possess dragon energy can resonate with the white tiger jade. Whether he saved you in Zigu or you accidentally gave him the white tiger jade, it was all part of fate.
God is truly helping the Zhao family.
If you can become his Taoist partner, it will be easy to cure your illness and obtain the inheritance of the ancestor of alchemy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's face first showed surprise, then turned to embarrassment and anger.
Mother, what are you talking about?
If the inheritance of the ancestor of the alchemy and medicine can't cure my daughter's illness, then making friends with fellow Taoists will be of no use. Besides, Mr. Lin and I haven't even met each other, so how could we possibly become Tao companions? My silly girl, I just hope you can get close to this person, but I didn't mean to force it. You, after listening to so much, are only focusing on the word Taoist companion. If I'm guessing correctly, the young Master Lin you mentioned should be a man of extraordinary appearance.
When you mention him, look at your little face. What happened to my face?
It's white and tender with a hint of red.
Zhao's mother joked. Mother! Cough, cough. Zhao Wanqing coughed several times in a row. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Your Mr. Lin wants to use our Zhao family's name to participate in the auction.
You can take this opportunity to get acquainted with him. If he likes something, our Zhao family will pay for it. It will be a good favor for you. There's no need to rush the white tiger jade matter, you can just wait and see as the timing and people are both favorable.
Thank you, Mother. Let's talk about your assassination attempt.
Zhao's mother's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a hint of anger appeared on her delicate and flawless face. Don't worry about the disaster in Hedong anymore. Regardless of whether they are from the dynasty or not, you can't get involved in this mess. Those people are intentionally spreading disease. Regardless of their purpose, the dynasty can sit idly by, and it's not our turn as a medical family to intervene. Otherwise, some people will always regard us as saints who save people from suffering.
Mom knows what you want to say.
The affairs of your father, grandfather, and great-grandfather will not be let go like this. The Zhao family no longer has any capital, you were born with a disease. If you die after your mother dies, how will you face the ancestors of the Zhao family? I understand. Don't worry, mother. Wanqing knows her limits now. The Zhao family can't live without me. I will definitely survive. Mother Zhao was relieved and held her hand, and the mother and daughter snuggled together. The land of Hedong is located in the easternmost part of Shizhou, at the junction of the narrow road between the east and west continents, and belongs to the middle buffer zone. 80 years ago, the first disaster broke out in Hedong, and poisonous fog spread everywhere. Zhao Gengfeng, the ancestor of the Zhao family, went there and never came back. 60 years ago, the second disaster broke out in Hedong, and the purple blood disease spread. Zhao Wuji, Zhao Wanqing's grandfather, unfortunately contracted the disease and stayed there. 30 years ago, the head of the Zhao family, together with the other three heads of medical families, were determined to solve the problem in Hedong, but they lost contact after arriving in Hedong. It was not long after that the identity jade token enshrined in the temple was broken, and 3 generations of the Zhao family, who were skilled in medicine and saved the world, were left forever in that dangerous place. Now she couldn't let her precious daughter die no matter what. The night sky is starry and filled with clouds and mist. The sun soon pulled open the golden curtain from the sky, telling the world that a new day was about to come. Lin Hung opened his eyes and stretched his muscles, then walked to the window and looked out. He saw a Zhao Mansion's iconic carriage parked on the side of the street. The person standing next to the carriage was the servant who accompanied Zhao Wanqing and Zigu that day. Wow, you're here pretty early. Chapter 44. Becoming good sisters. After Lin Hung packed up, he did not delay and walked out of the inn. The middle-aged man in black clothes came over. Greetings, sir. I am Lu Feng, and I have come here on the orders of the young lady to take you to the auction. Isn't your lady here? My young lady went to the treasure pavilion in advance. The auction has a strict limit on the number of people allowed, and they need to hand over seats. Oh, I see. Lin Hong nodded. Okay then. Please lead the way. Sir, please. After Lin Hong got on the carriage, he heard the sound of whips cracking and horses neighing, and the vehicle moved quickly. Good job, the horse cried out in frustration after being whipped. Lin Hong curled his lips and looked out the window through the gap in the curtain. On the day of the auction, the flow of people was much greater than in the previous few days. Even the carriages on the road were of fancy designs. After entering the treasure pavilion, he followed Lu Feng straight to the upper floor of the auction hall. On the way, he met many cultivators, and the intertwined aura was very complex. Sir, please come upstairs. The young lady is already waiting in the side room. The two went straight to the 3rd floor. The overall layout of this floor adopts a corridor-style setting, with exactly 10 rooms connected from the beginning to the end. Room number 5, push the door and enter. The wing rooms are elegantly decorated, and the tables and chairs are all made of sandalwood, exuding a fresh fragrance. Incense was burning in the house, and light blue smoke rings were rising into the void. The overall atmosphere seemed peaceful and harmonious. Mr. Lin is here. Zhao Wanqing greeted with a smile. She was wearing an emerald green silk dress with a white jade pendant hanging from her waist. She looked like a fairy banished to the mortal world, much more attractive than the plain dress she wore yesterday. Thank you for your help. Lin Hong responded, walked to her side and looked down. There are quite a lot of people here. No wonder the treasure pavilion has to set a limit on the number of people. Ordinary people also want to join in the fun. Even if the space is doubled, it still can't accommodate so many people. He couldn't help but sigh. Sir, are you here for the auction? Is there anything you want to buy? I have some auction details here. I wonder, auction details? Lin Hong turned his head and asked in surprise. Yes. All of us, the aristocratic families of Yenyun City, have business dealings with the treasure pavilion, so it's not surprising that there are some details. After saying that, she signaled the servant beside her to bring over the auction list. The binding of the detailed booklet is very simple, with the two ends tied together with thin thread. Wow! Lin Hong was genuinely shocked when he saw the contents of the detailed booklet. 237 auction items? You're really kidding. This number made Lin Hong dumbfounded. This is the first time I have seen so many items being put up at an auction. If we assume that one item takes a quarter of an hour from bidding competition to the final decision, then with more than 200 items, it would take until late at night. A quarter of an hour is still too short.
There are no less than thousands of people coming and going on the scene.
Add on the gimmick of Dynasty's participation. How could those who can come be those who are short of money? If you really come across something good, grab it and wait and see. There is plenty of time to be patient.
Don't be surprised, sir. This auction is the largest in the past 10 years.
Looking back at the history of the 13 cities in Western continent, there has never been such a grand event. Also, this auction will last for 2 full days, divided into 2 sessions each day, with only a 2-hour break in between.
Only in the evening will some good items be available.
After hearing this, Lin Hong frowned slightly, feeling uneasy that he hasn't seen Yi Tian yet, and no one knows when he will come out to bid. This means that Lin Hong has to stay from beginning to end, take a quick look at every auction item. Well, it's nice to have a beautiful woman by my side. Tisk, logically speaking, second senior sister should be here. Meanwhile, on the other side, located in room number 10, diagonally opposite the room where Lin Hang is, bang, the sound of cups being crushed and a cold and strange atmosphere gradually spread. Mu Liuxi looked at Yunyao, who was standing beside her, stretched out a hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Xiaoyao, why did you react so strongly when you saw Lin Hang?
How strange. Junior brother Lin came to Yenyun City and walked with Miss Zhao.
He really didn't even come to see me, his senior sister. Mu Liuxi shook her head in confusion. She and Yunyao arrived at the wing room early in the morning, which means that Lin Hang was captured by the two of them as soon as he stepped onto the first floor of the treasure pavilion. In addition, due to the unique location of rooms 5 and 10, the angles were offset, so they could clearly see what was happening in Lin Hang's room, but Lin Hang could not see them.
The premise is that they don't draw the curtain.
After drawing the curtain, the two of them naturally can't see each other. At this moment, Yunyao looked at the man and woman who were talking and laughing on the other side, and her teeth were itching with hatred. You bastard Lin Hong, not only did you run away after having sex with someone, but you even hooked up with a rich girl in Yenyun City. You beast. When you see a pretty girl, your face is almost as big as a chrysanthemum. When the auction is over, your death will come. If she wasn't afraid that Mu Liuxi would notice something was wrong, she would have rushed over and slapped Lin Hong right now. What is this? He took her away without leaving any explanation and then turned around and went to flirt with other women. The more Yunyao thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth.
Xiaoyao?
Mu Liuxi tilted his head, and seeing that she didn't respond, he reached out and pushed her. This finally brought her to her senses.
Ah, it's okay, senior sister.
It's just that I haven't seen junior brother Lin for so long. I miss him so much.
Huh? When did you two become so close? Didn't you go to Jinma City to do a sect mission not long ago?
Yunyao took a deep breath. After all, he is my junior brother.
Maybe he can become our good sister in the future.
Mu Liuxi's eyes rolled around in her sockets, showing her confusion. Could it be that they had some experience of sharing hardships in Jinma City? Otherwise, why would Yunyao have such a big change in her opinion of Lin Hong? During the first few days after Lin Hong came to Xianyun Peak, she kept saying that she wanted to bully this cheap junior brother. What she didn't know was that the good sisters Yunyao mentioned were turn Lin Hong into a real sister. Well, okay. But Xiaoyao, I think you've been a bit irritable lately. Last night, when junior brother Yi arrived at the Mu Mansion, you slapped him twice without giving any reason. Junior brother Yi was frightened silly. That's right, just last night when Lin Hong was enjoying a married woman's spa, Yi Tian arrived in Yenyun City and just saw Mu Liuxi, and was beaten by Yunyao, who was standing beside him. One fights, the other bears it with his head down. They have a good understanding, neither of them makes a sound when they fight.
Bah! These two are not good people.
Yunyao became even more angry when she mentioned this, that if Yi Tian hadn't deliberately used the fallen sun pill to harm her, how could Lin Hong have gotten the advantage for nothing? These two people are completely birds of a feather, but Yi Tian is worse in comparison. After all, Lin Hong had no intention of touching her at the beginning, but later he became lustful. Once the mind was aroused, the courage naturally followed, but she definitely couldn't mention the fallen sun pill in front of Mu Liuxi. If she said it out loud, it would confirm that she had taken the sun falling pill, which would also mean that someone must have acted as an antidote. Yi Tian is not stupid, he must have thought that it was Lin Hong who stole the peaches. If this matter gets out, how can she face people? A powerful Jin Dan stage expert was just given away to a chi training stage. Rookie for nothing, still being treated as a prostitute, not to mention what Lin Hung did. The gossip and finger pointing within the sect could drown her. It's shameful, so shameful. On the other hand, the whole incident was blamed on Yi Tian. As long as Yi Tian insisted that the matter had nothing to do with him, even the master would be unable to do anything to him. On the contrary, Lin Hung might be accused of framing his senior sister. The sect leader has not yet come out of seclusion, who dares to punish Lin Hung easily. In other words, once this matter is revealed, Yi Tian and Lin Hung might not be punished too much. But not only did she lose her virginity in vain, she also had to endure the gossip of others. Please, give this a 5-star rating. Otherwise, I would have to become sisters with Yunyao. Chapter 45, My Lady, Open Your Mouth. What do you mean by taking off your pants? Yunyao was thinking this indignantly when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Yi Tian, this guy is here too. Mu Liushi looked over and saw the people accompanying Yi Tian. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The steward of the palace, why is junior brother Yi with someone from the city lord's mansion? City lord's mansion? Yes. That hunched man is the city lord's housekeeper. I've met him twice and he left a deep impression on me. Yi Tian and Lin Hung are both quite mysterious. They came to Yenyun City without saying hello. One went to the city lord's mansion, and the other has connections with the Zhao family. Mu Liushi said lightly. Yunyao curled her lips and said, they must be here for the auction. Anyway, I haven't seen them since leaving Jinma City. Well, that's the only possibility. The Yenyun City auction hosted by Dynasty has spread like wildfire in Shizhou. You must have heard about it when you went to Jinma City to carry out your mission. After waiting for some time, Yi Tian followed the palace steward all the way to the 3rd floor but did not stop, but went to the 4th floor. The 4th floor is a temporary storage place for the city lord's mansion and other foreign city-states. Even the Mu, Zhao, and Li families, 3 of the 4 major local forces, are not qualified to go to the 4th floor. Since returning to the Mu family, Mu Liushi has been under pressure for a long time. With her aloof personality, she can only chat with the sisters in the sect. Therefore, Yunyao's arrival gave her someone to talk to a certain extent. However, at this moment, Yunyao's attention was not on her chattering about the relationship between the 4 major families in Yenyun City, because for some reason, Lin Hung on the opposite side suddenly reached out and started groping the woman next to him. Maybe it's because of the angle, it looks extremely unsightly. You dare to make a move in the wing room, bah. This way Lin Hung gently stroked Zhao Wanqing's right cheek with his palm, and pinched her right hand with his other hand. He looked serious and stern. This action even frightened Lu Feng, who was standing not far away. If Zhao Wanqing had not spoken out to stop him, he would probably have drawn his sword and killed someone. Zhao Wanqing's cheeks flushed and her eyes were shy, just like the peach blossoms about to bloom in June, which made people feel touched. Strange, so weird. Although it is a mortal body with no cultivation, there is a tremendous spiritual power surging in his body. His spiritual power has not been opened and his true essence is insufficient, so he can only rely on Qi method to release the spiritual power. From the first moment he saw Zhao Wanqing, he was attracted by her fair and transparent appearance, and even compared her with Yunyao. What he meant by fair and transparent was not just white skin. He naturally knew the condition of Yunyao's skin and how smooth it was, but now when he touched the other person's body, it felt like he was touching the spiritual source condensed from spiritual energy. It seemed that there was no skin more delicate and transparent than this. A cultivator seizes the fortune of heaven and earth, cultivates himself, keeps his mind clear about the Tao, and achieves the fruit of the Tao. The higher the level of cultivation a cultivator has, the more intuitively one will feel as his lifespan becomes longer, and the more perfect his body's appearance will become. In the world of cultivating immortals, apart from some old men who like to pretend to be profound and have white hair and beards, you really can't see anyone who is particularly ugly. In other words, comparing the 2 senior sisters Yunyao and Mu Liushi with the master Meng Yutong, all 3 are top beauties, but the master Meng Yutong gives people a much stronger intuitive beauty than the apprentice. The reason lies in the gap in realm. Young master, are you satisfied? Zhao Wanqing's cheeks were already redder than ever. Seeing this handsome face so close to her would make any woman's heart beat fast. From childhood to adulthood, the only person of the opposite sex who was so close to her was Zhao's father. Too bad he's gone now. Miss Zhao, please don't be so anxious. Can you open your mouth so I can take a look? Ah. Zhao Wanqing swallowed her saliva and slowly opened her soft and tender red lips, and her extremely delicate and slippery tongue quietly came into view. Presumptuous. Suddenly, Lu Feng, who was standing by, couldn't help himself and pulled out the knife he was carrying.
My lady, open your mouth.
What do you mean by taking off your pants? Zhao Wanqing was shocked when these words were spoken. She quickly closed her mouth and looked down. This made Lin Hong look confused.
No. Why are you yelling so loud? Can't you tighten my belt if it's loose?
Miss Xiao, I think your servants are quite dissatisfied with me.
Do I look like a hypocrite?
The question of why take off your pants really broke Lin Heng's defense. Seeing Lin Hong angry, Zhao Wanqing quickly looked at Lu Feng and scolded him. Uncle, how can you be so rude?
Master Lin is diagnosing my illness. I demand that you apologize to him now.
Miss, this guy is groping all over you, observing you endlessly, and even asking you to open your mouth. I, Lu Feng, have been studying medicine since I was with the master, but I have never seen this kind of diagnosis method before. From what he did just now, it looked like he was about to take off his pants.
Lu Feng had a very tough attitude.
He thought Lin Hong was a liar who wanted to take advantage of others. He had only martial arts skills but no knowledge of medicine. Psychological bias arises, so Lin Heng's every move will be infinitely magnified, and even speculated upon. Seeing that he refused to bow his head and was still being stubborn, Zhao Wanqing became a little angry. She pointed at him and couldn't help coughing twice. Seeing this, Lin Hong supported her with one hand and placed her on the chair, waving his hand and said, "Your lady's health is not suitable for excitement, so I will not bother with you."
"Ha, of course I know."
Lin Hong fell silent, and at this moment a loud voice came from the bottom of the treasure pavilion. A woman in a red hip skirt walked up a square staircase that was 10 feet wide. She swayed her body with extraordinary grace, her long hair tied up high and falling on her shoulders, like an extremely charming and seductive fox. This person is the chief auctioneer of the treasure pavilion and also the deacon of the Yenyun City branch. She is in charge of presiding over the auction today. Her appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the onlookers on the first floor wanted to stick their eyes on her. While the opening remarks were being made, Zhao Wanqing asked about the diagnosis results.
"Miss, don't be silly.
If he can diagnose it, I, Lu Feng, will take his last name today." Lu Feng interrupted disdainfully. Lin Hong laughed so hard. "Okay, then, let me tell you about my test results.
But before that, I'd better explain my actions just now, so that Mr. Lin Feng won't think I'm a wretched villain." Lin Feng.
Lu Feng was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted. Okay, let me see what nonsense you can come up with." Lin Hong stood up and said as he walked, "Skin is a very important organ for both ordinary people and cultivators. We often use color and appearance as a means of evaluation, which often leads to the division of life and death, and thus the division of beauty and ugliness. For monks, the outer layer undergoes a transformation upon reaching a certain state, striving to transcend the constraints of the outer world and achieve spiritual freedom. The 5 fingers of the palm are divided into 5 paths, connecting to the 5 major meridians of the heart, blood vessels, and internal organs. The feeling of oral desire spreads throughout the body through the tongue. Miss Xiao's body is like a tattered fishing net, and the spiritual energy in the air is like an endless stream of fish. The net is broken, but the fish are swimming in abundance. The fish enter the net and mix and mingle, making the holes on the outside of the net bigger and bigger. Although this metaphor is cliché, it should be able to intuitively express what I want to describe. Chapter 46, Xian Tian Furnace Holy Body. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Wanqing and Lu Feng were shocked. As insiders, they could certainly understand what Lin Hong meant by this metaphor, but can you tell what's wrong with his young lady just by touching and observing her tongue?
Young master, what you said is true. My body is indeed like this.
I can feel a constant flow of spiritual energy seeping into my body, but the spiritual energy that is discharged is very little. Every day, I can only endure the pressure coming from my internal organs and adjust my qi method to discharge some of the spiritual energy. But if I continue at this rate, within 3 years my body will explode and die from the full spiritual energy it can't handle. She coughed from time to time because the qi method needed to be circulated through the heart and lungs. Over time, the lung pressure and function were severely overloaded, and she developed lung disease. The lungs will only get worse. Seeing that Lin Hong knew something, Lu Feng quickly asked, "Master, is there any way to treat him?" Lin Hong glanced at him and ignored him. "Now I want to call him young master. I really don't know whether to say he is a fence sitter or is eager to protect his master. To be honest, Miss Xiao, this is the first time I've seen someone like you.
First of all, you're just an ordinary person, you don't even have any spiritual roots. Secondly, I don't see any special physique in you. Or rather, your illness can be simply named a physical condition. To put it bluntly, your physique is somewhat like a furnace. Lin Hong is willing to name it Xiantian Furnace Holy Body Furnace, Furnace Tripod. Zhao Wanqing's face changed. This word is not a good word. Don't be nervous, Miss Xiao. This is just an analogy. Think about it, you are just an ordinary person now. You want to refine the spiritual power in your body through cultivation, but you are unable to do so due to problems with your spiritual roots and body. From a cultivator's perspective, the furnace tripod is different from a dual cultivation system of mutual benefit. It's a one-way demand. So the method I can think of is to absorb the spiritual energy overflowing from your body through the means of harmonizing yin and yang. Lin Hong tried to be as tactful as possible in his words. This is the current situation. If Zhao Wanqing could solve the problem of excess spiritual power through self-refining, she would not be stuck here in such a state of illness. In order to absorb spiritual power through external conditions, the other party must be a cultivator and have sufficient spiritual power storage capacity. For example, Lin Heng, of course, he was not recommending himself, but his cultivation path was very different from others. With his unique spirit will system, he did not have to worry about the problem of excess spiritual power. No, this is too absurd. Lu Feng was the first to disagree after hearing this. If you do this, my young lady will really be treated as a cauldron. No one can accept the idea that a mobile furnace can continuously store spiritual energy. You can't say that. Your lady is trying to save her life. Since it involves her life, there must be some price to pay. If two people are attracted to each other, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? One can alleviate symptoms and save lives, and the other can gain a large amount of spiritual power to improve one's own cultivation. After Lin Hong said this, Zhao Wanqing seemed to have a new idea and her eyes widened. Yes, if you find someone you like, it's not impossible. Thinking of this, her cheeks turned slightly red, and she looked up at Lin Hong again. Ever since Lin Hong saved her in Ziga with a decisive blow, a mysterious affection for her remained in her heart, and her mother also said that he was a nobleman of the Zhao family, the child of destiny with dragon energy, with all kinds of buffs stacked up. It is hard not to have a good impression of him. Miss Xiao, I want to take back what I said yesterday morning. What? I'm actually a good person. Lin Hong smiled and raised a finger, making a gesture that he thought was very cool. If you have to, you can consider me first. Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but smile as she looked at his childish actions. Honestly, if someone else did this, she probably wouldn't like it, but Lin Heng's personality is introverted and cold, but also a little bit funny, which makes him quite likable. Okay, if that time comes, I hope Master Lin will be willing to save my life, huh? This answer surprised Lin Hong a little. She actually agreed seriously to the half-joking question, but he didn't think much about it and just regarded it as a polite remark. My goodness, what kind of vicious words are these? How could the young lady allow him to make such a frivolous joke? What right does this kid have to do this? Lu Feng felt a surge of anger in his heart. After the head of the family passed away, he, as an uncle, served as both a servant and a bodyguard to protect Zhao Wanqing's growth, and treated her as half a daughter from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have much of a good impression of Lin Hong to begin with, and after these few words and a commotion, he disliked him even more. Ding, the main storyline begins. Positive. Main quest. After the auction officially begins, Yi Tian will harvest rare treasures. You will face more crises, and the future will become unpredictable. Reward index, top-notch, main quest, seize the opportunity to seize the treasure from Yi Tian and increase your chances of success in the future. However, your future is still full of fog. Perhaps this is your most important decision. Reward index, unknown, the task is very extreme. The auction officially started and the interface popped up. Lin Hong shook his head secretly. He already had the answer in his heart. If he wanted to carry out the regular mission, there would be no need for him to come to Yenyun City. He had read the general plot of Beauty Record. All the treasures on the original protagonist Yi Tian were extraordinary. If he was allowed to get all the treasures, who could defeat him in the future? Lin Hong stood up and took out the detailed booklet again. The detailed booklet only contained brief categories and no detailed name introduction. The first 3 auction items were weapons polished in Maple Leaf Town,
and they were likely to be snatched up by people on the first floor. Maple Leaf Town, although its name is inconspicuous, is the most famous place for forging weapons in the Tianxian continent. The 10 famous swords and 3 deadly weapons of the Tianxian continent all come from this place, which shows how powerful it is. It is not bound by the dynasty and is an independent sect. It can be regarded as a loose sect because the people there make a living by forging weapons, including both monks and ordinary people. Treasure Pavilion, 4th floor among the 13 cities in Shizhou, for City Lord's Mansion forces and 6 Criminal Justice Mansion forces are located on both sides of the north and south wings. At this time, Yi Tian also held the detailed booklet in his hand and knew in advance what items were there, but his face looked very flustered. His left eye was bloodshot and his eye socket was very red and swollen. I was punched twice in the eyes by Yun Yeo Bang Bang last night and I haven't recovered yet. Could she have discovered the matter of the fallen sun pill? But her state at the time, her consciousness was already hazy, so she couldn't have noticed anything wrong with the pill. There's no way a country bumpkin like Lin Hong would recognize the elixir. If he gave the fallen sun pill to senior sister, the 2 spring poisons would co-occur and a man would be the antidote. As soon as the idea of Lin Hong secretly picking peaches appeared in his mind, it was immediately rejected. No. Lin Hong isn't that bold. If he dared to attack senior sister, based on my understanding of her, she would definitely cut him into pieces. Could it be that it's because we arrived too late? If Lin Hong and I had arrived a few hours later, senior sister might have really been raped by that beast from the city lord's mansion. Yi Tian suddenly came to his senses. Right, it must be like this. Now he and Lin Hong have a relationship where they share weal and woe. If the fallen sun pill is exposed, not only will Lin Hong be doomed, but he will also suffer. There is only one possibility at present, that is, Lin Hengjin Dan secretly hid the pill and did not give it to Yun Yao. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Fortunately, he didn't mess this up. Yi Tian sighed, his eyes full of disdain, and he secretly said, afterwards, I must get the pill back from him. Chapter 47, Master, Senior Sister, why are you here? The first auction item, the Maple Leaf Town Star Scar Sword, is 9 feet long and 5 inches wide. The hilt is dark green with intricate graphics and patterns carved on the surface. It looks ordinary, but it contains a hidden meaning. The starting price was 500 spirit stones, which seemed low, but after some bidding it went straight up to 2,300, and finally ended at 2,500 spirit stones. The second item for auction was also a sword, Maple Leaf Town Chongtao, 5 feet long and 7 inches wide, looks much thicker than the previous sword. The blade can cut through iron like mud. Since the specifications are very different from ordinary swords, there are fewer people bidding. The final transaction price was 2,100 spirit stones. The third auction item was the Maple Leaf Town Bagua stick. There were very few people who used stick-type weapons, and it was finally sold for 1,600 spirit stones. When these 3 auction items appeared, Lin Heng's earlier guess came true. Yun City prohibits bringing weapons into the city, but he immediately started selling weapons in a big way. I really understand the business. The items auctioned next were similar, and fine items of various attributes began to appear. Tianlei wood evolved from an ancient tree that was once struck by thunder and has a strong thunder attribute element. Water glass, often found in cold seas, is a crystal of fish feces that possesses water-like elements and may contain some impurities. Of course, this thing definitely cannot be compared with the water spirit mother obtained by Lin Hong. Obsidian is the product of volcanic rock eruption and the fusion and solidification of ordinary metals. It has harsh natural formation conditions and contains various metallic substances. Use one sentence to evaluate metal VC in the world of cultivation, that is to say, its gold element is not pure, and it is a mess, and the effect of refining is unsatisfactory, but there were so many of them. There were more than 100 obsidian gold stones on the stage, filling up a small bag, which made Lin Hong a little envious. Although he has not yet completely refined the golden scales, he still needs to be aware of the need to save resources. But then I thought about it. Until now it was only the people on the first level who were bidding, and even the people on the second level were not participating. He was at least on the third floor, so bidding at this time was a bit uncool. There are more than 200 auction items. The beginning should be just appetizers. The good stuff is still to come. Lin Hong calmed down and watched quietly. He couldn't be sure when Yi Tian would take action, and he was no match for these families in terms of financial resources. It is always safest to hold on to the money and not spend it recklessly. The 10th lot of auction, the 20th lot of the auction, lot 53. Lin Hong stared straight down, his eyebrows almost wrinkled into a square shape. What's going on?
This morning's round of auctions was almost over, but Yi Tian hadn't made any move yet. Mr. Lin, how about we go out for a meal together after the auction? Zhao Wanqing asked.
Okay. Lin Hong nodded in agreement.
TSK, looks like there's nothing good this morning. He sighed again. Miss Xiao, let's go now. I'm afraid I'll run into someone I know and it'll be hard to get away. Acquaintance, okay, let's go.
The acquaintance Lin Hong mentioned was naturally Mu Liushi. The people living in the 3-story wing rooms were all from local families in Yenyun City. It was impossible for her not to show up on such an important occasion. In order to avoid a head-on collision, it is better to leave early. However, the two people's actions of leaving the room were seen clearly by the 10th room opposite.
Xiao Yao, where are you going?
Mu Liushi saw Yun Yao stand up and asked hurriedly. I won't look at the last item in the first half of the auction, senior sister.
Now I want to go see our junior brother Lin. I feel like you're acting a little weird today. You can't do anything stupid in Yenyun City. There are many restrictions on cultivators here.
Mu Liushi was afraid that Yun Yao would go out and get into trouble. Oh, don't worry, senior sister.
I'm not going to kill anyone, I just want to see my junior brother.
Yun Yao responded with a sweet smile. On this side, Zhao Wanqing and Lin Hong quietly walked down the VIP passage on the other side of the treasure pavilion so as not to disturb the interest of others in the auction.
Mr. Lin, I know there is a restaurant not far ahead. It has almost all the specialties of Yenyun City. Why don't we go there?
Zhao Wanqing suggested. Sure.
Lin Hong is not picky about food.
As long as he can fill his stomach, he won't always pursue delicacies from land and sea. After a while, the two arrived at the door of the restaurant. The restaurant adopts a small 3-story design. 2 green-faced jade lion stone statues stand at the door, and a couplet is hung in the mouths of the stone statues through the teeth. First couplet, 3,000 guests in the light of wine, cigarettes, and lamp. Second line, candlelight and spring breeze in a 100-foot building. Lin Hong looked up at the plaque. Zuoxianju, this couplet is quite artistic. Zhao Wanqing smiled and nodded. The owner of this restaurant is known as the Wine Immortal. It's said that when he was young, he traveled extensively to visit renowned figures in Jiuquan. He was also skilled in poetry and song.
Therefore, after landing in Yenyun City, he established the Zuoxianju.
Wine Immortal. The two walked into Zuoxianglu. The restaurant was bustling with people, and the sounds of shouting and clinking glasses could be heard one after another, showing the liveliness of Zuoxianju.
Oh, Miss Xiao, you're here. Please come in, you two, you've arrived just in time, there's only one seat left. The waiter greeted us attentively with a smile on his face. You may not know anyone in Yenyun City, but you must remember the face of this young lady from the Zhao family. As a family of medicine with a centuries-old tradition, the Zhao family's contribution to Yenyun City and surrounding city-states is worthy of praise. Ordinary people will always experience birth, old age, sickness, and death in their lives. Birth and old age are the laws of life, while sickness and death are beyond human control. The Zhao family has been providing generous medical services since their ancestors practiced medicine to save the world. A free Zhao family clinic can be found on almost every street in the 13 cities of Shizhou. In addition, the fact that 3 generations of the Zhao family died in Hedong made ordinary people in Yenyun City respect them. The two of them came to an empty table at the back of the first floor and sat down. What would you like to eat, young lady and young master? Come to Zuoxianju for the feast, and give my regards to Mr. Jiu for me. After saying that, Zhao Wanqing took out a jade slip from her storage ring and handed it to him. Okay, please wait. Not long after, when the waiter returned, he had 2 jugs of wine in his hands. The black ceramic pot is much larger than the ordinary wine pot. Lin Hong frowned slightly. The smell of alcohol was very strong, probably a kind of spiritual wine. Miss Xiao, are you sure you can drink spiritual wine? It's okay. It's called spiritual wine, an extreme form of spiritual wine. Drinking it will neutralize the spiritual energy in your body and, to a certain extent, cleanse your meridians. Drinking it makes me feel much better. Lin Hong picked up the wine jug and examined it carefully. He poured out some wine and took a sip. It didn't taste that spicy at all. Hualing wine. This is the first time I've heard of it.
However, at this moment, a shadow was stretched by the setting sun and cast on the table. Lin Hong had his back to the door and didn't care at first, until a fresh and familiar scent lingered at the tip of the nose. The smell was faintly mixed with a hint of purity like fire. A red skirt approached, and under Zhao Wanqing's astonished gaze and Lin Heng's numbness and indifference, it gradually occupied the right half of his vision. That charming and beautiful face leaned close to Lin Heng's ear. Exhaled warm breath, bit her lower lip lightly, and slowly uttered a sound, Lin Hong. Lin Hong knew it but had to face it. He turned his head stiffly and looked around, and saw Yunyao looking at him with a smile. Sister, why are you here? Chapter 48, Lin Hong must spit out the blood that flows out of the clam. Lin Hong moved a few steps inward out of guilt. Senior sister? Zhao Wanqing stared at the woman in the red dress in front of her with wide eyes, and a hint of jealousy flashed in the depths of her eyes. This jealousy is not out of malice, but simply out of admiration for the other person's appearance. Why, junior brother, you seem to be really unwelcoming to me, your senior sister. And rightly so. There's a beautiful woman sitting in front of you, and my presence kind of ruins the atmosphere. No, no. Lin Hong shook his head like a broken drum, repeatedly denying, how dare I not welcome you? I'm so happy to see you again, senior sister. Oh. That's good. How about inviting me to have dinner with you? Ah. Lin Hong was stunned and quickly winked at Zhao Wanqing, eating chicken feather rice. How can a guest voluntarily ask to stay for dinner? You don't even know Miss Zhao across the street, how dare you ask to stay for dinner? However, Zhao Wanqing obviously misunderstood Lin Heng's meaning. Of course, I wonder what to call this senior sister. Yunyao, you must be the young lady of the Zhao family. Seeing you today, you are indeed as beautiful and charming as the rumors say. Miss Yun, you're joking. I think you're more beautiful. Damn it. Why are you two still praising this commercially? The following conversation was not as cold as expected. Yunyao and Zhao Wanqing, who were both very friendly, quickly got along well with each other. They even talked about how Lin Hong saved her in Zigu. Lin Hong was caught in the middle, and even when the food was served, he could only nod his head in response. He swore this was the most miserable moment he had ever had. The more Yunyao praised him in front of Zhao Wanqing, the more uncertain he became. Why is it different from what I expected? Why did she come to Yenyun City? For the auction? Then how did she find this place? Maybe she saw me at the auction. With these questions in mind, the three of them quickly finished their lunch. After leaving Zuoxianju, Zhao Wanqing left first, leaving the space to Yunyao and Lin Heng. Brother, let's go. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Heng's heart tightened and he began to panic for no apparent reason. Then he pretended to be calm and followed. Senior sister, what do you want to talk about? Don't you have anything to say about the matter in Jinma City? Yunyao's tone became much colder. Jinma City, it's been so long since you were kidnapped. It took senior brother Yi and I a lot of effort to rescue you. Sister, you were harmed by the spring poison at that time, and it was thanks to senior brother Yi's elixir. Lin Hong pretended to be dumb. Unexpectedly, the two of them just walked into an alley where there was no one around. Yunyao, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around, and the last trace of smile on her face disappeared. The power emanating from his body was like a biting cold wind that forced people to retreat. One of them retreated while the other advanced. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Lin Hong, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You didn't even have the courage to repent and take responsibility for your mistakes. Perhaps, only when facing death will people think of repenting. Do you want me to continue? The pressure from a Jindan stage expert can cover the entire Yenyun city. Yunyao didn't want to make too much noise, so she concentrated the pressure on one point. Snap, kneel on both knees. It wasn't because he was afraid. Lin Hong simply felt a little tired of talking while standing out. He doesn't understand how was he discovered when he was behind everyone that day and wearing a mask. The red skirt was so close that one could even see the outline of her slender legs through the thin fabric. After hearing what he was thinking, Yunyao couldn't help but snort coldly, clumsy mask can't cover up your dirty and shameless behavior, especially your attitude afterwards. After she finished speaking, a silver-white blade suddenly appeared in her hand, emitting bursts of chill in the sunlight. Lin Hong finally couldn't hold back his excitement anymore and hugged the beautiful legs in front of him. Senior sister, you can't kill me. My father is the sect master, and I just made a mistake that every junior brother would make. The situation was urgent at the time. After you took the pills senior brother Yi gave you, I found that your condition not only did not improve, but became worse.
There's no antidote for spring poisons like Hawan powder and falling sun pill.
At the very least, they'll damage your body, and at the worst, they'll even kill you.
I have to be the antidote.
Ha! These words made Junyao laugh.
You mean I should thank you?
It's fine if you said you made the antidote, but running away with your pants is so irresponsible.
This is a mistake every junior brother makes. Listen to what a beastly thing this is. No need to thank me, let's put the knife away first.
Yunyao tried to pull out her left leg, but found that it was stuck like taffy. She put the knife to his neck and threatened him in a cold voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Let go of your hands, and don't rub your head against me.
Please give me another chance to quibble, senior sister, quibble?"
Oh no, it's a chance to explain.
Yun Yao hesitated for a moment.
Okay, let go of your hand and I'll give you a chance. Don't worry, this knife won't take your life.
Everyone has brothers who make mistakes. I'm more generous than you think.
Hearing this, Lin Hong was first happy and then surprised. When did Junyao become so reasonable? After releasing her hand, she was about to stand up, but the pressure from above descended again, forcing her to kneel down and rest for a while.
You only have one chance.
If your explanation does not satisfy me, you will have to be my sister from now on.
Sister?
Lin Hong looked up at her, somewhat puzzled. Junyao picked up the knife and pointed it in a certain direction. Lin Hong looked in the direction she pointed, and was so scared that Nyo collapsed. This is his brother who has been with him for 22 years. Yunyao was so cruel that she wanted to confiscate his tools. Lin Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes regaining their determination after the fear. Sister, at this point, I won't pretend anymore. I know that pill is the fallen sun pill. A hint of surprise flashed across Yunyao's face. She thought Lin Hang would pretend to be stupid and shift the responsibility of the elixir to Yi Tian, but she didn't expect him to admit it directly.
Then why do you still give it to me?
Lin Hong took a deep breath, knowing that the answer to this question would determine Brother Nyo's fate. I only discovered it afterwards, I didn't know it at the time. I didn't want senior brother Yi to ruin me. He wanted to use the elixir to frame me and take the opportunity to extend his evil claws to you, senior sister. I also want you to understand senior brother Ye's sinister intentions. So the price you paid was that you took my virginity. Even though it was forbidden, I don't think your actions were any more noble than his.
No, I had no choice.
Lin Hong shook his head and continued, what I want to say is not just these, there is another factor. Lust is a combination of emotion and desire, and has nothing to do with nobility. Ever since I entered the sect and spent time with my senior sister, the element of lust has been imprinted in my heart. So, I admit that there was lust involved in this matter. I like you, senior sister, because of love, and I want to get you because of desire. Whether you think this is rhetoric or an excuse to take advantage of someone in distress, this is my honest opinion. Buzz, Yunyao's head buzzed. The unexpected confession made her take 2 steps back. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, "You like me? What do you like about me?" It's strange that she believed these nonsense. She often beat Lin Hong on weekdays, and Lin Hong also complained about the unpleasant things in his heart. It's true that he likes his body. What the hell? What do I like? 3 options quickly flashed through Lin Hang's mind: figure, appearance, and personality. No need to think too much. Although the 2 answers of figure and appearance are pertinent, they are indeed fatal. We can only start from the personality aspect.
It must be her personality.
Who wouldn't like a woman who is proud yet playful, aloof yet strong-willed?
Sister, you have a good figure and good looks. Although you often bullied me during the time we were together. Bullying?
Lin Hong slapped himself on the nose and changed his words repeatedly. I mean, you take good care of me. There's a saying that goes, beating is love, scolding is love. If you add love and affection together over time, how can you not develop feelings? As a person who dares to take responsibility for his actions, senior sister, don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for you.
Oh, is that so?
Yunyao lengthened her tone and withdrew the pressure. Lin Hong was overjoyed and stood up hurriedly.
It seemed that this answer was accepted. I have to take responsibility, but. Yunyao walked around him in circles, looking him up and down. She agreed to take responsibility? Just what? Lin Hong stood there, his mood fluctuating like a roller coaster. Once the word responsibility is reached, doesn't it mean that the two people become Taoist companions? Otherwise, how can we talk about responsibility? In the past, many people in the sect did pursue me. They were attracted by my deceptive appearance, but after getting to know me, they labeled me a dominant flower. You said you like my personality. Although it's a bit surprising. Since you said beating is love and scolding is love, you like the combination of love and affection so much. Then, senior sister, I will love you very much in the future. After he finished speaking, Lin Heng's pupils suddenly shrank and he saw that his vision suddenly went dark. His chest caved in and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Bang! The body drew a graceful arc and turned several times, then tilted down and the head directly inserted into the soil. Junyao withdrew her hand and blew a breath. Lin Hong must spit out the blood that flowed out when the clam was opened. You can't afford to lose out if you focus on one thing. Chapter 49. The 72-year-old virgin. Yunyao approached and kicked him, but there was no movement, so she had to pull his head out herself. There were only some dirt stains on his face, and not even a single major bump or scratch. Yunyao touched his forehead and felt it carefully, then suddenly opened her eyes. Water-walking body? When did this guy cultivate this physique? Her physique is very special. She is friendly to the fire attribute, but not repulsive to the water attribute. Therefore, her body perception is very sensitive to the water element. The water element among the 5 elements can nourish the body and soul. Combined with the powerful regenerative ability of the wood element, it can almost make the cultivator's recovery ability comparable to that of monsters. Water benefits all things and is tranquil. It stays where people hate, and is close to the Tao. Yunyao quietly watched the changes in his body surface, and was even more surprised by the fact that the surrounding spiritual energy actually flowed towards his body on its own, penetrates the skin into the body's circulation, slowly repairing minor scratches on the body's surface. His cultivation has reached the 4th level of Qi training. The speed of improvement is a bit too fast. It takes half a month to train Qi to 1 level, and up to a month. Even though she had just started cultivating immortals, it took her more than a year to go from being a novice in Qi training to successfully building a foundation. This speed would already rank among the top 5 in the Qingshan sect. Even the eldest and second sisters are not as fast as her. Lin Hong is such a weirdo. When he first came here, he was clearly a loser without even any spiritual roots, but in just 1 month he has reached the 4th level of Qi training. He even created a water-based body, combined with the strange things like being able to hear one's own thoughts and predict the future. Yunyao began to suspect that he was a son favored by heaven. Common name, people favored by heaven call. After a long time, Lin Hong regained consciousness from his paralyzed state. He covered his still painful chest with one hand, supported himself on the ground with the other hand, and moved a few times before leaning against the tree. Wait a moment, he muttered something, then reached down and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he touched the authority that was paralyzed by fear. It's okay, Nyo was still here. Yunyao stood behind him and saw this scene, her beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled with disgust. I slept for quite a while. If I don't leave now, the auction will start. Auction. Lin Hong reacted and immediately stood up and followed. Senior sister, wait for me. Yunyao stopped and hadn't turned around yet when she saw Lin Hong slip and then rush towards her from behind, with both of his hands clasped under her breasts. Oops, sorry, senior sister, I slipped. Perhaps it was a stress reaction. Yunyao threw Lin Hong over her shoulder without saying a word, leaving him on his back. Yunyao looked at him with a cold face. Your feet may be slippery, but your hands are just as dishonest, right? Please. Senior sister, we didn't become sisters, but you agreed to be Taoist companions, didn't you? When did I agree to be your Taoist partner? You said you wanted me to be responsible. I've only heard of parents being responsible for their children and husbands being responsible for their wives. You can't be referring to fatherly love, right? TSK. I think you haven't been beaten enough. Yunyao gritted her teeth and rubbed her fists. Lin Hong stepped several meters away and said, Sister B, this is considered domestic violence. According to the law, you will go to jail. Poof. Yunyao snorted coldly, turned around and left without paying any attention to him. Lin Hong followed silently again, but this time he deliberately kept a distance.
but this distance was enough for her to hear Lin Hang's mental activities. TSK.
I thought I was going to have a Taoist companion. I was really being a bit too sentimental. But if you put yourself in my shoes, it's better to follow me than to follow Yitian.
If nothing else, at least you don't have to be sold to a brothel and ruin the rest of your life. Lin Hong didn't think he was a gentleman, but he wasn't such a beast as to send his Taoist partner out to be used as a bus.
Lin Hong.
Yun Yao suddenly stopped and turned around while walking.
Outside, when no one is around, I don't care what you call me.
But in the sect, especially in front of Master and other sisters, if you dare to reveal our relationship, I'll beat you to death. Once these words were spoken, it was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging that the two of them had become Taoist companions, but she didn't want to reveal her identity, not because she thought Lin Hong was not capable enough. With Lin Hang's current cultivation speed, it is not an exaggeration to call him a genius. Main reason: first of all, I don't want to attract too much criticism.
Although the Qingxian sect did not prohibit fellow disciples from forming Taoist partners, the elders from each peak
had given warnings, fearing that they would neglect their cultivation because of love affairs. Secondly, she was afraid of disappointing her master. Meng Yutong once said that her body should remain pure until it was fully developed. After all, Lin Hang is the son of the sect leader, and such an identity is bound to spread widely. The last reason is also the most important. She was afraid that Yi Tian would know that they were both Taoist companions, which would be detrimental to Lin Hong. It is not difficult to see from various signs that Yi Tian is very hostile to Lin Hong. In addition, Yi Tian was sinister from the bottom of his heart, and in order to get her, he did not hesitate to use Lin Hong to drug her. She was not afraid of anything, but she was afraid that Yi Tian would secretly attack Lin Hong. Lin Hong was overjoyed and came to her excitedly.
No problem, isn't it just hiding as a Taoist couple underground and doing what Taoist couples should do behind the scenes? I think it's quite exciting.
He was surprised and delighted by the proposal. Keeping the relationship secret could help him avoid a lot of trouble. Yi Tian had long regarded the 5 senior sisters and master of Xianyun Peak as a reserve harem. If he knew that Jin Yao had been captured by someone, I will seek revenge on him like a mad dog. Thinking about Sun Hao's miserable life, and Yi Tian's love for married women, if he knew that Jin Yao had become someone else's Taoist partner, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he added the wife buff, Lin Hong would never allow this to happen. What does Boss Chow say? I would rather let the world lord me than let the world lord me over me. The two of them were tacitly aware of their vigilance
against Yi Tian. What should a Taoist couple do? Yun Yao asked.
Needless to say, kisses, hugs, and hugs are a must, and if necessary, some negative distance care. During festivals and birthdays, we should also have some sense of ceremony and give small surprises.
My 23rd birthday will be in 2 months. As my Taoist partner, you just need to treat yourself as a night gift. When it's your birthday, I will be your night gift.
Lin Hong said with a smile. Yun Yao didn't seem to catch the hidden meaning of the night gift. She nodded blankly, then fell into thought. It's been a long time since I celebrated my birthday.
Time flies so fast. Counting the days. I should be 72 in about 6 months. What? 72?
When Lin Hong heard this number, he was stunned. According to the zodiac cycle of parents and children, if he is 23 years old, his mother is 47 years old and his grandmother is 71 years old. My goodness, at this age, she could be his grandmother to ordinary people. 72-year-old virgin.
The word old maiden almost broke Yun Yao's defense.
She immediately reached out and grabbed his ear, gritting her teeth and said, "Why are you so surprised?
I'm a Jindan stage cultivator, with a lifespan of up to 500 years, 5 times yours.
By the time you've turned into dry bones, I'll still be in my prime.
How dare you look down on my age?" Cough, cough, cough.
Lin Hong was choked by what she said. It seemed that was the case. The length of life cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary people.
Lin Hong. Tell me about any opportunities you've encountered recently.
I'm curious how you were able to reach the 4th level of Qi training in such a short time.
You were only at the 3rd level when you were on the mission in Jinma City, right? Of course, you don't have to say it if you don't want to. Yun Yao simply expressed curiosity. Opportunity?
Lin Hong lowered his eyes slightly to look at her profile and smiled slightly. There are so many opportunities, but the greatest opportunity lies with you, senior sister.
Me? Why do you say that? Because of that time, from morning to night and back to morning, without interruption, we practiced dual cultivation. Lin Hong raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, how could my cultivation level have improved so quickly? I'm not a genius. Chapter 50 Improving your cultivation is your lie, enjoying yourself is your goal. Yunya glared at him, remaining silent but secretly surprised in her heart. Does dual cultivation really have such a powerful effect? She was still a novice when it came to matters between men and women, and dual cultivation, so she could only half believe and half doubt what Lin Hong said. Apart from the pain, she really didn't feel any improvement in her cultivation. Dual cultivation is 100 benefits with no harm. It can not only cheer up the mind and enhance the relationship between the two Taoist partners, but also improve each other's cultivation. Why not do it? Now, senior sister, you are in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. When you encounter obstacles in breaking through the realm in the future, you will know how powerful dual cultivation is. It's like a panacea. As long as we don't exhaust the resources, it will continue to benefit both us. Under Lin Heng's encouragement, Yunya was actually attracted by this idea at a certain moment, but after seeing the lust that was hard to conceal in his eyes, she immediately came to her senses. Bah! You wish for it, I almost got into trouble. Improving your cultivation is your lie, enjoying yourself is your goal. Yunyao's face turned cold, and she subconsciously wanted to reach out and slap him away. Wait! Senior sister, I don't agree with what you said. Practicing together is what couples should do. It's also an obligation. Also, let's agree that we can't hit people in the face from now on. I'm your Taoist partner, so you have to respect my dignity. Oh. Dignity is earned through one's own ability, of course. Senior sister, I'm not such an unreasonable person. If you don't have any bad intentions, why would I bully you? As for the obligations you mentioned, Yunyao narrowed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. What can you do if I don't fulfill them? When a cat living in the Gobi Desert eats a human fish, then, it will eagerly swallow it a second time until it becomes addicted. Yunyao naturally wouldn't let him get away with it easily. Her inherent pride makes her extremely confident. With her talent, she can become stronger through her own efforts. Moreover, I haven't encountered any particularly difficult bottlenecks yet, so I don't need dual cultivation as a shortcut. Lin Hong shrugged helplessly, expressing his helplessness. In this world where fists are stronger than heaven, the rules are set by the strong, but can't we just be more open about some things? Dual cultivation is comfortable and can bring benefits, so why be so serious about it? But it doesn't matter. When his fists become strong enough and the right of choice changes hands, forget about dual cultivation. No matter what posture she chooses to practice, she has no right to refuse. The two walked slowly side by side. Lin Hong was bolder, but the arrogant fairy was also a woman, and she couldn't stand the endless entanglement. After trying to hold hands but being rejected twice, we finally got what we wanted. The jade hand was warm, but Lin Heng's hand was slightly cold. Lin Hong glanced at her cautiously. Perhaps because of the sunlight, her cheeks seemed much redder than before. The white dress is on the left and the red skirt is on the right, forming a warm and cozy cloud-traveling picture with the bronze streets and the bustling downtown on both sides. The occasional chirping of birds and insects from the treetops adds a touch of liveliness and interest to this already exaggerated picture. Gradually, the distance between the two widened, and they looked at each other knowingly. Then senior sister, I'll go up first. I'll come find you after the auction. No need, I still have to help second senior sister with some things, don't bother me. Okay, then it's just right that I'll go to Miss Zhao's place for a meal in the evening. I didn't eat well during the meal for 2 at noon today. Lin Hong teased intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Hong. What do you mean? Yunyao clenched her fists. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, she would have punched him twice more. Slip away, the second half of the auction will begin soon. When Yunyao returned to room number 10, she saw Mu Liushi already waiting there. Ha? Didn't Lin Hong come with you? Yunyao pointed in the opposite direction. Hey, it's not across the street. I like to share a room with the Zhao family's little medical fairy, but I don't want to share a room with our 2 senior sisters. Mu Liushi glanced in the direction she pointed and couldn't help but smile. The Zhao family's young lady has a gentle and dignified personality, and is delicate and charming. Naturally, she is more attractive than people like you and me with more extreme personalities. I hear that your tone has a sense of resentment.
Mu Liuxi's evaluation of herself and Yunyao was quite fair. One of them was too aloof and arrogant, and the other was too stubborn and fierce. Lin Hong complained about them in his heart a lot. Seeing my senior sister is like seeing a wolf. I try to stay away from her as much as possible. How could she possibly come close to me? Lin Heng's initial thought was to stay away from them, but he was either captured by Meng Yutong and taken to the secret realm of national destruction, or forcibly taken by Yunyao to carry out the sex mission. Since I can't run away, I just accept it. Yunyao smacked her lips and muttered to herself, "Humph, he said he likes my personality." I'm not extreme. As the auctioneer finished the second half of his speech, everyone's attention was focused on the next item to be presented. The 55th auction item is the 7th level armor. I'd like to state in advance that this piece of armor is a temporary addition to the Treasure Pavilion's auction collection. As the first item in the second half, the reserve price is set at 1,000 spirit stones, and each bid increase must not be less than 100 spirit stones. The auction officially begins as the auctioneer sets the reserve price. Almost at the same time, Lin Hong and Sun Hao's father Sun Daoya, who had been staying on the second floor, stood up almost at the same time. Lin Hong didn't expect that the armor he sold a few days ago could be auctioned off by Wangyue Tower during the lunch break of Jinbao Pavilion.
Dad, what's wrong? Sun Hao stood up and asked. Sun Daoya's eyes narrowed slightly. This beast actually sold this set of armor to the Treasure Pavilion. What?
Sun Hao looked towards the booth, staring intently at the bronze color.
Is this what we've been trying so hard to find? Let's take a picture of the things first.
As for the Qingxian sect disciple you told me about, we can't touch him now because the city lord's mansion is in the middle.
We can only settle the score with him later.
Yes, father. After a fierce bidding, Sun Daoya finally bought back the armor that belonged to them for 15,000 spirit stones. Time passes slowly. Coming to the 80th auction item, the red curtain was lifted to reveal a piece of dark gray rice paper. Due to the distance, one can only see that the outermost layer seems to be shrouded in a faint halo.
What is this? It looks like a scroll. Could it be a technique? Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. This is just a torn scroll, not a manual of cultivation techniques.
As for why it is placed here, it is because it comes from the Black Wasteland, one of the 4 deadly secret places in the immortal world.
I don't need to introduce the Black Wasteland in detail.
If someone can understand its mysteries, it will surely be a great fortune.
The starting price is 2,000 gold.
As soon as these words were spoken, many people started to make a fuss. The land of death and secret is also known as the land of creation. It is 100 times more dangerous than the secret realm. Anyone who enters it will die. In the thousands of years of the fairy world, only 3 people have walked out of it. People who come to the auction are not fools. If there is really a great fortune, will the Treasure Pavilion show it to others? It's just that after all the research failed, he planned to make another sale under the name of He Huang.
The word Black Wasteland sounds rather intimidating.
Nowadays, any strange or bizarre thing that appears on the market is linked to the land of dead secrets, but in the end, it's all just a trick to deceive people.
You're right, fellow Taoist. I've heard the word Black Desolate so many times that I'm almost tired of it.
With these 2,000 spirit stones, I might as well go to a brothel and have a good time for a few days.
I've collected the 2,000 gold. If you want to add 100, just take it. I won't fight with you.
A bald man who claimed to be a collector took the lead symbolically. As expected, the auctioneer asked twice on the stage and there was no increase in the bid. Obviously, none of the thousands of people present were interested. However, at this moment, a calm voice came from room 3 on the 5th floor of the pavilion, 3,000 spirit stones. After hearing this voice, the already sleepy Lin Hong suddenly stood up as if he had been injected with chicken blood, which scared Zhao Wanqing, who was next to him.
Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? Baby is coming, baby? Chapter 51. Brother Yu was furious and so scared. He wanted to hide in his sister's arms. Zhao Wanqing followed his gaze and then took out the detailed booklet of the Treasure Pavilion for comparison. After the brief introduction, the word He Huang was indeed marked. Among the more than 200 auction items, there are 9 items with special markings of the secret land of death. Come on, Mr. Lu Feng, do me a favor. I'll count on you to raise the price for me.
Lu Feng, who was half leaning on the chair, immediately woke up after hearing this and cast a puzzled look. I won't help you, can't you raise the price yourself?
What? Do you want to change your surname to Lin Feng? Lin Hong retorted with what he had said before. Alright uncle, you can help Master Lin bid.
Seeing Zhao Wanqing speak, Lu Feng had no choice but to walk to the window and pick up the sign reluctantly.
How much?
Add 100 spirit stones. The auctioneer in the audience looked around and was even more surprised when he saw the sign indicating room 5 on the 3rd floor. He said, the Zhao family in room 5 on the 3rd floor bid 3,100 spirit stones. She intentionally mentioned the word Zhao family to show that this auction item was not as worthless as imagined. Everyone knows the information of each compartment. Point 1 is the city lord's mansion, and the other is the Zhao family. The two families are equally strong when it comes to grabbing things.
How strange. A third-tier aristocratic family and a fourth-tier city lord's mansion are fighting over each other. Is the Zhao family really that bold? A person who was unfamiliar with the power structure of Shizhou asked doubtfully. He was a wealthy businessman doing business in Nanzhou. He passed by Yenyun City and learned that there was an auction, so he stayed there for a day.
Therefore, he did not have time to understand the division of power in Yenyun City.
Look at me, I can tell you're not from Shizhou. The Zhao family is no ordinary family. Its reputation far exceeds that of any of the 13 cities. But, why does this $100 increase in price seem like a sign of trouble?
Everyone's eyes were again fixed on room number 3 on the 5th floor. Tian glanced at it, picked up the signboard, remarked the number, and said lightly, 4,000 spirit stones. Lin Hong raised a playful smile and continued, Mr. Lu, add another 100.
If he raises the price, we'll raise it by 100. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng frowned after hearing this. I understand everything.
I know why you're sticking to my young lady. You want to use the Zhao family's name to snatch the auction items and bring trouble to our Zhao family. There's a rule in aristocratic auctions: those on the same level who bid first have priority, while those on different levels have priority over those on the higher level. Even if there's something you both really like, you can discuss the deal privately after the auction to avoid a public scene. Now that the city lord's mansion has taken the lead in bidding, my Zhao family is already breaking the rules by helping you raise the price.
Yet you still want me to add 100 more.
After hearing these words, Lin Heng's brows were almost twisted together. A while, an auction can bring out so many social conventions. He just wanted to discuss Yi Tian again while hiding his identity, and he really had no intention of bringing hatred to the Zhao family.
Ms. Zhao, do you think I'm causing hatred for your Zhao family and offending the city lord's mansion?
Zhao Wanqing was stunned for a moment. To be honest, if Lu Feng hadn't told her, she would have forgotten about this rule, but she still shook her head slightly. I think Mr. Lin probably doesn't know.
Master Lin must have his own reasons for doing this.
Look, your young lady is quite open-minded.
Okay, let's not do those fancy things. Just add 500 spirit stones. 500 should be fine, right?
Lu Feng looked at his young lady's eyes full of tenderness and opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His meaning was very clear. He simply didn't want to offend the city lord's mansion for Lin Hong. There was no way. This kid Lin Hong seemed to be covered in aphrodisiac, and he was bewitched by his young lady without knowing it.
The Zhao family bids 4,500. Holy crap! They're really fighting over it.
As Lu Feng raised the price, the originally quiet atmosphere of the auction began to fluctuate. After all, who doesn't want to watch the game between the big families? The city lord's mansion has run into a tough opponent this time.
Although it's the leader in Yenyun City, it's far outmatched by the Zhao family in terms of connections and prestige.
The city lord's mansion is in danger this time. You know the city lord's mansion is the boss, but in this kind of situation, with so many people from the 13 cities of Shizhou coming, the Zhao family should at least give the city lord's mansion some respect.
Face? If the Zhao family were to compete with them, wouldn't that be giving them face? The crowd was talking about it. Even though those who knew the situation knew that the Zhao family had broken the rules, the vast majority of people just wanted to protect the Zhao family. At this time, Yi Tian stood in front of the window with a hint of anger on his face. Even the palace steward standing next to him was a little confused. What is the Zhao family doing? Is there such a price? My lord, how about I go down and negotiate with them?
You first, no need. I'll raise the price 3 times.
If they still insist, I'll give it to them.
Yi Tian said lightly. 3 price increases mean 3 chances. He hoped that this so-called Zhao family would understand.
7,000 spirit stones.
When the auctioneer saw Yi Tian bid again, his face was almost as big as a chrysanthemum. Originally, the pre-sale price of their treasure pavilion was around 5,000 spirit stones, but after what the Zhao family and the city lord's mansion did, it far exceeded expectations. Merchants are profit-driven and don't care about any conflicts between these families.
7,500 spirit stones. The Zhao family has made another move. It looks like this isn't the final price yet.
Yi Tian's eyes were cold, and he raised the sign again, 10,000 spirit stones. Almost as soon as he raised the price, Lin Heng immediately raised it by 500. That's right, it was only an increase of 500. The main focus is to follow your heart. Bang! Yi Tian slammed his fist on the edge of the stage, gritting his teeth in anger. This is your last chance, Zhao family, you'd better not seek death.
20,000. The atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. This was the highest bid in the auction so far. Lu Feng glanced back at Lin Heng and said, "Why don't you add a little more? I feel like the person above seems angry. Adding another 500 spirit stones would be too insulting." It was obvious that Yi Tian was getting anxious. Unexpectedly, Lin Heng stretched out a finger and shook it. "No. Give me an extra 100 this time. It's already an insult anyway. There's no difference between 100 and 500. What do you think?"
Lu Feng, Zhao Wanqing, damn, 20,100 spirit stones. I really can't hold it any longer. Honestly, the Zhao family is a bit insulting, but I like it. After 3 sounds, the murderous intent emanating from Yi Tian's dark face swept across the entire auction. However, he gave up raising the price, and the scroll finally fell into Lin Heng's hands. Feeling this murderous intent, Lin Heng couldn't help but shudder. Senior brother Yi was furious.
I was so scared. I almost wanted to hide in senior sister's arms.
On the opposite side, room number 10. Yun Yao and Mu Liuxi stared at the room where Lin Heng was. After a long moment, Mu Liuxi finally spoke up. I feel like the Zhao Mansion's housekeeper isn't very willing to bid.
Could it be Lin Heng behind this?
Yun Yao nodded, put her hands on her hips and twisted her body.
Oh, do I even need to think about this?
Raising the price by 100, 500, that kind of dirty trick, only someone as naive as Lin Heng could come up with.
He's quite clever. He asked the Zhao family to help raise the price. If Yi Tian knew he was behind this, he would definitely kill him.
Mu Liuxi raised her eyebrows slightly and asked with interest, what do you think of junior brothers Lin Heng and Yi Tian?
Chapter 52, Landscape of Mountains and Rivers. Senior sister, why are you asking this?
Yun Yao suddenly felt guilty. Could it be that she saw that there was some special relationship between her and Lin Heng?
Just asking, don't you feel that there seems to be a slight disharmony between the two of them?
Mu Liuxi took the initiative to raise this issue, wanting to see what Yun Yao thought of them. By the way, I would like to remind Yun Yao indirectly to be as careful as possible around Yi Tian. Little did she know that her belated reminder was already too late for Yun Yao. Moreover, even if he reminded him, it would be useless. Yun Yao had been sticking to Lin Heng for so long, and she knew that the mission in Jinma City was extremely dangerous, but in the end she was still let out because of her carelessness. Both of them, including Meng Yutong, kept the fact that they could hear Lin Heng's thoughts a secret. It's not that I don't want to share, but no one will believe it if I tell them. Yun Yao hesitated and thought for a long time that it's not just that there's no harmony between the two of them, but that both of them
wish the other was dead. What can I say about junior brother Yi Tian?
He has been with us for 5 years and is usually very respectful to us. His personality gives people the impression of being calm and sophisticated, and it is undeniable that his cultivation talent is definitely the highest in the sect.
But he gives me another feeling, like a bluestone in the water.
It looks clear and quiet, but it feels deep and unreachable.
If you are not careful, you might fall into it and never get out of the water again.
Yun Yao used the metaphor of stone and water to express Yi Tian's sinister intentions hiding in the darkest place. The information overheard from Lin Heng was that the 5 of them, including their master, would become Yi Tian's harem, but the way to become a concubine in the harem was definitely not a legitimate emotional relationship, but a very bad means of coercion and inducement, which can be seen from the fact that she was drugged. Mu Liuxi was a little surprised when she heard her answer. She originally thought Yunyao would only be able to point out Yi Tian's strengths, but she didn't expect that she could also carefully appreciate other things. That's true.
Ever since Lin Heng appeared, Yi Tian's actions have been a bit strange. What about Lin Heng? Let me think about it.
Yunyao supported her chin with her right hand, and lightly pressed 3 jade fingers on her rosy and attractive thin lips. She must have been angry and resentful towards Lin Heng, but at the same time, she also had some good feelings between men and women. Even cultivators cannot explain the feeling of affection. It could be love at first sight, or it could be a sudden heartbeat after being together for a long time.
When he first arrived, he didn't look very bright.
Of course, that was my first impression. Later, as I got to know him, I felt that his pretense of being polite was quite silly. He even thought he had good acting skills.
How can I describe him? He's a bit bad, but he can't be considered a bad person.
He's always hesitant and afraid of making the wrong move. It was a silly sentence, and Mulyoshi couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, she also felt that Lin Heng was a little stupid, even comparable to Yunyao when she first arrived at Senyun Peak. I still remember that at that time, the third senior sister had just refined a pill and was about to give it to the master. As a result, Yunyao accidentally went to the alchemy room and ate the pills while the third senior sister was away, thinking that the pill in the medicine bottle next to it was the same thing. He took out a pill and put it in the original pill box. Finally, Meng Yutong accidentally ingested the Xuanyu pill. This kind of pill is usually taken by Taoist couples when practicing dual cultivation. It can increase the sensitivity and duration of happiness. Although Shuangyudan is not a spring poison pill, it will still have some effect if you take it. Because of this incident, Meng Yutong gave the punishment to the third senior sister, causing her to be severely punished. Afterwards, the third senior sister finally caught Yin Yao after investigation, and hung her on a tree and beat her that day. In the end, it was Mulyoshi who pleaded with Yun Yao to help refine the elixir in the alchemy room. For 7 days, and only then was his sin atonement achieved. It was after that third senior sister became the only one who could restrain Yun Yao. Yun Yao continued to talk, and finally gave a summary. He's not a bad person, just a bit of a jerk.
I think his cultivation talent needs to be re-evaluated in the future.
In short, Yi Tian needs more attention, and Lin Heng needs more care. When she said care, she shook her fist. Mulyoshi immediately understood and agreed deeply. That's true. Compared to Yi Tian, Lin Heng needs his senior sister's love more. The other side, Lin Heng, the person involved, was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the books. As soon as the auction is over, the staff of Treasure Pavilion will deliver the items. Lin Heng quietly walked to the side and sat down. He first took the scroll in his hand to observe it, and then threw it into the system space. The scroll disappeared out of thin air. To outsiders, this scene looked the same as if it had been thrown into a storage ring. Lu Feng and Zhao Wanqing didn't look at him again, but instead focused their attention on the auction item below, which was a piece of precious jade. Zhao Wanqing seemed to be tempted, so she asked Lu Feng to tentatively give a minimum price. Hiss. Weird, why is there no prompt? Why is this scroll the same as that black stone? The system can't identify what it is. System. Damn it, they just issue tasks, and never say a word when problems arise. Lin Heng started complaining about the system again. There was no other way, so he had to take the scroll out of the system space and study it himself. What Yi Tian likes is definitely an incredible treasure. Let me think about how to activate. According to the normal routine, the protagonist should be able to unlock the secret of the treasure by simply poking around in it. The simplest way is to use the mind recognition and blood essence recognition techniques. He has not yet established his foundation and cannot concentrate his consciousness, so he can only try the method of dripping blood first. He turned his true energy and used a needle to pierce his finger, dripping blood onto the scroll. However, the scroll did not react at all, but was instead stained with blood. Just as Lin Heng was about to withdraw his hand and turn around with the scroll to remove the blood stain, suddenly under the illumination of candlelight, the originally dark gray scroll gradually began to glow. Seeing this, Lin Heng immediately spread it flat on the table. Seeing that the essence and blood were effective, he dropped another drop on it. Suddenly, a mysterious black mist that only he could see spread out and attacked him desperately as if it had consciousness. Lin Heng was horrified and couldn't help but step back when looking at the black mist. This thing looks a bit evil. I wonder if it's going to be enchanted. Swish, a feeling of trance came over him, causing him to fall directly into the chair and faint. To be precise, his consciousness began to shrink and move inward to the spiritual realm. He seemed to have come into darkness alone, without any visible light, unable to see the front and unable to feel his own real existence. At this moment, consciousness separates from the body. A golden light shot out, and the scroll suspended in the air continuously emitted a large number of lines, which were scattered and twisted together to form extremely mysterious scriptures. The remaining outlines are mixed together to form vivid patterns. The Dragon Emperor reappears, and the mountains and rivers remain forever.
What does this mean?
Mountains and rivers. The unique items left over from the Great Collapse originated from the Black Wasteland. In this world of cultivating immortals, there are 4 secret places of death, namely the Black Wasteland at the southernmost peak of Tianxian Continent, the Immortal Destroying Forest located in Tianqing Continent, the Star-Suppressing Tower with no specific location, and the Long Styx River that is far away and unexplored in the depths of the Starry Sea. There are very few people who can truly walk out of the Black Wasteland, and the things they can bring out are naturally rare. Most people like to use the word Black Wasteland to attract attention, which is why most people at the auction sneered at this item. Some even joked that Jinbao Pavilion was using this as an excuse to make money. In fact, the Treasure Pavilion did not lie. They had studied this small scroll for decades without finding anything, otherwise they would not have put it up for sale. Half a minute later, Lin Hong received all the information about the book in his conscious world. Everything was just as he expected. The name of this object is Mountain and River Map. It is a magical instrument of unknown grade, and the world of consciousness presented in it is extremely similar to the world in dreams. The only difference is that the dream world can be controlled by consciousness and constantly changes with imagination. There is only a vast expanse of gray in the map of mountains and rivers. When Lin Hong opened his eyes, he found that the map of mountains and rivers had shrunk a lot and moved into his Dantian. What's going on? That's absolutely not allowed. Come out now. Lin Hong was confused. He hadn't figured out the purpose of the mountain and river map yet, but it stayed in his dantian and refused to leave. Chapter 53. It's not that senior sister can't catch up, but drugging is more cost-effective. Zhao Wanqing and Lu Feng looked back at the same time, seeing Lin Hong standing there with a strange look on his face. He didn't think much about it. In the following time, Lin Hong fiddled with the map of mountains and rivers while paying attention to Yi Tian's movements upstairs. The second half of the auction came to an end quickly, during which Zhao Wanqing bid for a spirit stone. This is a stone that is friendly to spiritual power, or in other words, it can absorb spiritual power to form the outermost layer, which will gradually fall off as it comes into contact with the air. There is still a big difference between it and Lingshi. Wearing the spirit stone can help Zhao Wanqing relieve the pressure of spiritual power in her body. Of course, the effect of a stone is still a drop in the bucket. Until the end of the auction, Yi Tian did not bid again. As usual, Lin Hong and Zhao Wanqing planned to leave early. He had already accepted Zhao Wanqing's invitation to visit the Zhao residence. However, just as they stepped out of the treasure pavilion, 2 graceful figures appeared on the opposite side. It was Yun Yao and Mu Liuxi. Yun Yao waved her hand and smiled slightly, motioning him to come over.
Miss Xiao, wait a minute. Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat. He ran up to them and said, 2 senior sisters, when did you come out? The auction hasn't ended yet, has it?
No way, junior brother. You don't really want to go on a stroll with that Miss Xiao to enjoy the scenery.
I don't think that's a good idea. What's the point of strolling around and enjoying the scenery? It's just a simple meal with friends. Besides, what's wrong with that? Having a beautiful woman by your side, it's quite pleasurable. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Today you are going to I am going to the Mu Mansion. I need your help with something. After saying that, Yun Yao stepped forward, grabbed his ear, and whispered close to him, you like physical and mental pleasure so much, don't you? You'll have fun when you go back. What? Are you going to reward me? Mu Liuxi looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. Reward, something is wrong, something is a little wrong. Miss Xiao, let's make an appointment next time.
Lin Hong turned around and waved and shouted, good. Zhao Wanqing watched the 3 people leave and thought to herself, Miss Mu, his senior sister is actually the future leader of the Mu family. The Mu family seems to be a little unstable recently. It took about 20 minutes to walk Yenyun City Mu Mansion. The building complex covers a huge area, and the connected pavilions are staggered in height. The 3 maze-like corridors alone are dizzying. Lin Hong was like Granny Lu entering a big manor, looking around, and was especially fascinated by some artistic sculptures. It is much more luxurious than the city lord's mansion I visited in Jinma City before. What is a wealthy family?
This is a wealthy family. The toilet is even bigger than the palace I live in at Xianyun Peak.
No wonder the Mu family's abbot's system of marrying a daughter-in-law through the matrilineal lineage hasn't collapsed. Look at this backyard, it's almost catching up with the imperial harem. If it were me, I would also want to marry into the family and be kept by a mistress. He didn't expect that the always cold Mulyoshi was actually a rich woman. A little bit excited, he swore that he was not motivated by money, but was driven by love.
Senior sister, what are the conditions for our family to recruit a son-in-law? Do you think I, your junior brother, meet the requirements? Mulyoshi glanced at him indifferently. Before he could even think of what to say, Yunyao took over the conversation. You? Forget it. Do you think senior sister Lyoshi's family wants just anyone as a son-in-law?
Mulyoshi said lightly, and then slowly said, the Mu family has many requirements for marrying into the family. They will consider family background, personal connections, and personal overall qualities. These are all priority evaluation indicators. It's essentially similar to a family marriage, where personal emotions must be subordinated to the interests of the family.
Then I can. Senior sister, look at my family background.
My father is the leader of Qingshan sect, and my mother is the leader of Shifeng Palace.
As for connections,
Lin Hong glanced at Jin Yao, his eyes rolling. I know several senior sisters in Meng Yutong, so those are all right. Besides, we are from the same sect and know each other well, so the bride price can be easily negotiated. Hearing this, both women were speechless. What a friendship between fellow students, what a person who knows everything about someone. Even rabbits know not to eat grass near their burrows. Lin Hong ate at once, but he wants to have another bite. Yunyao began to get ready. Even though her nominal Taoist partner was still there, Lin Hong still dared to flirt in front of her. Mu Lyoshi gave him a cold look, showing no emotion, and said inexplicably, some things can be done, and some things cannot be done, but it's not up to people.
Ha? What do you mean? Nothing, let's go quickly. Junior brother Yi Tian might already be waiting in the main hall.
The main hall of the Mu Mansion is decorated in a classical and elegant style. There are several paintings hanging on the wall, and the tables and chairs are neatly arranged. Right in front of him sat a man in white, slowly and steadily sipping the fragrant tea in front of him.
Senior sister, you're back. Yi Tian stood up and suddenly saw Lin Hong walking at the back. He was surprised and asked, Junior brother Lin, why are you in Yenyun City?
Hello, senior brother Yi. I came here with senior sister Xiaoyao.
Yi Tian cast a suspicious look at Yunyao. Since he came here with Yunyao, why didn't he show up before?
That's right. After leaving Jinma City, Lin Hong and I rushed here to help senior sister Lyoshi with the housework. Lin Hong looked at Yunyao with gratitude. If she refused to help smooth things over, Yi Tian might actually notice something.
Oh, I see.
After saying that, Yi Tian took a step back and clasped his hands together under the gaze of the three people. He said very respectfully, Senior sister, I want to apologize to you. This trip to Jinma City was all my fault for being careless and causing you to fall into danger. In the sect, whenever Yi Tian made a mistake, no matter how big or small it was, with the aura of the original protagonist's reduced intelligence, as long as he apologizes respectfully and humbly, his senior sisters and master will buy it and choose to forgive him. But now his actions, whether in the eyes of Yunyao or Mulyoshi, seemed extremely deliberately hypocritical. As Lin Hong watched this scene, the figure of a general inexplicably appeared in his mind. It's not that senior sister can't afford to pursue him, but drugging him is more cost-effective. Give him a chance to let senior sister give it to him for free, and he can feed the peach to junior brother's mouth with his own hands. You are arrogant for framing my senior sister. If your evil plan fails, your fate is uncertain. Yes, he is Yi Tian, the harem victim. The large-scale documentary Legend of the Victims continues to report to you. Drug? Mulyoshi was shocked when she heard this word. Could it be that Yi Tian had done such a heinous thing? She didn't understand what picking peaches meant, but the last sentence, the evil plan failed, meant that Yi Tian did not succeed. Yunyao put her hands behind her back and quietly pinched Lin Heng's waist. It hurts.
It hurts. Why are you pinching me? Alright, junior brother, you don't have to do this again.
In my eyes, a cheap apology is like a piece of waste paper, which can be crumpled or straightened.
There are some things you can do, but you have to bear the consequences of doing them. I hope you understand this. Yi Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Why did the senior sister warn him like this? Or did she notice something it shouldn't be? You all sit down first and start talking about me.
Mulyoshi stretched out her jade fingers and tapped the table lightly, breaking the weird and stiff atmosphere.
Chapter 54. Yi Tian is going to take action against the second senior sister. The four of them sat down together. Mulyoshi spoke first. Speaking of which, your coming to Yenyun City has really helped me a lot. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been busy. What exactly do you need us to do? Yun Yao asked. To briefly explain the situation, the troubles I encountered can be roughly divided into three categories. First, there's this rumor going around that I'm marrying into the Li family's eldest son. The elders in the family are forcing me to agree to this marriage. The second is the family transformation dispute. My supporters want to break the tradition of matrilineal supremacy. This is also the most acute part of the conflict.
I need strong means to convince those who belong to the matrilineal family.
Thirdly, this is also the problem I want you to help me solve. The Mu family's hundreds of businesses were completely suppressed by the city lord's mansion, all because we discovered a spiritual mine in the western suburbs outside the city.
The first two things are family matters, and you probably won't be able to help with them, so I'll leave the last one to you.
Mulyoshi rarely used a pleading tone. After all, you are asking someone to do something for you, so it would be unacceptable to have a cold face. Senior sister, what do you mean by spiritual mine? Could it be that the city lord's mansion is suppressing the Mu family's industry for the spiritual mine? Yi Tian asked. Yes.
That piece of mountain land was originally occupied by the city lord's mansion, but later, due to financial constraints, all the land in the western suburbs was sold off. As a result, just last month, the spiritual spring overflowed and created a spiritual tide. After a long period of exploration, it was discovered that there was a natural spiritual ore inside the mountain. If all of it were mined, it is estimated that there would be tens of millions of spiritual ore. Tens of millions of spirit stones, the three of them all gasped. They had never seen so many spirit stones in their lives. Good fortune and misfortune are interdependent. The Mu family may seem to have gotten a bargain, but secretly they will also get into trouble because of this bargain. It can't even be described as trouble, disaster is more appropriate. With such a huge amount of wealth, no one would not be envious. So, the bandits that frequently appear in the western suburban mountains are sent by the city lord's mansion? They are quite capable. They would rather not eat meat themselves than let the Mu family easily mine it. I think so. I'm so busy now that I don't have time to deal with the affairs of the western suburbs. Mulyoshi nodded. Because of the bandit incident, more than 10 mining workers of the Mu family died, and no one in the entire Yenyun city dared to go to the western suburbs. Okay, let us take care of this. Yun Yao patted Lin Hang's shoulder and asked with a smile, isn't that right, junior brother? Ah, yes, yes. Lin Hong quickly agreed. After a while, the four of them dispersed. As the sky grew darker, Yenyun city became bustling with activity, so Yun Yao went out alone. Yi Tian didn't look very well. After saying goodbye, he went straight back to the guest room to rest. As for Lin Hong, he followed Mulyoshi to the kitchen to get something to eat. There is no way to achieve fasting, you still need to eat. Looking at the graceful and beautiful figure in front of me, I couldn't help licking my lips. The ice-cold beauty has a heart as cold as water. A little red lips, a little love. When pursuing this kind of aloof and arrogant woman, if you can make her infatuated and crazy, and show her gentle and affectionate contrasting side, you will feel a sense of accomplishment. It's true, although second senior sister doesn't look approachable, the closer you look at her, the more chilling she becomes. Her beauty and figure are truly exceptional. He is aloof but still has his own personality. Mulyoshi listened to his comments silently. Just when she was about to praise him for his good vision, she suddenly heard something remarkable. Tsk. What should I do? If I'm right, Yi Tian is going to target her. In the final analysis, she was quite miserable. Not only was she forced to become Yi Tian's concubine, but the huge family business also became a wedding dress. The family fell apart, some died, some scattered. In the end, she was still grateful to Yi Tian and surrendered completely and willingly. Yi Tian is going to attack me? She immediately pricked up her ears and even slowed down her pace. The kitchen was still some distance away, and she wanted to hear the details. For example, why did she devote herself to Yi Tian, and how did her family end up falling apart? However, Lin Hong remained silent after complaining about all this. This made her very anxious. Speak up, why don't you say it? It's really suspenseful at this critical juncture, and it also concerns her fate. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking so slowly all of a sudden? It's nothing, it's just in front. Mulyoshi came back to his senses and pointed to the attic in front. Oh. When the two arrived at the attic where the kitchen was, they were greeted by the tempting aroma of barbecue. A whole lamb was being roasted automatically on the stove. The wooden table, about 6 meters long, is filled with a wide variety of meats, which is dazzling to look at. It's not dinner time yet, you can have a meal here first. Dinner party? To be exact, it's the servants' dinner. After you arrived, I asked them to light a fire and cook in advance. Oh, senior sister is really thoughtful. I won't be polite then. Without saying a word, Lin Hong saw a roast chicken on his left, broke off a leg and started to chew it. After a while he was eating, Mulyoshi approached him intentionally or unintentionally and asked, "Is the food delicious?" "Well, it's pretty good. Your chef is quite skilled." Lin Hong commented objectively. Seeing that she seemed hesitant, he asked again, "Senior sister, is there anything wrong? I think you seem to have something to say." "I'm a little confused, especially after returning to the Mu Mansion. I'm faced with so many things that I don't know where to start. Take the 3 things I mentioned for example, what do you think I should do?" Mulyoshi asked tentatively. "Oh. Well, if I were to ask you, you're just overthinking it. If it were me, oh shit. She's asking me for a solution, shouldn't she seek help from Yi Tian?" Lin Hong reacted immediately. "What if you come to do it? You can give me some advice. I think you are smarter than junior brother Yi Tian. I don't really agree with his advice." Mulyoshi tried to use the tactic of retreating to advance and to ask questions. In fact, Yi Tian hasn't found her yet as expected. Lin Hong frowned upon hearing this, thinking to himself, Yi Tian is really quick to act, so eager to offer advice and set a trap for senior sister. It seems that because I acted too hastily, my senior sister became suspicious. Just as he was hesitating, a ding sound came from his ears. A system task expansion frowny face ding. Main storyline completed. Rewards distributed to the system space. Ding. The new main storyline begins. Main quest, Yi Tian's improper handling of Mulyoshi's marriage proposal leads to a great disaster for the Mu family. This pushes the story forward, forcing Mulyoshi to surrender to Yi Tian. Reward, high, anti-main quest, do everything in your power to stop Yi Tian from reaching out to Mulyoshi and protect the best senior sister. Reward, excellent, description, an irreconcilable bond has formed between you and Yi Tian since Yunyao. Stopping him from coveting your senior sister and master is your only chance of success. Get them in the way you like, and you may get unexpected results. The system's prompt was already very clear. When he chose to subdue Yunyao, he and Yi Tian were destined to have an incompatible relationship of life and death. This means that it is no longer possible to survive by following the positive storyline, my favorite method. I'm not sure how, but there are many different postures. Posture? P.S. I will release the chapter early today, and the fixed update time will be 8 p.m. in the future. The author needs to sort out the subsequent outline and change the previously recognized slightly toxic points. Chapter 55 Yi Tian's coercive methods. It's a bit confusing. This is how most people's thoughts are, fickle. Occasionally something strange will pop up. Seeing Mulyoshi still looking at him with questioning eyes, after a moment's thought, Lin Hong said, "Senior sister, there are some things I can't say, especially regarding senior brother Yi Tian. It sounds like he's trying to sow discord, but I hope you won't let him get involved in the Mu family's affairs. He might just make things worse." "Why do you say that?" Mulyoshi continued to ask. This made Lin Hong a little conflicted. He directly said that Yi Tian would bring disaster to the Mu family, forcing her to give herself to him. Will Mulyoshi believe it? In the original plot, after Yi Tian entered Yenyun City, he went to the city lord's mansion as soon as possible, which is also a big trouble that the Mu family is facing now. There is no need to think too much about the subtleties involved. On the surface, Yi Tian stood on Mulyoshi's side to help her solve her problems, but in fact, he had already colluded with the city.
Lord's Mansion on everything in advance. The city Lord's Mansion covets the spiritual mine discovered by the Mu family and the rich industries in the city, while Yi Tian simply covets Mulyoshi himself. This is just the first step, because just the two of them can't take down the century-old Mu family. What if the Li family, which was supposed to marry into the Mu family, turned around and attacked the Mu family?
The two top families in Yenyun City have joined forces, let alone the Mu family even. The prestigious Xiao family would not necessarily gain any benefit in this situation, and in the end both sides would suffer losses. Lin Hang wiped his mouth, held up a finger, and said seriously, "Then, senior sister, let me ask you a question first. Of the three problems you just mentioned, the first two are internal affairs of your family. I want to know which one you would choose if you had to give up one of them. Or, what is the problem you want to solve the most?" This. After being asked this question, Mulyoshi fell into thought and gave an answer after a moment. As for the matter of marrying in, I don't want to be troubled by these worldly matters in the future. In fact, I don't want to be the head of the family. She would not agree to a marriage deliberately arranged by her family, even if there was a verbal engagement among her ancestors. Even if she really wants to find a partner, she won't look for an ordinary person. She still has a long way to go in the future. The gap in lifespan between monks and ordinary people is so huge, she doesn't want to end up as a widow. You see, just like I thought, rich women are not necessarily happy. You haven't told me what's wrong with Yi Tian. Oh, senior sister. Isn't this obvious? Think about it. If you let Yi Tian intervene in the matter of recruiting a son-in-law into the Li family. With senior brother Yi's character that sees everyone as an ant, if the young master of the Li family dares to be arrogant in front of him, he will be beaten to death. If senior brother Yi accidentally kills the eldest son of the Li family will fight your Mu family to the death. Plus, the city Lord's Mansion is already eyeing you covetously. If the two families join forces to deal with you, I think the Mu family will be in trouble. Lin Hong raised his eyebrows. After hearing what Lin Hong said, even Mulyoshi, who was always calm and expressionless, couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. The solemnity and shock between his brows were beyond description. Is this Yi Tian's method? Once the eldest son of the Li family dies, they will definitely become mortal enemies with the Mu family. So this is the Mu family's disaster. Then how did he force me to commit myself? Could it be that? Mulyoshi's eyes suddenly widened. She is not stupid. Although some clues are not complete when connected together, they are enough to see the whole truth if you savor them carefully. Thinking back to the fact that Yi Tian had contact with the city lord's mansion when he came to Yenyun City, it cannot even be described as contact, but rather that the exchanges were very close. Take the auction for example. Yi Tian was respectfully invited to the fifth floor room by the steward of the city lord's mansion. It would be strange if there were no ghosts. Here, if the Mu family encountered a disaster, Yi Tianlai would come up with a counter-espionage plan, or conspire with the city lord's mansion and the Li family, and use a little trick to force her to bow her head to them. In fact, it was just as she expected. Before the disaster happened, Yi Tian used the excuse of being able to resolve the crisis of the Mu family, half threatening and half forcing Mulyoshi to agree to become his Taoist partner afterwards. After the disaster, Yi Tian pretended to be friendly with the Wang and Li families in the city lord's mansion, making Mulyoshi mistakenly believe that he was the one who turned the tide and forced the Wang and Li families to retreat. Then the familiar routine came into play. The heroine was so moved that she selectively ignored the previous threatening plot and willingly became a concubine. Because of this opportunity, the tradition of matriarchal supremacy in the Mu family was broken, and Yi Tian naturally took control of the Mu family's wealth. In the end, there is no need to think too much. Mulyoshi, who has been completely brainwashed, no longer cares about the life or death of the Mu family. To be honest, Lin Hang felt that Yi Tian was even more of a villain than him, worse than animals. Hey, senior sister. Seeing her staring at Caroline in a daze, Lin Hang gently pushed her shoulder with his hand. It's okay, just keep talking. Go on? But I've already finished. Tell me your solution. This surprised Lin Hang. He said so many bad things about Yi Tian, but Mulyoshi didn't even refute it. According to normal logic, these 5 senior sisters have immense trust in Yi Tian and will not tolerate anyone saying anything bad about them. Are you looking for a solution from me? It seems that under my influence,
they no longer blindly believe Brother Yi. It's a good thing that the heroine has a brain, so he is naturally very happy, but he still wanted to keep it a secret. Give up the desire to help others and respect their fate. This sentence should be the motto of every villain. So, senior sister, if I help you, will there be any reward? Lin Hong stayed close to her and rubbed her with his arm. Liu She tilted her head slightly, pursed her delicate red lips, and said lightly, "What reward do you want?" "Any reward is fine." Lin Hong looked up and down, and his eyes fell on the two huge creatures. He almost drooled to show his intention. Seeing this, Liu just snorted lightly. "What do you think?" "I advise you not to set your sights on senior sister. You can't control her." "Who said that?" "You'll know if you can grasp it if you try." After saying that, Lin Hong actually stretched out his hands and wiped her cheeks. His left and right fingers touched her fair and tender skin, and then he moved them all the way to the corners of her mouth and made a V-shaped smile. Liu was stunned, her brain froze and she didn't even make a single move to resist. "What are you doing?" "Look, you look so beautiful when you smile like this." Lin Hong smiled, pulled his hand back, and then said, "Senior sister, as a reward, I'll buy out your smile from now on. It doesn't matter how cold you are in front of others, but you have to smile more in front of me from now on." "What, you? Don't worry, senior sister. Leave the matter of recruiting a son-in-law to me. As for the solution for the city lord's mansion, I figured it out tonight and we'll talk about it tomorrow," Lin Hong said as he stepped back. He turned around and left the kitchen loft, leaving Liu there at a loss. After being treated like this by Lin Hong, her head felt hot again and it took her a long time to recover. She reached out and imitated his previous movements, lifting her cheek near the corner of her mouth upwards, and murmured, "Is this the smile?" Her cheeks were slightly red. She thought Lin Hong would do something excessive, but it turned out that he just wanted to see her smile. Oh. This guy is really good at teasing people, but does it really look good when you smile? Chapter 56. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. Lin Hong's move brought him and Liu closer to a certain extent. He knew that Liu might not agree to his random requests. Be a little more intimate with him, so that he won't be unpleasant to you in the future. However, what he didn't know was that it was his behavior just now that inadvertently made Liu feel an inexplicable affection for him, even though she herself doesn't realize it now. As time goes by and accumulates, that subtle feeling will eventually reveal itself. Lin Hong followed the direction indicated by the servant and came to his guest room. After some inquiries, I learned that Yun Yao and Yi Tian lived in the attics, which were opposite each other on the east and west sides. At the same time, on the other side, just a while after Lin Hong walked by, she was just about to go to the backyard of the main hall to meet her mother, but unexpectedly she met Yi Tian on the way, who had the same destination. "Junior brother, do you have something to ask me?" "Senior sister, I want to discuss something with you regarding the City Lord's mansion." "City Lord's mansion?" Liu immediately recalled what Lin Hong had revealed. Yi Tian would take the initiative to come to her and give her advice, and now he really came. "Okay, come with me." The two of them remained silent all the way until they entered the main hall. Liu took out the 3 fragrant fruit tea and brewed a small cup for herself. Then she crossed her beautiful legs slightly and signaled Yi Tian to speak. "Senior sister, I already understand the matter between the City Lord's mansion and the Mu family. Ever since I entered Yenyun City, I was invited to the City Lord's mansion and met several Jindan stage cultivators in succession. The City Lord's mansion spent a large sum of money to ask us to do something for them, but they didn't explain in detail. At first, I didn't understand why such a big deal was needed. It wasn't until now that I realized the City Lord's mansion had gathered so many cultivators to target you, senior sister, and the Mu family. Obviously, the City Lord's mansion is very clear about the Mu family's background." Unexpectedly, Liu remained unmoved after hearing this. This made Yi Tian a little surprised. She wasn't surprised at all. "I've heard rumors that the City Lord's mansion is recruiting cultivators to take over the Mu family." But Liu put down the cup in his hand, and it collided with the table with a crisp sound. His tone was quite playful, and he continued, "Junior brother, you were so close to the City Lord's mansion and attended the auction together. I believe you have received a lot of benefits." Yi Tian hurriedly stood up and said with a serious expression, "Senior sister, don't you believe me? Or do you think I will collude with the City Lord's mansion to frame you?" His righteous words and indignant look made him look as if he had suffered a great injustice. In the past, she would definitely believe in his loyalty. "Humph.
She snorted softly and shook her head slightly.
How could that be? Senior sister, how could I possibly not trust you?
I'm just worried that if the city lord's mansion discovered that you were my junior brother, it would bring you trouble. Speak the truth to people and lies to ghosts. Life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. Mulyoshi still understood this principle. She would not easily fall out with Yi Tian until she had substantial evidence that he was plotting against her. Sure enough, after hearing this explanation, Yi Tian was deeply moved.
I'm sorry, senior sister. I misunderstood you.
Don't worry, the people in the city lord's mansion don't know that we're senior sister and disciple yet. I can stay there to help you gather information, and I'll take action to resolve these problems when necessary.
Also, about the Li family.
After Yi Tian expressed his loyalty, he wanted to mention the most important topic, but was interrupted directly.
All right. Senior sister, thank you for your kindness.
I will handle this mess with the Li family myself. You, Yun Yao, and Lin Han will just help me deal with the city lord's mansion.
I'm a little tired now, that's all.
Seeing that he couldn't interfere in the Li family's affairs, Yi Tian's expression dimmed, and in the end he could only bow and leave helplessly. Mulyoshi looked at his departing back, feeling extremely glad that she had asked Lin Hong for advice tonight, and also glad that Lin Hong was willing to help her. Otherwise, if Yi Tian succeeds, she can imagine how despicable and worthless she will be in the future. Back in the guest room, Lin Hong continued to refine the remaining golden
scales in the house. A rich golden aura surrounded him.
As the dual spirit wheels of the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique and the man in the mirror operated, the golden scales could be seen to be gradually shrinking with visible changes to the naked eye. The fifth spiritual wheel is still being developed, and it takes much longer than expected. It really proves the old saying that each wheel has its own level of development. If he continued at this pace, he was confident that he could reach the state of great perfection in a month and a half. After reaching the great perfection, that is, the 9th level of Qi training, it is time to reach the foundation building stage. Laying the foundation requires not only a foundation stone as a carrier, but also the cultivation of the 5 elements spiritual root attributes to perfection. It can be said that it was destined. The degree of compatibility between the 5 elements spiritual roots and the 5 elements body in the first stage of the Hunyuan immortal body can be described as perfect. In other words, cultivating the 5 elements body is equivalent to enhancing the properties of the 5 elements spiritual roots. We have to clarify some concepts here. Spiritual roots are reflected in one's affinity with the Tao and determine the upper limit of a cultivator's talent. For example, cultivators with water spiritual roots have an innate affinity for water. When practicing water-attributed skills and comprehending related attribute principles, their efficiency will be far superior to others. Physique affects combat effectiveness. When monks of the same realm fight, their physical advantages will be fully displayed. It can also be understood as bloodline. For example, the body of a monster is inherently extremely powerful. The foundation determines the upper limit of the path. It is the carrier of the Tao and the key to whether a person can conform to the Tao. Most people's foundation can only carry one Tao principle, that is, even if his spiritual roots are compatible with 2 elemental attributes, he can only choose one Tao to be smelted into the original power in the end. Of course, there are some particularly good cornerstones. The most powerful person in the history of the fairy world only engraved 6 laws on the cornerstone. Next, in addition to continuing to search for essences rich in the 5 elements, we must also prepare the foundation. The 5 elements spiritual roots are compatible with more than just 5 elements. When they intermingle and collide with each other, they can also generate compatibility with elements like ice and lightning. After all, it's a mutated spiritual root, so what if it's a little awesome? He continued practicing until the second half of the night.
Lin Hong exhaled and clenched his fists.
He could feel that his whole body was filled with domineering power.
That's right. Give me a few more days to refine the golden scales.
Not only can I achieve a small level of success in my golden body, but I can also go far beyond that. Thump thump thump. At this moment, there were light footsteps in the courtyard, followed by the sound of a door closing. Looking out the window, I saw that the compartment on the right was lit, but there was no light on the left.
Oh? Is Yun Yao back?
Senior brother Yi doesn't seem to be staying at the Mu mansion. Lin Hong suddenly became interested. He pushed the door open and walked out slowly and quietly, and saw the entrance of Yun Yao's pavilion. However, just as he squatted down and put his head close to the crack of the door to look, he was met with a pair of eyes that revealed a playful look. Lin Hong was so scared that he sat down on the ground. He hurriedly tried to turn around and run away, but a jade hand stretched out and grabbed his neck.
Lin Henglai is here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're already an adult, how could you do something as childish as peeping? Sister, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I just arrived at the door and didn't have time to. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Am I not your Taoist partner? How can this be called peeping?
Lin Hong suddenly reacted, turned around and almost popped his eyes out.
Chapter 57, A Heart-to-Heart Connection. Additional update. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds and fell on the light white gauze skirt, highlighting her slender figure and soft body. Yunyao's long hair was scattered on her back, and the slightly wet hair showed a hint of luster. You could even see a drop of water sliding down her slender white neck, lying in the curve outlined by her curved collarbone. She only had a short white shirt on her chest to protect her private parts. It was as thin as her skirt and seemed to be a set of yukata. The exquisite brocade shoes on her feet were light and gorgeous, complementing her jade feet that were like works of art. The small and delicate toes seemed to be a perfect gift from God. The curves are smooth, the arches are delicate, and every inch of space exudes an elegant rhythm. Lin Hong has tried his best to use beautiful words to praise the beautiful lady in front of him. I didn't expect that Chun Yufeng's senior sister would be so heartwarming. New year, new atmosphere. The year of the dragon brings the dragon's head. He didn't know whether the dragon raised its head or not, but it was definitely the ox that raised its head. Yunyao saw him stunned for a moment, followed his gaze downwards, and quickly took 2 steps back. Good guy, really good guy. Staring at her feet is fine, but what does drooling mean? Could it be that there is such a quirk? Hey! Have you seen enough? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Yunyao made a vicious expression and stretched out 2 fingers to threaten. She had just finished showering and hadn't even tidied her clothes when she noticed someone approaching her room, so she could only casually put on her bathrobe. Lin Hong smiled wickedly, walked straight in and closed the door. Sister, why are you so fierce? We are Taoist companions. You won't suffer any loss if you let me see. Lin Hong slowly approached, saying that he not only wanted to see it, but also wanted to try it. Stop talking nonsense and tell me what you want from me. Yunyao walked in front and was about to go to the dressing mirror to tidy up her hair, but she didn't expect Lin Hong to be so bold and put both hands on her waist. The upper part of the yukata is very short, the kind that exposes the belly, so the smooth and slender waist falls into the latter's hands. The warm touch brought back fond memories. He knew very well how flexible this slender waist was. Lin Hong. You, just as he was about to explode, Lin Hong preemptively demanded, what do you mean by you? Am I your Taoist partner? Can I hold your waist? What do you mean by I? Didn't we agree before that except for dual cultivation, everything else is fine? Not only are you unwilling to fulfill such an important obligation between Taoist partners, but you also forbid me from looking and touching. You want to practice the supreme and heartless Tao? Yunyao pouted, frightened by his sudden questioning, and dared not say a word. Well, she admitted that she had not yet adapted to Lin Heng's identity as his Taoist partner, and it had nothing to do with whether he hated her or not. After all, I have lived for more than 70 years, so it is inevitable that I will have a stress reaction when the opposite sex suddenly touches my body. Lin Hong rested his chin on her right shoulder and uttered softly, will you let me see it from now on? The numbing feeling made Yunyao unable to control herself, and she said helplessly, let go, let go. Will you let me touch you from now on? Also, but not too much. So will we be allowed to practice dual cultivation from now on? Let's. Yunyao's pupils shrank, and she instantly came to her senses, and quickly changed her words, no. Good for you, Lin Hong. After all, you're still thinking about dual cultivation. Don't look at me like that, I'm just asking tentatively. TSK, if you don't want to fix it, can't I still think about it? But now I really want to improve my cultivation. This waist is really great. If only I had some Hawan powder. Yunyao was stunned. Hawan powder? What do you mean? Are you going to drug me again? Are you such a beast? Do you really want to practice dual cultivation? Lin Hong, I'm warning you not to have any bad thoughts. If you behave better, maybe I'll agree to try dual cultivation, but if you try to force me with such despicable means, such as aphrodisiac, I swear I will never forgive you. What the hell?
We're so in tune with each other, you can even guess what I'm thinking. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm not that cruel. Lin Hong said angrily. If you perform well, you can practice dual cultivation. Although the scope of this restriction is very large, at least she is willing to give in on fulfilling the obligations of a Taoist partner. Not being able to practice dual cultivation and being able to practice or not are two completely different things.
At least now I have obtained the right to consent in the future.
Come on, senior sister, sit down. I'll do your hair for you.
Can you do a bun? Isn't it the kind with a high back and a slightly curled tail? I've seen it before. Let me try it, okay?
Yunyao curled her lips and had no choice but to let him play with her hair.
Don't tell me you came here just to take advantage of me, right?
He kissed her face, held her slender waist, and touched her legs a few times.
Was this all he came to her for in the middle of the night? Of course not. I want to see you, but I also want you to do me a favor. What's the matter?
Lin Hong bent down and whispered softly in her ear.
You want to help senior sister solve the Li family's troubles. Why do you want me to beat you up?
Lin Hong was speechless.
I said such a long string of words, and you heard it and beat me up, right?
I said I wanted you to cooperate with me in putting on a show and pretend to beat me up in front of that young master of the Li family.
I didn't mean to ask you to actually kill me.
Lin Hang felt that he had to make his words clear, otherwise, given Yunyao's reckless way of doing things, he would have to take ruthless action.
I don't understand. What does this have to do with solving the Li family's problem of marrying into a son-in-law? Yunyao shook her head in confusion, then added, I won't hit you anymore, okay? Don't be stupid.
Yunyao was scared. I'm afraid that it will make him stupid and develop a masochistic tendency.
Oh, I really?
Lin Hong rubbed his face with his hands, looking helpless.
Okay, you'll know tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
Since you said you won't do it anymore, a gentleman's word is as good as gold.
You must keep your promise.
Yunyao nodded in agreement, muttering to herself in her heart, I'm not a gentleman, it should be changed to a lady's word is as good as gold. While she was talking, the Lingyun bun had been completed.
Yunyao looked at the hair accessories in the mirror in amazement.
Sure, the craftsmanship is good. Humph, a craftsman relies on his craft. Lin Hong stayed for a long time afterwards, until the distant sky gradually brightened. Lin Hong left and first returned to his room, and then went directly to the main hall, because I promised last night to give Mulyoshi a solution. At this time, the servants were already busy, either cleaning up the fallen leaves in the pond or running back and forth between the kitchen and the pavilion. The rising white smoke proved that breakfast was being prepared. Main hall. Before Lin Hong got close, he heard
a fierce noise from far away. Asshole. Isn't it good for you to be in charge of the family yourself?
Letting your uncles and aunts return to the Mu family will sooner or later harm your own rights.
Do you want the Mu family's surname to change hands?
A woman with gray hair and a wrinkled face stood in the main hall, leaning on a crutch in her left hand and holding a stick in her right hand, scolding a mother and daughter in front of her. Happy New Year. I wish all readers good luck in the year of the dragon, and may your life get longer and longer. Chapter 58 Aunt. My name is Lin Hang. The mother and daughter were Mu Liushi and Mu Shooting. That's right, because of the family transformation and the Li family's marriage to a daughter-in-law, the three of them started arguing again. Old Mrs. Mu is 157 years old this year. Her health is failing and it won't be long before she hands over the family to Mu Liushi. This granddaughter, whom she has always cared about so much, is now going to drastically change the ancestral teachings with her biological mother.
Mother. Don't call me mother.
Okay, then I'll call you patriarch. Mu Shooting said in a cold tone, holding Mu Liushi's hand, I don't want Liushi to be involved in this matter anymore.
You can choose another heir.
We, mother and daughter, don't care about the position of patriarch, even if you expel us from the Mu family or remove our names from the family tree.
What has the Mu family been like over the past few decades? Who has been working so hard to maintain it?
If you want Liushi to take over the family but are unwilling to give up the power in your hands, my daughter and I will no longer care about anything related to the Mu family. Mu Shooting's attitude was extremely firm, and there was no room for retreat. She doesn't care about family interests or ancestral constraints. All I have is a mother's responsibility. Mulyoshi is unwilling to take over the family, and she will not force her or persuade her. Even if she did not want to marry the young master of the Lee family as her husband, she would still support it unconditionally.
The Mu family is no longer what it used to be.
Only she, the person behind the scenes, knows how bad its business performance has been in recent decades. Old Lady Mu was so angry that she was shaking.
She clutched her chest and trembled as she said, "Are you really not willing to give in?" "Give in?"
Mu Shooting sneered, a hint of regret on her face.
"It was because of my giving in, because of your indifference and the so-called ancestral teachings of the Mu family, that I lost my husband and Liushi lost her father. Lushi is my only daughter now, and no one can use her as a bargaining chip. The ancestors of the Mu family had an unwritten rule that whenever a woman in the family gave birth to a child, her husband had to climb the Taibai mountain ladder to the Mu family's ancestral land to burn incense and offer sacrifices for 3 days. In order to seek the blessing of ancestors, the Mu family can give birth to the immortal veins and Taoist seeds. The Taibai mountain cloud ladder has a total of 1,634 steps. They are so old that the edges and corners have been almost worn away by rain. If you are not careful, you will fall into the sea of clouds and be smashed to pieces. No less than 5 sons-in-law of the Mu family have died because of this. Even so, Zugue refused to change this absurd ancestral precept. After Mu Shooting became pregnant, under her strong request, Mrs. Mu did not force her husband to go to Taibai Mountain, but until the day she was about to give birth, in order to stick to her rules, Old Lady Mu blocked her husband outside the door and forced him to go to the funeral. Otherwise she would expel him from the Mu family and he would never see his wife and daughter again. It rained heavily on the 3rd day, and the ladder to Mount Taibai became extremely slippery, leading to the tragedy. The result was that after 3 days of fearful waiting, Mu Shooting received the news that her husband had an accident. A rare and unique immortal vein Taoist seed appeared in the Mu family, but there was an additional wife who lost her husband after giving birth, and a daughter who lost her father. It was after that Mu Shooting took the initiative to give up the position of head of the family and returned it to Old Lady Mu. If she had not backed down and forcibly destroyed those bad ancestral teachings, she would not have ended up with only the two of them relying on each other today. Fortunately, Mu Liushi was very hardworking and achieved the golden elixir in just 50 years, which gave her a great comfort. Now that they want Mu Liushi to take over the family, she must pave the way for her daughter and let her do what she wants with confidence. Instead of being constrained by these half-dead antiques, Lin Hong leaned against the corner outside the door and listened to their quarrel, and was shocked. The shock came from Mu Shooting, Mu Liushi's mother. It turns out there really are mothers who are selfless and unconditional in protecting their children. Although he was born into this world, not everyone has a mother. All we have in this world is a father who turns a blind eye and pretends not to hear anything, and a mother who turns a deaf ear and whom we have never met. Some people spend their whole lives like a mouse, hiding in dirty crevices to peek at other people's happiness. Old Mrs. Mu was carried out. That's right, he was so angry that he fainted. His eyes rolled back and he looked like he was about to die. Mu Shooting was about to leave the main hall when she saw Lin Hong hiding nearby. She asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "Mother, he is my junior fellow apprentice." Mu Liushi's voice came from the hall. She had already sensed it when Lin Hong was not even close to the main hall. "Oh. You must be Yi Tian, whom Lushi always mentioned before. You are indeed a handsome man." "Ah, no. Aunt, my name is Lin Hong, and Yi Tian is my senior brother." Lin Hong scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "Ha ha." Mu Shooting laughed dryly. "You're here to look for Lushi, right? I won't bother you anymore." "Okay, Auntie, take care." Lin Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when he saw Mu Liushi's mother arguing, he thought she was a particularly strong woman. Unexpectedly, she spoke in a soft voice, giving people a very gentle feeling. It really proves the old saying that women are weak by nature, but strong when they become mothers. "Senior sister, I'm here." Lin Hong walked into the room and found Mu Liushi sitting at the table with a stick in her hand. "Did you hear everything?" She tilted her head back and smiled slightly. However, the smile was different from what Lin Hong had imagined. There was a hint of stiffness and coldness in it. "I heard it all. But don't get me wrong, senior sister. I didn't take this as a joke at all. On the contrary, I think my aunt is an exceptionally great mother, infinitely better than my own mother, whom I've never met." "Oof. Come sit down. Tell me what you came up with all night.
Lin Hong pulled out a chair and sat down, intentionally moving closer to her, then took out the prepared rice paper and placed it in front of her.
What does this mean? What are these big circles? Ahem.
Don't worry, don't worry. This is the drawing I came up with after a whole night of hard thinking. That's right, I spent the whole night napping on those beautiful legs. Yunyao closed her eyes and practiced breathing exercises, which did not prevent him from resting his head on her thighs. As for the big circle, it is naturally drawn according to the size of the top of the head. Senior sister, look at these two circles first.
Think of them as the Wang family of the City Lord's mansion and your Mu family. The overlapping part in the middle represents the western suburb's spirit mine, where the conflict is currently brewing. The two upper and lower parts represent the Li and Zhao families. The four top families of Yenyun City are in opposition at the same time.
Due to the potential marriage relationship between the Mu and Li families, the City Lord's mansion dare not act rashly for the time being. But since you don't want to marry into the Li family's eldest son, no matter what the final result is, the Li family will definitely not help you anymore, and may even participate in this feast of division. Therefore, another force is quite important. He pointed to the Zhao family's location above. Mu Liushi frowned slightly. I understand the logic, but there's no reason for the Zhao family to help me, right?
Lin Hong smiled slightly after hearing this. Senior sister, have you heard of the shareholding responsibility system? What accountability system?
Chapter 59 Benefit distribution. In layman's terms, it means dividing the profits and power according to a certain proportion of responsibilities, similar to a partnership.
The western suburb's spiritual mine is too huge. The tens of millions of spiritual stones is an endlessly large number.
Not to mention one Mu family, even 3 Mu families wouldn't be able to swallow it all.
We might as well break the casserole and reveal the bottom line.
While ensuring that the Mu family remains stable and holds the majority of the profits, we can disperse the ownership of the spiritual mine and muddy the waters as much as possible. After his explanation, Mu Liushi immediately understood.
Yeah, why didn't I think of that?
The problem now isn't fighting with the City Lord's mansion for ownership of the spirit mine, but figuring out how to safely swallow this piece of meat. Just as Lin Hong said, what can happen even if the Mu family completely occupies the spiritual mine? If the Mu family alone were to mine tens of millions of spirit stones, it would probably take 100 years before even half of them could be consumed. Mining spiritual ore is not easy at all. It is not just a matter of digging a few times with digging tools. Not only is the ore wall hard and time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the subsequent purification and processing of the spiritual stone also takes a lot of time.
How exactly should we do this? Will the Zhao family agree to cooperate?
Of course they will cooperate.
Extending an olive branch has no harm to them, so why would they refuse? Give them 30% of the profits from the mine's spiritual mines.
Remember, it's the mine's spiritual stones, not 1/3 of the entire spiritual mine.
Lin Hong said. If we don't do this, we won't be able to form a binding of interests.
In addition, we have to give another 20% to the Li family. The interests of the Mu, Zhao, and Li families are tied together, so even if the City Lord's mansion wants to get a piece of the pie, it won't have the slightest chance.
Li family? Why should I take the initiative to give benefits to the Li family?
Mu Liushi was stunned. The Zhao family is fine, after all, there is no enmity between the two families.
Sister, if you don't give up the benefits, what bargaining chips can you use to resolve the issue of marrying in? Or, do you think it is better to have one more enemy, or one more partner?
A hint of clarity flashed in Lin Heng's eyes.
Okay.
Mu Liushi nodded in agreement.
You make sense. I'll leave the rest to you. If you need anything, just let me know.
I'll do my best to cooperate. Since you have chosen to believe Lin Hong, you must trust him to the end. Okay, with what senior sister said, everything will definitely work out. It's getting late now, and today's treasure pavilion auction will start soon. Lin Hong stood up and prepared to leave when he suddenly heard Mu Liushi say, when you mention this, I remember that Yi Tian seemed to be heading directly to the western suburbs mountains after leaving Mu Mansion last night.
Today is the last day of the auction. Aren't you going to participate, brother? That's probably right. He didn't get what he wanted yesterday, so he left the treasure pavilion early. Oh, Lin Hong turned around and his eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Tian only bid once in the 2-day auction and did not participate afterwards. If Yi Tian does not participate, it is very likely that there will be no good items in the subsequent auctions. We went to the wasteland in the western suburbs, and were quite active. Well, I'll contact the Zhao and Li families first. Brother Yi, I wonder what expression would appear on your face after planning so many things, only to end up with nothing? Lin Hong chuckled. The other side, 10 miles away from Yanyan City, a man in white was walking on a sword. His face still had the same cold, arrogant, and domineering look as before. As if sensing his unstable state of mind, a jade pendant hidden in his arm suddenly glowed faintly. Then a cold female voice appeared. Yi Tian, you don't need to worry about the scroll. I just felt a very familiar aura from that scroll. It's not necessarily a treasure. It's irrational for you to raise the price to over 10,000 spirit stones. The woman is the residual soul living in the jade pendant. Her name is Hua Qi. As we all know, the protagonist often has a golden finger, which is either a relic left by his father or a super awesome grandfather. Hua Qi is such a character around Yi Tian. I'm fine, Fairy Hua Qi. Yi Tian's face remained calm. It's just that everything has been going wrong lately. First, the Jinma City plan went awry, then the Yinyun City auction was targeted, and now second senior sister seems to be much more distant from me. The remnant soul in the pendant was silent for a long time, and after a while, it said, you don't need to rush now. Your crazy bone tyrant blood body is not yet mature. Dual cultivation now may not be a good thing for you. After the crazy bone body matures, practicing dual cultivation will achieve twice the result with half the effort. The crazy bone tyrant blood body is at the top of the 3 major war bodies in the chaotic ancient era, and it carries a strong aura of tyranny. Unlike other combat bodies, the crazy bone tyrant blood body can gain unparalleled combat power by burning its own lifeblood. In addition, there is an even more incredible effect, which is to ignore the body's serious injuries, but instead become more and more violent as the injuries gradually worsen. In simple terms, even if you don't attack him, he will burn his own blood essence to increase his combat power, and if he is seriously injured, he will also gain the blessing of violent effects. Abbreviation, the more you play, the more powerful you are. Yi Tian heard this but remained unmoved. I will listen to your advice, but that doesn't stop me from taking them to my side first. The Mu family is in trouble this time, and only I can save them. Second senior sister will figure it out. Being my Taoist partner is her only choice. The residual soul in the pendant remained silent for a long time, and finally dimmed. She saw all of Yi Tian's methods, whether it was drugging Yin Yao or setting a trap for the Mu family. She could only give a few words of advice but was unable to restrain him. If it weren't for Yi Tian's talent, she wouldn't have chosen him. By the time Yin Yao finished her training, it was already noon. She crossed her arms, leaned forward, made tender sounds, and stretched beautifully. Then he stood up and prepared to change his clothes. Standing in front of the mirror, he suddenly noticed that there was an inexplicable purple mark on the left side of his stomach. When you look closer, you can see clear tooth marks on it. Ah! This. Lin Hong, are you born in the year of the dog? Last night, Lin Hong was lying on her beautiful legs, thinking hard. He turned his head and stared at her fair belly, and couldn't help but plant a strawberry in her eye. Junya was speechless for a while. She usually liked to isolate herself from the outside world when practicing. Others would leave marks on the neck, but he just sucked directly on the belly. No. It's only been a few days, and he's already kissing and touching me. I can't tolerate him being so affectionate. Oh no. We agreed to accompany senior sister Liushi to inspect the Mu family's assets after the auction today. I have to go check it out. Chapter 60, Pulling the Decent Woman into the Water and Rescuing the Woman from the World. Dog Head Shelter, Yenyun City North Street. The sun shines on the streets, shining through the towering buildings and illuminating the passers-by. As noon approaches, many vendors set up their stalls early, especially those selling delicious food, and the area becomes increasingly crowded. Lin Hong ate a sesame cake and drank egg drop soup, his eyes fixed on the gate of Li's mansion. The taste is not very salty. It would be better if there were some pickles. Strange, it's already this late. Isn't anyone from the Li mansion coming out? However, he had just finished muttering for a while. The gate of Li's mansion suddenly creaked, and then a young man in white scholar's clothes and a tall crown on his head walked out.
His face looked extremely haggard. There was a servant in gray clothes beside him, but he waved his hand to let the servant leave.
No doubt about it. It's him, the eldest son of the Lee family. Speaking of which, why does he look so weak?
Lin Hong shook his head and followed quietly without thinking any more. That's right, the best way to solve the Lee family's problem of marrying a son-in-law is to start with young Master Lee, Li Nan. Of course, it's not about killing him like Yi Tian did, but about changing his idea of marrying into the family from the root. The two men were 50 meters apart, one in front and one behind, and soon came from the north side of the city to the east side. Lin Hong stood in front of the 6-story
building, frowning slightly. Chungxiala. Another brothel.
You're so weak, and you still come to a place like this. Now that I'm here, I definitely won't let it go. As soon as I walked in, a woman in pink clothes with a slim and graceful figure came to greet me.
Sir, I'm the manager of Chunshao Pavilion. Is this your first time here?
There are 2 brothels in Yenyun City, and Chunshao Tower is one of them. As a manager who has seen countless people, he can still tell strangers and acquaintances at a glance.
Yes, it's my first time here.
Lin Hong looked around and then asked, where did the young man in white go? When he heard that he was here to look for someone rather than to spend money, the smile on the manager's face immediately faded and even his tone became much colder.
Hey!
Sir, a brothel is a place for pleasure, not for looking for people. Besides, he is one of our big customers. How can I easily disclose his privacy? If you are not here to have fun, then please. Before she could utter the word get out, Lin Hong took out a small bag of spirit stones from the storage space and threw it to her. There are a total of 100. The steward's eyes widened, and his expression immediately changed.
Oh!
I said that the young master is a handsome man. How could he be so poor in spending money? Lin Hong raised his hand and interrupted. Stop.
I still like the way you were so arrogant just now. Ahem.
The manager coughed twice, and then stuffed a bag of spirit stones into the gap between his chest right under Lin Hong's nose. Lin Hong was a little confused, too abstract. He had seen storage rings, storage bags, and storage bracelets, but this was the first time he saw a storage necklace. The necklace is wedged into the gap, so from the outside it looks like it's been stuffed directly into the chest seam. Couldn't you make the necklace shorter?
Sir, you're asking about Mr. Lee, right?
He's picked a girl from the Chi training stage, and she's currently accompanying him upstairs.
I have a list of names here.
If you like any of them, I'll talk to the girls and guarantee you some good deals.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to have fun while waiting for Master Lee?
The steward skillfully reached into the chest and took out a book about 5 centimeters thick from the storage necklace. This is the brothel directory of the entire Tianxian continent. Please take a look, young master.
Are you kidding me? There are so many brothels in the 4 continents, how could they all belong to your family?
Sir, you're joking. We're not all from the same family, but we have a common flow of people.
Even if you like girls from Dongzhou, we can find a way to send them to you.
It's just a matter of price. Good job. Can you still do business like this? Lin Hong weighed it in his hand. This piece of paper could probably hold at least 20 names. How many part-time or full-time girls are there in Chungxiala? After opening it, the first page that caught the eye had the word list written in large letters, followed by 2 major categories below: ordinary people and monks. Both major categories have category directories. The ordinary category naturally refers to ordinary people in the secular world.
The rankings are based on multiple dimensions such as family background,
appearance, and talent. Cultivators refer to those who practice Taoism, but in addition to humans, there are also beast girls among them. This was something Lin Hong had not expected. The ranking of monks is also very simple, simply based on their realm. When I opened the first page of the general category, what caught my eye was a portrait of a woman, as well as her resume and background. Zhang Miaowei, age, 20, skills, 69. Too flirty, tomatoes not displayed, background, Shizhou Ziyu City, the daughter of the Zhang family. While traveling, she was murdered by a group of servants and criminals. After demanding a large sum of money from the Zhang family, she was unsuccessful and sold it on the black market, or it later ended up in Chunshao Tower. Upon learning of this, the Zhang family, ashamed, gave up on redeeming their daughter. More detailed background. Holy crap.
The Zhang family is at least a respectable family, right?
How could they just watch their daughter get sold to a brothel? The ransom described in the introduction is only 10,000 spirit stones at most, which is something that aristocratic families can afford if they grit their teeth. Because of 10,000 spirit stones, My daughter didn't even want it. There was information about 3 people on each page, and Lin Hong flipped through several pages in a row. The situations of the top 10 flower girls in the general category are similar to Zhang Miaowei's. Some were daughters of aristocratic families, some were female officials from royal families, and there were even 2 female heads of wealthy families. Lin Hong said that he looked a little helpless, but it was not because of cheap sympathy. These flower girls are not good people either. Just like Zhang Miaowei, if she didn't abuse the servants and treated them better on a daily basis, why would she stand by and watch when she encountered a bad guy, then turn to the column about monks? Wow, you won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. There are hundreds of cultivators in the Qi training stage alone. The backgrounds are even more colorful and endless. Qi training. What about Taiyue sect disciples, Mingyue sect elder disciples, Depan sect direct disciples, foundation building, Fairy Qingyue of Danmen, Maiden of White Goose Lake, Jin Dan, privately banned, only more than 10 people. If he hadn't seen these, Lin Hang would not have thought that there would be so many sects, denominations, villas, and temples. Fortunately, after searching around, I didn't see the name of their Qingxian sect. If a sect disciple was sold to a brothel and it were on the list, it would be extremely embarrassing. Honestly, reading these girls' biographies is more enjoyable than reading novels. Oh? Are they all sects that have disappeared into the long river of history? Even so, the brothels on the Tianxian continent are quite large. The realm ranking ends at the Jindan stage, and the content is privately restricted and only accessible to cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. It seems that even if Hualu was very brave, it would not dare to attack cultivators above the Jindan stage. The impact of the Baihua tragedy was disastrous, and the dynasty had to suppress the evil forces behind the flower building again. But even so, there are still more than a dozen Jindan stage experts who are deeply trapped in it. Beauties have their beauty records, geniuses have their ladder rankings, and brothels might as well have their own brothel rankings. The roster looks quite thick, but since the personal profiles take up a large part of the space, there are no more than 1,000 people on it, according to the manager. Making the resumes and backgrounds detailed will help these prostitutes be redeemed and escape from their suffering, because human nature is often like this. The more loyal you are, the more you want to drag decent women into the water. The more excited I was, the more I wanted to rescue the woman from the mortal world and bring her ashore. Just as Lin Hong was frowning and browsing the roster, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Brother Lin, the steamed food is yours. Lin Hong turned around and looked, and was suddenly surprised. Brother Sun. Sun Hao and the people next to him were standing in the middle of the 2 sides, holding a young man who was drunk and walking slowly towards him. Drink, keep drinking. Tell Miss Yu to come out and drink with me. Sun Hao looked at the man on the right and waved to the steward. You take Prince Wang up first, I'll be there in a while. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 61 Red Demon Society. Yij. After the drunken young man was helped upstairs, Sun Hao immediately came to Lin Hong and bowed slightly. Brother Lin, it's been a few days. I thought you had left Yenyun City. I still have some things to do. Lin Hong smiled. Why? Are you here to have some fun? Brother Lin, what about you? Sun Hao asked back. I'm here to look for someone. I haven't had enough of the meat at home, and this is bound to be a bit dirty. I was saying, Brother Lin doesn't look like someone who would frequent this kind of place. I'm here to accompany the young master of the palace. He got drunk and insisted on coming here to see Miss Yu. There was nothing I could do, my other brother and I had to carry him here. Lin Hong nodded. It could be seen that Sun Hao really liked making friends. The Wang family of the city lord's mansion, that should be it. They, father and son, should be the Wang family's guests. Perhaps we can get something out of him, such as how to target the Mu family. Sun Hao took the initiative to speak. Brother Lin, how about we go upstairs to listen to some music and have a few drinks? Lin Hong came back to his senses and said with a smile, of course. The 2 men followed a waitress straight to the 2nd floor. After entering the private room, they asked her to arrange 2 girls who were familiar with Shang music. Soon, 2 women dressed in cloud-colored phoenix skirts walked in, one holding a pipa and the other holding a jade flute. After all, brothels are open to the public, so there must be entertainers who specialize in selling their art but not their bodies. TSK. The wine here is not inferior to other restaurants. Lin Hong picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and put it down again. Then he said, it's strange to say, I just looked at the roster of Chunshao Tower and saw several cultivators in the spiritualization stage.
How many divine transformation cultivators are there in Tianxian continent?
Chunqiao Tower actually has such great abilities. Lin Hong had fallen into a misunderstanding before. For example, the people around him were all Jindan stage cultivators like Yun Yao, Mulioshi, Yitian, etc., and he subconsciously thought that Jindan stage cultivators were everywhere. In fact, he was just in a good position. The halo of being the clan leader's son was destined to allow him to come into contact with some extraordinary beings. Yun Yao took 70 years to break through the Jindan realm, and Mulioshi took 50 years. Although this was much less than Yi Tian, the pervert, who only took 10 years, but it is undeniable that they are both top-notch geniuses. 100 years of golden elixir realm would be praised even in the most glorious period in the history of the immortal world. From this we can see how rare the later Yuanying venerables, Huashan great monks, and even Fanshu Jinjuan and Hadao great powers are. Unexpectedly, Sun Hao was not shocked at all after hearing this.
Brother Lin, you may not know this.
Chunqiao Tower, Mingyue Tower, Qingdangmai Pavilion, and other brothels all have a common force behind them, called E-Pavilion.
E-Pavilion?
Lin Hong had never heard of this name. I heard from my father that their predecessor was the Red Demon Society, once the most powerful evil and poisonous organization on the Tianxian continent. Later, for some reason, the emergence of the dynasty disintegrated them. Under the constraints of the dynasty, the era of chaos ended, leading to the current peaceful situation. But some things cannot be eradicated, just like the sin and darkness in everyone's heart. With the emergence of Yaij, the black market has revived, and brothels have grown in size, giving rise to many shameful activities. At this point, Sun Hao's expression became much more serious.
Brother Lin, you've heard of 100 Flower Valley, right?
Yeah.
Lin Hong nodded. Isn't it the famous Baihua tragedy?
There shouldn't be anyone in the Tianxian continent who doesn't know about it. Over 100 disciples from the Baihua Valley sect were sold to the Hualu, and the Baihua Valley master was even refined into a furnace.
Brother Lin, do you know why Baihua Valley suffered this disaster?
Sun Hao asked.
Could it be because of the Red Demon Society?
Yes, it's because of the Red Demon Society.
Ah. Wasn't the Red Demon Society eradicated by the dynasty?
Lin Hong asked in surprise. It wasn't eradication, it was just disintegration. When the dynasty was suppressing them, some major sects also joined in, including Baihua Valley. This makes it easy to understand why those evil sects, after catching their breath, would attack Baihua Valley. Just imagine that a powerful person who has reached the state of unity of Tao was forcibly dragged into this situation by them, let alone a cultivator who has reached the state of transformation of spirit. Hearing this, Lin Hong fell into a brief period of thought. After Sun Hao's description, many things on the Tianxian continent can be explained. The Red Demon Society originally represented the evil side, and the dynasty represents justice now, but good and evil can never be reconciled, and all that can be done is compromise. The Red Demon Society had only lost many of its tentacles, but new tentacles had already grown in the open and legal brothels and the black market in secret. It is no wonder that the 13 cities in Shizhou, from the royal power to the ordinary families, are in such chaos. It seems that there is a sense of compromise on the part of the dynasty. There is a saying, the good guys need the bad guys to deal with troubles, and the bad guys need the good guys to act as a protector. After a while, over time, even the most powerful dynasty will eventually decay and collapse. The impact it brings is more far-reaching than that of ordinary secular dynasties. The two chatted a little more about the black market, but did not forget the topic. It is true that he wants to meet Young Master Li, but now Sun Hao invites him to go to Young Master Wang together. If he could get in touch with the young master of the Wang family, he might be able to hear some useful information, so he naturally would not refuse. The two went to the third floor together, walking into the fourth private room by the west window. Young Master Wang was holding a cup in one hand and hugging the girl he was thinking about, Miss You, with the other. The scene of everyone drinking together is full of luxury.
Brother's son is back. Come on, sit down.
Wang Tao squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Hong beside him, puzzled. Who is this? His name is Lin Hong, and he's my friend.
Oh, your friend. Wang Tao burped and pointed to the seat opposite him. Brother's son's friend is my friend. Please take a seat too.
Okay,
thank you, Master Wang.
Lin Hong said this with a forced smile, then sat aside. He looked at the other man, but could not sense any aura from him. Cultivator? Foundation establishment stage. Perhaps only a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage could conceal his aura so deeply. Wang Tao waved Miss Yu away, then picked up another glass of wine and chugged it down.
You two really understand my feelings.
Unlike that guy surnamed Ji, who acts like he's the most arrogant and domineering person in the world. It's only because my father is impressed by his abilities, otherwise I would have kicked him out of Yenyun City long ago.
The surname is Yi?
Lin Heng immediately realized that this must be referring to Yi Tian. When the name was mentioned, he immediately became interested. The story began on the day Yi Tian arrived at the city lord's mansion. Wang Tao followed his father's instructions and held a banquet to entertain these capable monks. As a result, he went to Yi Tian in person to toast him. Not only did Yi Tian act condescending, he also poured the wine on the ground in public, saying that he would not drink worldly wine. After embarrassing him in public, he just walked away. No matter who this happens to, they will feel upset and anxious. Even if that Ji wasn't there, if everything went according to our original plan, we could just lure that golden phoenix to the western suburban mountains and capture her in one fell swoop. The entire spirit mine would be ours, and you would also be rich and powerful. Speaking of which, the golden phoenix of the Mu family is truly breathtakingly beautiful.
Apart from Miss Xiao, there is no one else in the entire Yenyun city who can compare with it.
Fortunately, she didn't fall into the good-for-nothing hands of the Li family's young master.
After the Mu family is completely devoured, I will ask my father to give her to me.
I want to experience the difference between a Jindan cultivator and a foundation establishment cultivator. Hearing this, Sun Hao and the other person were both shocked.
Master Wang, you can't eat this golden phoenix.
She has the Qingxian sect's support behind her. Swallowing the Mu family is a worldly matter, and the Qingxian sect has no right to interfere, but if you touch her, it will definitely bring great disaster upon you.
Don't blame us for not warning you then.
Yes, Qingxian sect is the top sect for cultivating immortals in Shizhou, and the young lady of the Mu family is a core disciple.
I'm afraid.
Sun Hao also advised. Unexpectedly, Wang Tao burst into laughter after hearing this.
Do you think there's only one dynasty behind my Wang family?
Chapter 62 Mirror of the Fantasy World. Wang Tao deliberately left to suspense. It can't be considered a trump card, but saying it out loud will cause unnecessary trouble. Anyway, I want you to not only surround her, but also capture her.
The rest can be left to the city lord's mansion.
Even if there are risks, we will bear them, and you just take the benefits. Sun Hao frowned slightly after hearing this, but did not agree explicitly, because the decision on this matter still depended on his father's attitude. Both father and son have always been cautious in doing things, and have always only done things within their capabilities and acceptable benefits. I will explain this matter to my father.
The details will all depend on him.
Of course. The following conversation quickly separated from the western suburbs and the Mu family. After Lin Heng symbolically drank a few glasses of wine, he claimed that he had something to do and left the private room. However, it only took a short while. When he went to find the manager, he was told that the eldest son of the Li family had already left.
Left?
Yeah, I didn't expect that Mr. Li would be so quick this time. The steward showed a sigh on his face.
All right.
Lin Heng nodded and then left Chunshao Tower. Today was not without gain. At least I found out that the eldest son of the Li family likes to come to the brothel to play at noon every day. From now on he only needs to wait halfway. In addition, some important information was also obtained. As the second villain, Sun Hao, and his son Sundaoya, the secrets they hold are definitely not as simple as they appear now. The Red Demon Society, E-Pavilion, the Black Market, these things that he could not touch, but they knew quite a lot about.
But there's something weird going on here.
The city lord's mansion is joining forces with the Li family and Yi Tian to plot against the Mu family.
The former wants the property and the latter wants the beauty.
Now, judging by Wang Tao's attitude, he seems to have ideas about the second senior sister as well.
This is a bit tricky.
According to the original novel, the second senior sister must have been committed to Yi Tian.
If Wang Tao inserted his leg into her, wouldn't that be courting death? This is the nature of this bastard author.
Anyone who sets his sights on the protagonist's harem will never survive. The Wang family and Yi Tian originally had a cooperative relationship. If they were dissatisfied with the division of interests, how would Yi Tian perform in front of Mulyoshi to save the Mu family from danger with his own strength?
Could it be that Yi Tian turned against us in the end, won the heart of second senior sister, and then wiped out the city lord's mansion? The possibility of backstabbing his ally suddenly occurred to Lin Hong. The word ally is not appropriate. It describes mutual trust, not the intrigue and deception of birds of a feather. I still can't figure it out. In the following time, Lin Hong did not return to the Mu Mansion directly. Instead, he found an inn near Chunshao Tower. The auction was coming to an end and many people had already left Yunyun City, so it was much easier to book a room than in the first few days when he arrived. Naturally, the price also dropped a little. I followed the waiter to the central room on the third floor. The two windows just gave me a view of the entrance to Chunshao Tower. This is an excellent observation point, and Lin Hong is very satisfied with it. Remember my request. If anything major happens outside Yunyun City, report it to me immediately. Don't let anyone disturb you at other times. Okay, sir, don't worry. I can definitely handle this little thing. After the waiter left, Lin Hong immediately sealed the room, then he sat cross-legged. Not long ago, he felt something was wrong with the dream mirror. There seemed to be a problem with the opening of the spirit wheel, and it stopped inexplicably. After taking out the dream mirror, I found that the originally rough back of the mirror had turned almost into a transparent ice blue, and the mirror surface itself had changed from its original smoothness to an illusory one. Lin Hong put the dream mirror he had taken out back into the system space. Item: Fantasy Mirror. Complete version. Description: a fantasy world forged from billions of light crystals, a bridge connecting illusion and reality. A world where illusion and reality blend, with no distinction between true and false. It can be used to evolve consciousness and accelerate cultivation. Those in the Return to Void stage can rip through illusion and reality to enter the fantasy world. Note: a more advanced version of dream creation. When was this upgraded? Lin Hong was a bit confused, but he quickly slapped his thigh. Oh no. It's all this damn system's fault. The reward for intercepting the mountain and river map and the main quest popped up almost at the same time. I didn't have time to check what the reward was. The previous dream mirror was incomplete, and it turns out the reward is to complete it. After the map of mountains and rivers ran into his dantian and couldn't come out, he always felt something strange about his body. He thought it was affected by the map of mountains and rivers, but it turned out that the dream mirror was upgraded and the person in the mirror went on strike. Let me see how it works now. Lin Hong took the fantasy world mirror in his hand and looked at it with joy. However, the moment his fingers touched the mirror, it was as if his fingers touched a water curtain and regular ripples burst out. Next second, the depths of the soul seemed to be dragged, flowing from the depths inward into the turbulent vortex. Lin Hong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This feeling was exactly the same as the feeling of his consciousness being pulled by the mountain and river map. What followed was a vast expanse of white. Lin Hong subconsciously lowered his head, and after looking at his hands and feet, his mind went blank for a moment. He pinched himself, and the pain made him feel a little dazed. He couldn't tell whether it was his consciousness that flowed into the fantasy world mirror, or his body that directly entered the fantasy world mirror. Let's go back to the system introduction just now. It clearly states that only those in the Return to Void stage can tear the virtual and the real apart. Looks like he's conscious again. He murmured in his heart, and the moment he turned around, a face suddenly appeared in front of him. Fuck! Lin Hong was so frightened that he almost had a cardiac arrest and took several steps back. A person who looked exactly like him appeared alone there. Anyone who sees this will exclaim WTF. Lin Hong looked at the other self warily, and after a while he realized that this should be the person in the mirror that he had imagined in the dream mirror before. Close your eyes. As he spoke, a thought occurred to him, and sure enough, the person in the mirror, who was as handsome as him, immediately closed his eyes. Ha, that's quite interesting. Now I require you to use the Green Emperor's soul devouring technique to continue opening up the spirit wheel. Cross your knees, close your eyes, and start making seals with your hands. All the movements are natural, under the control of his mind. The person in the mirror continued to open up the spirit wheel according to his requirements. Just as he was feeling happy about this, a human figure gradually emerged from the white light in the distance. Sword-like eyebrows, long beard, white Taoist robes, and an almost transparent lower body. Lin Hong coughed in his heart and moved cautiously towards the person in the mirror. The old man was gradually approaching him. That's right, it was floating in the air and approaching. The strange scene made his scalp tingle. He was sure that this was not a character he had imagined. The old man stopped 5 steps away from him,
a soft glow emanating from his body, and murmured, "Illusionary world mirror."
Has someone finally completed it? Chapter 63, The Sword of Time. Could he be the owner of the fantasy world mirror? Seeing that the other party seemed to have no ill intentions, Lin Hong was surprised for a moment, and then he bowed and said, "Junior Lin Hong, may I know who you are, senior?" "Me?" The old man frowned slightly, with his hands behind his back and an unpredictable expression on his face, as if he was trying hard to think about this question. After a long time, he suddenly realized, it's been too long. "I only know that they call me a saint." "Saint? What realm is that?" Lin Hong muttered, "This is definitely not the current realm of the immortal world, nor is it an honorific title for a certain realm. Could it be someone from a higher level? I haven't encountered the 5 elements spiritual roots and spiritual wheel cultivation system for a long time." The old man looked at Lin Hong and suddenly said something, as if he could see through the secret of him at a glance. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I'm just a remnant and don't have the ability to take over other people's bodies. If I wanted to do anything bad to you, I would have done it when you asked the person in the mirror to open up your spirit wheel for you." The old man could even guess what he was thinking. "You seem to be more talented than that little fellow before. It's a pity that even though he worked hard, he couldn't defeat the passage of time." "Little one?" "Senior, you are talking about the man in the secret realm of destroying the country. I found the dream mirror in a secret room." "Maybe. That was a long time ago. After I taught him the last sword technique, the man in the mirror shattered, and he never appeared again." After he said that, it couldn't be wrong. Die in the country where the secret realm of national destruction is located, the monks disappeared overnight, and their withered bones lay lying there as if they were wiped out from history by a huge hand. When the original owner dies, the person in the mirror will definitely disappear along with the collapse. "Little guy, do you want to learn my skills? I can teach you." The tone of the old man's words gave the impression of, "Young man, I see that you have extraordinary bones and a peerless magic skill. Do you want to buy it? Free?" Lin Hang asked. He doesn't believe in free lunch. As expected, the old man couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "It's okay for others, but not for you?" "Ah. Why? What does that mean?" "You're still treating people differently, right? Because I will teach you my special skills, you just need to help me build a colorful world. How about it?" "This? I don't understand what you mean. How do you create a colorful world?" "It's very simple. You just need to put your consciousness into the entire fantasy world mirror, use your thoughts as brush and ink, and add color to this white world." "Is that so?" Lin Hong frowned slightly, closed his eyes and followed the old man's instructions, and began to imagine the scene he had seen before in his mind. From the bluestone ladder to the lush green grass, from the floating bridge in the clouds to the majestic palace, there are endless wastelands, 3,000 flower fields, water curtains and swimming pools, ancient vines and old trees, and the bright moon gradually drifting away in the long river. As thoughts began to flow, the inside of the fantasy world mirror began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Everything that was supposed to be a false fantasy was gradually becoming reality in the mirror. When Lin Hong opened his eyes, he was also shocked by the scene before him. The old man's eyes widened with excitement. He bent down and picked a 5-leaf spiritual flower with newly bloomed buds, holding it in his palm as if it were a treasure. "What is this place?" he asked, turning around. "This is the Xianyun Peak of the Qingxian sect, where I practiced. This is all I can remember. The real Xianyun Peak is even more beautiful than this." The old man nodded when he heard this, and his figure flashed by quickly, as if he wanted to take in the entire scenery of Xianyun Peak. After a while, he finally descended from the air and exclaimed in admiration, "You are only at the Qi training stage, yet your mind power is so formidable. If I were to construct a magic mirror world at your level, it would take at least half a day. And it's not always possible to achieve this level of detail. Especially the vast wasteland at the back, the soil, gravel, and even the fallen flowers and leaves are also vivid and concrete. Make good use of the illusionary world mirror, and when you reach the return to void realm, practicing the vision method will be twice as effective with half the effort." However, when he heard his words of praise, Lin Hong couldn't laugh. He spent almost all his time at Xianyun Peak on the wasteland, and was treated as a serf by Mang Yutong to cultivate spiritual fields. How could he not remember it? It's not about having a good memory, but the result of long-term practice. "Senior,
the special skills you mentioned, don't worry, I won't break my promise. He turned to look at Lin Hong, then waved his hand and a long sword emitting silver light suddenly appeared in his hand. Even though it was an illusory object, the moment it appeared, it cut through the illusory scenery around it. I have spent my entire life creating a sword technique called the Sword of Time. With extreme speed, I pursue the splendor of time. With my sword out, the breath of time is about to come, and I can cut through everything. No one can stop me. There are 4 sword techniques: Sword Light of Time, Sword Intent of Time, Sword Domain of Time, and Splendor of Time. These 4 techniques have no realm restrictions. As long as you hone each sword technique to perfection, you can practice the subsequent sword techniques. Swordsmanship is not something that can be mastered overnight. Whether you can master it depends on your understanding. If your talent is not there, even if I try my best, I won't be able to help you at all. Would you like to? Yes, of course I am willing. Lin Hong immediately bowed in thanks. It's finally time to show off my incredible intellect. Up to now, he has not possessed any particularly amazing magical powers. He only has brute force to wield spears and sticks, and he is not inferior to cultivators in the Qi training stage, but if he encounters a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, he can only run away. In addition to talent, the most important thing in fighting against a cultivator of a higher level is hard power, and hard power is reflected in many aspects, for example, the level of martial arts, physical fitness, luck, etc. The other party can be called a saint, and he may be a fairy saint or saint ancestor in the upper realm of immortal cultivation. How can the best skill be bad? In addition, the unique virtual real connection effect of the fantasy mirror allows the person in the mirror to learn from the old man and gain feedback on himself. It will undoubtedly greatly speed up his cultivation. Without saying a word, Lin Hang immediately conjured up a long sword for the person in the mirror and gave him new instructions, telling him to learn swordsmanship first and then open up his spiritual wheel. After completing all this, he left with satisfaction. Next, I'm going to open up the gold body. 4 days passed in a flash. During this period, dark clouds were surging in Yanyun City. Yun Yao and Mu Liushi were busy dealing with loopholes in the city's industries and did not care much about what Lin Hong was doing. As he exhaled his last breath, Lin Hong slowly opened his eyes. The golden aura emanating from the body has already proved that the metal body has achieved minor success. At the same time, a new sword technique name also appeared in my mind: Sword Light of Time. The first move of the Sword of Time. The Sword Light of Time has achieved a small success at this moment. The old man in the fantasy world mirror was staring at the figure dancing with a sword in front of him with burning eyes. The sword lights were everywhere, and the world constructed by Lin Hong was almost turned back to its original form. Wherever the sword light goes, the illusion is shattered, and white light returns again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The sword technique I created throughout my life took me a whole year to master, yet he managed to comprehend its profound essence in just 3 days. What is the origin of this guy? Master. The news you requested is here. The waiter stood in front of the guest room door and knocked gently. Come in. Lin Hong stood up, twisted his neck and asked, "What's the news from the western suburbs outside the city?" "Sir, you are truly a prophet. When you first said something big was going to happen in the western suburbs, I didn't believe it. I didn't know what big thing could happen there. As a result, early this morning, the criminal court sent a large group of people out of the city, saying that the imperial envoys had been attacked in the mountains in the western suburbs, and many people had died." "Okay, got it." The waiter left, and Lin Hong walked to the window to look out at the bustling crowd outside, a smile on his face. Is it finally about to begin? I'd like to see who will make the first move, senior brother Yi, or the Wang family? Come to think of it, senior sister Xiao Yao and senior sister Liushi must be missing me. Chapter 64. Listen to my brother's advice, Mu Liushi, you really can't control yourself. It was almost noon. Yanyun City Spring Night Tower. After Li Nan arrived, he was shocked to learn that the 3 girls he liked were booked by the same person. Butler, didn't I tell you that no one can touch these 3 girls? You actually let them go to entertain others? Master Li, we have no choice. After all, he gave us so much. We have so many girls in Chunshao Tower. Not everyone can meet someone as wealthy as Master Li, and there are still many people to support. Besides, if you really like those 3 girls, why don't you redeem them? With Master Li's financial resources, it should be easy to do. Li Nan was speechless and unable to speak. He now has an engagement with the Mu family, and his family will not allow him to take a mortal woman as a concubine. I did have the intention to redeem the person before, but when my father found out, I was almost beaten half to death. Before he could speak, the steward spoke again. The young man above seems to have a connection with you, Mr. Li.
He asked me about you not long ago. Ask about me? That's right. If possible, Mr. Li might as well go up and meet that person. Li Nan frowned slightly and looked at the steward with a scrutinizing look. He arranged all this on purpose, didn't he? He was the one who asked you to pass on these words, right? Ha ha ha.
The steward laughed sweetly and patted his shoulder gently. Young Master Li, it's all good if you just know it in your heart.
How will I respond if you tell me? What a nuisance.
I must see what his purpose is. Li Nan rubbed his nose with his hand, flicked his sleeves and walked straight to the private room he often booked. After knocking gently on the door, an indifferent voice came from inside. After entering, what caught my eye was a handsome young man dressed in white. There was a girl sitting on each side, one massaging his legs and the other feeding him spiritual fruits. The last one was standing behind him, massaging his shoulders and looking extremely happy. Li Nan's face calmed down a little. Fortunately, this man did not do such an indecent thing in front of him. When the three girls saw Li Nan coming in, their faces changed immediately and their eyes were vague and evasive, as if they had done something wrong. After all, they had promised in person to serve only him, but this is a brothel after all, and some things are beyond their personal control. Lin Hung opened his eyes and looked at the other person, saying slowly, Mr. Li, how are you? Please take a seat. You all should leave now. Master Li and I have something to discuss. The three girls left in disappointment. After the door closed, Li Nan asked suspiciously, I've never met you, sir. I wonder what you're discussing. And, who are you? Since we've met today, we're considered acquaintances. I'm Lin Hong, a disciple of the Qin Xian sect, and also Mu Liuxi's junior fellow apprentice. Li Nan's eyes widened, and he asked in surprise, Are you Mu Liuxi's junior apprentice? Then why did you ask me to come here? I want to discuss this with you regarding the Li family's recruitment of a son-in-law. You can use me as a lobbyist. I hope you can take the initiative to cancel the verbal engagement with the family. If you refuse, the marriage between the two families will be ruined. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Li Nan laughed and slapped his thigh after hearing this. Mu Liuxi asked you, her junior brother, to come here just to say this? I know she looks down on me, but she can't resist the family. Do you think it's possible for me to compromise and fulfill her wish? Mu Liuxi is a daughter of heaven, with unparalleled talent and beauty. Who wouldn't want to find a stunning fairy? If I can marry into the Mu family, the Li family will also prosper. It will be a good thing for both me and the Li family. Good things? Do you really mean good things? Isn't it? Li Nan asked back. Lin Hong smiled slightly, then said, I don't know if this is a good thing for the Li family, but it must be a terrible thing for you. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Oh. I'd like to hear more about it. You're marrying into the Mu family. Do you think you can still enjoy yourself in a place like Chungxiala? Do you think Mu Liuxi's personality would allow you to take a concubine? If the peerless fairy you imagined only has talent and beauty, and you can only admire her from afar but cannot touch her, I don't think you can bear such a life. These words hit Li Nan's heart directly. The general meaning is that if he marries into the Mu family, not only will he not be able to live a romantic life or take concubines to make up for the family's stagnation, but if Mu Liuxi doesn't allow him to touch her again, then he will have to be a monk and a widower in his next life. Lust is an integral part of human nature. If Li Nan's emphasis on beauty is erased, it will cost him his life. Humph. Impossible. No matter how cold and arrogant she is, I believe that love will eventually change her. Oh? How long will your love last? 10, 20, or even 50 years? Lin Hong took over his words and continued, Don't forget that she is a Jindan stage cultivator, and you are just an ordinary person. After 100 years, she will still be charming and beautiful, but you will have long since become a withered bone in a tomb. If she finds a soulmate by then, you will not only be labeled a son-in-law, but also a cuckold, right? You can't even touch your own woman, and you'll be cuckolded even after you die. What a frustrating life this is.
If I remember correctly, Master Li should have a younger brother. What a pity. What are you regretting? You are the eldest. If you don't marry into the family, you will be the future heir of the Li family.
You will be the future head of the family, but now this responsibility can only fall on your younger brother.
If you are unsuccessful in the Mu family and cannot bring any tangible benefits to the Li family, you will definitely be abandoned. Will your brother still allow you to stay in the Li family?
Li Nan was horrified. After seeing Mu Liuxi's appearance, he fantasized about getting this fairy every day, but he had never considered such a deep issue. After Lin Heng pointed out the pros and cons, he immediately felt that marrying into the Mu family was a gamble that would be difficult to recover from. He didn't know whether he could win Mu Liuxi's heart, but if he didn't marry into the Li family, he would definitely be the head of the Li family in the future. Seeing his expression, Lin Heng understood what was
going on.
He stood up and said, "Having said this, Master Li, please consider this carefully and think for yourself. Come to the massage clinic in the west of the city at noon tomorrow and give me an answer. Listen to my brother's advice, Mu Liuxi, you really can't control yourself.
Let me do it, I will take control."
After saying this, Lin Heng left immediately. He already had a plan in mind, and he only needed that last bit of momentum to completely take down the Li family. And next up is the Zhao family. Chapter 65, Zhao's mother's request for dual cultivation. Zhao family mansion in the south of the city. Following the butler's report, the Zhao family's mother and daughter, who were counting the details of the account book in the main hall, were stunned.
Who did you say was coming?
That man claimed to be Mrs. Friend. His name was Lin Heng. Zhao Wanqing said in surprise, "Come on, take me there." Soon the two met in the garden of the mansion. It was not until she saw Lin Heng that she smiled gently.
"Miss Xiao, nice to meet you again." Lin Heng waved his hand. "Mr. Lin, you didn't show up at the last auction."
"I thought I'd never see you again, but I didn't expect you to come to the Zhao mansion."
"Well,
Miss Xiao, besides meeting a personal friend, I also have something more important to discuss with your Zhao family."
"Discuss?" Zhao Wanqing nodded. "Then let's go to the main room. Mother is still waiting. She keeps saying she wants to see you." "Ah? See me?"
Lin Heng was a little confused.
He probably had never met her mother. "Why do you say you want to see me?" "Oh, let's go."
Zhao Wanqing realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly made an invitation gesture. When they arrived at the main room, Zhao's mother had already removed all the account record books and emptied the desk. When meeting guests, you can't be messy. The moment Lin Heng saw Zhao's mother, both of them were shocked when their eyes met. Lin Heng didn't expect that Zhao Wanqing's mother was so young. If he didn't mention it deliberately, the two of them might be mistaken for sisters if they walked on the street. The medical family is indeed worthy of its reputation, and they are absolutely the best in the field of beauty and skin care. Mother Zhao was shocked by the face of the person in front of her.
Medicine is complex and has many branches, which have spawned many physiognomy techniques.
Judging from physiognomy, some people are born rich and some are born humble. However, Lin Heng's face looks like a king and a true dragon. When the ancestor of the Zhao family was alive, he asked the head of the Tianshuan pavilion to calculate that 100 years later, the Zhao family would face many crises, but a chosen person with dragon energy would appear. In addition, the back-viewing picture of the star that was circulated at the time was exactly the same as Lin Heng's facial features.
There's no doubt about it, it's definitely this person.
This feels a bit awkward. Why is Zhao Wanqing's mom staring at me? There's something off about the glint in her eyes.
Mother?
Zhao Wanqing's gentle call brought her back to her senses, realizing her own misstep.
"Mr. Lin, please take a seat."
"Wanqing, go get my mother's treasured purple leaf tea to entertain the guests."
"Oh. You're too polite, Auntie."
Wow, Lin Heng didn't expect that Zhao's mother would be so polite, even taking out a rare spiritual tea like Ziyi Qing. After Zhao Wanqing returned, Lin Heng didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. After explaining their purpose, both Zhao's mother and Zhao Wanqing were shocked. After a pause, Zhao's mother spoke again. "I've also heard about the discovery of the spiritual mine in the western suburbs,
but I didn't expect the city lord's mansion to be so ruthless as to completely swallow up the Mu family. The four great families in Yenyun City are like four legs in a tripod.
Losing any one of them will cause the balance to tilt, which will inevitably lead to chaos among the four great families. the Mu family's overall strength is not weak. At its peak, it was even able to crush the Zhao family. Although it declined a lot later, it did produce an immortal vein seed. After all, it can be considered as giving the Mu family a new possibility for takeoff. So I hope the Zhao family can lend a helping hand and stand on the side of the Mu family. Unexpectedly, Zhao's mother shook her head slightly after hearing this. As the head of the family, she must weigh the pros and cons. Every decision may determine the future direction of the family. Forgive my aunt for being blunt, but the Zhao family rarely chooses sides in matters like this. Maintaining a neutral attitude allows us to preserve our own power while avoiding external troubles and remaining safe. Given the Mu family's current situation, even if the Zhao family takes action, it's unlikely they'll be able to influence any significant changes.
The Wang family has already recruited many immortal cultivators.
If they make a major move in a short period of time, we won't be able to resist. Lin Hong narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly after hearing this.
I understand.
Auntie thinks the bargaining chips are not enough, but what I want to say is that the Zhao family can no longer remain immune.
Then he looked at Zhao Wanqing again. Miss Zhao, you still remember the robbery and murder that happened in Zigu?
I remember, of course I remember. If you hadn't saved me, Wanqing would have died.
At that time, the criminals were wearing clothes with obvious royal envoy insignia.
3 generations of the Zhao family had touched the Hedong area, which obviously harmed the interests of certain people from the moment Miss Zhao was assassinated. Auntie, you should have understood, someone had evil intentions towards the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, a hint of imperceptible shock flashed across Zhao's mother's eyes. She didn't expect that Lin Hong, an outsider, could see through the deep meaning.
No matter who these royal envoys represent, whether it's the Wang family of the city lord's mansion or the people within the dynasty, if the Mu family falls, the next to be targeted will be the Zhao family, and finally the Li family.
What?
Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Mr. Lin, you mean the Wang family wants to attack our 3 great families?
How dare they? Mother Zhao placed her jade fingers on her thin lips and fell into deep thought.
Could this be the crisis the Zhao family might face? But is the Wang family really that powerful? She didn't dare to gamble. The chosen person in front of her was the Zhao family's lucky star and opportunity.
There shouldn't be any problem if she followed him. Seeing her attitude soften, Lin Hong immediately stood up and bowed, saying, to show our sincerity, the Mu family promises that after overcoming the crisis, we will transfer 30% of the profits from the spiritual stones mine from the western suburbs spiritual mine to the Zhao family. The 2 families will jointly control the mining rights of the spiritual mine. Now it was Zhao's mother's turn to get restless. She said in disbelief, the mining rights of the Ling mine are going to be shared with the Zhao family.
That's right.
The Mu family won't mistreat their allies, and they certainly won't let the Zhao family's efforts go to waste.
The mother and daughter looked at each other. The Mu family has always been trustworthy.
If they were not forced into a desperate situation, they probably would not have made such a promise. 30% of the profits from Lingquang Mountain is already a huge fortune, enough to ensure that the Zhao family will not fall for 300 years. There seemed to be some kind of determination in Zhao's mother's eyes. Just when Lin Hong thought that the cooperation was achieved, what Zhao's mother said next almost made him drop his jaw.
I appreciate the Mu family's kindness. I don't mind the benefits of the spirit mine. I only ask that you agree to one condition. My daughter Wanqing was born with an incurable disease.
Her spiritual energy is unable to be released due to the effects of her physical body.
If no cure is found, I'm afraid she won't live long.
I hope you can rescue my daughter at the critical moment and help her relieve the stress on her body. Help her relieve stress?
Using the method of dual cultivation.
Lin Hong blinked, looking a little confused.
Mother. What are you talking about? How can you ask Master Lin to do such a thing?
Zhao Wanqing did not expect her mother to make such a request, and her cheeks turned red with embarrassment.
Silly daughter, this is the only way to save your life.
I see that Master Lin is handsome and a disciple of a prestigious and upright sect like the Qingxian sect.
Don't you like him?
Zhao Wanqing was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. How can you say such a thing in front of someone? If the other person has a partner, and is loyal to you, then wouldn't that be forcing them? She didn't think Lin Hong was a man who was greedy for beauty.
Chapter 66. Don't worry, senior sister, I will definitely fill you up and give you every drop, good aunt, I promise. Ah. Master Lin, you don't have to force yourself. Wanqing definitely has no bad intentions. No.
Miss Xiao, this is not forced at all. It is my honor to save a young medical immortal like Miss Xiao who has the ambition to save the world. Even with the maternal love of Zhao's mother who was willing to give up her wealth for her children, I cannot refuse. Lin Heng answered firmly. The words are extremely sincere, and have a sense of value that no one else can match. He swore that he was not after beauty, the innate furnace, the holy body, etc. Instead, he was simply attracted by Miss Zhao's gentle temperament and moved by her mother's love. At this moment, Zhao's mother nodded with satisfaction, while Zhao Wanqing blushed and ran away. The trip to the Zhao family was a complete surprise. He was very clear about Zhao Wanqing's illness. Before there was a way to completely eradicate it, finding a cultivator as a partner was the only way to prolong her life. He didn't expect that after just meeting Zhao's mother, she would be so confident and bold to hand her daughter over to him.
If you can help, then help. Having many Taoist companions is not a bad thing. Isn't there a Taoist saying, saving a life is better than saving a life? When I returned to the Mu Mansion again, it was already getting dark. Lin Heng walked around 3 corridors with ease. As soon as he approached the main hall, he saw several people dressed in the uniforms of the Criminal Affairs Bureau walking back and forth. From time to time, the voices of Mu Liuxi and Mu Shooting arguing with others could be heard in the main hall. Just as he was about to get closer to see what was going on, a warm little hand suddenly grabbed his neck. When he turned around, Yun Yao was already standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. Ouch! You scared me. How's it going, senior sister? You missed me, right? Come and stay with me.
Lin Heng turned around and was about to go forward for a hug, but Yun Yao stretched out her arms and pressed her hands against her face, preventing her from getting any closer.
Be serious. What are you doing? I've been looking for you for ages these past few days and you've never seen a sign. Where have you been fooling around?
However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt as if the palm of her hand was licked, and it felt itchy and slippery. He took his hand away in shock, and the next moment he was hugged by someone.
Ah! Lin Heng, are you disgusting? Are you a dog?
Yun Yao was so angry that she slapped his back with her hands and smeared her saliva all over his back. The biggest benefit of the minor success of the metal body is that her hammering power has been reduced by at least half. A Jindan stage cultivator would not hold back when hitting someone, even if it was just a small fist hitting the chest to show off or play. The ribs would be broken if one was not careful. At least now I don't have to worry, as long as she doesn't kill me, it's okay. Lin Heng turned her around, hugged her slender waist from behind, rested his head on her shoulders and smelled her light body fragrance, feeling intoxicated.
TSK. I find you're getting bolder.
Don't blame me for being rude if you don't let go.
Yun Yao was speechless.
She felt that it wasn't yet time for him to get close to her.
Senior sister, I'm not fooling around. You don't know how tired I have been these past few days. What's wrong with letting me hold you for a while?
Lin Heng hugged her tightly and refused to let go unless she threw him over her shoulder. Now he knows how to control Yun Yao. As long as she didn't resist at the first moment and didn't use harsh words to stop him, he could be shameless and continue to push his way. After all, he would get whatever he wanted after being beaten a few more times. Yun Yao pursed her red lips and finally gave up the idea of hitting anyone. With Lin Heng's character of not remembering a beating after a meal, as long as it wasn't too excessive, let him do it. Even though she thought so, her tone still had a hint of disdain. Oh.
Are you tired?
My second sister and I are almost exhausted.
We can't even see your shadow when we ask for help.
Look, everyone from the Criminal Affairs Bureau has come to our door.
The whole shogunate is full of women. There's not even a man who can stand up and speak. What are you doing here at the Xingxi mansion?
What else could it be?
The dynasty envoys were attacked in the western suburban mountains on their way back to the royal city. That's the Mu family's territory. How could they not come and cause trouble? Is there a direct causal relationship between this and the Mu family? The situation in Yenyun City is different from what we encountered in Jinma City. The Criminal Affairs Office here is nominally independent of the City Lord's office, but in reality, The Criminal Affairs Office has been hollowed out by the City Lord's office and is filled with people from the City Lord's office. Do you think the one family of the City Lord's mansion won't take advantage of this situation? Look, they're finally leaving. It looks like second senior sister is really pissed off. TSK.
Lin Hong clicked his tongue. It's too troublesome to mix in secular rules. If this happened between cultivators outside, they would just start fighting and it would be over. When they arrived at the main hall, Mu Liuxi and Mu Shooting saw Lin Hong appear and cast inquiring glances at him. Junyao didn't know the specific details of what Lin Hong did, but they all knew it. Senior sister, Auntie, Lin Hong has fulfilled his mission. He has already persuaded the Zhao family and informed the Li family's eldest son of the cancellation of the contract. After tomorrow, the Li family's eldest son will definitely take the initiative to cancel the contract. The subsequent handover matters will depend on you, senior sisters.
Did the Zhao family really agree to help the Mu family? Mu Shooting asked in surprise. Are you saying that the young master of the Li family will agree to cancel the engagement tomorrow?
Mu Liuxi said with trembling eyes.
Yes. Ha?
Yunyao looked at the three of them with a puzzled look on her face.
What's going on? Second senior sister, you asked junior brother Lin Hong to go out these past few days just to take care of these two things? I don't believe he can convince young Master Li to break the contract.
Senior sister, my abilities are truly immense.
Haven't you experienced how powerful they are? How about a bet?
Lin Heng's words had hidden meaning.
Bet? How?
Yunyao raised her eyebrows slightly.
Remember the plan I told you about earlier? Tomorrow you're going to pretend to beat me up.
If the Li family's eldest son comes to break the contract that day, I win.
Otherwise, you win.
If I win, you'll get to experience my power again.
If I lose,
I'll fill your wine gourd to the brim.
How about that?
Yunyao hadn't realized what how capable meant until she saw a slight bulge somewhere on someone's body, and then she realized it immediately.
What a ruthless statement. In front of Mu Liuxi and so many others, Lin Hong actually dared to raise such a bet. Fortunately, Mu Liuxi and her daughter did not hear anything unusual. Junyao touched the small wine gourd at her waist again. The wine stored in it had lasted her 2 years, so it was obvious how much wine was needed to fill it up. Thinking of Lin Heng's nonchalant look, she didn't think he had such eloquence that he could persuade the lustful young master. Obviously, she knew that the eldest son of the Li family liked to go in and out of Chungxiala. Okay, let's bet.
Yunyao untied the gourd from her waist and threw it to him.
Take it first. Remember to fill it up for me. Not a drop less.
Lin Heng smiled and said, Don't worry, senior sister, I will definitely fill you up and give you every drop. The Mu mother and daughter looked at each other, then shook their heads helplessly. The two of them really have the mentality of children. At the critical moment, they still want to make a bet.
Chapter 67. I used to run a shop after dinner. While Yunyao was out, Lin Hong ran to Mu Liuxi again. Senior sister, please, I really have no money. Look at me, junior brother. I don't even have a proper weapon.
The sword I brought from Qingshan sect last time was even broken in two and taken away by the gatekeeper of Yenyun City.
Mu Liuxi looked at him suspiciously and asked, Then what kind of sword can you say cost 50,000 spirit stones? It's already late at night. Practice when you need to practice, and rest when you need to rest. Lin Hong, on the other hand, quietly came to her and asked for spirit stones, not only asking for 50,000 at the first opening. There are so many things at the market, I'm going to shop around, there's bound to be something really good. You really don't have any money?
I saw you spending a lot of money at the auction, competing with Yi Tian for the auction items.
You don't look like you can't afford it.
Lin Hong was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, how did you know that I was at the auction and snatched the auction item that senior brother you liked? And senior brother, don't worry, he doesn't know. Lin Heng breathed a sigh of relief, his heart almost sank, because Yi Tian had made a harsh statement before that he would tear off the head of anyone who opposed him. Mu Liuxi looked at his reaction with amusement, smiled slightly, stood up and took out a large storage bag from the cabinet on the left side of the room, and said, I don't have 50,000 spirit stones, I only have 30,000 spirit stones here.
Take it and spend it. Oh. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Hong widened his eyes and quickly took the storage bag. It was an unexpected surprise. He hadn't expected to get many spirit stones in the first place, so he deliberately quoted a number of 50,000. Unexpectedly, Mulyoshi was so rich that he directly gave out 30,000 spirit stones. Without further ado, go to the weapon refining pavilion on Beiwang Street to buy weapons. The first move of the Sword of Time has become quite good after learning it from the person in the mirror. The most urgent thing is to get a weapon. Beiwang Street Lianbing Pavilion. When he first came to Yinyun City, he strolled along Beiwang Street and saw a jet black sword in a weapon refining pavilion. When he asked the price, he found out it was 7,000 spirit stones. I was short of money at the time and needed to save the spirit stones for auction, so I couldn't bear to buy it. There's still hope. It was late at night and everyone was asleep. Even so, there were still many vendors selling elixirs and spiritual objects on North Street, as well as a few pedestrians passing by. Of course, these pedestrians are more or less ordinary people. In addition, there were a few Qi training monks wandering around. Lin Heng's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many vendors. He had previously followed Sun Hao to rob a gambling stone shop, and had obtained many treasures from gambling with raw stones. Many people had already blacklisted them both. Fuck. After all these days, this brat still dares to come to Beiwang Street and cause trouble for others. A vendor who had just opened a shop nearby selling rough diamonds asked curiously, "What happened to him?" "Brother, don't blame me for not warning you. If he comes to buy rough stones, remember one word: get lost. Tell him to get lost." Ah? Why? The man was a little confused. Unexpectedly, the stall owner next to him showed a pained expression and said, "Let me tell you this, I used to run a shop. Most of the shops on North Street are for rent and sale, and few people buy directly. Even so, the rent is not affordable for ordinary people and requires a certain amount of financial resources." Before he met Sun Hao and Lin Hong, he used the capital given to him by his family to open a shop and start his own business, and he was full of ambition. As a result, after the two men appeared, they took away all the good ones among the 300 raw stones in the store, and the remaining pile of waste stones could not be sold. It was a waste business. Therefore, he was forced to change from being a wealthy shop owner to a street vendor who only hawked his wares. What's going on? Why are so many people staring at me? Not really. It was Sun Hao who bought the rough stone. I just provided the funds. Lin Hong shook his head. His purpose of coming here was not to deal with them. Arriving at the entrance of the weapon refining pavilion, the clerk who was still dozing off saw someone coming and quickly stood up and said, "Sir, do you want to see the weapons? Please come in, please come in." "Yes." "Is that jet black, about 6-foot long sword you had in your shop still there?" "Ink black." The man scratched his head and glanced at the wall before suddenly saying, "Sir, you mean the ink scale sword? It's been recycled and forged again." "Remelted? Isn't it a 5th-grade sword?" "That's true. But because of its color, it looked like it was burnt black from a distance. It sat in storage for half a year but no one bought it. In a fit of rage, the owner sent the sword back to Maple Leaf Town and had it reforged. However, I can recommend to you one of our store's most valuable items." "Show it to me." "This sword is called Jyoshio. Our boss accidentally dug it out of the mountains 50 years ago. It's said that when it was discovered, it was still stained with blood and seemed to have its own consciousness. It took the combined efforts of 5 foundation establishment cultivators to completely control it. However, it hasn't shown any strange behavior since then. Its grade is only 4th grade at best. If you like it, I can give you 1,000 spirit stones on top of the original price, so you only need 6,000 spirit stones." "The store's treasure is only 6,000 spirit stones? The market for weapons has been bad recently. Besides, this sword isn't from Maple Leaf Town, so only our boss treasures it." After hearing the reason, Lin Hong took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, this is it." Just when he held the sword in his hand, he actually felt a hint of murderous intent. The murderous intent conveyed by the sword itself. The sword is not a human, so how could it express murderous intent without developing consciousness? This made him realize that this sword is definitely not simple. The budget was 30,000, and spending 6,000 was still within an acceptable range. Time passed quietly. After leaving Beiwang Street, Lin Heng went directly to the massage clinic in the west of the city to waiting for the boss lady to open the business, and also waiting for Li Nan, the eldest son of the Li family, to arrive. On the other side, Yun Yao and Mu Liushi were also ready. After having a simple breakfast with Mu Shooting, they followed Lin Heng's instructions and headed to the west of the city. On the way, Mu Liushi had some questions.
Xiaoyao, Lin Heng asked you to act out a scene with him. What was it about? Why did you pretend to beat him up? Yun Yao blinked her eyes and replied, Isn't he going to a massage parlor? It's hard to say whether a place like that is legitimate under the name of a clinic. He asked the young master of the Li family to go there, and I played his Taoist partner and let them catch him in the act, and then beat him up in front of the young master of the Li family.
That's what I meant.
Ah. Mu Liushi was a little confused.
What's going on here? Will the Li family's eldest son agree to come and break the contract just because you beat him up?
In this regard, Yun Yao said that she couldn't figure it out either. If she could figure it out, she wouldn't bet with Lin Heng. When the clinic opened, the proprietress was extremely happy to see that it was her old customer Lin Heng. Not long after, a thin white figure appeared on the street. His face was still weak, and his steps were weak, which were obviously signs of kidney deficiency. After arriving at the clinic, I was shocked to find Lin Heng lying on the bed, enjoying a massage service.
I'm here. Don't stand there. I've saved a seat for you next to me.
I'll treat you. The proprietress turned around and looked at the female apprentice next to her. Xiaoya, go and serve this young master.
Ah.
Li Nan was a little confused. Wow, I came here to discuss serious matters and actually asked him to give me a massage. Li Nan had no choice but to lie down beside him, turned his head and looked at Lin Heng and said, Brother, how about we talk about business? I have communicated with my father about the Mu family, and don't worry, there's no need to rush to talk about the communication results. But, at this moment, the beautiful figure that he wanted to see finally appeared outside the door. Yun Yao was wearing a light red dress and standing outside the door with her hands on her hips, while Mu Liushi was wearing a white dress and holding her hands in front of her chest, looking inside the clinic.
It's over, it's over.
Chapter 68, The baby will be carried. What's wrong? Lin Heng deliberately showed an extremely panicked expression. My Taoist partner has come to my house. Li Nan looked up and his pupils shrank when he saw Mu Liushi and Yun Yao beside her.
The one in the red dress, your Taoist partner?
Yes, she is still my senior sister.
She is a tigress.
Not only does she refuse to fulfill her Taoist partner obligations, but she also doesn't allow me to eat luxurious meals outside.
Lin Heng.
Under the astonished gazes of the proprietress, Li Nan and others, Yun Yao flashed and angrily teleported in front of Lin Heng. She grabbed his ears and said sternly, I've only been away for a few days, and you're already fooling around here. You like massages, right? When you get back, I'll show you how I can straighten your bones. It hurts, senior sister, I was wrong.
Fuck, stop it. Why is it really happening?
However, what he didn't know was that his behavior just now really made Yun Yao a little angry. Not only was the proprietress's eyes and posture looking at him strange, but Lin Heng was also smiling, and no one knew what she was looking at. It's obvious that the acting is real, and the enjoyment here is also real. When you put yourself in the shoes of a Taoist partner, having a strong desire for control is not a good thing. Whoosh, there was only a sound in the air, and Lin Heng, who was originally lying on the bed, turned around and embedded himself directly into the wall outside the door. Li Nan was shocked. It's just a massage, why do you have to be so cruel? Is this what it's like to marry one of these fairies? He looked at the cold Mu Liushi, and Nyo, who had always coveted her beauty, was frightened and shrank in an instant. Not to mention him, even Mu Liushi was shocked. She hurried to the wall and used a lot of strength to pull Lin Heng out of the wall.
Are you okay?
Lin Heng waved his hand and said, It's okay, she just hit the back of my head and made me feel a little dizzy. Now that he has cultivated the golden body, this little bump will not hurt him.
Xiaoyao, weren't you a little too harsh? Didn't we agree to act well?
Oh, senior sister. He wanted it to be realistic, but also to be flawless.
I've already controlled my strength.
Yun Yao rubbed the back of his head with her hand and asked, You understand me, right, junior brother?
Pooh. You did it on purpose. Sooner or later, you will be born as a baby. I understand. I understand you too well, senior sister.
Lin Hong curled his lips and said, just wait until evening.
Or maybe even before evening, Li Nan will be rushing to the Mu mansion. Things turned out just as Lin Hong expected.
Li Nan seemed to have suffered some mental blow after returning to the Li mansion. Kneeling in the temple, he screamed and cried out that he wanted to break off the contract and cancel the engagement. Even if he died, he would rather die than marry into the Mu family. The head of the Li family didn't know what had happened to his eldest son. He was trying to persuade him in the morning, but when he came back at noon, his attitude took a 180-degree turn. In the end, when he was trying to commit suicide, Grandmother Li couldn't bear to see her good grandson like this, so she forced Father Li to agree. Whoever brought up the matter of breaking the contract and canceling the engagement would be in the wrong. Patriarch Li didn't want to lose this person, so he let Li Nan go to the Mu family and talk about it himself. And not long after, there was a knock on the Mu family's door. Li Nan, accompanied by 2 servants, carried a box of silk into the Mu mansion. When he arrived at the main hall and saw Mu shooting, he knelt down immediately.
Oh, kid, what are you doing? Aunt, Li Nan is unfilial and I'm afraid he can no longer be your son-in-law. I'm here to break off the engagement. Break off an engagement?
Mu Liuxi and Mu Shooting looked at each other, and there was a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Sure enough, Lin Hong was right. Yun Yao, who was standing farthest away, was stunned upon seeing this scene. She muttered, how could this be?
He actually came to cancel the engagement. How did you do it?
Lin Hong stood behind her, lowered his head slightly, and whispered in her ear, Senior sister, if you beat me up in a fake play, I won't hold you responsible.
Then when will we fulfill our bet?
Yun Yao pursed her lips, tilted her head to meet those lustful eyes, and shook her head like a rattle.
No, I don't want it. No? Are you going to cheat or go back on your word? Just playing tricks, how about you? No, you can't do this. Lin Hong clenched his fists. It's not easy for me to eat meat.
If you keep cheating like this, I'll be lying around like a corpse for a long time. Hey! Seriously, Senior sister and the others are still here.
Yun Yao was startled by his restless hands and quickly compromised. Can we wait until Senior sister's affairs are dealt with? Once we've dealt with it, will we fulfill the bet?
Seeing that she refused to say anything again, Lin Hong pushed her again.
Isn't it enough to carry it out? Fulfill the obligation of dual cultivation?
Lin Hong whispered in her ear and asked again to prevent her from playing word games.
Is that so? Tell me, yes.
After receiving the final affirmative answer, Lin Hong took a step back with satisfaction and moved his hand away. In the next period of time, Yun Yao will help Mu Liuxi handle the handover work between the Li family and the Zhao family. Although the Zhao family said they didn't want the spiritual ore, the Mu family had no choice but to give it to them. The Li family was not in the right to break the agreement on their own initiative. If the Mu family took the opportunity to use the interests of the Ling mine as a bargaining chip and paid a visit to the Li family would be grateful. In the western suburbs mountains, the assassination of the dynasty envoy needed someone to settle the matter, so Lin Hong had to go there alone. You can't stand by relying on Yi Tian. He rode the divine horse he bought from the horse post at a rapid speed. In just half a day, he arrived 30 miles away from Yenyun City. Wuxia flying blade roared past like a tiger, disrupting the orderly rhythm of the march. Lin Hong pulled the brake and turned his head to look. 5 figures were galloping towards him not far behind him. In just 10 breaths, several people appeared 30 steps away from him. The man in the center was wearing a loose black robe and was so burly that he could take on 2 Lin Hangs. He also had 2 golden axes on his waist. Lin Hong frowned slightly. He had vaguely seen this person somewhere. I can't quite remember, but that's not important. What's important is that someone just threw a flying blade to kill him.
Was it you who threw the hidden weapon just now? The sturdy man approached, holding 2 golden dragon axes, and said in the tone of an old friend meeting, "Little brother, don't you remember me? Wang Yulu, you sold us 7th level armor."
The mention of Wang Yue Tower seemed to evoke his memories. However, his expression remained calm. The 5 opponents came with bad intentions and each of them had their weapons drawn. It seemed that there were bound to be several corpses left here.
"Give me a reason not to kill you,"
Lin Hong said lightly.
Ha ha ha, you're a bit too arrogant.
We have 3 foundation establishment cultivators here. How can you, a qi condensation cultivator, say such things? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so high profile in North Street. Hand over the dragon scales you got, and, swish, Lin Hong drew his sword and swung it so fast that people couldn't see his movements clearly. Then the sword light instantly flashed in front of the strong man, and without giving the other party any chance to react, it pierced through the center. At first, the people around him didn't realize why the strong man suddenly stopped talking. I thought it was a deliberate pause until the body split into two and blood splattered on the people next to it. Ah! There were screams of terror. The burly man in the lead was a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building and had the strongest combat power among them. However, he was cut in half by the opponent before he could even finish his words. But the young man in front of me is clearly a cultivator in the chi training stage. To be honest, Lin Hong originally wanted to kill the enemy by surprise, but he didn't expect that this sword would be so powerful. This means that he now has the conditions to leapfrog levels. While being horrified, the four of them quickly fought back. Lin Hong drew his sword again, glanced at the blade and said, "Buddy, use your killing intent on them." At this moment, every move and every form of the Sword of Time that the person in the mirror had practiced for 2.5 days appeared in his mind. Although he did not deliberately learn each predicted action, he gained a lot of experience from the feedback of the person in the mirror. He moved swiftly, swinging his sword so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. This is the speed that the sword technique itself pursues. Screams resounded throughout the night sky, and the strong smell of blood rushed into the nose, making those who smelled it tremble all over and gasp. Lin Hong did not stop because of the other party's wailing and begging for mercy. He flipped his wrist and slit the throats of the remaining two people. It only took 2 minutes for the 5 of them to go from their pre-war speeches to their dead bodies. It is undeniable that the combat power exceeded expectations and the consumption of true energy in the body was also huge. A Sword of Time flashed out, almost emptying the storage of a spirit wheel. After using their clothes to wipe off the blood stains on the sword, Lin Hong searched their bodies for spoils of war. There are 3 storage rings, containing more than 2,000 spirit stones and several golden stones. The gold and stone have a very strong metallic element, which makes him quite satisfied. The core materials of this pair of golden dragon axes also contain gold elements, so they can be used for refining. Chapter 69 An unexpected surprise. Yenyun City western suburbs. Arriving at the western suburbs mountains, Lin Hong dismounted, led the divine horse to the nearby forest, and then walked up the mountain path alone. This is the terrain of the western suburbs. If you take a detour along the main road, it will take at least half a day, but if you go directly over the mountain, you can save at least half the time. After climbing over the hill in front of you, you will come across a stream. If you go upstream along the stream, you will see a clear lake. On both sides of the Qingshui Lake is the location of Lingquang Mountain. Of course, he dismounted early and walked in order not to alert the enemy. In order not to disturb Yitian. Yitian left Yenyun City and went directly to the western suburbs mountains. There has been no news from him for so many days. Who knows what he might be planning, but he was thinking about more than just that. Maybe we acted too quickly? We should have left him alive to question him. Lin Hong shook his head slightly. A group of 5 burly men came to ambush him, ostensibly for the treasures he had uncovered on Beiwang Street, such as the golden scales. If they really had this as an excuse, they should have taken action after he left Yenyun City. Why wait until he was 30 kilometers away? Secondly, Beiwang Street is the territory of the Wang family. The fact that they got the clues means that to a certain extent, they are working for the Wang family. An inexplicable guess emerged in my mind. Is there a possibility that the person who wants to kill him may not be the city lord's mansion or the Wang family, but Yi Tian? This idea still needs to be considered. Lin Hong believes that his actions so far have not touched Yi Tian's reverse scale, and he should not kill him so quickly. If he really wanted to kill someone, why not come here in person? It would be easy to make someone disappear using his methods. Never mind. The situation is such a mess right now. It's impossible to say there's no connection, but it's also far-fetched to say there's a logical connection. Lin Hong shook his head to indicate that he would not think about it anymore. About 3 hours passed. After crossing the mountain, Lin Hong walked 1 kilometer upstream along the stream and finally saw the embedded lake in the western suburbs mountains. The lake is not very big, about 1,000 square meters in size. The remaining light of the early morning is reflected on the rippling water, making it look quite quiet. Lin Hong did not walk directly through the edge of the lake in a swaggering manner, but slowly approached the Lingquang Mountain along the upper circular terrain. Wow! This mountain is really big. There should be a mining eye at the spirit mine. I left so quickly that I forgot to ask senior sister where it is. Perhaps because of the spiritual mine itself, the plants on the spiritual mine mountain grow much more lushly than those on other hills. Even the big mulberry tree was a whole circle larger than normal. There's nothing we can do about it, because the inside of the mountain is full of spiritual minerals, which are nutritious and rich. Logically, there should be some valuable spiritual herbs and plants on the mountain. The large traces of excavation are enough to show that the good things have almost been drained out. As Lin Hong walked, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does it feel like I've seen this stone before? The stone is large, as tall as a man, about 6 feet wide, and has the color of jade cotton. Lin Hong frowned slightly and walked to the right. After walking about 100 meters, he found the same type of boulder under another tree, and now I have no choice but to take a closer look. It is obvious that the grass and branches under these boulders indicate that they were moved here later. He reached out and touched it. It was a little different from ordinary stones. It was icy and cool, as if it could calm the soul. Soon he noticed that there was a strange pattern engraved on the top of the stone, like a snake, connected from head to tail and swirling inward continuously. Formation. The 3 huge rocks are positioned to suppress the south from the east and west. If this is a formation, there must be a single rock on the north side. Lin Hong immediately rushed in one direction, and sure enough, he found another huge rock about 100 meters away from his previous position. There's no doubt about it. This is indeed a formation. Unfortunately, I can't figure out its specific function. The soul calming power transmitted from the boulder should have some effect on the spirit. You must know that the soul is the most important thing for a cultivator and cannot be easily injured. Could it be that those cultivators recruited by the Wang family intend to use this formation to deal with Senior Sister? TSK, if we want to subdue and capture second Senior Sister alive, I'm afraid this is the only way, unless a nascent soul stage monster comes and crushes her with his strength. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a loud shout was suddenly heard. Immediately afterwards, the huge rocks emitted a strange light, and a transparent wall of light rose up together around the formation formed by the 4 huge rocks. Who are you? Several figures appeared, one of them holding a formation plate, apparently controlling the formation. The moment the pressure came, Lin Hong suddenly felt suffocated. The last time I felt this feeling was with Yun Yao. Golden core stage. Lin Hong was horrified and felt something was wrong. Once a Jindan stage cultivator appears, no matter how powerful he is, he will not be able to escape from the other party. Moreover, there are 5 people on the other side, and he is in a large formation, so he has to consider how to save his life. I just came here for fun and adventure. I didn't know that there was a formation set up here by the seniors. I hope you will forgive me. The tall, middle-aged man in a white robe, holding the formation disc, sneered, "Boy, I knew you were here the moment you stepped into the formation. Your actions don't seem like a simple adventure." "Ah. Brother Lin, why is it you again?" "Sun Hao." Lin Hong was both surprised and happy. Sun Hao stood at the back at first and didn't care who was in the formation, but he could tell who it was by the voice. "Do you know him?" "Father, this person is the friend I mentioned in Yenyun City. I think there is a real misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" The man in white robe looked at the hunched man beside him and asked, "Brother Daoya, do you want to let this guy go? Regardless of whether he came here by mistake or not, if he lets the news out, our plan will be ruined. That Yi is so arrogant that he disdains our cooperation. If we don't rely on this formation, I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress that woman." "Father, Brother Lin is really a good man." Sun Daoya glanced at him and said, "However, some things have nothing to do with good or bad people. You should change your habit of making friends. Having many friends is not necessarily a good thing. Friend Bai, please spare this kid's life. His bone age is only over 20 years old, and it's not easy for him to reach the 4th level of Qi training." He turned and looked at Lin Hong again. "I can spare your life, but until we succeed, you must stay by our side at all times." "Unexpected. No problem." Lin Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and agreed readily. Although there is a sense of coercion in it, it is also a rare opportunity. He had long wanted to meet Sun Hao's father. Chapter 70, Advance and Retreat Strategy. Brother Lin, I was so scared. I thought Father and the others were really going to kill you. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll be sad for a while. It's certainly dangerous. But even without you, I can still convince them to spare my life with my words.
It's not that he was pretending to be cool afterwards. He had already quickly organized his words in his mind before Sun Hao said anything, that is to reveal his identity and let them know that he is Mulioshi's junior brother, let them understand that he and Mulioshi are close junior and senior brothers who are as close as brothers. If a normal person got this chance, would they kill him directly? Of course not. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would use him as bait to lure Mulioshi into the trap. The man in white robe did not come down and stayed on the mountain, while Lin Hong and his group of 5 came to a pavilion at the foot of the mountain. Taking advantage of the break, Lin Hong asked, "How many of you are here?" "Including us, there are 17 of us, not including your senior brother Yi." "I don't quite understand." "You are all disciples of the Qingxian sect. Even if you are not familiar with each other, you wouldn't harm your fellow disciples behind their backs, right?" Sun Hao was referring to the plan against Mulioshi. He only knew that Lin Hong, Yi Tian, and Mulioshi were disciples of Qingxian sect, but he didn't know that they were also close senior and junior brothers and sisters from the same sect. What if the young lady from the Mu family is his biological senior sister? Who? Yi Tian's senior sister, my dear senior sister? Yes, a master. Oh my god. No way. Besides, I can also tell you, the 3 of us have the same master, so logically we should be incredibly close. This time Sun Hao was even more shocked. Before I met Lin Hong, I heard a lot about Yi Tian's bad deeds and character. After all, they are both disciples of the same master. If you want to say it, it's like an enemy who will never see each other again. Why is he helping outsiders and plotting against his own senior sister? This is too cruel. Even if the city lord's mansion offers many benefits, a real man should have the determination to be upright and prudent. How can he harm his relatives for the sake of petty gains? Bang bang bang, what he said was well and brilliantly said, and Lin Hong applauded continuously. Even the second-in-command villain can understand this truth, but Yi Tian, the original protagonist, goes against it. Now you know what I said about him before was true. He's a hypocrite. He only has women on his mind, and he'll do anything to achieve his goals. So, Brother Lin, you know his purpose, then the purpose of your coming here is? Sun Hao suddenly realized something and quickly shut up. I looked back in the direction of my father. Fortunately, he didn't notice the content of their conversation. Yes, it's just as you thought, to expose his conspiracy, but this is only one reason. Is there another reason? Just a reminder for you and your father. Lin Hong stared at Sun Daoya's back not far away and said slowly. The voice was neither fast nor slow, neither loud nor soft, just to attract their attention. And from the moment he opened his mouth, he was trying to guide Sun Hao's emotions or let him reveal his intentions. Everything seemed extremely natural, and everything was within his plan. At this distance, he didn't believe that Sun Daoya couldn't hear their conversation. Sure enough, after he said this, Sun Daoya's body moved obviously. Brother Lin, I don't understand what you mean. I'm reminding you to be wary of Yi Tian. I have a feeling he will attack you recruited monks, and your lives may be in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a whoosh sound in front of him. The next moment, Sun Daoya appeared in front of him and said coldly, "Boy, you'd better make your words clear. I hate people who sow discord the most. How or may not be able to see that you are scheming, but you can't hide it from me." Hooked. Senior, I'd like to ask, when the city lord's mansion invited you here, did they promise you benefits individually, or divide the benefits according to your actual contributions? Of course it's based on actual contributions. Otherwise, if someone doesn't put in any effort and just takes the benefits, the city lord's mansion is not stupid. Then among the 17 cultivators in your group, is there anyone who can defeat Yi Tian? My senior brother Yi, who is at the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm, can fight back and forth with a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core Realm, even though he can cross 2 small realms. Sun Daoya frowned slightly. If we compare them this way, even though I am also in the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm, I am definitely no match for him. That means even if you 17 people join forces, Lian may not be his match. Lin Hong said. What are you trying to say? Yes, Brother Lin, what you asked should not have much to do with Yi Tian's attack on us. You should know that both he and we were invited by the city lord's mansion. Sun Hao also expressed his confusion. You haven't seen through the essence of the game between the city lord's mansion and the Mu family, nor do you know what role my senior brother plays in it.
When two aristocratic families fight, there will inevitably be casualties, it all depends on who dies. If Yi Tian kills young Master Wang and then silences you, the conflict between the city lord's mansion and the Mu family will completely erupt. By then, he only needs to play both sides, swallow up the benefits that the city lord's mansion should have given you, and then run to the other side to seize the Mu family. In this way, the Mu and Wang families will both suffer losses, and he will not only reap the benefits, but also be able to take the beauty into his room. How could this be? Sun Daoya was shocked by Lin Heng's words. Could that Yi really be so cruel? If so, wouldn't he have tricked all of us? He is my senior brother, how could I not understand him? Lin Hong smiled. That's just his style. His arrogant and confident personality makes him like to pursue maximum benefits, and a large part of his goals are also on the Mu family. When an explosive seed is buried deep in people's hearts, no matter how incredible or doubtful the possibility of it happening is, people will believe that it will explode sooner or later. The reactions of Sun and his son are enough to show that this idea had a great psychological impact on them. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lin Hong continued, "These are all my speculations based on the clues I have. I can't guarantee that they will happen 100%, but the necessary preparations must still be made. If you trust me, you can follow my method to verify whether your guess is true." "What method?" Sun Daoyai asked. "Seniors, please don't get involved in the encirclement and suppression of my senior sister for now. Even with the support of the formation, that man in white robes might not be a match for my senior sister," Lin Hong said seriously. After a brief pause, he continued, "You just need to protect young Master Wang and be on guard against anyone who attacks him. Remain on the sidelines, regardless of whether Yi Tian will play the role of a double-faced snake. Taking a step back can help you protect yourself. You have ensured the safety of young Master Wang. The city lord's mansion will definitely be grateful. You can go further and fight like a tiger on the mountain. If the situation is not right and your plan fails, you can also leave the place of trouble as soon as possible." The strategy of advance and retreat proposed by Lin Hang is definitely the best solution. If Yi Tian really killed young Master Wang, they would stop him in time. Even if they couldn't win, they could run away and get the reputation of protecting their master. Even if Yi Tian didn't attack them, they would have a hard time defeating Yun Yao and Mu Liushi. He couldn't estimate the exact combat power of Yun Yao and Mu Liushi, but facing 17 of them would definitely be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Sun Daoya fell into a brief period of thought. Chapter 71. Sister, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Lin Hong was not in a hurry. It didn't matter to him whether they agreed or not. He is just providing a strategy. Whether the opportunity will appear depends on fate, and whether they can seize the opportunity depends on themselves. It's not something he can control. If everything went according to his plan, and Yi Tian's assassination attempt on the eldest son of the Wang family failed, it would definitely lead to crazy revenge from the city lord's mansion. Last time at Chengxiala, Wang Tao, the young master of the Wang family, mentioned that in addition to the dynasty, there are other forces supporting the Wang family. It is not clear what this other force is, but Wang Tao means he is not afraid of the Qingshan sect. Which force in Shizhou can rival the Qingshan sect? They are just big sects like Qingyue Changde, Zishu sect, or the Red Demon Society and Yij mentioned by Sun Hao. No matter who it is, being able to make enemies for Yi Tian is naturally the result he most wants to see. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Making enemies for Yi Tian is actually making friends for him. What's not to like? This is Lin Heng's current strategy of making enemies and building friends. Okay, I'll do as you say. Sun Daoya finally nodded in agreement, and at the same time looked at his son Sun Hao and said, "You have made a lot of progress compared to before. This friend you made is very good and has a very smart mind." While praising Sun Hao's ability to make friends and judge people, he was also affirming Lin Heng's wisdom. Sun Hao was delighted to receive his father's affirmation and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Dad. Okay, if you want to wander around, go ahead. But remember, don't go too deep into the forest. There are bound to be wild animals in this mountain forest." Sun Daoya waved his hand, lifting the surveillance on Lin Hong and allowing him to move freely. 3 days later, Mu Liushi and Yun Yao completely completed the handover cooperation with the Zhao family and the Li family. The three families joined forces to share the benefits of the western suburb's spirit mine. The Ling mine itself belongs to the Mu family and can be jointly mined by the three families, but the accumulated Ling stones mine must be divided into the proportion of 5:3:2. The Mu family accounts for the largest share, followed by the Zhao family, and finally the Li family. When the head of the Li family saw that Mu Liuxi did not care about them and took the initiative to cancel the contract and engagement, and even came to his house in person to discuss cooperation, he felt a little embarrassed. Without saying a word, he agreed to the contract, indicating that he and the Mu family would maintain an even closer relationship in the future and the friendship between the two families would never be severed. The interests and favors are there. If you agree to join the city lord's mansion to encircle the Mu family, you will simply put yourself in an unkind and unjust situation. Within 3 days, the Mu, Zhao, and Li families issued recruitment notices, and Yenyun City quickly gathered many talented people. Among them were 2 Jingdan stage cultivators who were saved by the Zhao family. In this way, including Yun Yao and Mu Liuxi, there are 4 high-level players on their side. With more people coming, the number will only increase. The Zhao family usually keeps a low profile, but once their connections are revealed, even Mu and Li are extremely shocked. The 3 teams, totaling more than 100 people, marched towards the western suburbs together. Wherever they went, there was a solemn atmosphere due to their overwhelming pressure. Many pedestrians along the way were so frightened by the scene that their legs and feet went weak. It feels very oppressive. I don't know how long it took. Ye Tian stood at the highest point of the mountain, looking down calmly, muttering, "When senior sister is surrounded by them, it will be my time to make an appearance. Kill them all, and my wish will come true." The jade pendant on his chest shone brightly, and then a woman's voice could be heard. "Is this really the case? Your plan is too big. What will happen if it is exposed?" "Fairy Huaqi, if I don't tell you what I'm thinking, can you guess my plan?" Yi Tian grinned, showing his typical smile like a protagonist. "If even you can't see through my purpose, how can those idiots guess that I'm playing such a big chess game? I just hope you can understand that there are always people who are better than you, and don't do things to the point of leaving no room for maneuver." "That's enough, Huaqi. I don't need you to teach me. I have my own decisions, and I don't think anyone can stand outside and look down on me." The exchange ended unpleasantly. The other side, Lin Heng and others have been hiding on the road that Mu Liuxi and others must take, ready to activate the formation at any time. This time, if you observe carefully, Lin Heng's aura is much stronger than 3 days ago. During the 3 days of waiting, he was not idle. He took advantage of the abundant spiritual energy in the spirit mind to practice and broke through to the 5th level of Qi training in one fell swoop. At the same time, the 5th spiritual wheel in the body was finally successfully opened after half a month. He could feel that the speed at which his body absorbed spiritual energy on its own was much faster now. "Brother Daoya, the people are here. I'll go prepare the formation first, and when it's done, you can lead the others to help me." "Don't worry, fellow Daoist. Bye." After arriving at the edge of the western suburbs mountains, Yun Yao and Mu Liuxi followed the plan agreed with Lin Heng and let the main force follow at the end. The 2 of them took the lead to confuse the Wang family. Therefore, the man in white robe did not notice that there were hundreds of monks hiding and waiting at the far end of the mountain. "Xiao Yao, be careful, I feel something is wrong here." Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the grass in the distance suddenly shook, and then a familiar figure rushed out. The man in white robe was stunned on the spot, because if he took 5 more steps forward he would be within the range of the formation. "You bastard, why didn't Sun Daoya keep an eye on this kid?" Lin Heng, Yun Yao and Mu Liuxi said in unison. Before the 2 of them could ask, several figures suddenly appeared around them. Seeing that the situation was not right, the man in white robe had to change his plan and show up early. 8 people, led by a man in white robes, surrounded the 3 of them. "You bastard, how dare you ruin my good deeds? I should have killed you with my own hands." The man in white robes stared at Lin Heng viciously. "Old bastard, why are you so arrogant just because you are at a higher level? If you were at the foundation establishment stage, I could chop you in half with one sword. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what your relationship with the Mu family is, you will die today." He threw the formation plate upwards, and suddenly a formation flag appeared in front of him. The turtle earth cracked and gathered together, forming a huge earthen man. "Ha, a formation master dares to attack 2 of us sword cultivators. He's a bit overestimating his own abilities. Senior sister, leave it to me," Yun Yao said lightly. Suddenly, a sword with a silver white handle appeared in her hand. Facing the huge palm of the native, she only used a sword energy to stand out. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was pulled into folds, as if the space was directly torn apart. An astonishing scene appeared. The man in white robe controlled the native without dodging or evading. He grabbed the sword energy in his palm with just his bare hands. He suddenly exerted force and crushed the sword energy into pieces. Obviously, they are both Jindan stage cultivators, and both of them are in the early Jindan stage, so how could they be defeated by just one sword? Yunyao was not afraid. A ghostly fire appeared in her palm and she attached the flame to the sword. Sword fire illuminates the clouds. The long sword gleamed brightly, carrying terrifying fire energy as it slashed towards the white-robed man. In desperation, the native fell sideways and used his body to block the attack. Soon, the natives' bodies began to crack and collapse as if they were placed in magma and finally turned into sand again. The man in white robe didn't expect Yunyao to be so unsportsmanlike and not attack the natives, but instead directly attack him. The controller. This is the disadvantage of the formation master. He is invincible in the formation, but as weak as a chicken in close combat. After just 2 moves, he realized that he was definitely no match for this woman. What's more, there is Mulyoshi, whose realm he cannot understand. He can foresee that if he continues like this, he will definitely lose. It is necessary to lure them into the formation, but with Lin Hung here, he will definitely give a reminder. The man in white robe frowned and signaled everyone to step back. Yunyao and Mulyoshi then took 2 steps forward. The strange thing is that Lin Hung acted as if nothing had happened and had no intention of reminding anyone. 3 steps, 2 steps, step. Yunyao wiped the sword and smiled slightly. Don't even think about running away, you can't get away. Stand in a row and let me send you off with 1 sword. Ha ha ha. You dare to show off in front of me? The man in white robe showed excitement and looked at Lin Hung and said, "Boy, although I don't understand, I still want to thank you for not exposing my thoughts." Heavenly Star Soul-Slaying Formation, initiate. As the white-robed man's voice fell, the entire mountain range suddenly shook. And then streams of black mist emerged from the cracks in the rocks, gathering into a dark mass that covered the sky and the sun. Lin Hang's face was solemn. This seemed to be different from the formation he had set up before. Boy, you didn't expect that. I have plenty of formations. This Heavenly Star Soul-Slaying Formation is several times more dangerous than the soul-suppressing formation that trapped you before. Don't worry, as a thank you, after destroying your soul, I'll refine your body into a puppet. This is better than being burned to ashes. The man in white robe laughed loudly outside. After hearing this, Yunyao probably understood what he meant. She grabbed his ear and asked, "Lin Hung, what are you doing? You knew there was a formation up ahead, and you didn't warn us?" Mulyoshi couldn't help herself and reached out to grab his other ear. "Tell me, what's going on?" "Damn, you two stop grabbing each other." "Sister, I know you're anxious, but please don't worry. I rushed to appear in front of you because I was afraid that you two would beat the white-robed man to death. Let's go inside the formation, so that we can give senior brother Yi more space to operate, right? Yunyao, Mulyoshi? Chapter 72, Want to show off in front of senior sister? What kind of operating space does Yi Tian need? The 2 women expressed doubts. Lin Hung could only give a brief explanation and summarize what he had said to the son, father and son before. Mulyoshi frowned slightly after hearing this. Are you saying that Yi Tian might kill the young master of the Wang family? He's the only one in the Wang family. If we kill him, I'm afraid they'll turn Yenyun City upside down. She thought it was too reckless. Lin Hang's thinking went further than theirs. I don't know if Yenyun City will be in turmoil, but the Mu family is definitely in danger. It might even implicate the Qingxian sect. Then what does this have to do with not killing the man in white robe? Yunyao asked. He's just a decoy. We need to see if senior brother Yi will save us or kill him. I have instigated 2 people who will be of great help to us. They are responsible for protecting the safety of the young master of the Wang family, so all we have to do now is wait and see what happens. The reason is simple. Yi Tianrua wants to kill someone. They will definitely deal with Sun Daoya and others first. After dealing with the Wang family, they will break the formation and rescue them, thereby creating an atmosphere of belated rescue. So, you mean to enter the formation in order to deceive our eyes? Yunyao pointed at the formation's barrier. Clever. What if your guess doesn't come true? Mulyoshi asked again. Oh. Lin Hung smiled slightly, naturally stretched out his arms, and placed them on their shoulders. Then it's up to the 2 sisters to break the formation. We'll solve it anyway. Mulyoshi glanced at the hand on her right shoulder. Her beautiful eyes turned slightly, and she glanced at him again. Oof. He snorted twice and moved his hand away. If we can't break the formation, we too will be fine, but it's hard to say for you. Yes, junior brother, the person outside keeps saying that he wants to destroy your soul, but he didn't say he wants to destroy ours. Yunyao said with a smile. Lin Hong was stunned. Senior sister, what do you two mean? Do you want to watch your precious junior brother become a puppet without a soul? It's not funny. Oh. The two of them chuckled a few times and ignored him, then began to walk outward from the central area, silently examining the formation structure. Lin Hong shrugged his shoulders, curled his lips and sat aside. He would not participate in breaking the formation. It would be better to make good use of this time to consolidate his realm. However, closing my eyes and regulating my breathing didn't last long. The person in the mirror seemed to have stopped practicing again. He neither practiced swordsmanship nor opened up the spirit wheel. Lin Hong was a little puzzled, so he took out the fantasy world mirror from the system space and hid it under his. But when Yun Yao and the others were not paying attention, then, with a slight movement of the mind, there was the familiar pulling feeling again. His entire consciousness entered the fantasy world mirror again. After he regained consciousness, he was truly shocked by the scene before him. The originally constructed Xianyun Peak has become fragmented and turned into a vast expanse of white, without even a decent building. The old man seemed to sense Lin Hang's arrival and immediately teleported in front of him from a distance. At this time, his figure was much fainter. Senior, what happened to you? Why did the person in my mirror disappear? Lin Hong looked around and found that the person in the mirror had completely disappeared. The person in the mirror you constructed is truly terrifying. How could he have such a strong sense of autonomous learning? He tried to clash with me with his sword, but he didn't use enough force to nearly split my remaining soul apart. I had no choice but to strike him down. Ah. Senior, can you be hurt by the person in the mirror? Lin Hong was dumbfounded. No wonder his figure looked so weak. It turned out that he was beaten by the person in the mirror. I've already said that I'm just a remnant soul, and my cultivation level is nowhere near that of my original body. Don't think I'm that powerful, the old man said unhappily. You can recreate the man in the mirror, but the prerequisite is that you make it clear that the instruction you set for him is to only learn swordsmanship from me, not to learn swordsmanship to chop me down. That's right, I'll explain it this time. Lin Hong immediately closed his eyes and used his mind to outline his own appearance, body, length, and even every inch of his skin and hair. In less than 2 minutes, a new person in the mirror was constructed. Similarly, Lin Hong copied a sword for him based on the appearance of the Zhouxiao sword. Mission accomplished. The old man nodded slightly, expressing his amazement at his ability to construct consciousness. When he reaches the spirit transformation stage and cultivates his spiritual consciousness, he will be able to use the illusionary world mirror like a fish in water. One thought will bring him the world of all things, and one thought will set hell on fire. Senior, I still don't know your name for so long. Title? The old man thought for a moment. I can't even remember my name myself. Just call me Saint Master. After all, many people have called me Saint in the past. No problem, Saint. There's nothing wrong with calling him Master. Who knows, this old Deng might have some good stuff hidden. Learning more from him means more opportunities. Lin, build me another world. Don't use that Xianyun Peak. Try another one, preferably one with mountains and water, spiritual beasts, a pavilion, a big sun, and, Lin Hong frowned slightly. He had seen every element he mentioned, but when they were mixed together, what would it become? The theme of mountain and water spirit beasts must be forest. You can only visit the pavilion and the long bridge in the city-state. Finally, there is grassland. He simply replicated the biosphere system 1:1 for him. There's no way around it. I have to repay the favor. This request just requires a lot of brainpower and imagination. Lin Hong could only close his eyes and depict it based on his feelings. It was difficult to sketch the picture, and Lin Hong kept thinking about other things in his mind, so he interrupted many times. It took about half an hour before Lin Hong opened his eyes again, and the pieced-together world in front of him was complete. After a long sigh, I could see the saint looking at me with curiosity. The current architectural style is very different from what I remember. The spiritual plants are so short. It seems that you are living in a world where spiritual energy is not very abundant. The concentration of spiritual energy can be directly reflected by the growth of spiritual plants.
I think my spiritual energy is pretty good. It's quite fast for me to cultivate.
It took me less than 2 months to reach the 5th level of Qi training.
The old man turned around and looked at him. Do you think there's a speed-enhancing effect from the person in the mirror? This.
Lin Hong scratched his head.
The person in the mirror really helped him a lot.
Your spiritual will system cultivation path is quite good.
Its founder is definitely an existence that can astonish the entire era. You mean the Green Emperor? Do you recognize him? I don't recognize him. He should be a figure from the last era.
I have seen his name in history books. What I can remember now is limited, and I can't remember a single thing, or it's scattered and can't be organized. You should be thankful that you still remember some of my unique skills clearly. Lin Hong caught the word some. This old man really is hiding something.
Okay, if you're alright, go ahead.
The Mirror Man will train on his own, and I can go explore this new world you've built.
Wait, Saint, there is something else I need your help with. Explain.
My sisters and I are trapped in a large formation called the Heavenly Star Soul-Slaying Formation.
Do you have any idea how to break it? I want to show off in front of my 2 sisters. What formation? Heavenly Star Soul-Slaying Formation. What a rubbish formation, I've never heard of it. Chapter 73. Fellow Taoist son?
Lin Heng's mouth twitched. Was it really because the formation was rubbish, or did he simply not remember it? It's not that the old man forgot, but the formation with the word soul-killing formation was completely lame in his era, and it doesn't sound very cool. At that time, the most common names of formations they heard mostly ended with evil formation or Qiankuan formation. The meaning of the 2 words Qiankuan is very profound.
I'm not lying to you. The last name of the soul-slaying formation is unfamiliar to me. It's like picking up a stone. Do you find it strange? The solution to this type of formation is very simple and almost universal.
There's no need to find the center of the formation. Generally, you just need to dig a hole around the barrier and escape.
Dig a hole? Otherwise, this kind of formation is useless.
Of course, if you don't mind the trouble, you can find the erase core and work together to break it. However, the erase core is often buried underground in advance, so digging is still necessary.
Okay, I understand.
When their consciousness returned to the main body, Yun Yao and Mu Liushi were still looking at the black barrier of the soul-slaying formation. The swirling black fog around the barrier has a strangling power that even sword energy cannot break through. The 2 looked clueless. Lin Hong frowned, not knowing whether to jump out and show off. The main method is to dig a dog hole and crawl out, which is too unsightly. Not only will you not be able to act tough, but you'll also be easily laughed at by the 2 of them as a conspicuous person. Wait a little longer. The other side, the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Tao, finally arrived at the Ling mine with his men slowly. He was wearing a loose black training suit today. He was over 8 feet tall. He was also a young man who liked to visit brothels. He looked much more energetic than the eldest young master of the Li family. Beside him, a man and a woman followed closely. Both of them were wearing silver gray suits with a sharp green blade embroidered on their chests. The man and woman were the bodyguards he had hired.
Young Master Wang, I have trapped them in the soul-slaying formation. They won't be able to escape anytime soon. Is Miss Mu here? The man in white robe paused and responded, there are 2 outstanding women. I wonder which one is Miss Mu. 2 exquisite women? Wang Tao's eyes lit up. That's great. I want both of them.
Forgive me for being blunt, but if it were just one person it would be easy, but the 2 women inside are both stronger than me, so it's already quite difficult to trap them.
What do you mean? You can't subdue them? How easy is it to subdue a Jindan cultivator? What's more, I've set up a soul-slaying formation.
There's no way to confine them, unless I annihilate their souls, leaving only a mindless shell.
A body. Wang Tao whispered, his eyes flickering with confusion.
If there's only a body but no consciousness or movement, it would be too boring.
What's the difference between this and holding a doll?
The man in white robe remained silent. Before the matter was resolved, he began to fantasize about pornographic materials in his mind. Secular people are secular people, and all they think about are women. Just as the 2 were talking, a white figure slowly walked over from the other side of the mountain. Ye Tian had an indifferent expression on his face, and walked towards them with light but resolute steps.
Father, Yi Tian is here.
Sun Hao pointed down.
I see.
Howard, prepare the escape talisman first. If he really dares to attack, I will go to rescue Prince Wang immediately.
You can activate the escape talisman directly to the location we agreed on. Yes.
The Sun father and son were ready when Wang Tao saw the visitor. His expression immediately changed to one of disgust.
After being humiliated by Yi Tian at the banquet, he disliked this arrogant cultivator. When Yi Tian approached, he said sarcastically, "Who did I think it was?" He was nowhere to be seen when he was doing his work, but now that he is almost done, he appears. Do you think there are people so shameless as to snatch food? The implication was that Yi Tian was compared to a dog. Not only did he not guard the house, but he also wanted a share of the food at mealtime. Yi Tian walked to a place only 10 steps away from them and stopped. He glanced at the large formation shrouded in black mist beside him and sensed the faint breath of Yun Yao and others from it. Young Master Wang, I don't like to build relationships. If your father hadn't promised to give me 30% of the Wang family's assets, I wouldn't cooperate with you. But now I've changed my mind. Not only do I want the benefits of your Wang family, I also want to swallow up the entire Mu family. Asshole. What do you mean? Wang Tao flew into a rage upon hearing this. Everything in the Mu family belongs to the Wang family. Do you think you deserve it? Whether you are worthy or not is my problem. Now I need your heads as a token of my loyalty. Don't be stingy. Yi Tian drew out the Zhantian sword, and the sharp sword energy instantly spread around, covering everyone like a flood. Wang Tao and the two guards beside him were ordinary people. Faced with this aura, they felt their bodies go limp. The man in white robe was filled with shock and anger and said, "Yi Tian, what are you going to do? Are you going to attack us? Friend Bai, please lend me your head first." Arrogant. After saying that, Yi Tian waved his sword and several sword beams shot out. Although there was no distortion of space along the way, but the ground began to crumble silently, and a terrifying aura that made the soul tremble made everyone feel as if they were shrouded in death. The sword light was aimed at the man in white robe. It took time to form a formation, so he had to withdraw and dodged. However, Wang Tao and others behind him were in trouble. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Sun Daoya appeared in time, holding thunder in both hands and suddenly releasing the power of thunder, barely defeating the sword light. The whole person staggered back several steps. Master Sun, you came just in time. You had to save me. The beast Yi Tian rebelled and wanted to attack us. Wang Tao shouted. He was scared. He didn't expect Yi Tianjin to kill him. Brother Daoya, you've arrived just in time. Help me. Before he could finish his words, Sun Daoya grabbed Wang Tao and rushed upwards like a chicken. Fellow Daoist Sun? The man in white robe was stunned. After running for a distance, Sun Daoya's voice came, "Fellow Daoist Bai, I leave this place to you. I also have to ensure the safety of young Master Wang." The moment he finished speaking, Yi Tian's second and third sword lights had already been slashed out. The man in white gritted his teeth and raised the formation flag again to resist, while secretly cursing Sun Daoya for being a coward. Obviously, facing a pervert who can fight above his level, coupled with the formation master's bad habit of breaking away from the formation naturally, he is no match for Yi Tian. It was almost like two magical powers, crushing the man in white robe with overwhelming force. He couldn't withstand it and had half of his arm chopped off. You, go to hell. The sword comes out and the head falls. Then he chased in the direction the man fled. In order to ensure the success of the plan, no monks recruited by the palace can be left alive, and of course the most important thing is to kill Wang Tao. Otherwise, if he were to return to Yenyun City alive, it would be a big trouble for him. Chapter 74. Treat your junior fellow apprentices like your own sisters. Xiao Yao, did you feel it? The sound of junior brother Ye's heaven-slaying sword cannot be mistaken. He really showed up. Yun Yao nodded. Is the battle over? Then why hasn't he come to break the formation yet? I'm afraid that if it's really as Lin Heng said, he wants to plunge Yenyun City into complete chaos. While Yun Yao and Mu Liushi were talking, Lin Heng held the Jiuxiao sword in his hand and searched for the weakest point along the perimeter of the formation barrier. It would be a waste of time to find the eye of the formation.
The range of the barrier is so large that no one knows where it is and how deep it is hidden, but if you have this much time, you might as well just dig a hole. It has to be said that after cultivating the golden body, Lin Hang's physical strength is at least twice as much as before. By circulating the true energy, without touching the soil with both hands, a deep crack can be dug in the ground with just a light dig. After a while, the two women finally noticed his actions. When I walked over, I saw that Lin Hong had already dug a 5-meter deep pit. Lin Hong, what are you doing digging a hole? Let's leave here. The battle that just happened was so large-scale, senior brother, you should have already dealt with the enemy. Just dig a hole and leave? Well, digging a hole to be exact. The two looked at each other, feeling a little puzzled. Forget it, just let him dig. Only he would be so naive as to think he could get out by just digging a hole in the ground. Yunyao put her hands on her hips and shook her head slightly. To some extent, cognition determines the upper limit, but sometimes too much cognition can make things so complicated that it is difficult to believe there are simpler solutions. Not long after, Lin Hong really dug a passage to the outside world. Unfortunately, as soon as he stuck his head out, he made a loving eye contact with the head in the white robe. Fuck! Lin Hong patted his chest and said, "It's okay that his head and body are separated, but why did his head end up here? Senior sister, we've dug through. Come out quickly." Lin Hong had already come out, so the sound naturally came from outside. What? How could he? The two women looked at each other, hurried to the edge of the cave, and looked down, and indeed they saw a ray of light. They reached out to widen the entrance of the cave, and then walked out according to the outline dug by Lin Hang. No way, how could this be? The Heavenly Star Soul-Slaying Formation sounds powerful, but it turns out to be a paper tiger. It was so easily broken. The two turned around and looked at Lin Hang. At this time, he was holding a head in his hand, as if looking for something. Looking in the direction he was walking, I saw a headless corpse not far away. Lin Hong was overjoyed. He threw his head aside, bent down and rummaged around, and looted the other party's storage ring and storage bag. I told you, Yi Tian was in such a hurry to kill people, he definitely didn't have time to loot the loot. You know what, he's quite wealthy. Over 5,000 spirit stones, and a few unknown medicinal pills. Lin Hong found the formation plate under him, as well as the formation flag used to activate the formation. All of them are stored in the system space. Yun Yao and Mulyoshi stared at each other, speechless. Do you have to be so useless? Not only do you lick the spoils that others haven't taken away, but you also act like a thief, afraid that someone will rob you. What do you think, senior sister? I'm awesome, right? He was referring to finding a way to leave the Heavenly Star Soul-Slaying Formation. Yunyao approached, glanced at the storage bag in his hand, and said with interest, "It's quite impressive. But, you looted Yi Tian's spoils. Aren't you afraid that he will come back and skin you alive?" Lin Heng's eyes turned. It seemed to be the case that it won't lead to skinning him, but it will definitely increase Yi Tian's anger level. Thinking of this, he immediately had an idea: take out 3,000 spirit stones from the storage bag and put them into the system space, then empty the storage ring and put in 1,000 spirit stones. Then he stuffed a storage ring and a storage bag, each containing only 1,000 spirit stones, into their hands. What are you doing? Mulyoshi didn't quite understand. Well, now it's time for the three of us to collect the spoils. Ha ha! Yunyao burst out laughing when she heard this. You're the only one with so many tricks up your sleeve. You dragged the two of us into your trap and tried to get away with it, didn't you? Mulyoshi shook the storage bag, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Okay, then senior sister will participate in the division of the spoils. By the way, which step should we take next? Lin Hong thought for a moment, then said, "It's almost over. The Mu family might be in trouble, but it's nothing to worry about. However, senior brother Yi might pay the price for his undercover backstabbing. Senior sister, bring all the cultivators you've recruited to the mountain. Let the Wang family spies see clearly that the Mu, Li, and Zhao families have formed a quasi-alliance of interests." After saying these words, Lin Hong looked at Mulyoshi deeply again. He didn't know if all he did could help her see what kind of person Yi Tian was. Yun Yao got rid of the intelligence-lowering buff caused by her unconditional trust in Yi Tian, and now she has a clear mind from an observer's perspective. One might be able to see through Yi Tian's purpose of playing both ends of the game between the Wang and Mu families. Mulyoshi was different because she knew from the beginning that Yi Tian
deliberately went to the city lord's mansion as an undercover agent. Now he killed Baipao as a token of his allegiance, proving that he was on the side of the Mu family. Then the fact that Yi Tian killed Wang Tao and completely triggered the conflict between the Wang and Mu families would seem insignificant. If Wang Tao survives, Mu Liuxi can be saved from being threatened by Yi Tian and becoming a concubine in his harem, but it may not necessarily make her completely sober, because some things may not be believed by anyone if he says them directly, but from an outsider's perspective, the underlying facts will be more powerful than what is said in words. Guiding these female protagonists to think and make them sober is undoubtedly an option, despite the potential risks. However, what he didn't know was Mu Liuxi had long been on guard against Yi Tian through his inner thoughts, including when Yi Tian initially said that he was going to the city lord's mansion as an undercover agent. If she really trusted Yi Tian completely, she would not ask for his opinion, let alone let him coordinate the overall situation to crush the Wang family's conspiracy. As it turned out, her choice was right. Compared to Yi Tian, her junior brother, who she has been with day and night for 5 years, Lin Hong, the guy she initially looked down upon, is actually the most reliable one. Mu Liuxi stretched out a fair and delicate hand and placed it on his neck, stroking it gently. This action scared Lin Hong, and he thought he had said something wrong, because Yunyao liked to pinch his neck like this before. However, she didn't use any force, just gently caressed it and said lightly, "When these things are settled, senior sister will give you a feast to reward you. You are a meritorious contributor to the Mu family." Then she turned her head and looked at Yunyao. "Xiaoyao, you are not allowed to bully junior brother Lin anymore. You must treat junior brother like your own sister, understand?" She saw Lin Hang's reaction just now. It must be the aftereffect of Yunyao always bullying him. Both of them exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the word sister, Lin Hong felt a chill in his heart. "No, senior sister. When have I ever bullied him? It was always him." Xiaoyao, do you think I don't know about the drama at the clinic? Did you do it on purpose?" Mu Liuxi narrowed her eyes, as if she saw through everything. "Ahem." Yunyao coughed awkwardly. There was indeed an element of intentionality in this matter, but she swore that she had definitely controlled her strength. Logically speaking, Lin Hong wouldn't be beaten into the wall and couldn't be pulled out even by pulling. This only means that Lin Hang's physical strength is much stronger than before. Chapter 75. Yi Tian's collapse. That's right, second senior sister is right. You can't bully me anymore. Lin Hong took advantage of the situation and deliberately acted aggrieved. It was as if he had been forced to endure it deliberately because of Yunyao's tyranny. Yunyao gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Ever since I agreed to become his hidden Taoist partner, I have never intentionally bullied him. Instead, it was because he kept showing off and doing some despicable things that I couldn't stand it anymore. So I taught him a lesson. Let Lin Hong ask himself, which of the beatings he received later was in vain. He was allowed to hug her waist, touch her legs, kiss her and give her a hug. He was allowed to take advantage of everything except dual cultivation, and he dared to say that he bullied him. Okay, I'll go down the mountain now to gather helpers. Mu Liuxi left, leaving only Lin Hong and Yunyao. Lin Hong approached with a grin. Senior sister, you see, second senior sister's family affairs are almost finished. Shouldn't she fulfill her obligations before returning to the sect? How about tonight? Let's find an inn and practice some hard training. After all, we can't do that kind of thing at second senior sister's house. We'll be in trouble if we get caught. Yunyao tilted her head when she heard that, still with that harmless smile on her face, and the beauty in her eyes seemed to drown him. Everything you said is impossible. The main thing is that I'm afraid someone will accidentally bully you, and you'll go to your senior sister to complain. What can I do? Let's keep some distance from each other from now on and treat each other with respect, so you don't get accused of bullying me because of something like that. No, senior sister. Hearing about keeping distance and dividing the boundaries, Lin Hong immediately became unwilling. With the relationship between us, there's no such thing as bullying or not. I just followed second senior sister's words. Why are you so petty? Don't touch my hand. Bang, he tried to knock it away, but was pulled back again. It's okay, second senior sister is not here again. While the two of them were being affectionate, on the other side, Yi Tian had killed all the remaining 14 cultivators, leaving only Sun Daoya and his son Sun Hao. Damn, could it be that they prepared in advance? They even used the escape talisman. Yi Tian frowned.
He had chased for 40 kilometers but didn't see any trace of the person. He was afraid that the person had been escorted to Yenyun City. Yenyun City is different from Jinma City. He has a sect mission and can eliminate the city lord's mansion in Jinma City, but he had no right to attack the Wang family of Yenyun City. The dynasty's constraints are to protect the interests of ordinary people. If he dares to wantonly attack local institutions under the dynasty's jurisdiction, Xingxian's sect will not be able to protect him. I've already warned you not to act rashly or impulsively, because I'm afraid this might happen. Fairy Hua Qi in the Jade Pendant spoke, wanting to take this opportunity to warn him. However, Yi Tian looked indifferent. I admit that something went wrong, but so what? Even if the city lord's mansion is furious, will they dare to retaliate against me? Besides, at least senior sister will accept my pledge of allegiance. The Mu family is weak and still needs my help. She has no other way out except to commit herself to me. He smiled confidently after saying that. He returned to the direction of Lingquang Mountain. Now I can rescue my senior sisters and the others and use this opportunity to show off my abilities. The idea was good, but when he returned to Lingquang Mountain to break the formation, he found that it was empty. There was no one there any longer. Looking at the corpse in white robe again, the clothes on his body seemed to have been deliberately looted, and even his magic weapon was missing. Just when Yi Tian was confused, a cold voice suddenly came from the mountain. When I looked up, I saw Mulyoshi and others. Yi Tian hurried over and found that the top of the mountain was full of cultivators, numbering more than 100. Senior sister, how did you get out? He asked subconsciously. Yunya glanced at him and said in a somewhat cold tone, since you knew we were trapped in the formation, why didn't you rescue us immediately after dealing with the white-robed man? If it weren't for Lin Hong, we don't know how long we would have been trapped. Lin Hong, he broke the formation? Yi Tian frowned slightly. Impossible. How could that loser know how to break the formation? Senior sister, the situation was urgent at the time. I had to deal with the remaining members of the Wang family immediately, otherwise they would return to Yenyun City and attract more reinforcements. That's why I rushed here at this time. I didn't expect you guys to come out already. After saying that, he looked at the people behind them curiously. Senior sister, who are those people? Mulyoshi said calmly, they are the helpers that the Mu family has found. Helper? How is this possible? How could the Mu family invite so many cultivators, and 2 of them are Jindan stage masters? Yi Tian was able to discern the cultivation levels of these people with just a quick glance, and he couldn't help but be secretly surprised that if they were really helpers hired by the Mu family, wouldn't his plan be ruined? Just with the help of these 2 Jindan stage masters, they are already able to compete with the Wang family of the city lord's mansion. Not to mention that there are so many cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, with more than 100 cultivators. Could it be that the Mu family has emptied their wealth? You have to know that in secular disputes, the amount of spirit stones spent to ask a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage for help is not a small number, let alone more than 100 people. As if seeing his confusion, Mulyoshi explained, it's not just the Mu family who invited them. The Zhao and Li families also helped. The Zhao family and the Li family? Yi Tian was even more confused. Could it be that the 3 of you have formed an alliance? Good. Buzz, at this moment, Yi Tian felt as if he was struck by lightning. It's all ruined. It's all ruined. In this way, he could not use the city lord's mansion to threaten the Mu family, nor could he force Mulyoshi to submit. Everything he planned was based on the fact that the Wang family of the city lord's mansion wanted to annex the Mu family, and that the Mu family was extremely weak. And now that the 3 major families have joined forces, they no longer have to fear the city lord's mansion. In this way, not only will he not get any benefits, but he will also be envied by the city lord's mansion, because undercover backstabbing is a very shameless thing. Why? Why would the Zhao and Li families help the Mu family? With Mulyoshi's ability, it is definitely impossible for her to influence the decision of these 2 families. If she could win over the Zhao and Li families, why would she be so passive at the beginning? She must have someone helping her behind the scenes. Who is behind this? I won't accept this. The plan to drug Yinyao failed, and now the goal against Mulyoshi has not been achieved. Yi Tian was angry and unwilling at the same time, because this was the best method he could think of at the moment, and as a result, he lost all initiative. Before he could regain his composure, Mulyoshi continued, Junior brother Yi, you've been a great help to me by going undercover in the city lord's mansion.
Why don't you return to the sect first? Ah. Let me go back? Yi Tian heard that Mu Liushi wanted to drive him away.
Now that your identity has been exposed, the city lord's mansion will surely be extremely jealous of you.
If you return to Yenyun City, I'm afraid they will harm you.
Also, you've been out carrying out sect missions lately, spending so much time.
Master is bound to be worried. Ha ha. So you care about me. Yi Tian's face showed a hint of confidence again. Okay, in that case, I will go back and report to Master. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Just as his senior sister said, the Wang family in Yenyun City would definitely not be able to accommodate him. Chapter 76, One-Time Hardware Softening Project Based on the Conditions of the Burning of Red Cliffs. Lin Hong walked down from the top of the mountain and saw Yi Tian's departing back. Senior sister, why did senior brother Yi leave? Him? Let him go back to the sect. Is that so? What about the dinner?
Lin Hong shook the rabbit in his hand.
Look, this is what I found on the mountain just now. Don't mention it, the animals on the Lingquan mountain are fatter than ordinary ones. Wouldn't it be nice for the three of us to have dinner?
Take the rabbit you caught and have the guys at my senior sister's house roast it for you. I think it should be delicious.
Mu Liushi found the conversation between the two quite funny.
They were already thinking about eating before it got dark. On the other hand, the head of the Wang family in the city lord's mansion finally felt relieved after learning that Wang Tao had returned to the city safely, but after seeing son Daoya and his son Sun Hao, he was surprised again.
Son Shangxian, why did you two bring my son back?
Sun Daoyai snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and sat down in the chair, then he breathed a sigh of relief.
Ask your son.
At this time, Wang Tao's face was turning purple and he was trembling, as if he was frightened by something. On the one hand, he was frightened by Yi Tian's power. On the other hand, Sun Daoya carried him and used the escape talisman, and in an instant he was 10 kilometers away. How could an ordinary person withstand such a fast speed? Seeing that he was slurring his words, the head of the Wang family did not hold back any fatherly love and slapped him twice before he came to his senses. After seeing his father, Wang Tao hugged him with snot and gave the head of the Wang family a beating.
Don't be afraid, Dad is here. What happened? Dad, that Yi Tian, he actually wanted to kill me. If it weren't for son Shangxian's rescue, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to see your son's body. What did you say? Yi Tian wants to kill you. Patriarch Wang looked at the son, father and son again, as if seeking an answer. Sun Hao said, young Master Wang is right.
Yi Tian's true identity is a disciple of the Qingxian sect. He is from the same school as the young lady of the Mu family. He has been a member of the Mu family from the beginning to the end. If we hadn't reacted promptly, not only Prince Wang, but also my father and I would have died there. Bang! Patriarch Wang was startled, and the rosary beads he was playing with fell to the ground and scattered. He actually has such a connection with the Mu family. Patriarch Wang gritted his teeth in anger. Doesn't that mean our plan has already been revealed right under the Mu family's noses? No wonder I was wondering why the Li and Zhao families suddenly came to the aid of the Mu family.
He must be behind this.
He knew that the Zhao and Li families were offering a reward to recruit cultivators, and he also knew that this morning the three families had joined forces with more than 100 cultivators and headed to the western suburbs mountains. When these more than 100 monks appeared, he knew that the Wang family's plan was about to collapse. That's why he was worried that Wang Tao might have an accident in the western suburbs mountains. In the end, no matter how much they planned, they never expected that Yi Tian was a two-faced person, taking benefits from their Wang family and helping the Mu family. In the end, he even killed his son. This bastard. I will never let him go.
That's enough, Patriarch Wang.
Sun Daoya stood up and interrupted with a wave of his hand. I don't want to get involved in your Yenyun City affairs anymore. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice: don't go against the Mu family. They have a guy named Lin who is very scheming.
If he hadn't warned you, you would have suffered even greater losses. That's all I have to say. If these families still want to fight, it's none of his business. Thank you for your reminder, Immortal. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to ask you to stay in the palace for 2 days. You saved my son, and I, Wang, will never treat you unfairly. Okay, just 2 days. Night falls. On this night, the four great families did the same thing. That means having a banquet. The Wang family held a banquet to thank Sun Daoya and Sun Hao for saving their son. The Mu, Zhao, and Li families gathered at the Mu mansion to celebrate the preliminary resolution of the dispute with the Wang family. Of course, there were also interests involved. Several family head-level figures are on the top floor of the attic. Lin Hong and others were on the second floor of the kitchen pavilion. At the dining table, Mu Liuxi, Yun Yao, and Zhao Wanqing were chatting and laughing, having a very pleasant conversation. Only Lin Hong turned into a foodie, either taking a bite of meat or drinking a sip of soup. Don't tell me, this braised rabbit head tastes so good. I thought you would have a tough battle in the western suburbs mountains, which would take at least a few days. I didn't expect that we would set out in the morning and the trouble would be solved that same evening. Zhao Wanqing said. I think this is all thanks to Miss Zhao. My senior sister and I originally estimated that we could only recruit about 20 cultivators at the earliest. But once your Zhao family took action, the scene was like a gathering of people from all directions. I guess the Wang family didn't expect that you would help the Mu family. Yun Yao said. Yes, this time I still have to thank Master Zhao and you, Miss Zhao. Mu Liuxi raised a glass of wine to Zhao Wanqing. Ha ha. Actually, it's nothing. If we're talking about gratitude, I think we should all thank your junior brother. Zhao Wanqing glanced at Lin Hong, who was gnawing on the meat nearby. If he hadn't pointed out the interests involved, my mother wouldn't have made the decision so quickly. Yes, indeed. He has made a great contribution this time, and he should be rewarded. What? Reward? Lin Heng suddenly caught this key word and subconsciously glanced at Yun Yao. He became excited when he mentioned this. How about we go to the Lantern Festival after dinner? What a coincidence! Tomorrow is the Miaoyu Lantern Festival hosted by Shangzhou Temple. The four main streets will be very lively tonight. Zhao Wanqing suggested. Okay. Mu Liuxi also nodded. Wait a minute, senior sister. Lin Han looked up at Yun Yao. Didn't we agree on tonight? What did you agree on? We agreed to do this once, a one-time hardware softening project based on the conditions of the burning of Red Cliffs. P.S. Chapter 77. Unable to break the defense. If we don't break down the key points of Lin Heng's last sentence and savor it carefully, I'm afraid no one will understand what it means. Yun Yao pursed her lips, feeling something was strange and not right. Then you can follow me too. Okay, senior sister. Lin Hong agreed readily. Half an hour later, several people left the shogunate Yenyun City Nanwang Street. The temple presided over the Lantern Festival, and stalls selling incense and candles could be seen all over the streets. The children were holding candies wrapped in red paper and painting something in front of the suspended lighthouse. This is completely worldly. Zhao Wanqing and Mu Liuxi stood in front of a cart full of women's hairpins, choosing the items they liked. Lin Hong walked behind the three women, looking at the bustling night scene. His heart was quite clear. Although the lifespan of ordinary people is short, 100 years is just a blink of an eye, but they live in the world for the rest of their lives. The immortal cultivators are a group of self-important people who try to defy fate and change their destiny. They are constantly fighting for a few small benefits. An individual who has achieved small things, and an immortal sect who has achieved great things. To be honest, it is much happier to experience the life of raising fish in the secular world as an immortal cultivator. Hey! Why aren't you talking? I've noticed that you become a bit of a taciturn person when we're shopping or something. That's not your character. Yun Yao squeezed him with her arm. No, I'm just looking around. Besides, there's nothing good to buy. Oh. Come to think of it. Yun Yao didn't seem to notice what he said, muttering to herself, after all, you live in a remote area. There shouldn't be such a prosperous scene there. If there's anything you like, tell me and I'll buy it for you. Something you like? Lin Hong raised his eyebrows and looked at her. TSK. I'm talking to you so seriously, and you insist on being so unserious. Senior sister. A man's energy and blood are at their peak when he's 20. When he gets older, he may not be able to do anything improper even if he wants to. Yes, he was talking about the changes in the desires of ordinary men. Yun Yao smacked her lips and didn't respond. After walking for a while,
They put some distance between themselves and Zhao Wanqing and Mu Liuxi. There's no way, Zhao Wanqing likes to buy some decorations. Mu Liuxi stayed with her.
Hey! Look over there, you can row a boat. Let's go check it out. Boating? There is an inland canal between the south and west of Yenyun City, which is drained from the water field, and water is released every 3 days to refresh the water quality. Therefore, some boating activities are usually arranged on the last day. Anyway, the water will be drained and new water will be injected the next day. Yunyao wanted to row the boat, so he had no choice but to follow her, and also act as a boatman.
Miss, sir, you must be careful. If you fall into the water, although your life will not be in danger, you will inevitably catch a cold and get sick. The boat shop owner on the shore kindly reminded him. Good.
Lin Hong took the oar and agreed. The boat is not big and can only accommodate 3 people at most, and none of them can be fat. After all, the drainage capacity is limited. Yunyao sat at the bow of the boat, hugged her knees, and looked at the brightly lit buildings on both sides in front of her. It seemed like he thought of something again. By the way, where's my wine gourd? If you hadn't told me, I'd forgotten. Here you go.
Lin Hong threw the palm-sized wine gourd over. Yunyao took it and looked at it, and immediately showed a surprised expression. When did you fill it up?
What kind of wine did you put in it? Isn't it peach wine?
Before leaving Yenyun City, I went to Zhuoxianju and asked the old man called Jiaxianren to fill the gourd with the same wine.
Yunyao took a sip immediately.
She was very picky about the type of wine and didn't want to mistake the taste of the previous wine. After tasting it carefully, I found that the taste was very pure.
Not bad, not bad. That wine immortal is quite capable. He can taste that there are other things mixed in.
Of course, to fill your gourd, I almost emptied out Zhuoxianju's 6-month supply of wine, and it cost me 3,000 spirit stones.
All right. I lost the bet, and you still gave me wine. Not bad, I like it very much. Since you like it so much, would you like to give me the reward?
Poof. Yunyao snorted softly, leaning on the boat, using her knuckles to support herself on the plank and lying on her side.
Let's talk about it after we get ashore. Row slowly. We won't have such a leisurely life after returning to Qingxian sect.
Intrasect competitions, extrasect competitions, competitions on the heavenly ladder rankings, and even the Tianxian competition. You have no idea how much there is to do.
To be honest, I envy you.
You don't have to participate in various competitions during the qi refining stage. You can just be a quiet nobody. Unlike us, after breaking through the golden core stage, we have to satisfy our master and bring honor to the sect.
There are so many things to compare ourselves with.
Lin Hong was stunned.
Is it necessary to participate? Yes. Everything is for the sect's reputation. If you calculate carefully, it seems to be correct.
For example, after returning to the sect, the internal competition selection will be held within a month. The purpose of the selection is to compete outside the sect, that is, to compete with disciples from other sections. This is just a small event. The subsequent ladder rankings require individual participation. Although there is no mandatory requirement, most capable disciples will participate because the rewards for the ladder leaderboard are generous. The last one is the Tianxian competition, which is the largest competition held every 10 years in Tianxian continent. The competition field is divided according to different realms, and all cultivators from the entire Tianxian continent can participate. Everyone can participate, whether they are practicing individually or being a disciple of an immortal. Sect.at that time, the leaders of all immortal sect-level forces and dynasty high-ranking officials in Tianxian continent will appear. However, the Tianxian competition is still a long time away.
If possible, you'd better establish your foundation as soon as possible. There are some things that you can only compete for after establishing your foundation.
You have also seen the situation of our Xianyun Peak.
Master likes to be a salted fish. Relying on the resources within the peak is totally insufficient.
Lin Hong nodded, and the matter of building the foundation should indeed be put on the agenda, but so far, he has not encountered a better foundation. As the two were talking, the boat slowly approached the shore. There are special boat shop staff waiting there.
What do you say, senior sister? I remember there's an inn not far ahead. Why don't we rest there for the night?
Yunyao glanced at him and thought seriously.
Do you really want it?
I want it, of course I want it. But the gap between our realms is too great. and our physical strengths are also quite different. I was drugged and lost my cultivation and consciousness. My body was in a dormant state, which is why you were able to break through my defense.
But it's different now. I'm afraid of you. What do you mean? Are you worried that I can't break through his defenses? You're underestimating me. I'm quite capable.
Hearing his inner thoughts, a trace of shame and anger flashed across Yunyao's face. Having said that, isn't it because you're afraid that he'll feel uncomfortable but can't eat it, which would hurt his male self-esteem? This is the truth. Under normal circumstances, how could a cultivator in the Qi training stage break the defense of a cultivator in the Golden Core stage? Senior sister, don't worry. I'm very capable.
Okay, I'll give you one chance.
If it doesn't work, just practice diligently. Once you've reached a higher level, you can discuss dual cultivation with me.
Can.
Chapter 78 Senior Sister is not big, creating a legend. Xiqing District Tianxing Daeg. When the two followed the instructions and came to a courtyard of the highest specifications. That's right, the main feature of this inn is a village lodge. There are no so-called wing rooms, only courtyards of different sizes. This is a courtyard covering an area of about 200 square meters. With the ground paved with blue bricks and the roof covered with glazed tiles. Entering the room, there are 3 landscape paintings hanging on the wall. There are 2 palace lanterns hanging on the beams. The tables and chairs are all exquisite jade-carved furniture, placed by the windowsill, showing an antique style. In addition to the bed, the inner bedroom also has a red lacquered wooden table, on which are placed pens, ink, paper, inkstone, as well as books, scrolls, etc. How do you feel, senior sister?
It's very private and spacious here. Tell me what to do.
Yunyao went straight to the point, hoping that Lin Han would give up as soon as possible. Regarding the issue of realm gap, it would be better to stop him from thinking about useless things. Lin Han pointed at the bed and said, "Just lie down on it and wait for me to unpack it." That's right, he would personally peel off the fruit's outer shell bit by bit. Does that mean he's going to see my body? Forget it.
It's just a look anyway. It's not like he hasn't seen it before.
Just think of it as a reward for him.
He can't eat it anyway.
Yunyao blushed and sat by the window as he said. Her heart was pounding and she was more nervous than ever. After all, she is a girl and it is embarrassing. Sister, close your eyes and put your hands together and stretch them out to me.
What? Just come. What's this guy up to? He really thinks he can pull off some tricks, right?
Forget it, what good is a broken rope? It's just psychological comfort. You think you can control me with this? Thinking of this, she closed her eyes and stretched out her hands as requested. Lin Hong took out the thing that had been kept for a long time to restrict his cultivation from the space. Gradually, Yunyao suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does it feel like my true energy can't function? When I opened my eyes, I was startled by the green band on my wrist.
Lin Hong, where did you get this thing?
Who allowed you to use it?
Stop messing around.
She tried to practice her skills, but it was of no use. Lin Hong finally revealed a wicked smile. I got this thing from Jinma City. I put a lot of effort into unlocking it for you, senior sister.
Such a good treasure can't be thrown away, right? Stop it, this is not fun. Be good and untie me.
The grade of this immortal binding rope has reached grade 5, which is more than enough to restrain Jindan stage cultivators. Of course, it cannot limit the strength of the body, and the strength will remain as great as it should be. But for a monk, the feeling of suddenly becoming an ordinary person is undoubtedly difficult to accept.
It's impossible to untie it.
I did this to prevent you, senior sister, from revoking your right to consent midway. After all, promise in advance does not equal promise during the event.
Lin Hong, don't be so shameless. Yunyao wanted to cry.
This was completely different from what she had imagined. I thought it would be a romantic, loving, and affectionate scene, but when I saw Lin Heng's face that looked like he was enjoying himself, I couldn't feel happy. The same is true for the tsundere fairy. When faced with such things, she would also feel awkward like a little woman, but in reality she did not show as delicate as expected. Instead, I felt like I was a cabbage being eaten by a pig. 10 minutes passed.
Alright, Lin Hong, that's enough.
Even if I can't transfer my true essence, my physical strength is still there.
You won't get any meat anyway.
Lin Hung approached, staring into her somewhat panicked eyes, and said, "Senior sister, you are right. There is a huge gap between us in realm and physical strength. If it were before, there might be some trouble, but it is different now. Have you ever thought about why I fainted when you slapped me into the wall in Golden Horse City? But in Yenyun City, even with just a light blow, I couldn't even deflect it." Yun Yao didn't react to what he meant and blurted out, "Because the walls of Yenyun City were shoddy?" Lin Hong shook his head, clenched his fists, and a golden light began to emanate from his body, and a strong metallic aura spread. This made Yun Yao's eyes widen in surprise. "If I reveal my trump card, the gold body, how will you respond, senior sister?" Yun Yao was completely dumbfounded, muttering, "No, impossible. Aren't you a water-based body? How could you have cultivated a gold-based body?" In an instant, surprise and regret came over me at the same time. I regret that I was too smart and careless, and fell into the pit again. Not if she knew that Lin Hong had cultivated the golden body, she would never easily agree to play these things with him in the end. "Junior brother, is it too late for me to beg for mercy now? What do you think, Zayayayo?" Chapter 79. Shooting yourself in the foot. The flowing light fills the bright night, and the bright moonlight shines on our two hearts. The three words Xiaoyao kept ringing in my ears. It made the latter feel nauseous. It's not because of anything he is like, instead, it is simply a repetition of words coming out of the other person's mouth, which is extremely uncomfortable. "Call me senior sister. Don't use the name Xiaoyao." "Okay, senior sister Zayayayo." Carrot, #3, I think you're just looking for a fight. Just wait, I'm definitely not going to let you go once I recover. Come on, senior sister, we are your Taoist partner now, why are you still so violent? Snort. The other side. Mu Liuxi and Zhao Wanqing searched everywhere for Lin Hong and Yun Yao, but to no avail, so they returned to their respective homes. The three patriarchs, Mu, Zhao, and Li, had already left the scene after discussing the relevant matters. When Mu Liuxi returned home, Mu Shooting asked her to meet old lady Mu as soon as possible. Ever since the last quarrel, Mrs. Mu was almost exhausted from the anger she felt. That he is already in his twilight years and his time is running out. Add to that so many stimulations, it would be strange if his body could withstand it. Even so, Mu Shooting had no intention of visiting her. "Su Ting?" Old Mrs. Mu asked while lying on the bed, looking at the figure gradually approaching. "It's me, Liuxi." After hearing that it wasn't Mu Shooting, old lady Mu closed her eyes again with mixed emotions. After a long moment, she spoke again. "I didn't expect that she'd harbored so much resentment towards me over the years. Perhaps she's right, because my rigidity has killed so many people, and my authoritarianism has caused the Mu family to decline. But who can understand my painstaking efforts? After giving birth to your mother's brothers and sisters, I experienced the pain of losing my husband. In the same year, I also lost my mother and sister. I had no choice but to take over the Mu family alone. These past 200 years have been full of ups and downs. Maintaining such a large family is no easy task. The crisis you are facing in the city lord's mansion recently was just a tiny fraction of the crisis I faced back then." Mu Liuxi stood there without saying a word, listening to her talk. To be honest, she had never understood the ancestor in front of her. She was sent to the immortal sect to practice since she was young, and the only person she could confide in was her mother. "Ahem. I can't hold on any longer. I know everything about how you dealt with the Wang family's threats." She forced herself to stand up and took out the scepter that had been placed on the bedside. "This is the symbol of the Mu family's power. Now I hand it over to you. I hope you and your mother can take over the responsibilities of the Mu family." Mu Liuxi took the scepter and looked at the old man in front of him with some surprise. "Is she going to inherit the position of head of the family? After I die, can you please tell Su Ting a message? Good. Just say I'm sorry for her." There was a hint of indescribable emotion on Mu Liuxi's brows, and this strong head of the family finally lowered his head. "Understood." Looking at her departing back, old lady Mu murmured a few words, with a look of relief on her face. "She actually gave the scepter to you." Mu Shooting was a little surprised when she saw the scepter in Mu Liuxi's hand. "Mother, why don't you give it to you?" "Silly child, that's what's left for you. The head of the family is also yours. Mom can only help you with it." But I don't know how to manage a family, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of the Mu family in the future as I practice cultivation and gain experience. Mu Shooting smiled slightly, took her hand and said, "Don't worry, your mother will teach you. It's easy to learn. Don't forget the transformation and reform of the Mu family, you will have more and more helpers in the future. You don't need to worry about the trivial matters, just give the final decision on the big things. That is to say, what you will learn next is the art of controlling people, not the art of management. Do you understand? By the way, where are your junior brothers and sisters? Why haven't they come back? I'm not sure. They disappeared somewhere while we were shopping. Should be alright, right? It's okay. They both have the mentality of children and like to mess around. Maybe they are having fun now." This sentence was right. Lin Hong was indeed having fun, and Yunyao was also having fun. The only difference was that the former was a BA sentence, while the latter was a quilt sentence. "By the way, my dear, I think your junior brother is a pretty good guy. Not only is he handsome, but he's also very smart. If you're not happy with what you're saying, I'll speak for you." Hearing this, Mulyoshi widened her eyes and looked at her mother with a puzzled look, saying, "Mom, what are you talking about? What do you like or dislike?" "Oh, that's just how you are, kid." Mu Shooting patted her hands, looking like she understood everything. "You have a cold personality, and you keep all your feelings to yourself and don't talk about them." "I understand. You mean I like my junior brother? Otherwise, I've never seen you smile at any member of the opposite sex except him. Don't think I didn't notice. Look at his eyes, there's admiration and respect in them." "No, you misunderstood." Mulyoshi was completely confused. Admiration was barely understandable, but how did she come up with the word admiration? What misunderstanding? Even after all this, you still want to lie to your mother. You don't dare to express your feelings, so I'll tell you. Our daughter is so beautiful, there's no fear that the boy won't be moved. Mulyoshi cried her heart out. She never thought that her smile towards Lin Hong would cause her mother to misunderstand like this. Judging from her attitude, she is eager to find a partner for herself. After all, Mu Shooting is rooted in the secular world, and she definitely hopes that her child can find a good match. Chapter 80 Mutual Love. The other side, Lin Hong was completely unaware of the fact that second senior sister's mother had randomly arranged marriages for him. Ding. Main quest completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the ultimate reward, Imperial Dragon Chi *3. Description: the human race's Imperial Realm's luck is integrated, and the Imperial Dragon energy protects the body with the natural bonus of heaven and earth. It is a secret technique passed down by the Supreme Being. Lin Hong was somewhat surprised by this reward. The Imperial Dragon energy represented a bonus to luck and was also a secret immortal technique. Even some ancient myths are involved. Not bad, I am very satisfied. He said secretly, after I finish my work, I will study it carefully. Unexpectedly, Yunyao thought he was talking about herself. You beast, are you satisfied? You're draining the pond to catch all the fish, sooner or later you'll end up hurting yourself. Once, twice, and never again, it's never going to end, right? As if noticing her threatening look, Lin Hong comforted her, it's almost done, senior sister. Just keep trying, what's with that look in your eyes? Why do you look so fierce? Weren't you quite happy before? You won't come to me to settle the score afterwards, right? Yunyao bit her lip, her voice fluctuating a little as she spoke. If you do anything for too long, it will become painful. I've discovered that you're not just an ordinary beast. I've finally been rewarded, you should at least let me eat and drink enough. Bah! Just eat it. I'm telling you, Lin Hong, don't even think about pursuing dual cultivation with me from now on. What? We can't practice dual cultivation anymore? Yes. You've gone too far. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing how to control yourself and know when to stop. Don't think I don't know that you're just treating me like a toy and using dual cultivation as an excuse. That's right, when Lin Hong was deeply in love, the three-word small beaker always appeared in his mind, which was not a good word no matter how he listened to it. What's even more outrageous is that Lin Hung even had the idea of restricting her all the time. Senior sister, if you say that, I won't agree. For example, compare the furnace and the puppet. The former is a special tool for cultivation, which can only be used once and then discarded. It cannot last long, although the latter puppet is a body that can be preserved for a long time. It lacks the joy of the soul and cannot be used for a long time if it becomes boring. If I treated you as a toy, I would never untie you. First of all, this thing can completely limit your cultivation. You will never be able to break free by force. In addition, gene stage cultivators do not need to eat grains and have an extremely long lifespan, so it becomes sustainable and has independent consciousness. He didn't say the word plaything in the end. Hearing his words, Yunya was furious. She reached forward and grabbed his neck, saying, "You've spoken your mind, haven't you? How could you have such a beastly idea? Being refined into a puppet at least means losing consciousness, which means complete spiritual death, and not having to endure inhuman torture." Lin Hung is so good that he comes up with such an evil idea with something that restricts his cultivation. There is a saying, once people come up with a new idea, they are likely to put it into practice. I'm just saying, why are you so excited? Lin Hung smiled. Let's discuss this. After this is over, don't rush to get angry, and don't yell about never practicing dual cultivation again. Refine the results of your dual cultivation immediately. I believe you'll make a qualitative leap. Okay? After all, we are Taoist companions. Even though I took a long time, you should try to accept it, right? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Yun Yao turned her head away with a red face, holding back her anger. It would be strange if dual cultivation like this were useful. Afterwards, Lin Hong first put on his clothes, and while Yun Yao was lying down to rest, he untied the binding equipment. He disappeared from the spot in a flash. Yun Yao sat up with gritted teeth. Before she could think about what to do to Lin Hong, he ran away. It's like this again, pull up your pants and run. She struggled to get out of bed but found that her waist was in severe pain. There's no other way, I have to leave it like this for now. If it's useless, I won't forgive you. After Lin Hung left, he went straight back to the shogunate. Although his steps were soft and his body was light, he looked comfortable along the way. After Yun Yao finishes refining, should we return to Qingxian sect next? I don't know how Master is doing these days. He must be being bullied by those old guys from other peaks. Although Yi Tian attacked the Master, at most he only used something to threaten him. It probably hasn't come to the point of actual combat yet. It's a pity that such a good master never thought that he would become the cauldron of his beloved disciple until his death. Lin Hong was quite emotional. The plot has already passed, and even if he wanted to help Meng Yutong, he didn't know where to start. After all, the early stage is a clear water route. Yi Tian cannot eat meat for the time being, but it does not mean that he will not pick peaches. However, what Lin Hong didn't know was that the plot of Meng Yutong's story had already been rewritten, and his voice had indirectly helped Meng Yutong escape from Yi Tian's clutches from the beginning to the end. He was the only one who did things like rebelling against his master and destroying his ancestors. Why Yi Tian had no chance to participate at all, returned to the shogunate before Lin Hong could even settle down. He ran into Mu Shooting, who was about to go to the study. Hello, Auntie. Mu Shooting was a little surprised. Hey. Young man, I thought you and your senior sister had gone back. No, I just went out to play with senior sister for one night, and we plan to go back with senior sister Liushi. Lin Hong smiled and asked, by the way, where's senior sister? I looked around but couldn't find her. She's busy out meeting some guests. If you want to leave, you might have to wait a couple more days. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to accompany your aunt to the kitchen to have some food? Of course. Such enthusiasm made Lin Hong feel a little embarrassed. At first impression, Mu Shooting gave people the same feeling as Mu Liushi, just like a cold and beautiful woman. Don't say, after working hard all day, he really needs food to replenish his energy. Mu Shooting peeled the lobster for him personally. Auntie, this is unacceptable. I am a little flattered by you. Mu Shooting smiled and said, Shaolin, Auntie wants to ask you something. How is Lu Shi doing in the sect? Second senior sister? She's pretty good. She spends almost all her time on cultivation, but she has a cold personality and doesn't like to talk. Lin Hong answered truthfully, this child is like this. When she's not training in the sect, she doesn't like to communicate with others. It's only after she became a disciple of Elder Rumung that she occasionally mentions her fellow disciples.
Don't mind her being a bit withdrawn. Of course I don't care.
She is my senior sister, and I think senior sister Iceberg is quite interesting. Lin Hong smiled slightly and tried his best to say good things about Mu Liushi so as not to make her mother worry. Shaolin, Auntie sees that you have an extraordinary appearance.
I wonder if you have found a Taoist companion or playmate.
Lin Hong was stunned.
Why would he suddenly ask this?
I don't have a Taoist partner yet, but I already have someone I like.
To be honest, it's one of my senior sisters.
Lin Hong did not admit that he already had Yun Yao as his Taoist partner, for fear that she would tell others about it and spread it to Mu Liushi. Once you are questioned thoroughly, the secret between him and Yun Yao may no longer be hidden. However, when Mu Shooting heard this, her face suddenly lit up with joy, and she understood it to mean something else.
Oh.
I told you that you two were in love, but you didn't dare to express your feelings, and she didn't take the initiative. Auntie's judgment is never wrong.
Lin Hong was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Who are you in love with?
Chapter 81 Mumu's Matchmaking. Although you are senior sister and junior brother, the advantage is that Qingxian sect does not have so many rules. When Liushi comes back, I will talk to her in person.
Aunt, are you saying that senior sister Liushi and I are in love with each other?
Yes. If you two really plan to be together, your aunt will not be short of your betrothal money. The Mu family is in need of people after its transformation, and I feel relieved to have you by my side to help Lu Shi. Mu Shooting looked at the young man in front of her and liked him more and more. Don't tease me, aunt.
Even if I wanted to, Mu Liushi wouldn't be interested in me.
Lin Hong frowned, feeling a little overwhelmed, but also having a feeling that he was about to receive a flood of wealth. No matter what, the Mu family is a well-established family. There is another spiritual mine in the western suburbs, so it is a foregone conclusion that Mu Liushi will become the head of the family. With such a rich woman by my side, will I ever lack spirit stones and flowers in the future? However,
he was still able to face reality. Aunt, forget it.
My senior sister and I have an ordinary relationship, without much emotional involvement.
Lin Hong declined. An ordinary relationship? Auntie doesn't believe it.
You've been running around, going to the Zhaoenli families one after another, to promote the friendship between the three families.
Could it be just because we're from the same sect?
Mu Shooting naturally wouldn't believe his words. Most people are the product of the pursuit of interests, and there is no such thing as a holy heart for no reason. Some are just undiscovered purposes. Don't worry, when Liushi comes back, Auntie will talk to her in person. Mu Shooting seemed determined to make Lin Hong her son-in-law. Lin Hong was completely in disbelief. Do you have that much charm? An hour later, after dealing with the outstanding accounts at the banks in Xiqing district, Mu Liushi returned home. When he arrived at the main hall and was about to report the work progress to his mother, he unexpectedly found Lin Hong sitting there, chatting and laughing with his mother.
Liushi, come here quickly.
After seeing her, Mu Shooting quickly waved her hand, motioning her to come over. Mu Liushi walked in and looked around. Seeing that only Lin Hong was there, she asked, Mom, why are you two together?
Is Xiaoyao back?
Senior sister Xiaoyao is in seclusion practicing, so I'm afraid I'll have to wait for a day, so I came back first.
Lin Hong responded. Liushi, you've come at the perfect time.
This time, there are only three of us, no outsiders here.
If there are some things that are difficult to say, how about we just say them out loud? What? Mu Liushi felt something was wrong. Would her mother matchmake someone in front of Lin Hong? Liushi, what do you think of your junior brother Lin Hong?
It's kind of silly to have a conspicuous bag sometimes. Mu Shooting frowned slightly. Tell me some of the advantages.
He's smart and good-looking.
He likes to keep things to himself, but once he sets his mind on something, he'll do his best to achieve it.
Is that annoying?
It's okay, not too annoying.
Mu Shooting looked at Lin Hong again and asked, what do you think of your senior sister Liushi?
She winked, indicating that Lin Hong should say more about the advantages as they had agreed before. She's quite good, much gentler than senior sister Xiaoyao. She's straightforward and seldom acts on emotion.
Do you like it?
This. Lin Hong met Mu Liuxi's slightly cold eyes, then looked at Mu Shooting, who was full of expectation, and finally made up his mind and said, "I like it very much." At this time, Mu Liuxi also realized Mu Shooting really wanted to match her up with her junior brother.
Mom! What do you mean? There is no way anything can happen between me and my junior brother.
Mu Liuxi said helplessly.
Lin Hong, aren't you right?
Unexpectedly, Lin Hong not only did not respond to her words, but instead praised Mu Shooting. "Auntie has a good vision, otherwise you would say that I am an excellent person. When I went to the Zhao family, the head of the Zhao family, after seeing me, just like today, hoped that I could be their son-in-law."
Just brag.
Mu Liuxi frowned slightly and warned, "Don't flatter yourself in front of my mother."
This is true.
The head of the Zhao family saw that I was a handsome man and insisted on getting me to spend time with Miss Zhao.
If I didn't agree, how do you think I won over the Zhao family? Depending solely on spiritual or? Will the Zhao family break their usual neutral attitude just for a little profit? Mu Shooting's eyes widened in surprise. You agreed to be the son-in-law of the Zhao family?
No, I just agreed to get along with Miss Zhao. Getting along doesn't necessarily mean I'll like her, and liking her doesn't necessarily mean we'll be together. After he said this, Mu Shooting suddenly felt like her cabbage was about to be snatched away by someone else's family. No matter what Mu Liuxi does or what her attitude is, he took their hands and forced them together.
Okay, stop being so shy.
If nothing works out, just follow the Zhao family's lead and get along with each other first. My daughter, you must seize this opportunity, otherwise you will cry if the Zhao family gets the advantage. Mu Liuxi felt like crying but had no tears, and felt a headache. Without even a chance to argue or explain, the two were kicked out of the main hall. Seeing this, the two of them had no choice but to slowly disappear at the end of the corridor under Mu Shooting's gaze. At this moment, Lin Hong was holding the warm and cool jade hand, and it was the first time that his heart was beating so fast. What kind of person is Mu Liuxi? No matter how cold and aloof a fairy is, the opposite sex dare not desecrate her with their eyes, let alone approach her easily. Mu Shooting actually forced her hand into his and asked him to hold it and not let go. Ouch.
This is a little embarrassing.
I hope senior sister won't be angry.
Lin Hong, why don't you let go of your hand?
Please wait a little longer, senior sister.
Auntie might still be watching.
Mu Liuxi stopped and stared at him indifferently. Their eyes met for only a moment, and then Lin Hong subconsciously let go of her hand. He had a premonition that if he didn't let go, he would be beaten.
Tell me. What did you say to my mother? She's messing around with Tower Bridge, why don't you refuse?
Senior sister, this is not my fault. It's your mother who has taken a fancy to me and insisted on having me as her son-in-law.
What can I do?
Lin Hong waved his hands and shrugged.
During lunch, she asked me if I liked you, senior sister.
What could I say? Could I still say I hated you?
Humph. Then why did you mention the Zhao family just now?
You used the Zhao family as your target for improvement, and even fabricated a son-in-law from the Zhao family out of thin air.
How dare you say it wasn't intentional?
Mu Liuxi narrowed her eyes slightly, with an expression that said, "You can't fool me."
Ha ha. Lin Hong laughed. Okay, I admit that there was an element of intentionality in this. But what I said is absolutely true. Don't you think Miss Zhao has feelings for me?
I feel that in this kind of thing, it should be, the parties involved are confused while the bystanders are clear, but Zhao Wanqing's performance was too obvious. Whether it was the subconscious direction of her gaze or the change in her emotions, even Lin Hong could notice the difference, not to mention Mu Liuxi, Yun Yao, and other girls who were more sensitive. Mu Liuxi fell into a brief silence, and then asked him again,
"Do you have any feelings for her?"
Chapter 82, Beauty has always suffered many hardships, and romance is like a dream and smoke. Yes, of course I wouldn't. Miss Wanqing is so beautiful, has a very likable personality, and speaks so softly.
How could I not feel anything for her?
Hey. Senior sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Hong hurriedly grabbed Mulu 11. Mu Liuxi turned around and said coldly, "If you have feelings for me, why are you provoking me?"
Ha!
Senior sister, why do I feel like you're jealous? Lin Hong teased intentionally, "It's just like the food we eat every day." There are all kinds of flavors, and there are always some that we like and some that we don't. If you like something for a long time, it will become boring, but if you don't like something, you will have a different feeling at a certain time. It is said that beauties have always suffered many hardships, and romance is like a dream and like smoke. The world is shallow, the love is far away, it passes through your fingers many times, time is fleeting, and beauty fades away. Life is long, but the years of this world are short. Romantic and beautiful things are fleeting. Why bother to question your conscience and be trapped by it? Mulyoshi's expression softened considerably. Good. Time flies, beauty fades, and a fickle heart is a fickle heart. You sound so noble. You know what, this guy has some ink in his belly. Senior sister, look, Auntie has already made all the arrangements for us too. After all, we are close brothers and sisters. Even if we just pretend in front of Auntie, to make her happy and at ease, wouldn't that be great? Maybe as they get along, their feelings will gradually grow stronger and it will become a real love affair. Lin Heng's proposal of dating can not only satisfy Mushuting, but also bring the two closer together. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Heng poked her with his elbow again. Can you bear to see your aunt's expectations go to waste? Mulyoshi held her forehead with her hand and felt a little headache. It might be a good thing if she could make her mother feel at ease and not worry about her. Mushuting was also afraid that after 100 years, there would not even be anyone by Mulyoshi's side to accompany her. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Do you really want to date me? Do you also want to be the son-in-law of the Mu family?" No. Senior sister, please don't misunderstand me. I'm only saying that according to Auntie's wishes, we should continue our relationship on our own, rather than letting Auntie smack us to death with a brick. It has nothing to do with whether or not I become the son-in-law of the Mu family. This means that whether things succeed or fail cannot be controlled by Mushuting. Oof. You're smart. We can date, but only through words. And don't show off in front of my mother anymore. Hey, I never meant to be a conspicuous bag. Wait a minute. Head of the family. Lin Heng grabbed her arm again and even changed the way he addressed her. What happened again? Well, Master, could you give me a little more money? Didn't I give you 30,000 spirit stones last time? Have you spent them all? Yes, I bought a sword and there are not many left. Lin Heng blinked his eyes with anticipation. Ha, I think you really treat me as a treasury for withdrawing money. If you don't have money, get out of here. I call you the head of the family, so I belong to you. If you don't even give me some pocket money, then I'll ask my aunt for it. She almost treats me like her own son, so she won't be stingy. When Mulyoshi heard that Lin Heng was going to act like a rogue, she was immediately furious. She finally understood why Yunyao always bullied him. It was impossible not to teach this conspicuous junior brother a lesson. What? Senior sister, are you still going to hit me? Don't forget that you always said that bullying of fellow disciples is not allowed. Mulyoshi smiled, a smile that Lin Heng had never seen before. Lingding felt furious at the sight of her. Suddenly, the pressure from a Jindan stage cultivator spread out, solidifying everything around him and imprisoning Lin Heng in place. Senior sister, stop. Are you serious? She slowly stepped forward and raised her jade hand. Just when Lin Heng thought he had gone too far, he felt a cold touch on his face. Meeting his frightening eyes, she simply patted his cheek with her hand. Junior brother, I can give you whatever you want. But you can't use threats or coercion. She took out a red storage bag from her bosom. There are 10,000 spirit stones in here. Spend them sparingly. As for me, I still have a lot of work to do. Please don't mess with me, okay? There was a faint smile on his face, and his voice was still flat, but there was a sense of negotiation and request in it. Okay. Lin Heng nodded immediately. Being able to make Mulyoshi compromise like this was already a big progress to in the past, when the relationship was still very awkward. If he dared to say those words, he would definitely be slapped away. And now that their relationship is harmonious and he has Mushuting as a strong support, Mulyoshi will naturally treat him much better than before. Lin Heng ran away happily with the spirit stone. Mulyoshi shook her head slightly, a smile appearing on her face, an emotion that came completely from the heart. Lin Heng has a very strange charm, and he looks detached and nonchalant, but when you get to know him, you will find that he is a very thoughtful person. He puts himself on the border between good and bad people, and he is almost never disliked. It is quite interesting to watch him being confused and playing the role of a conspicuous person from a god's perspective through the level of inner voice. Even so, Mulyoshi had not yet realized that her hidden feelings or affection for Lin Hong had gradually taken root in her heart. Right now, I just treat this subtle feeling as a momentary pleasure. After receiving the new pocket money, Lin Hong returned to the room given to him by the shogunate with great joy. Next, he would refine the 3 imperial dragon auras given by the system, and at the same time refine the essences he had harvested before. The work of opening up the spirit wheel and learning swordsmanship can be handed over to the man in the mirror, but the cultivation of the 5 elements body still depends on himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Yin Yao had tidied up her clothes, she began to work on refining the spirit. Source. I'm really impressed. Why is it so slow to refine? How much is there? I will never let this bastard get away with anything again. Not long after refining a certain amount, Yin Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise again. What's going on? My cultivation is really increasing. Oh my god, I've been stuck in the early stages of the golden core stage for so long, and I've never felt like breaking through, but now I feel it. I have a feeling that refining all the remaining energy will help me reach the middle stage of the golden core. Yun Yao was very surprised. About 3 hours later, the last drop of spiritual energy was transformed into spiritual energy in the body. She finally opened her eyes, the breath became unusually strong, and the surrounding air showed signs of compression and wrinkles. Almost a breakthrough. Yun Yao took out the pills she carried with her, intending to rely on the power of the medicine to break through. As a result, she took 3 4th grade true spirit pills in a row. Even after refining all of it, there was still no way to break through the last line of distance. No. Absolutely not. How could I possibly think of such a shortcut? I could definitely do it on my own, but if I were to fall into that trap, I'd be in trouble. Human beings are the product of contradictions. She had previously expressed her unwillingness to use dual cultivation to improve her cultivation, but in the end she benefited greatly from this approach. If I can't do it on my own, then, well, this is not a fall, but a beginning and an end. She finally comforted herself in her heart. Chapter 83. Condensing 3 Dragon Kiss. Inside the house, it hadn't been long since Lin Hong had refined the Imperial Dragon energy, but he was already sweating profusely just as he had thought before. The Imperial Dragon energy was a symbol of luck and also a kind of magic. It would be more accurate to say that he was condensing the dragon energy according to the techniques given by the system rather than refining it. A lot of information about the 9-5 Supreme technique suddenly appeared in his mind. He practiced according to his memory. Although the speed was slow, he did not feel unfamiliar with the whole process at all. Logically speaking, practicing a new technique requires an adaptive process, but he was able to understand it easily. Because of his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Hong had an indescribable feeling, and could only attribute the answer to the problem to this point. As time passed, layers of mysterious aura began to float around him from bottom to top. It is not a touchable gas, but a special form of energy. The color reflected on the surface of the body is almost the same as the color of the metal element's cohesive force. Not long after, the sound of dragon roars could be heard from time to time. A golden dragon head appeared and circled around him. Very similar to the dragon described in ancient books, its head is majestic and delicate, like a carved work of art, embodying an extraordinary kingly aura. There is a bright golden color on the forehead, and the lines carved on the face are intricate and magnificent. Like an ancient secret technique, the interweaving seems to conceal the dragon clan's heritage and wisdom, giving people an irresistible sense of power. Lin Hong didn't open his eyes, but he could imagine the appearance of dragon energy in his mind. The dragon's body slowly gathered together, from the head to the neck and finally to the tail, which took a full hour. At this moment, Lin Hong could feel that the surrounding environment was unusually warm, and his body was filled with great power. He did not stop and continued to condense the remaining 2 dragon auras. With the experience gained from the first Imperial Dragon energy, the speed of condensing the next 2 dragon energies was significantly accelerated. An hour and a half later, 3 golden dragons surrounded him, and he seemed to be soaring into the sky. The sun was originally high in the clear sky, but at this moment, a loud thunder suddenly flashed across the sky, as if it had touched some existence, dark clouds gathered, casting darkness over Yenyun City, accompanied by a dragon roar and a tiger roar. The area centered on his house began to collapse inch by inch. Lin Hong trembled all over and felt a pair of eyes staring at him. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grasped him in its palm, wanting to crush him and the Imperial Dragon energy alive. Lin Hong coughed loudly in his heart. This was definitely not a side effect of the completion of the condensation of the Imperial Dragon energy. Who? He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. Through the crumbling ceiling above his head, he seemed to sense a terrifying presence. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the Dantian. The map of mountains and rivers that had been staying in his Dantian began to emit white light, and then flew out of the Dantian, passing through the struggling and swirling Imperial Dragon energy, and flew straight to his head. The falling white light of the rain of words enveloped him, and the feeling of being spied on and restricted disappeared. Instantly, the three Imperial Dragon energies were also liberated, and completely condensed into shape. When everything was over, the map of mountains and rivers returned to his Dantian. Lin Hong. Mulyoshi's anxious shouts were heard outside. Hearing the noise, Lin Hong pushed open the sunken door. Looking back, the two-story building where he was already shaky and looked like it would collapse with just another gust of wind. Mu shooting, Mulyoshi and a group of servants were stunned by this scene. Just now, something strange happened in the sky, and then a deafening dragon roar was heard. I'm afraid the entire Yenyun city was alarmed. Mulyoshi and Mu shooting walked forward. Lin Hong, what on earth did you do? You caused such a big commotion, the foundation collapsed, and the building collapsed. It's all your fault. Mulyoshi said seriously. Mu shooting didn't blame them. She reached out and patted the dust off Lin Hong's body, and asked, "Are you okay? You kids should be careful even when you're practicing, and don't hurt yourselves." Lin Hong scratched his head. "Aunt, I'm fine. I'm just a little embarrassed that our pavilion collapsed. These are all minor matters. As long as everyone is alright, it's good." A few years ago, when Lu Shi returned home and was practicing in seclusion, he made such a big noise. It was quite scary. "Mom! This is not the same thing. I made a lot of noise, but it shouldn't be so loud that the entire sky above Yenyun City turns black. Lin Hong, come with me first." Mulyoshi said. The two left, leaving Mu shooting and a group of servants to clean up the scene. "Tell me what you did." "I immediately noticed something was wrong and wanted to go to the pavilion to check, but when I got there, I was restricted." Natural phenomena are often bad omens. I'm not kidding you. Mulyoshi said seriously. She could feel that the pavilion was imprisoned by some existence the moment the dark clouds pressed down, and even she, a Jindan stage cultivator, could not touch it. Lin Hong put away his smile and said seriously, "Senior sister, I don't know how to tell you. You can understand it as me practicing some kind of taboo technique." "Forbidden technique?" Mulyoshi widened her eyes. "Don't get me wrong, the taboo I'm talking about isn't some bad thing. It's something that shouldn't belong to me, but I forcibly took it away from me. I don't dare show it in front of you now. I'm afraid the situation just now will happen again." Lin Hong did not mention the information about Imperial Dragon Chi. It's not that he was deliberately concealing it, but even if he told Mulyoshi now, it would not be able to solve his doubts. After all, this is about luck. Luck is a very wonderful thing. He knew very well that the person favored by heaven was Yi Tian, and Yi Tian was the true son of destiny. His acquisition of luck is equivalent to reducing the luck of the son of luck in disguise. If you think about it, it will also be unacceptable to heaven. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. But if you encounter something you're not sure about, you must be cautious and not try to be too arrogant. Oh. Don't worry, Patriarch. I'm a very smart junior brother and I know what to do. By the way, there is something I need to tell you in advance. I will be going to a place in the next few days. If you have finished your housework, you can go back with Sister Xiaoyao first. Lin Hong said. Where are you going? Mulyoshi frowned slightly. He was very cunning and might cause trouble somewhere. It's a secret. But don't worry, senior sister. I definitely won't go to places like brothels, elegant residences, or medical clinics to fool around. In less than a month, our Qingxian sect will have a competition. Only disciples above the foundation establishment stage can participate. Junior brother, I'm going to find a way to find the foundation stone and strive to successfully establish the foundation before the competition. When the competition was mentioned, Mulyoshi suddenly realized something. He looked him up and down, then said, "Your cultivation is improving very quickly.
You really should consider building your foundation. I'll give you some more spirit stones.
You can go to the big chambers of commerce like the Treasure Pavilion and the Tea House. I guess even if you have a lot of money, it will be difficult to get high-quality foundation building items."
Chapter 84. This kind of pain is so wonderful.
There are many kinds of foundation building objects that can be discovered in the world of immortal cultivation, but only a few can be ranked as top quality. After all, this is related to the future cultivation path of the cultivator. No matter how far you can go, it is always right to find a good foundation. Mulyoshi's foundation building item is the 1,000-year-old ice mark lotus collected from the abyss of the purple domain. The ice scar lotus has a very strong water elemental force that is generated towards the extreme, which is very helpful for the power diffracted by the water attribute. Combined with Mulyoshi's unique Jolly spiritual root, in addition to its affinity with water, it can also communicate with all things in nature and follow the Tao. This is also the reason why Mulyoshi can also become a sword cultivator. In order to pick this lotus, the Mu family spent countless financial resources. Of course, Mang Yutong also helped a lot in this. The purple domain abyss is ultimately a dangerous place. Although it is not as famous as the Black Wasteland and the Long Styx River, it is also an area that most cultivators find difficult to set foot in. When Lin Hung heard that Mulyoshi was going to give him spirit stones again, he was almost moved to tears.
Wow! Senior sister, why are you so nice to me now? This pain is so wonderful.
I'm saying that even Yi Tian might not get this kind of treatment.
Love it. This distance was enough for her to hear what was in her heart.
Oof.
Mulyoshi snorted coldly.
Although her expression was calm as usual, she seemed to want to laugh. There's no reason, I just want to laugh when I see his look of disbelief.
Don't be so nagging. I didn't give you the spirit stones for nothing.
I asked you to hurry up and successfully build your foundation so that you can represent our Xian Yun Peak in the competition.
Yun Yao, Yi Tian, and I alone can't handle it. Senior sister Yu Yun is out and we don't know when she'll be back.
It is said that the third and fifth brothers have encountered some troubles in the dynasty and are unable to leave for the time being.
At most, they can return before the sect's external competition. Does it make any difference if I'm one more or one less?
Lin Hong was a little puzzled. Even if he succeeded in building his foundation, he would not be able to fight against a Jindan stage cultivator.
Why not? There's a track specifically for foundation establishment disciples. Rankings will be based on a points system.
The three of us are all golden core cultivators, and you're the only one in Xian Yun Peak who meets the foundation establishment requirements.
If you don't compete for points on this track, who will?
If you perform well, not only will you receive a ranking reward, but Master will also reward you. Lin Hong smacked his lips and followed the original plot. He will act as an audience and watch Yi Tian and others shine. As a villain who attracts taunt buffs, as long as he sits there, people will compare him with Yi Tian. Say what Xian Yun Peak accepted a piece of trash can't beat Yi Tian with this kind of ugliness. You are unworthy of being the clan leader's son. At that time, he would not only be ridiculed by the Outer Peak disciples, but also be despised by his master and senior sisters. The picture came to me all of a sudden, but now it's different from the past. The original plot is destined to be rewritten. Now that Mulyoshi and Yunyao are completely on his side, it is natural that he will not be ridiculed by his senior sister. Of course, if you want to shut up the Outer Peak disciples, you have to rely on your own strength. Finally, Lin Hong nodded and agreed. After leaving the shogunate, he planned to visit the Zhao family to inquire about some secret matters, but before that, he had to understand the uncertainty of the imperial dragon energy. He went outside, found a deserted corner of an alley, sat down, took out the fantasy world mirror, and returned to the world in the mirror. After regaining consciousness, he could see that the world he had constructed before had been destroyed a lot by the sword practice of the person in the mirror. Fortunately, the overall outline is still there, so it's not that ugly. He saw the person in the mirror sitting under a tree practicing, but did not see the old man. After looking around, I found that he was using a shovel to cultivate wasteland. From a distance, they looked no different from ordinary farmers.
Sage, why are you digging?
It would be nice to have an old cow to experience the pleasures of being immortal. He turned his head to look at Lin Hong and urged, "Boy, get me a cow."
Sage, don't think so. Farming is not a pleasure for ordinary people. I think you find it interesting because you are bored. Let's put the cow aside. I'm in trouble and I want to ask you for help. I don't care. Let's get the cow out first.
Lin Hong was speechless for a while, rubbed his face with his hands, and finally transformed into an old cow. The old man was overjoyed and happily pulled the ox rope and said, "Tell me, let me hear what's going on." "I encountered some troubles when I was cultivating the Imperial Dragon energy. After I condensed the 3 dragon energies." Before he could finish his words, the old man interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Tell me again, what did you practice?"
The Imperial Dragon Chi.
The old man dropped the rope and looked at him as if he were a fool.
"Kid, don't talk nonsense in front of me, okay? Do you think you are the emperor of the human race?
You still think you are the supreme being, cultivating the Imperial Dragon Chi.
Why don't you just say you cultivate the heavenly Tao?"
Apparently, he heard the words Imperial Dragon Chi as if they were a joke.
"Sage, I'm not kidding you.
I can indeed cultivate the Imperial Dragon Chi."
"Then show it to me."
The old man expressed his disbelief. "I'm only conscious now, so I can't use the Imperial Dragon energy."
"You can ask the man in the mirror to come." "Him?"
Lin Hong looked confused.
"What? Do you think the person in the mirror can't do it? Virtual is real is virtual and real are interconnected. In essence, the person in the mirror is you. Otherwise, how can you get feedback from his cultivation?
He needs your instructions to do things, but that doesn't mean he's a puppet controlled by you.
It's because you are your own master. Do you understand?"
The old man emphasized this concept to him again. Don't regard the illusory world as completely false, and don't regard the world you live in as completely real.
"Okay, I'll try."
Lin Hong calmed down and gave the order to circulate the dragon energy to the person in the mirror. The person in the mirror stood up, and just like when he condensed the Imperial Dragon energy, he easily manifested the 3 dragon auras. Seeing this scene, the old man widened his eyes in shock. He looked at Lin Hong's consciousness in disbelief.
"Boy, you,"
he muttered and was speechless for a long time. He naturally knew what the Imperial Dragon energy represented. Those who have the dragon energy and good fortune are people with great luck and may reach the highest point in the future.
Human king, human emperor, supreme being of humanity. Is there any further inheritance in this lineage?
He muttered to himself.
I can't quite see through you.
You're clearly practicing the immortal path, yet you're able to condense the Imperial Dragon energy, somewhat unbelievable. If I'm not mistaken, you must have encountered a dangerous situation after condensing these 3 dragon energies.
Lin Hong's eyes widened and he nodded heavily, yes.
Saint, your guess is absolutely right.
Do you know what's going on?
The old man frowned, put away his smile, and turned his face into a serious expression. Boy, I'm sure this is a good thing for you, but it may not be a good thing for the times you live in now.
Chapter 85. You are invincible now, you can go out and show off. What's the meaning?
Lin Hong was a little confused. How is it still related to this era?
There are many kinds of dragon energy.
There's the demon ancestor dragon energy, the immortal origin dragon energy, and your imperial dragon energy.
Then there's ordinary dragon energy.
Ordinary dragon energy is just pure magic, with a little bit of the power of heaven and earth added to it. But among them, only the Imperial Dragon Chi is exclusive to the human race. Only the lineage of the supreme humanity can cultivate it. On a larger scale, it carries the destiny of the human race. On a smaller scale, it can be the destiny of a dynasty, immortal palace, or even a country. Chi luck is invisible and affects all living things. Whether it protects an individual or the entire world depends entirely on the person who controls Chi luck.
The old man told the story about the origin of dragon energy, the supreme being of humanity. This sounds very much like something from Earth's ancient mythology. Aren't the human king and the human emperor products of that?
Lin Hong thought secretly. He only knew that the worldview of Beauty Record was a simple immortal ascension system. The author Go may have laid many foreshadowings, but due to the poisonous point of giving the girl away and the malicious insults to the readers, most people chose to abandon the novel. The same goes for him. The plot content in his memory only stopped at the moment when Yi Tian stepped on his head and smashed it. He couldn't remember how things developed afterwards. Or perhaps there is no memory of this at all in my head. Sir, how does it relate to the times?
Before answering this question, I would like to ask what era you are living in now.
We? Lin Hong frowned slightly.
I don't know. I just don't know.
We just call this place the Immortal Realm, but ancient books record something like the heavens. The history of the Immortal Realm is only 10,000 years old.
Immortal Realm? The heavens?
The old man was stunned. Perhaps.
Every era has a different description of the universe.
In our time, the entire universe was called the 3,000 Great Realms, and it was composed of many great realms. It's unclear whether there are actually 3,000 of them. The eras are divided into the first era, the second era, and the third era. I am from the fifth era. This first era is also known as the Dark Age, and historical records say it marks the beginning of the universe. The second era was an era controlled by demons, and that period of history is also very short, so it is also known as the Age of Chaos. I can't comment on the third age. I don't know if there's something wrong with my memory or what. There are fewer historical materials for the first and second ages, but at least there are records. However, in the third age, apart from a nickname and a few words, there is almost nothing to be found.
What's your name? Lin Hong asked.
The Eternal Era is also known as the Great Collapse.
Of course, this isn't important.
The fourth era is the key to the Imperial Dragon Chi I mentioned. This era is absolutely a prosperous era beyond imagination, an era where the human and immortal paths coexist. The human race has the Supreme Human, the Human Emperor, and the Human King, while the immortal path has the Great Emperor and the Immortal Emperor, and there are more than one of them. However, such an incomparably powerful era seemed to have been directly wiped out after the emergence of the Human Supreme. Aside from a single golden age in the entire history, it is almost impossible to trace their whereabouts. Lin Hong widened his eyes after hearing this, wondering if he had misunderstood the meaning. The era was erased, no one knows where the person went. Why are there so many living beings in an era? Even billions of them are incalculable. How could they be wiped out so easily? The supreme being of humanity and the great emperor are all beings who can change the world and the way of the world. Even the way of heaven cannot do it. It's impossible for everyone to disappear. This is the most incredible thing. The old man shook his head. Normally, the change of eras is nothing more than a game between the powerful, or a huge upheaval, and the emergence of a peerless giant to change the world. But in the fourth era, not only did all the powerful ones disappear, but the entire universe was emptied, as if there were no living creatures. Only a few relics remain to prove their existence, such as the Human King Palace and the Immortal Palace Great Wall. Of course, these are my remaining memories. Whether they are historically accurate or not is up to you to discover. It's possible that I'm not even from the fifth age. Who knows? The old man was relieved. He didn't know how many years his remnant soul had existed, and it was already good enough that he could remember so many things. It's better to be vague about some things. If you try to make everything clear, it will only increase your stress and troubles. In short, I think the appearance of the Imperial Dragon Chi is a good thing. The abnormality you encountered may have triggered some kind of taboo. It's hard to say who it is, but it is definitely afraid of the emergence of a figure like the supreme being among the human race. Then, does that mean I can't use the dragon energy I cultivated? Who says you can't use it? The old man glanced at him, then stroked his long beard and continued, you can use it with confidence. Once the dragon energy is condensed, it will be yours. But if I use the Imperial Dragon Chi, won't it still cause something strange? Then let me ask you, there is a cultivator with the same level of cultivation as you on the other side of the sky, using fire control techniques. Can you sense it? Huh? How could I possibly sense someone performing firebending? That's good. Once you condense the Imperial Dragon energy, using it will be no different from using magic. When you use magic, no one will have the time to stare at you. The old man said unhappily. As you condense your dragon energy, you might be targeted while you're gathering your luck. To be on the safe side, let the person in the mirror do it. The illusionary mirror is a treasure that connects illusion to reality. Here, you won't be affected by any cause and effect, and even the laws of nature can't interfere. Great, great. Lin Hong was overjoyed. Thank you, Saint, for clearing up my doubts. I feel much more at ease now. The Imperial Dao Dragon Chi and the sort of time that I taught you are enough for you to crush those in your realm. After you establish your foundation, you will be able to deal with Golden Core cultivators with a certain degree of confidence. Even if you can't win, you will definitely not die. Okay, don't bother me while I'm plowing the land. You're invincible now, you can go out and show off. The old man waved his hand, led the old cow and walked towards the far end of the wasteland. Lin Hong nodded, glanced at the person in the mirror who continued to meditate and practice, and then left the fantasy mirror. He took a deep breath and felt much more relaxed after resolving his doubts about the Imperial Dragon Chi. The only thing that still puzzled him was the condensation of the fourth dragon energy. The system rewarded him with 3 dragon auras, but gave him the technique to condense the dragon auras, but he can only condense 3. It seems that there is an underlying explanation here. Point 9 is the extreme. Logically, the Imperial Dragon energy should be able to condense 9 paths. It all depends on whether there is opportunity and luck in the future. In addition, what surprised him even more was the changes in the map of mountains and rivers. Although he was able to communicate with the map of mountains and rivers, he could never get an effective response, but during this strange incident, it took the initiative to come out and help him resolve the problem. This shows that the Shanhita still has a certain degree of autonomy. Sensing that he is in crisis, he can take the initiative to take action. Its origin and function remain to be studied.